April 5th, 2008. Saturday. Classroom of Class 4, Senior 3, Yangqing No. 1 High School. After half an hour of contemplation, Fong Ping finally confirmed one undeniable truth. He was not dreaming. This was not a film production. How absurd. A production could not rejuvenate his classmates. Such a crew would be celestial. Upon accepting the reality of his rebirth, a fleeting moment of trepidation gave way to a serene acceptance. As a member of the new century's youth, one steeped in experiences of rebirth, who among them lacked such tales, even if he had not personally experienced it. The internet was rife with examples. Merely observing revealed that rebirth was the ultimate weapon for the underprivileged to rise against the affluent. Moreover, with neither wealth nor romantic prospects, what could be lost by living a few more years without exerting any effort? Finally, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The teacher, familiar yet somewhat foreign, lingered for several minutes before reluctantly departing. As for the last words uttered by the teacher, Fong Ping dismissed them as a mere misunderstanding. The registration for the art stream begins next week. Students interested should prepare accordingly. Fong Ping paid little heed, having misheard it as science registration. After all, entrance exams were typically pre-registered, usually handled by the school, thus rendering reminders unnecessary. Crucially, Class 4 Senior 3 was a science class. How could it possibly pertain to the arts? Yet, with the revelation of his rebirth, such trifling matters were of little consequence to Fong Ping. This moment, his thoughts were consumed with ambitions of besting Jack Ma and Ma Huadeng. Though 2008 was somewhat late for such endeavors, could a reborn individual not engage in the unexpected? Perhaps he might venture into politics instead of business? Fong Ping silently calculated his options, his mind too preoccupied to engage in idle chatter with his classmates. These young souls could hardly fathom the grand aspirations swirling in his mind from this day forth. They inhabited entirely different realms. Just as Fong Ping was engrossed in strategizing his future, a robust classmate, Yang Jian, unexpectedly turned and inquired, "Fong Ping, Chun Fan, are you registering or not?" Fong Ping had a vivid recollection of Yang Jian, not due to his striking handsomeness, but rather because, at their university graduation reunion, the freshly graduated Yang Jian sported a full beard that nearly led Fong Ping to believe that Yang Jian's father had attended the gathering. Since that moment, Fong Ping had never forgotten his bearded classmate. The distinguishing feature was simply too conspicuous. Lost in thought, Fong Ping initially did not respond. Beside him, his desk mate, Chun Fan, playfully dubbed one of the ordinary duo, shook his head in reply. "I won't register. It's merely a waste of money. The registration alone costs 10,000. Chances of failing the exam are high, and with that kind of money, one could nearly cover a year's tuition and living expenses at university." Yang Jian sighed. "Indeed, but there's always a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Not trying leaves one with the fear of lifelong regret." Yang Jian's deskmate, another boy whose name eluded Fong Ping, turned to join the conversation, his expression somber. "This is our only chance to leap over the Dragon Gate. It's a pity it doesn't concern us." The three exchanged sighs and expressions of regret, leaving Fong Ping bewildered and perplexed. Registration? Just moments ago, the teacher mentioned the registration for the liberal arts track. Is the registration fee truly 10,000? This is 2008 if memory serves me right. The housing prices in Yangqing's urban area were only around 4,000 per square meter at this time. How can the exam registration cost so much? Did these fellows make a mistake? Or have they been deceived? As Fong Ping was about to interject, his deskmate Chun Fan adjusted his glasses and, with a resolute expression, declared, "Even if we do not pursue the martial arts track and choose liberal arts instead, it does not mean we will be destined to a life of mediocrity. There are martial arts training programs in society. Once we graduate and earn some money, we can pursue further studies. Even if we are not as accomplished as martial arts students, there remains a glimmer of hope." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's deskmate responded with excitement. "Indeed, if one aims for a prestigious liberal arts institution, the salary upon graduation will not be low. I still wish to give it a try." Yang Jian hesitated. Coming from a reasonably well-off family and possessing a robust physique, he felt an urge to take the plunge. Chun Fan and the others did not dissuade him despite the slim chances. The opportunity was within reach, and some people simply cannot resign themselves to inaction. Though they were all still young, they understood that to dissuade Yang Jian now might result in a long-standing grievance should he miss this opportunity. While the three were fervently discussing, Fong Ping appeared utterly bewildered. What is happening? After swallowing hard, he observed the trio for a moment, noticing no signs of jest. At last, he sensed something was amiss. Just as he was about to inquire, another voice interrupted the adjacent desk. Two boys had been whispering and now seemed to feel the lack of audience diminish their discussion's flavor. Once Fong Ping and his group quieted down, one of the boys with a buzz cut, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Yang Jian, Chun Fan, did you catch the news online last night?" Both Yang Jian and Chun Fan shook their heads with the imminent college entrance exams. Their families were strict, leaving little time for internet browsing. Seeing their ignorance, Fong Ping and another boy were equally perplexed, prompting the buzz-cut boy to laugh and say, "What a pity. Last night, a major news story broke. Did you know? Master Ma has broken through to the 8th rank. Master Ma is still under 40 and already stands as the foremost martial artist of the younger generation." Yesterday, the Penguin Group officially issued a challenge to the veteran 8th rank master, Tame, the president of Google Asia Pacific. What? Is that true? Master Ma has reached the 8th rank? Didn't he just break through to the 7th rank a few years ago? Incredible. Zhang Hao, tell us, is it an open challenge or a private one? I would love to witness the 8th rank battle, but alas, we have no qualification to spectate. High school seniors, with the college entrance exams looming, few students were online after school. Thus, although the news had created quite a stir, not many in the class were aware of it. Zhang Hao, the buzz-cut boy who had just spoken, had raised his voice. Once he finished, before Fong Ping's group could respond, nearby classmates became animated upon hearing him. Zhang Hao, reveling in the attention, wore a beaming smile and proclaimed, "It's true. Master Ma has indeed achieved a breakthrough, and not just us, but the entire world is astonished at how swiftly he has ascended to the 8th rank." Thus, when the challenge was announced, it sent shockwaves throughout the globe. Should Master Ma triumph over Tame, the Penguin Group would be poised to make significant inroads into Asian markets, positioning itself as one of the dominant conglomerates in the region. In a few years, should Master Ma reach the 9th rank, the Penguin Group could ascend to become one of the leading powers on the world stage. My goodness, this is astonishing. An 8th rank master. Has the master rankings been updated? Master Ma is set to break into the top 30. Come now, top 30? In my opinion, the top 20 is well within reach. Is that really feasible? Master Ma has only just broken through. It's unlikely he could rise to the top 20 so swiftly, unless he defeats Tame first. At this moment, the students were engaged in fervent discussions, their expressions revealing excitement, admiration, exhilaration, and yearning. Even the girls were no exception to this fervor. The sole exception in the classroom was Fong Ping. This moment, Fong Ping was engulfed in confusion, his face a portrait of bewilderment, rendered utterly dumbfounded. What is going on? He comprehended every word spoken. He could certainly recognize each character if written down. Yet, when pieced together, he found himself utterly lost. Who is Master Ma? He was well aware of the Penguin Group, which had already established itself as a titan in the IT industry back in 2008. And of course, he knew of Google. To be unaware would be unthinkable. Was Zhang Hao implying that Penguin was competing with Google? But why did it feel so disjointed? Fong Ping felt his throat constrict again, his lips parched. This narrative seemed decidedly off-kilter. In the classroom, Fong Ping found himself shrouded in confusion, his heart swelling with apprehension. Resisting the impulse to retort, he masked his feelings with indifference and inquired, "I have been preoccupied with preparations for the college entrance examination of late and have not kept abreast of current events. Please, do share any intriguing developments you may have encountered." Chun Fan, dismissive of the topic, replied, "It is largely the same old narratives. However, Master Ma's unexpected advancement to the 8th rank has certainly garnered some attention. Although not particularly fond of idle chatter, the loquacious Yang Jian, seated in the front row and brimming with potential, interjected. Just before the class bell tolled, he leaned towards Fong Ping and whispered, "There aren't many verified headlines. But I did come across some intriguing gossip a few days ago. I cannot attest to its veracity, but I heard that Master Ma, associated with Ali, may soon ascend to the 7th rank, thereby attaining the esteemed status of a master. Master Li from Baidu appears to be preparing for seclusion in hopes of attaining the esteemed 8th rank. However, his advancement in martial arts has notably lagged behind that of Master Ma in recent years, rendering his success uncertain. Furthermore, there is speculation that Governor Zhang from our province, Nanjiang, may soon achieve a breakthrough to the 7th rank. Should this occur, it would indeed be monumental. Nanjiang has endured a prolonged period of weakness, with only a handful of elders maintaining the status quo. Governor Zhang, being relatively youthful, could potentially usher in a resurgence within our martial arts community. Additionally, it seems our school has extended an invitation to a senior who excelled in last year's entrance examination at Nanjiang Martial University to address us prior to this year's exam. Yang Jian continued to entertain the class with snippets of gossip, yet Fang Ping felt as though he were deciphering an esoteric manuscript. The majority of the gossip Yang disseminated revolved around martial artists. Whispers of impending breakthroughs and secluded training sessions permeated the atmosphere. Several names were familiar to Fang Ping, spanning various domains, including business, entertainment, and even politics. From Yang Jian's casual remarks, Fang Ping discerned that martial artists enjoyed a venerated status within society. Those below the 7th rank were referred to as masters, while those above were exalted as grandmasters. Another observation was that all prominent figures appeared to be martial artists, suggesting that without strength, fame remains elusive. During the conversation, Fang Ping nonchalantly inquired about the true strength of these individuals. Yang Jian, without a moment's hesitation, retorted, "Any martial artist could effortlessly reduce us to mere pulp." As the classroom bell tolled and the teacher had yet to make an appearance, Yang Jian revealed a trace of melancholy, remarking, "To be denied entry into a martial arts academy signifies a lifetime of mediocrity. In both the realms of politics and commerce, it is exceedingly arduous for an ordinary individual to ascend beyond the commonplace." Upon hearing this, Fang Ping lapsed into a reverie once more. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, who had remained predominantly reticent, conveyed a sense of disillusionment, murmuring, "Martial artists are, after all, a minority. For us, whether in the world of business or politics, it appears improbable that we could ever attain such heights, nor is it imperative to concern ourselves with such aspirations." Through their discourse, Fang Ping perceived a subtle hint of a profound truth. Irrespective of the viewpoint, he could distinctly feel the societal contempt aimed at him. Without embracing the path of a martial artist, one cannot attain greatness. Even as a reincarnator, one may be fated to languish in the lower echelons of society. The essence of the matter lies in Fang Ping's profound skepticism regarding the genuineness of his rebirth. Despite the striking congruence between his appearance, name, and the identities of prominent individuals, as well as the titles of various enterprises, with his memories, the sudden emergence of a high-energy vocation cast shadows upon the authenticity of his recollections. He pondered the possibility of seeking further clarification. However, at that precise moment, the teacher entered the classroom, prompting all to return to their seats and abandon their idle conversations. Furthermore, these issues seemed to be common knowledge among his peers, and Fang Ping chose to refrain from probing deeper, apprehensive that his classmates might suspect he had experienced a lapse in memory. After a moment of reflection, seizing the opportunity when the teacher turned away, Fang Ping discreetly inquired of Chen Fan, "Are there still internet cafes in proximity to our school?" Chen Fan regarded him with a trace of curiosity and replied, "Certainly. Did you not frequently frequent that Blue Sky Internet CAF in the past?" "Ah." Fang Ping exhaled with a sense of relief, nodding in agreement as he recognized that certain elements remained constant. The presence of that stereotypical Internet CAF served as a reminder that some things had not changed. After school, he could visit the CAF to delve into the information he sought. Observing Fang Ping's palpable relief, Chen Fan gently reminded him, "While we may not qualify for the martial arts department, we ought not to lose hope. Excelling in the liberal arts can still pave the way for success, and perhaps a future opportunity to embrace martial arts may arise. With the college entrance examination looming, it would be prudent to steer clear of the Internet CAF." Fang Ping smiled and nodded, affirming his identity as a member of the ordinary duo. Though Chen Fan was not particularly loquacious, he exhibited a genuine concern for his desk mate, as their situations were quite analogous. After enduring the remaining morning classes, the school bell rang, prompting Fang Ping to hastily make his way outside. At that moment, he was beset by a multitude of questions yearning for answers. Noticing Fong Ping's hurried departure, Chun Fan reflected momentarily before pursuing him, inquiring, "Are you heading for a meal or to the Internet CAF?" "Internet CAF. Return promptly. The first class of the afternoon is our homeroom teachers." Fong Ping acknowledged him. At this hour, with both parents occupied at work, it was customary for him to have lunch at a fast food establishment near the school, sparing him the need to return home. Seizing the midday respite, his insatiable thirst for knowledge drove him to seek out the Internet CAF to uncover the information he yearned for. With purposeful strides, Fong Ping surveyed his surroundings. True to his recollections, Yang City No. 1 High School appeared unchanged. His classmates and teachers seemed entirely ordinary, and he did not witness anyone defying the laws of gravity. If there was any discernible difference, it resided in the peculiar promotional slogans and signs that had proliferated throughout the school. "Prepare for the college entrance examination. I am determined to join the martial arts department. Strive relentlessly for the martial arts department. To gain entry into the martial arts department, one must visit the esteemed Bluebird Martial Arts Tutorial, undoubtedly the finest choice available. A single blood chi pill ensures your acceptance into the martial arts department." Were it not for these peculiar advertisements conspicuously displayed across the campus, Fong Ping would have had ample justification to suspect that charlatans and purveyors of questionable elixirs had infiltrated the institution. In this moment, as he observed the familiar mannerisms of those surrounding him, Fong Ping came to the realization that this was, in truth, not the world he once knew. As for the degree of this divergence, he would need to ascertain it for himself. 10 minutes later, Fong Ping arrived at the Lon Tian Internet CAF. Not far from the school. The scent was still familiar, the sign still recognizable. What once appeared to be an upscale establishment now seemed dilapidated. The words Lon Tian Internet CAF nearly illegible. Upon stepping inside, he encountered the same somewhat familiar yet strange female attendant at the front desk. A young girl not much older than himself. In retrospect, Fong Ping contemplated that his youthful gaze must have carried a peculiar tilt. After all, if one were truly enchanting, why would they occupy the position of an Internet CAF attendant? Casting a glance at her, he felt no inclination to engage, even if he had. Such a girl was hardly befitting of a lofty reborn individual. Yet, the thought of Master Ma swiftly extinguished the innate sense of superiority he harbored. Reborn individuals may indeed embody a certain grandeur, but it is essential to be reborn under the right circumstances. After contemplating this for a brief moment, Fong Ping promptly inquired, "What is the cost for an hour of computer usage?" 3 yuan, the attendant replied succinctly, then added, "Are you a member? If not, you may enroll for membership. Recharge 50 and receive an additional 10. Fong Ping, exuding an air of superiority, chose to disregard her. The offer of 10 yuan for a 50 yuan recharge struck him as rather miserly. Furthermore, what in her line of sight could possibly lead her to perceive him as someone with 50 yuan to spare? After attending a few classes that morning, he had come to a stark realization of his financial predicament. His entire fortune amounted to a meager 28 yuan. This sum, inclusive of his lunch expenses, rendered the notion of recharging 50 utterly out of the question. Paying no heed to the attendant's sales pitch, Fong Ping retrieved a 5 yuan note from his pocket and, with a sense of pride, placed it upon the counter. The attendant, undeterred by his apparent impoverishment, simply tossed a temporary membership card in his direction and resumed her duties. Fong Ping felt an urge to proclaim, "Do not underestimate the youth for their lack of wealth." However, mindful of the attendant's humble position, he chose to reserve such emotions for individuals of greater significance, abstaining from further dispute and retreating to a remote corner of the CAF with his temporary membership card. In the secluded alcove of the Internet CAF, as the computer whirred to life, Fong Ping eagerly embarked on a quest for the elusive information he craved. The eerie azure luminescence of the screen cast a somewhat foreboding hue across his visage. Should anyone have chosen to sit nearby, they would undoubtedly perceive his turmoil, his countenance oscillating between wrath and indignation, his jaw clenched in exasperation. Occasionally, expletives would escape his lips, prompting speculation as to whether he was cursing his destiny or someone else entirely. After more than an hour, the machine succumbed to an automatic shutdown as the allotted time elapsed. With no inclination to replenish his funds, Fong Ping departed the CAF, a blend of confusion and clarity swirling within him. As he stepped outside, his expression hardened considerably, and he muttered through gritted teeth, "I shall undertake the martial arts examination." As if that proclamation alone were insufficient to affirm his determination, he reiterated, "I must partake in the martial arts examination." Outside the CAF, Fong Ping's demeanor remained steadfast. his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. There was no room for doubt. After over an hour of exploration and inquiry, Fong Ping finally grasped certain concepts. For instance, what precisely constitutes a martial artist? The contemporary martial artist bears little resemblance to the heroic figures depicted in ancient novels and films. The sole distinction lies in the modern context. The vocation of martial artist now boldly thrives within contemporary society, where the mere emergence of this high-energy profession the only consideration. Fong Ping, despite his fascination with superhumans, might not feel compelled to pursue the path of a martial artist. However, in today's society, a martial artist transcends the boundaries of a mere high-energy profession. It embodies power and prestige. The time-honored principle of the survival of the fittest remains unaltered. In his former existence, this disparity was not particularly pronounced, as all individuals were, after all, mere mortals vulnerable to being felled by a single blow. However, in a society teeming with martial prowess, the distinctions are glaringly apparent. For instance, Fong Ping once possessed only a cursory understanding of the intricacies involved in navigating the realms of politics and commerce. Now, he grasps it in its entirety. Ordinary individuals constitute the backbone of this society, facing no constraints in their pursuit of any vocation. Nevertheless, according to the legal provisions, clearly enunciated by statute, a company aspiring to extend its reach beyond municipal boundaries must appoint a martial artist as its legal representative, irrespective of rank. Furthermore, to embark on provincial expansion, the legal representative must attain a minimum status of a fourth-tier martial artist. Based on the information unearthed by Fong Ping from the online realm, the prevailing hierarchy of martial arts is delineated into 9 tiers, where the first tier represents the most rudimentary level, and the 9th tier epitomizes the pinnacle of mastery. Individuals positioned below the 4th tier are categorized as low-tier martial artists, whereas those who attain the 7th tier or higher are regarded as high-tier martial artists, often referred to as master-level experts. To establish an enterprise that spans across provinces, the primary prerequisite is that the legal representative must be a martial artist of no less than the 4th tier. Although there are no legal impediments to the formation of multinational conglomerates, Fong Ping uncovered that without the presence of a 7th-tier martial artist, such ventures are laden with risks. Even if a company's products are of remarkable quality and their audience extensive, impulsively venturing into foreign markets is tantamount to inviting calamity. Furthermore, even if a conglomerate enlists the services of high-tier martial artists, it is imperative that they validate their prowess. Consider Ma Huadeng as an illustration. The offerings of Tencent bear resemblance to those from his previous existence, predominantly centered around instant messaging, with QQ remaining a preeminent communication tool within China. However, their influence remains limited to the domestic sphere. At present, Tencent struggles to penetrate the Asian market, as Ma Huadeng, despite having ascended to the 7th tier, contends with the formidable competition from Google, which has launched its own instant messaging platform and boasts an 8th-tier martial artist firmly entrenched in Asia. Until Ma Huadeng can exhibit his capabilities, any ambitions for expansion remain futile. Expatriates sent forth for growth may vanish without a trace overnight. Only by demonstrating their ability to extend their reach beyond national borders and to their contemporaries can they aspire to genuine advancement. This context elucidates why Ma Huadeng, upon achieving the 8th tier, hastily opted to confront his rival, Tim. In this contest, the result is of secondary importance. What truly matters is that Ma Huadeng affirms his status as a preeminent 8th-tier expert, deserving of a portion of the resources. This is an unspoken tenet of the business domain, and analogous principles prevail across various fields. The magnitude of resources determines the government's dedication and investment in the development of martial artists. Previously, there were rumors that the governor of Nanjing was on the cusp of a breakthrough. Yang Jian discussed this matter with palpable excitement, as it bore significant ramifications. A master-level governor could secure greater resources for Nanjing. This principle is universally applicable across various domains: politics, commerce, the military, and even the realm of entertainment. Esteemed celebrities are not merely defined by their remarkable talent and captivating appearances. They must also exhibit considerable martial skill. In the absence of strength, any amassed wealth remains tenuous at best, unless, of course, one is fortified by the support of a formidable lineage. Today's affluent second-generation elites are uniformly referred to as the martial second generation. Those who wield both wealth and power invariably possess formidable martial prowess. Only a scant few ordinary individuals may ascend to elevated echelons, yet they are invariably supported by powerful martial artists. Furthermore, they must exhibit absolute value. a criterion that far exceeds the expectations set for martial artists. To fail in becoming a martial artist signifies an intrinsic disconnection from the realm of societal elites and the powerful. This stark disparity has fostered a widespread yearning among ordinary individuals to attain martial capabilities. Even the most unassuming martial artist, merely holding a nominal position within a modest enterprise, can anticipate an annual income commencing at a minimum of 1 million. In truth, those who truly emerge as martial powerhouses are invariably members of the elite class. These individuals seldom rely on others unless they submit to someone of even greater strength. Most prefer to carve their own paths. In comparison to ordinary people, their advantages are glaringly evident. To remain unrefined as a martial artist, no matter how many ingenious concepts one devises, ultimately serves only to advantage others, Fong Ping reflected. Recognizing a stark reality. Having recently traversed the vast expanse of the internet for knowledge, he discovered that aside from issues concerning martial artists, all else remained predominantly unaltered from his former existence. This suggests that should Fong Ping choose to undertake an entrepreneurial endeavor, his offerings and innovations would undoubtedly be praiseworthy. The essence of the issue resides in his insufficient self-protective measures. Trivial gains bear little significance, while ambitions for considerable advancement remain mere illusions. A minor infraction could jeopardize his enterprise, for the legal system in Huagua is notably stringent. Numerous influential figures within the government ensure that although one's life may not be at risk, the wealth amassed could readily be seized by others. For instance, at present, WeChat does not permeate society. Should Fong Ping endeavor to establish such a platform, two scenarios would likely unfold. First, it would be confiscated by another. Second, it would emerge as a niche form of entertainment within the city, but would encounter formidable obstacles beyond that. Regardless of the potential earnings, they would not rightfully belong to the individual. Ownership would be contingent upon the intricacies of power dynamics. Consequently, ordinary individuals must labor diligently, perhaps founding small enterprises or workshops, merely to navigate the local milieu. Even amidst the urban landscape, safety remains an elusive promise. This precarious existence, laden with uncertainty and trepidation, imposes far greater constraints than those encountered by the average individuals of his former life. If Fong Ping yearns to transcend a life of mediocrity, embracing the path of a martial artist becomes an inevitable pursuit. Even if he longs for a tranquil existence, it should at the very least be one free from financial burdens and assured of safety. Fortunately, this world still accommodates a multitude of ordinary individuals, and society has not entirely forsaken them, nor extinguished their aspirations for upward mobility. The college entrance examination symbolizes the ambitions of countless ordinary souls, a gateway for them to ascend to greatness, akin to the carp leaping over the dragon gate. In contemporary times, several esteemed institutions have instituted martial arts programs specifically designed to cultivate warriors, ensuring that the hopes of the common populace remain alive. Furthermore, certain specialized martial arts academies actively recruit students during the college entrance examination season. However, as the adage suggests, the impoverished excel in literature while the affluent thrive in martial prowess. Warriors possess formidable strength, yet the resources they consume far surpass those of ordinary individuals. The financial investment required to nurture a warrior is colossal. Under such circumstances, gaining admission to a martial arts program and securing the state's resources for training becomes a privilege reserved for the exceptionally gifted. Thus, each passing year, the competition for martial arts candidates becomes increasingly formidable compared to the esteemed institutions of yesteryears. In 2007, approximately 9 million students in Huagua undertook the examination. However, the total number of martial arts students admitted across all universities nationwide was less than 20,000, a figure that encompasses all institutions. In earlier years, prestigious universities such as Tsinghua and Peking University welcomed only a few thousand students annually, yet the overall number of distinguished schools was not insignificant. When considered collectively, the 985 universities enrolled over 100,000 students each year. In stark contrast today, there are more than 100 universities and specialized martial arts academies throughout the nation offering martial arts programs, with an average enrollment of a mere 20,000 students, an astonishingly low figure. The acceptance rate of nearly 1 in 500 may appear promising. However, in truth, this ratio amplifies tenfold in smaller cities, which serves as a principal source of despair for individuals like Chen Fan. Moreover, numerous additional obstacles confront those aspiring to enroll in martial arts programs. The registration fee of 10,000 yuan mentioned by Chen Fan is merely the most fundamental prerequisite. At this juncture, merely contemplating the registration fee for martial arts programs is sufficient to induce a headache for Fang Ping. Furthermore, registration for these programs is slated to commence next week, accompanied by stringent time constraints regarding the application process. Once the deadline elapses, even those with ample financial resources will find themselves unable to apply. A registration fee of 10,000 yuan. Fang Ping, who had been previously infused with ambition, now felt somewhat deflated. The initial conditions alone had extinguished much of the fervor within him. To add to his burdens, there exists a plethora of subsequent requirements. This is quite exasperating. With a sigh, Fang Ping lamented the plight of a reborn individual grappling with the challenges of contemporary society. Such occurrences must indeed be rare. Upon returning to school after his meal, Fang Ping discovered a mere 15 yuan remaining in his pocket. The afternoon classes had yet to commence, and among his classmates, some were diligently preparing for the entrance examination, while others engaged in light-hearted conversation, predominantly discussing the master battle referenced by Zhang Hao earlier that day. Upon noticing Fang Ping's return, Chen Fan, who had been deeply engrossed in his studies, hastily set down his pen and inquired, "Did you go play games?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes in exasperation, responding, "Do you truly believe I am foolish enough to indulge in games at such a time? I was diligently researching the examination materials." With a grin, he rubbed his hands together and cheerfully asked, "Xiao Fan, do you happen to have any spare cash?" Chen Fan furrowed his brow, deep in thought before he replied, "I still possess 10 yuan. Cough, cough, cease the jest. If you are in possession of funds, might you lend me a few thousand? Once fortune smiles upon me, I shall repay you 100-fold. A forced smile graced Chen Fan's lips as he adjusted his glasses and returned to his studies, clearly regarding Fang Ping as though he had lost his senses. With a sigh, Fang Ping came to the realization that this course of action was futile. We are all students. Even if Chen Fan's family is of modest means, who among our classmates, regardless of their reasonable circumstances, would be so imprudent as to lend you 10,000, is the only recourse to approach one's parents? Yet, considering their humble situation, a sum of 10,000 is no trivial matter. By my own standards, applying to the Martial Science Academy appears nearly hopeless. If I were to raise the subject, would my parents even acquiesce? Today is Saturday, with only the senior students present for classes. They indicate that registration will begin next week. However, in truth, there are less than 2 days until Monday. Were time more accommodating, I might devise a means to gather the registration fee. Yet, with fewer than 2 days remaining, even a stroke of fortune renders the acquisition of 10,000 exceedingly unlikely. This is merely the initial step towards applying to the Martial Science Academy. Further expenditures will undoubtedly arise in the pursuit of admission. In this society, mastery is fostered through resources and affluence. What other explanation could there be for martial experts engaging in commercial endeavors, striving to amplify their enterprises? Even those who do not engage in entrepreneurial endeavors often find themselves entwined within official institutions. The martial heroes portrayed in literature and on screen seem effortlessly enlightened, capable of soaring to great heights with minimal exertion. They are depicted as beings who can subsist without sustenance, a notion that once appeared trivial to Fang Ping. Yet, he now perceives this as sheer folly. During a brief interlude at lunch, I perused the internet and stumbled upon some revelations. Even the most feeble first-tier martial artist incurs resource expenditures that, when translated into monetary terms, amount to no less than 100,000. This sum is merely the cost of entry for a first-tier practitioner, regarded as the most rudimentary and unremarkable in Fang Ping's estimation. Consequently, 100,000 serves as the threshold. As one ascends the ranks, the resources demanded multiply exponentially, with expenses soaring to astronomical heights. Without the backing of a supportive enterprise, further advancement becomes utterly unattainable. For ordinary families unable to secure a place at the Martial Science Academy, how many can embark on the path of self-study to become martial artists, considering the prevailing wage standards? The allure of the Martial Science Academy resides in the abundant resources it extends to its students, generously supported by the state. Despite certain shortcomings, once admitted, the gates of financial institutions will swing open, granting access to loans. Alternatively, preemptively signing contracts with major corporations is a viable option. Students of martial science are in high demand, and companies are eager to invest in promising talent. However, all of this is contingent upon successfully gaining admission to the academy. The notion of ascending to the status of a martial artist without any financial investment is nothing short of folly. Fong Ping sighed once more, having lost count of how many times he had done so today. How could this rebirth feel so confining? In the afternoon, during a lesson conducted by the homeroom teacher, the subject of enrollment for the Martial Science Academy resurfaced. The circumstances at Yangcheng No. 1 High School are not excessively dire. In previous years, students have indeed secured admission to the academy, with an impressive 5 students achieving this feat last year. Notably, although Class 4 is considered an ordinary class, 2 of the 5 successful candidates hailed from it. Consequently, even the school authorities, who had previously nurtured scant optimism for conventional classes, are now placing considerable emphasis on this year's enrollment. Regardless of one's prospects for admission, the initial step is to register. Neglecting to do so guarantees a complete lack of opportunity. However, the exorbitant registration fee acts as the primary obstacle, hindering 99 of the students. The fee, amounting to 10,000, is a figure that only those possessing confidence in their capabilities would contemplate. Otherwise, few would dare to navigate such treacherous waters, save for those fortunate enough to hail from affluent backgrounds. Thus, when the homeroom teacher broached this subject, the response was sparse, with merely a handful of students harboring a flicker of hope, engaging in the discourse. After addressing the matter of registration, the teacher added, for those aspiring to enter the martial sciences, a pre-examination QA session will be organized by the school next Wednesday afternoon. The institution has made significant investments to invite Wang Jinyang, a student from Nanjing Martial University, to return and deliver an address. I implore everyone to seize this opportunity. Students applying for the martial sciences will be duly notified by the school, so please remember to attire yourselves appropriately. The homeroom teacher underscored this point for an extended period, striving to impart the significance of the occasion. Wang Jinyang, a freshman at Nanjing Martial University, had only recently transitioned from Yangcheng No. 1 High School the previous year. Yet, the mere fact that he was now a student at a martial university commanded profound respect from the educators at Yangcheng No. 1 High School. In that moment, Fong Ping once again acknowledged the stark contrast between the status of ordinary individuals and that of martial artists. Meanwhile, Chun Fan, seated beside him, appeared to possess a different preoccupation, murmuring instinctively, the school has truly invested significantly this time. The appearance fee must be no less than 50 to 60,000. Fong Ping's brow furrowed slightly as he observed, is it truly necessary to impose a fee for providing guidance to juniors upon returning to one's alma mater? Chun Fan chuckled in response, of course. Do you believe martial artists are easily engaged? Students pursuing martial sciences endure a significantly more rigorous academic existence compared to their counterparts in liberal arts. While we do enjoy winter and summer breaks, those intervals are often consumed by the necessity to earn a livelihood and refine one's skills. If they are not adequately compensated, who would willingly dedicate their time to the transmission of knowledge to others? Even if Senior Wang were to relinquish his fee, the institution would still render him compensation. Ultimately, favors are finite. Should these martial students deliver lectures pro bono each year, it may be tolerable once or twice, yet the spirit of goodwill would inevitably wane. By offering a fee at this juncture, it cultivates benevolence. In the future, should these martial seniors attain success, they will recollect the kindness extended to them. Upon absorbing Chun Fan's elucidation, Fong Ping grasped the entirety of the situation. He then regarded Chun Fan with intrigue, remarking, I did not anticipate you possessing such perspicacity. Despite being merely a secondary school student, Chun Fan exhibited an understanding of matters that Fong Ping, due to the experiences of his previous life, had overlooked. What significance does it hold? Chun Fan responded with a self-effacing smile, shaking his head and opting not to elaborate further. Fong Ping too chose to refrain from prolonging the discourse, ruminating on how effortlessly it appeared for martial artists to amass wealth in comparison to ordinary individuals. A freshman delivering a pre-examination discourse for merely 2 or 3 hours could command a fee ranging from 50 to 60,000. While not a universal benchmark, such an amount was one that his parents would labor for an entire year without attaining. As the homeroom teacher's lesson drew to a close, Fong Ping endured a few more periods until the school bell finally tolled to signal the day's conclusion. It was Saturday, and there were no evening classes. In truth, with the impending college entrance examination, some students preparing for martial sciences often opted to forego evening study sessions. The decision to remain or depart rested entirely with them. The institution places considerably greater importance on martial arts students than on those in the humanities, despite the scant number of successful candidates each year. accompanied by a few acquaintances. Fang Ping exited the school grounds, and at the entrance, they bid each other farewell. Following a path etched in his memory, Fang Ping journeyed homeward. As he ambled along, uncertainty began to infiltrate his thoughts. Though this world bore striking resemblances to the one he once knew, it also unveiled numerous incongruities. Was his lifelong abode still situated in its familiar locale? Even if the residence persisted, would his progenitors remain unchanged? As a man approaching the age of 30 in terms of psychological maturity, the notion of suddenly encountering different parents was a concept that Fang Ping found nearly incomprehensible. Surely, they would not have transformed, would they? He sought to reassure himself, albeit with an undercurrent of uncertainty. Classmates remained constant, educators were the same. It seemed only logical that his parents would not have undergone any metamorphosis either. Undoubtedly, constancy would be preferable, even if they had evolved. As long as they were still his parents, a shift in the familial dynamic could be rather bearable. For instance, what if upon his return home, he discovered that his family was the most affluent in Yang City? Such a revelation would be marvelous. Or perhaps, if his parents were revered masters of martial arts. That would be even more enchanting. Yet, such contemplations were nothing more than whimsical reveries. Burdened by the world's malevolence, Fang Ping harbored no aspirations for such eventualities. After more than 20 minutes, Fang Ping reached his residential enclave, Jinghu Garden. The name is indeed enticing, however, in truth, it stands as one of the few remaining antiquated complexes in Yang City, with edifices exceeding 3 decades in age. Upon encountering the well-known H complex, characterized by its somewhat decrepit structures, Fang Ping's aspirations of ascending to affluence were utterly shattered. For many years, a persistent grievance had resided in Fang Ping's heart, the unfulfilled yearning to become a beneficiary of urban revitalization. Since the advent of the 21st century, whispers of imminent demolition have enveloped Jinghu Garden. Yet, despite the annual conjecture, as of 2018, Jinghu Garden remained steadfast in its existence, with little apprehension regarding his return. It was only in the fleeting days preceding his rebirth that Fang Ping last visited Jinghu Garden to see his parents. Now, his parents appeared rejuvenated, a most welcome development, alleviating the need for overly intricate emotions. Room 101, Building 6. Standing before the door, Fang Ping abstained from knocking. Instead, he retrieved a key from his pocket and effortlessly unlocked the door. As it creaked open, he was met with the sight of a modest living room. In a complex over 30 years old, the apartments tend to be diminutive. Most of the older units are notably compact. Although Fang Ping's family occupied a 2-bedroom, 1 living room configuration, the actual space was rather limited, approximately 60 square meters. Furthermore, after years of habitation, the home was adorned with an eclectic array of belongings, rendering the already confined living room even more claustrophobic. Despite the clutter, it was not excessively chaotic. The humble living room was meticulously maintained by his mother. Residing on the ground floor of an older complex presents certain disadvantages, a vulnerability to pests and humidity, along with a tendency for dust to accumulate. The sounds of the residents above often reverberated down the staircase. Yet, amidst the numerous drawbacks, one undeniable advantage was the existence of a quaint courtyard. Furthermore, in an older establishment such as Jinghu Garden, the property management had long since fallen into disrepair. Other departments paid little heed to this place, and the courtyard was neither regarded as an illegal structure nor subject to demolition. The Fang household serves as a prime example. Before the living room, a door opens directly to the backyard. The kitchen and bathroom are situated within the yard. The original kitchen and bathroom have been converted into a modest room, which now serves as the dwelling of Fang Ping. Logically, with a 2-bedroom, 1 living room configuration, such modifications appear unnecessary. However, Fang Ping has a younger sister currently navigating her middle school years, and with 4 family members confined within this humble residence, the absence of a courtyard presents considerable challenges. Just as Fang Ping was crouching down to change his shoes, lost in contemplation, he was jolted by the sharp voice of his sister, Fang Yuan, emanating from the small room to the right of the living room. Fang Ping, how dare you return? Fang Yuan's voice, though somewhat piercing, belonged to a mere 13-year-old girl, and despite its sharpness, it lacked the harshness characteristic of an elderly woman. Accompanied by her spirited tone, a figure soon emerged from the modest chamber. Fang Yuan, diminutive in stature, still retained a trace of youthful plumpness on her visage, imparting a cherubic roundness that rendered her glare more endearing than off-putting. Upon her appearance, Fang Ping felt a playful impulse. Without inquiring into her ire or uttering any further words, he approached her with warmth and affection. pinching her chubby cheeks and gently tugging them to the sides. Under Fong Yuan's furious gaze, Fong Ping savored the moment, exclaiming, "It has been ages since I have indulged in this. At last, I seized the opportunity." This little girl, with her cherubic countenance, was destined to evolve into a more slender visage in just a few fleeting years, and Fong Ping mourned the loss of her delightful plumpness. The tactile pleasure of her soft cheeks was a treasure he held dear, and the abrupt transition to a more angular face was rather vexing. Nevertheless, Fong Yuan, pleased with her antics, was rather irate. She swatted Fong Ping's hand away and cried out, "Mother, Fong Ping is pinching my face once more." In the courtyard, their mother, Li Weiying, engrossed in her culinary endeavors, responded without glancing back. Her voice tinged with mirth, "Cease the commotion. Dinner will be ready upon your father's return. I have prepared something delightful for you." "Mother," Fong Yuan protested, feeling slighted, and cast a disgruntled glare at Fong Ping, only to swiftly recall her primary grievance and retorted angrily, "Fong Ping, return the money." "What? Stop feigning ignorance." "Mother bestowed upon us 50 yuan, and it was mutually agreed that we would divide it. Yet, why do I find only 5 yuan upon my table? Where has the remainder vanished?" Fong Ping, taken aback, came to a startling realization. Thus, the 28 yuan he currently possessed, aside from the funds allocated for lunch, was indeed entirely attributable to her. However, perennially constrained by financial limitations, he found himself with a mere 15 yuan. A grown man could not traverse the world utterly devoid of currency. With no intention of reimbursing her, Fong Ping shook his head and retorted, "I know not. Perhaps you squandered it yourself." "Look again. Fong Ping, address me as brother." "Brother? Indeed, you are but a bully to the younger girls. Mother, why do you not intercede on my behalf?" The siblings engaged in a series of playful disputes, ultimately leading the young girl to yield, her expression a vivid portrayal of discontent. While Fong Ping found the scenario somewhat amusing, he was also beset by a sense of helplessness. Life had taken on a rather somber tone, all for the sake of a meager allowance. This little girl had been subjected to such indignities. Under the skeptical gaze of Fong Yuan, Fong Ping extolled numerous promises of rewards, ultimately persuading her to overlook the fact that her elder brother had just swindled her out of 20 yuan. Had it not been for his own reluctance, Fong Ping believed he could effortlessly deceive her out of her remaining 5 yuan. Having appeased Fong Yuan, he proceeded to the kitchen to greet their mother. As he departed, a thought lingered in his mind. A single coin can indeed thwart even the most valiant of heroes. He had engaged in a brief conversation with his mother and was reminded that, due to his final year of high school, she worked only half days to care for him and Fong Yuan. Her occupation did not require specialized skills, and Yangcity was not a thriving locale after working part-time. His mother earned a meager 800 yuan each month. Over the span of a year, this amounted to scarcely 10,000 yuan. He had planned to discuss the prospect of applying to the Martial Arts Institute, but upon reflecting on their financial predicament, he found himself unable to articulate it. Rubbing his face, Fong Ping murmured, "Indeed, there never seems to be a moment free from financial burdens." Despite the challenge of voicing his concerns, he understood that for the sake of his future, he must do so. After all, registration for the Martial Arts Institute was scheduled for the following Monday. And Fong Ping was no deity. With only 1 day remaining, how could he possibly acquire 10,000 yuan? When his father, Fong Mingrong, returned home, fatigued from his labor, and the family convened for dinner, Fong Ping ultimately summoned the courage to voice his desire. "Father, next week I wish to enroll in the Martial Arts Institute, and the registration fee amounts to 10,000 yuan. Upon the conclusion of his statement, an immediate silence enveloped the room. Fong Mingrong, in his early 40s, did not appear excessively aged, yet his complexion bore a certain pallor. He toiled as a laborer in a ceramic factory on the outskirts of Yangcity, engaged in unskilled work as an ordinary worker. In a city where the average wage for unskilled laborers lingered around 2,000 yuan, Fong Mingrong earned over 3,000 yuan monthly, not due to remarkable proficiency, but rather because of the health hazards posed by prolonged exposure to silica dust, which demanded a higher remuneration, effectively trading his well-being for financial stability. Nevertheless, he had no alternative but to persevere. With 2 children, one in high school and the other in middle school, the expenses for daily necessities were ever pressing. He also needed to save for Fong Ping's university tuition and contemplate the costs associated with Fong Ping's future marriage and home acquisition. The family navigated their lives on a constrained budget. To accumulate 10,000 yuan, After accounting for daily expenditures, the couple would require nearly 6 months of diligent saving. In contemporary society, martial prowess is held in high esteem. Although Fong Mingrong was an unremarkable individual, he comprehended the formidable challenge presented by the Martial Arts Institute. It was as intimidating as ascending to the heavens. In the expansive realm of Yang City, each year witnessed the participation of tens of thousands of students in the college entrance examination. However, those fortunate enough to gain admission to the esteemed Martial Arts Institute could be enumerated on one's fingers. Fong Ping's institution, Yang City No. 1 High School, stood as one of the premier educational establishments within the city. Nonetheless, despite its illustrious reputation, only 5 students from this institution secured a place in the Martial Arts Institute the preceding year, amidst nearly 1,500 students in the senior class spread across more than 20 ordinary classes. In 2007, from those 20-plus ordinary classes, a mere 2 students were granted admission to the Martial Arts Institute. Such news was not unfamiliar to Fong Mingrong, who had participated in several parent-teacher meetings, where even the educators from the first high school ardently advocated their accomplishments. The feat of nurturing 2 martial arts students from an ordinary class is not regarded as a shortcoming, but rather a source of pride for the faculty at the first high school. Is it genuinely worthwhile to invest 10,000 yuan in a transient opportunity? Fong Mingrong hesitated before articulating his thoughts. While Li Weiying appeared to be in a state of inner conflict, Fong Yuan, with her gaze lowered, chose to remain silent, having transitioned into junior high. She possessed a deeper comprehension of these commonplace matters than her brother Fong Ping. Fong Mingrong, cradling his petite wine cup, stole a glance at his son, and after a moment of reflection, nodded and declared, "I shall have your mother provide you with the bank card shortly. Tomorrow. You may withdraw 10,000 yuan on your own." "Dad." Fong Ping bit his lip, yearning to utter words of reassurance to his father. However, Fong Mingrong promptly interjected, "Regardless of whether you attain success or not, it is your willingness to endeavor that holds true significance. Even in the face of failure, you will acquire invaluable experience, which will serve you well when Yuan Yuan embarks on her high school journey, enabling you to guide her. Though our family may not be affluent, this is a matter of great importance for a lifetime." While he harbored scant hope, the prospect of applying for the martial arts program represented a pivotal decision that could shape the course of his life. Had Fong Ping not broached the subject, Fong Mingrong would have remained silent on the matter. However, since his son had brought it to light, the worst possible outcome would be the addition of extra classes. A sum of 10,000 yuan would not devastate the Fong family. With his father's reassurances, Fong Ping refrained from expressing further apprehensions. At that moment, no amount of grandiose proclamations would suffice. Furthermore, he harbored doubts about his ability to pass the examination. Although he had been reborn, he was not a celestial being returned to the mortal realm. The martial arts program, notwithstanding the vagueness surrounding the specific evaluations, undoubtedly required not only physical strength, but much more. In truth, Fong Ping had conducted some preliminary inquiries, uncovering that the prerequisites were even more demanding than he initially perceived. Presently, he felt no confidence in his acceptance into the martial arts program. Yet, even in the event of failure, the prospect of securing a respectable income seemed attainable, and opportunities to embrace the life of a martial artist might still arise. Thus, in contemplating the future, Fong Ping believed that even if he did not ascend to the zenith, he would not find himself, as he currently did, scheming for a mere 20 yuan in pocket money at the expense of his sister. Having navigated the most pressing hurdle, Fong Ping experienced a profound sense of relief. Fong Yuan, the vivacious gem of the household, observed that everyone remained engrossed in the prior discussion and cheerfully redirected the conversation. "Fong Ping, do you truly intend to pursue the martial arts program?" Fong Ping, seizing the moment, smiled and responded, "Indeed. Once I am admitted into the martial arts program and embrace the path of a martial artist, you shall be assured a life of comfort. When the next semester arrives and you return to school, you can proudly declare to your classmates, 'My brother is a martial artist.' I assure you, you will rise to become the esteemed figure of the school and none shall dare to call you Roundy any longer." Fong Yuan exclaimed in frustration. Fang Ping, the little girl, with her cherubic visage, had been dubbed Roundy by mischievous boys shortly after commencing junior high. This moniker had incensed her to the point of contemplating a confrontation with those boys. However, Fong Ping had unwittingly struck a raw nerve. In her indignation, Fong Yuan cast aside any regard for her elder brother's pride, retorting with fervor, "You certainly want to succeed. Investing such a sum would be far better spent on delectable treats. Yuan Yuan, Fong Mingrong and his wife simultaneously cautioned. And Fong Yuan swiftly regained her composure, murmuring with her head bowed, "I was merely suggesting that perhaps I might genuinely receive an acceptance." Fong Ping chuckled softly, playfully pinching Fong Yuan's cheeks, which elicited an exasperated roll of her eyes. Upon the conclusion of dinner, Li Yueying entrusted the family bank card to Fong Ping. She had to return to work the following day, and Fong Ping was no longer a child. He was capable of managing withdrawals independently. In the past, when the family required funds, they occasionally relied on Fong Ping to make such withdrawals. As he accepted the bank card, a wave of nostalgia enveloped him, murmuring, "My parents possess a remarkable trust. They harbor no fear that I might abscond with it all." The card undoubtedly contained more than 10,000 yuan in times past. Fong Ping would have never considered using it. However, now, shaking his head, Fong Ping resolved to cast aside such notions. It would be prudent to communicate any needs directly with his parents. Taking without their knowledge would be equivalent to theft. The night unfolded in profound silence. The following day, April 6th, Fong Ping awoke early, yet his parents had already departed for their respective workplaces. After a brief wash, he discovered a breakfast lovingly prepared by his mother awaiting him on the dining table, an array of small dishes accompanied by a bowl of golden scrambled eggs. Accustomed to hastily snatching a quick meal on his way to work, Fong Ping relished the leisurely rhythm of his breakfast, genuinely savoring the experience. Had he merely been revisiting the past, he would have felt no sense of urgency whatsoever. What significance did the college entrance examination hold, even in its absence? With the wealth of social experience he had amassed over the years, the likelihood of seizing opportunities and ascending to prominence remained exceedingly high. However, the current circumstances were markedly different. Missing the opportunity to sit for the entrance examination at Wakita would cast uncertainty upon future prospects. Moreover, until he attained the status of a martial artist, he would need to navigate even his business endeavors with utmost caution. Fong Ping recognized the significance of prioritization. At this moment, the paramount task was the college entrance examination, particularly the martial arts assessment. All other pursuits must be relegated to the background. Unless he faltered in this examination, he would not entertain alternative avenues. With a clear understanding of his priorities, Fong Ping concluded his breakfast and readied himself to withdraw funds, intending to observe the prevailing societal disparities along the way. Just as he was on the verge of departure, Fong Yuan burst forth, fully attired and brimming with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Fong Ping, I am coming too. What do you need to accompany me for? I care not. I shall go regardless. You must procure for me a delectable treat, given that you have utilized my allowance." Fong Ping chuckled but did not decline. The act of withdrawing money was scarcely a private affair. Accompanying her might even serve to avert certain troubles, as he felt uncertain about the various unfamiliar elements this world may present. As they ventured outside, the hour remained early, and Fong Ping felt no urgency to visit the bank. Strolling alongside Fong Yuan, who was joyfully observing her surroundings with wide-eyed wonder, it was as though she were undergoing a rebirth herself. The thoroughfare beyond their community seemed to remain largely as he remembered, were it not for the gaudy advertisements. Fong Ping would have felt considerably more at ease. Moisturizing skincare, even endorsed by masters. Special step, enabling martial artists to run swifter. An ancestral secret formula. A single packet consumed and a warrior is summoned. The countless illusions invariably pertain to warriors. In reality, throughout the years, amidst Yang City's immense populace of several 100,000, the actual number of warriors residing there scarcely exceeds 20. Warriors are, indeed, quite removed from the everyday lives of the citizens of Yang City. Yet, this does not impede the discourse, the enthusiasm, or the promotional advertisements. After all, no particular individual is singled out. In this contemporary age, those who excel in martial arts are the true luminaries. Naturally, most celebrities are often adept in martial arts. As he surveyed his surroundings, Fong Ping paid no heed to the intrusive advertisements. Along his journey, he acquired several skewers of grilled meat, reputed to be favored even by warriors, for Fong Yuan. At this moment, only a 10 yuan note lingered in his pocket. The little girl remained blissfully unaware that Fong Ping was, in fact, spending her pocket money. After completing a circuit, Fong Ping guided Fong Yuan toward a nearby ATM, inserting the card, entering the password, and withdrawing cash ensued. While inputting the password, Fong Yuan kept a vigilant watch for any potential thieves, anxiously scanning the vicinity to ensure that no one was peering. At that moment, the ATM permitted a maximum withdrawal of 2,000 yuan. As the machine dispensed the first note, Fong Ping momentarily froze upon receiving it. In his daze, he halted his actions. Observing his stillness, Fong Yuan hastily exclaimed, "Fong Ping, is that a counterfeit bill? I recently encountered a news report stating that ATM machines are capable of dispensing counterfeit currency. Yet the banks remain indifferent to this alarming issue." The young girl became increasingly flustered, her words tumbling out in a rapid stream, and eventually, her frustration peaked as she exclaimed, "We must exchange this. Let us locate a bank representative." In that moment, however, Fong Ping found himself less concerned with her utterances. With a furrowed brow, he pondered for a brief interval before resuming his operation of the machine, initiating the withdrawal of an additional sum. Shortly thereafter, another 2,000 yuan emerged from the machine. Fong Ping seized the money with a sense of urgency, yet he lingered in silence, motionless for an extended period. Beside him, Fong Yuan, bewildered, inquired, "Fong Ping, have you lost your senses? Is it counterfeit or not? Please speak." She pressed on, "Fong Ping, what are you doing? Did you drop the money?" The incessant babble of the little girl drew Fong Ping's attention, prompting him to turn and hand her the bills, saying, "You hold this." Fong Yuan's cherubic face wore an expression of bewilderment, yet she accepted the money and gazed at Fong Ping. He inquired, "What does it feel like?" Fong Yuan responded, "Can we forego the martial arts examination and simply indulge in some delectable food?" Fong Ping erupted into laughter, quickly retorting, "So, in essence, you feel nothing?" At that moment, an urge to retaliate surged within Fong Yuan. Her wide eyes narrowed in irritation as she shot back. "You're picking on me again." "No, I genuinely am not this time," he assured her. The mirth that danced across Fong Ping's face was unmistakable as he added, "I was merely jesting." "Very well, I shall continue to withdraw the money. And once we are finished, we shall return home." Following that, Fong Yuan observed his elder brother with a sense of bewilderment as he resumed his cash withdrawals. The reason one might consider him somewhat imprudent lies in Fong Ping's rather ostentatious approach to extracting money. One moment he would withdraw 100 yuan, the next 200 yuan, with no two transactions resembling one another. Throughout the course of his withdrawals, he executed more than 10 distinct transactions to ultimately acquire 10,000 yuan. Yet, this was not the culmination. Upon reaching his desired amount, he noticed a residual balance in his account and continued to withdraw additional funds. Just as Fong Yuan surmised, he was indulging in personal avarice. An astonishing spectacle unfolded before his eyes. Fong Ping engaged in a perplexing ritual of withdrawing and depositing funds. A repetitive cycle that left Fong Yuan in a state of utter confusion. It was not only Fong Yuan who was taken aback, others who stood in line behind them, eager to utilize the ATM, shared in the astonishment. Fong Ping had commandeered the machine for nearly half an hour, showing no signs of ceasing his peculiar behavior. Eventually, a voice from the crowd could no longer suppress their irritation and called out, "Young man, this has gone on long enough. Withdrawing 1,000,000 and depositing 1,000,000. Surely this is excessive." Fong Yuan, still in the bloom of youth and beset by a twinge of guilt, felt his cheeks flush as he grasped Fong Ping's arm. Meanwhile, Fong Ping, on the verge of completing his experiment, calmly deposited the surplus funds and withdrew his card. Stepping away from the machine, once beyond the reach of the ATM, a radiant smile graced Fong Ping's face as he laughed heartily to himself. A chill coursed through Fong Yuan. Could it be that Fong Ping was under some spell? Fong Ping. He. Please, do not terrify me. He. Alas. Fong Ping, what in the world is amiss with you? He. Ahem, it is nothing. Let us return home. Observing Fong Yuan teetering on the brink of tears due to his playful antics, Fong Ping cleared his throat, stifling the urge to chuckle, as he took the young girl by the hand and guided her home. Upon reaching Jinghu Garden, room 101 of Building 6, Fong Ping retreated into his personal sanctuary. Fong Yuan knocked insistently at the door, yet Fong Ping remained resolute in denying her entry, which only served to further inflame her irritation, leading her to contemplate the possibility of forcefully breaching the door. At that moment, Fong Ping was far too absorbed in his thoughts to pay heed to Fong Yuan's vexation. Had he not been bewildered by certain facets during the withdrawal process, he would have sought a suitable space to explore his newfound insights. Within the confines of his modest room, the 10,000 yuan he had just retrieved lay to his left, while a solitary 10 yuan note, emblematic of his entire fortune, rested to his right. Fong Ping's countenance had returned to its usual calm, though a flicker of perplexity still danced upon his features. At the instant he withdrew money from the ATM, he had clutched 2,000 yuan when, without warning, his vision blurred, reminiscent of the phenomenon of floaters, and several lines of lucid text materialized before his eyes. The cause of Fong Ping's brief astonishment lay precisely in this. In contrast to the vague nature of floaters, what materialized before him were several lines of unmistakably clear and succinct text. He vividly remembered the 3 lines that stated, "Wealth, 2,000 vitality, 1 spirit, 1." These were uncomplicated phrases, readily understandable, and Fong Ping's initial instinct was to link them to a system, although not entirely unacquainted with such notions, having never personally experienced them. Yet having observed their unfolding, he was astounded by how primitive the information before him seemed. In these few lines, there existed no elucidations or clarifications. Is it indeed the case that in this modern era, systems no longer furnish manuals? Or is it simply a poorly crafted object produced on an assembly line? Moreover, its sudden emergence took Fong Ping completely by surprise. Had this phenomenon manifested at the moment he awoke in the classroom yesterday, Fong Ping might have embraced it without hesitation. Yet, after a day had elapsed, how could it materialize so unexpectedly? As he recalled the figure of 2,000, he began to construct a semblance of understanding. To determine whether this number was associated with affluence, he undertook a series of experiments. As he had anticipated, each time he withdrew funds, the wealth value in his perception indeed escalated continuously. At this juncture, Fong Ping comprehended the essence of wealth. However, after numerous trials, certain elements continued to baffle him. For instance, he had possessed 28 yuan yesterday, yet now only 10 remained. Why had this occurrence not transpired previously? After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that the remaining 10 yuan he held had not been factored into his wealth. In more straightforward terms, he was simply too impoverished. The system he envisioned appeared to cater exclusively to the affluent. It likely disregarded amounts beneath 100 yuan, whereas an individual reborn with assets surpassing this threshold would have noticed its presence yesterday. However, Fong Ping found himself in dire financial straits. Had it not been for the necessity of withdrawing funds for his military academy application, the prospect of his parents providing him with a lump sum of 100 yuan was exceedingly slim. It was highly probable that he would remain unaware of this system for an extended period. Just the day before, he had mourned the cruel hand fate had dealt him, leaving this reincarnated soul in such a wretched condition. Now, it appeared he had unjustly cast blame upon destiny. The true essence of the matter lay in his poverty. Indeed, poverty is the original sin. Upon this realization, Fong Ping experienced a profound sense of lamentation. In this era, even the heavens seemed to scorn the destitute. Had they ever pondered his plight? Should he find himself eternally incapable of accumulating 100 yuan, would that not render the system completely ineffectual? Undoubtedly. The probability of such an occurrence is minimal. This was merely the initial point of bewilderment. The second emerged when Fong Ping made a monetary withdrawal and observed additional inconsistencies. Upon his wealth reaching the value of 10,000, he withdrew a modest amount. However, his wealth remained unchanged. After countless attempts, the wealth value steadfastly remained at 10,000, exhibiting no signs of fluctuation. With only a few lines of text and no sudden voice to clarify his thoughts, coupled with the absence of a manual, Fong Ping was compelled to draw his own inferences. According to his understanding, the 10,000 yuan he withdrew today for his application should be regarded as his own. In contrast, any subsequent withdrawals would pertain to his parents' funds. It appeared probable that the wealth value primarily monitored his personal assets. Otherwise, he contemplated, if merely touching cash could contribute to one's wealth, he might as well seek employment at a bank in a role involving cash management. Even without stepping foot in a bank, numerous industries engage with currency in society, some of which possess relatively lenient entry requirements. He could undoubtedly augment his wealth through such professions, although he remains somewhat apprehensive regarding the implications of this increase in affluence. Nevertheless, this uncertainty does not perturb him. Fong Ping recognizes that it is, without a doubt, a favorable advancement. Wealth, he reflected, serves as a measure of one's assets. Though the intelligence underpinning it appears somewhat sophisticated, it does not entirely correspond with this rudimentary system. Yet, I shall accept it with reluctance. Fong Ping furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. Is it merely cash, or does it also include items of equal value? For example, consider gold and jewelry. In times of financial scarcity, cash flow appears manageable. However, as wealth accumulates, one cannot depend solely on liquid assets. Furthermore, must one engage physically with each increment of wealth? In contemporary society, we have stocks and cryptocurrencies, intangible assets that elude physical grasp. Unfortunately, due to the shackles of poverty, he finds himself unable to make definitive judgments at this moment. Were he to possess personal gold or jewelry or valuable stocks, he could embark on an experiment. Alas, such conditions must await a more propitious moment for exploration. Indeed, poverty stifles my imagination. With a tinge of regret, Fang Ping does not rush to validate these musings. It is merely a question of time. Beyond the uncertainties he has already pondered, he reflects on another vital consideration. Do wealth assessments encompass net assets, or do they also account for liabilities? While this concept may seem somewhat discordant, it holds considerable importance for the actions he might pursue in the future. This sum of 10,000 yuan, graciously bestowed by his parents, may be regarded as a gift, one that is not subject to reclamation. However, as it was not acquired through his own endeavors, should he find himself in need of borrowing money, would it truly be considered his own? Furthermore, after utilizing this 10,000 yuan to settle the registration fee, will his financial standing inevitably wane? It is a given that money must be expended. If such expenditures result in a diminishment of wealth, then to accumulate significant fortune, Fang Ping would be condemned to a life of parsimony. Constrained by his circumstances, Fang Ping is unable to arrive at definitive conclusions. These inquiries must be postponed for the time being. His primary focus remains on the cultivation of vitality and spirit. In truth, he has begun to discern certain insights. The concepts of vitality and spirit have emerged prominently during his online explorations yesterday. Although the number of contemporary martial artists is not overwhelmingly large, it remains significant. In this current age of information, knowledge flows freely. Even the general populace possesses a basic understanding that vitality and spirit constitute the very foundation of a martial artist's skill. Lower-tier martial artists often underestimate the importance of spirit, while online discussions indicate that high-ranking martial artists, especially those at the master level, distinguish themselves chiefly through their mental resilience. Nonetheless, this distinction seems somewhat remote to Fang Ping. For lower-tier martial artists, the focus remains steadfastly on vitality. With ample vitality, all afflictions are banished. Even in his previous existence, the concept of vitality was frequently referenced in traditional Chinese medicine, which emphasizes the cultivation of this fundamental essence. Individuals endowed with an abundance of vital energy and blood display a markedly superior state of health in comparison to their counterparts. Substantial nourishing substances predominantly function to replenish this vital energy and blood. For martial artists, or those who aspire to attain such a status, possessing ample vital energy is not an absolute prerequisite for martial prowess. However, it remains essential for any martial artist to possess sufficient vital energy. Martial practice is not synonymous with meditation and stands in stark contrast to Taoist traditions. A martial artist is, in essence, an ordinary individual who has pushed their physical limits to the extreme, thereby transcending the boundaries of an average human being. The foundation of robust physicality is anchored in the support of abundant vital energy, which empowers the body to endure exertion. In other words, enhancing my vital energy can facilitate my journey toward becoming a martial artist. Once I attain that, I will find it easier to adapt to subsequent training, progressively advancing. Fang Ping pondered to himself, engaging in introspection. Given that wealth points have emerged and both vital energy and mental acuity have been quantified, does this suggest the potential for converting wealth points? And what might the conversion ratio entail? He had never contemplated a direct exchange. Presently, both his vital energy and mental acuity were at a mere 1. If such a conversion were indeed feasible, would it not imply that with just a single unit of currency, he could enhance his vital energy to twice that of an average individual? Fang Ping found it implausible that the process could be so effortless. How, then, does one effectuate this conversion? Fang Ping lamented, at the very least, provide a manual. Deciphering this on my own is exceedingly burdensome. In that moment, he could distinctly perceive numerous lines of numbers within his field of vision. After examining the figures for a while, Fang Ping tentatively inquired, "System, could you possibly augment my vital energy?" No response followed. "Dear system, may I exchange wealth points for vital energy?" Silence endured. "Oh, mighty one, are you alive? A word, if you please." Yet, still no reply. Open sesame. Nothing. Little bunny. Behave. No alteration. 3 pure ones above? Namo Amitba. God bless. Curse it. After countless attempts, the trio of numerical sequences remained obstinately unchanged. Plunging Fang Ping into a state of despair, it appeared utterly disconnected from this matter. As he contemplated further, he concentrated intently on the digits, yearning to unearth any neglected plus signs. Alas, none materialized. This left Fang Ping in a state of bewilderment. He was at a loss regarding how to navigate this enigmatic system. Could it be malfunctioning? Internally grumbling. He lamented that it would have been far preferable for the system to furnish clear guidance. Now, he found himself ensnared in a perplexing limbo. Enhance my vital energy, or I swear I'll make you regret it. Fong Ping glared at the diminutive lines of text, uttering a casual yet ominous threat. To his astonishment, the instant the words slipped from his lips, the numbers before him transformed dramatically. Wealth, 0 vital energy, 1. 1 mental acuity, 1. My goodness! Fong Ping was instantly taken aback. Was this an aspect of the system? Did it necessitate threats to operate? As he stood there, utterly astonished, a subtle discomfort coursed through his body. Yet, this unease quickly evaporated. Fong Ping took a deep breath, suddenly experiencing a profound wave of relief enveloping him. To articulate the sensation, it resembled an asthmatic individual unexpectedly liberated from their struggle, or an anemic soul rediscovering their vigor. Speak a tad louder. It seems as though the very gravity of the earth has lessened ever so slightly, despite the ephemeral quality of such a feeling. Ah, pure bliss. Merely an increment of 0. 1 in vitality, yet for Fong Ping, it felt more rewarding than a magnificent sword. However, this pleasurable sensation, reminiscent of the fruits of one's labor, was ephemeral and soon dissipated. Despite its fleeting nature, Fong Ping could still faintly perceive an enhancement in his health relative to his previous state. No one knows oneself better than he, thus, a sudden alteration in his physique was something he would undoubtedly notice. Yet, upon observing his wealth plummet to nil, his brows knitted in immediate concern. He comprehended that the conversion ratio must be considerable, yet a steep 100,000 to 1 seemed excessively severe. With 10,000 in riches, he attained a mere 0. 1 increase in vitality, he had not ascended to superhuman status, merely becoming slightly more resilient than the average individual. How much wealth, then, would be requisite to attain the vitality standards befitting a martial artist? With this contemplation, Fong Ping abruptly cast his gaze upon his desk. Finding solace in the sight of the crimson bills still in place, he exhaled with relief, grateful that the most dire outcome had not materialized. Had his wealth dissipated alongside the currency, explaining the situation to his parents would have been an arduous task. As he grasped the money before him, Fong Ping once again succumbed to introspection. It was abundantly clear that he must toil diligently to amass wealth. For the most straightforward pathway to gaining admission into the martial arts academy and becoming a martial artist lay in the conversion of riches into vitality. Furthermore, aside from this, the pursuit of enrollment in the martial arts academy and the aspiration to become a formidable martial artist would necessitate a plethora of resources, demanding a considerable financial commitment. In essence, everything was contingent upon monetary means. Indeed, the destitute are deprived of the right to grow stronger, which drives me to devise innovative strategies to accumulate wealth. Consumed by thoughts of affluence, Fong Ping soon found himself confronted by the unforgiving nature of reality. Upon stepping beyond his threshold, he discovered Fong Yuan awaiting his arrival. The instant she caught sight of Fong Ping, she lamented, "I am famished." "Then let us dine," Fong Ping responded, as though it were the most self-evident course of action. Fong Yuan sulked, her frustration palpable, "Yet we are devoid of funds, and our pantry is bare. The 50 yuan our mother bestowed upon us recently was intended to sustain our lunches over the past 3 days. Now that the money rests with you, where shall we partake in a meal? Does dining necessitate currency?" Fong Ping appeared astonished, his tone arid. "You did not mention this in the morning." When he had treated her to skewers, she had savored them with such delight. Had he not been hesitant, the remaining 10 yuan would have been entirely depleted by her. It was only now that Fong Ping comprehended that this also encompassed today's lunch funds. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he possessed merely 10 yuan. And for some inexplicable reason, she was disinclined to utilize her own 5 yuan. Did she intend to consume all that he had? As anticipated, Fong Yuan stated with unwavering certainty, "Naturally, meals require financial resources. Since you have taken all the money, I need not concern myself with sustenance. Fong Ping, I am famished. It is nearly 1 o'clock, and I must eat." "Ha! Fong Ping, I am so famished that I can barely walk," Fong Yuan lamented, tenderly rubbing her small belly, persistently adopting the role of the aggrieved. Fong Ping found himself enveloped in a blend of amusement and irritation as he affectionately pinched her plump cheek, exclaiming with an air of resignation, "Let us dine. I had believed I had thoroughly depleted your allowance, yet it appears it was solely for sustenance. I had let this slip from my mind. While you recall it with such clarity, is it truly just for you to conspire against your brother in this manner? All prior agreements are now rendered void." "Absolutely not." Fong Yuan swiftly shook her head, her expression laden with reluctance. After a brief pause, she hesitantly produced a 5 yuan note from her pocket, proclaiming with hesitation, "Here. You promised to treat me to delectable meals, stylish attire, and even a computer. Surely all of that counts." Beneath their playful exchanges, a profound bond existed between Fang Yuan and her brother, since Fang Ping had vowed to indulge her with delightful feasts and appealing garments in the future. She clung to the hope that he would indeed honor those pledges upon his graduation from university. With an eye towards the horizon, Fang Yuan resolved to contribute her entire savings, particularly since she had already savored 5 yuan worth of grilled skewers from her brother that very morning. The young girl had meticulously calculated her finances, leaving Fang Ping both amused and somewhat resigned. Lacking any funds himself, he felt a twinge of insecurity. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in such a dispute over a mere handful of coins. After their meal, Fang Ping found himself utterly penniless. Had he not needed to allocate that 10,000 yuan for tuition, he could have considered himself rather affluent. Fortunately, the siblings had managed to enjoy a modest meal for a mere 10 yuan, just sufficient for their needs. Fang Ping could not bring himself to touch Fang Yuan's 5 yuan, recognizing that as a middle school student, she deserved to retain some pocket money. With no resources available, neither sibling felt inclined to venture out in the afternoon. To speak candidly, had Fang Ping not carried that 10,000 yuan with him, he would have been unable to use even a pay toilet in an urgent situation. Fang Yuan still had homework to attend to. Cognizant of her brother's financial predicament, she refrained from further teasing him and dutifully retreated to her room to study. Meanwhile, Fang Ping withdrew to his own quarters to formulate plans for the future. In his mind, two pressing matters loomed large. Firstly, preparation for the martial arts examination, and secondly, the pursuit of financial gain. Enhancing their family's financial circumstances was a secondary consideration. He did not feel an urgent need to hasten that process. The immediate concern was that without funds, his prospects of enrolling in a martial arts academy were bleak. Although he possessed a somewhat unreliable system, Fang Ping believed that even without attending a martial arts university, he could still aspire to be a martial artist in the future. Yet, he pondered, was the essence of being a martial artist merely about possessing robust vitality? What are the techniques? How might he condition his physique and surpass his boundaries? He possessed no understanding of these matters, and in the absence of expert guidance, who could determine when he would attain such knowledge? Clearly, the college entrance examination represented the most expedient pathway. Thus, he came to the realization that he needed to devise a plan. Later, around 3 p.m., their mother, Li Yueying, returned home, bringing with her the ingredients for dinner. Although she claimed to have worked for half a day, her hours had nearly reached 8, far from the effortless job others might envision. Fang Ping handed over his bank card, revealing the 10,000 yuan, and Li Yueying did not take it back, instructing him to utilize it for registration the following day. Aware that her son and daughter were both short on funds, she also bestowed upon Fang Ping an additional 50 yuan for meals. Concerned that her daughter might be influenced by her brother once more, Li Yueying separately gifted Fang Yuan 20 yuan, which elicited a radiant smile from the little girl. Fang Ping yearned to convey to his mother that it was not he who had deceived that astute girl. She was far too clever and had outwitted him. April 7th. Monday. In contrast to the confusion of the previous day, Fang Ping returned to school today with a more composed demeanor. His desk mate, Chen Fan, had arrived even earlier than Fang Ping. By the time Fang Ping entered the classroom, Chen Fan had already completed half of his examination paper. It remained unclear whether he had come early to tackle it or had prepared in advance. Chen Fan, not applying to the martial arts academy, naturally concentrated his efforts on the liberal arts. If he could not secure a position in the martial arts academy, gaining admission to a prestigious liberal arts university would still afford him greater advantages than those graduating from ordinary institutions. Noticing Fang Ping's arrival, Chen Fan set down his pen and looked up, inquiring, "Fang Ping, have you completed the math paper that the teacher distributed the other day? Let us juxtapose our responses." Fang Ping chuckled awkwardly, uncertain whether he had accomplished it successfully. The assignment had been given 2 days prior, and he had barely laid a hand on his backpack since. Who could ascertain if he had even made an attempt? Observing Fang Ping's demeanor, Chen Fan furrowed his brow. The college entrance examination loomed near. Although classes had ceased and the primary focus was on review, it would be prudent to tackle additional problems, as they might well appear on the exam. "Indeed, you're entirely correct, Xiao Fan. I've been feeling somewhat disoriented these past few days, but I shall attend to it shortly." Chen Fan sighed in exasperation, not merely due to Fang Ping's familiar moniker for him, which was hardly novel. He sensed that Fang Ping exhibited a certain resignation to mediocrity. In this society, while martial artists held an elevated status over mere mortals, a clear stratification persisted among the latter, the affluent and the impoverished. Those wielding a modicum of influence versus those in servitude, individuals engaged in large enterprises contrasted sharply with those laboring in factories. These disparities yielded vastly different life experiences. No. One high school stood as the preeminent institution in Yang City. Fang Ping's academic performance in Class 4 of his senior year was neither remarkable nor abysmal. With a modicum of effort, he still harbored aspirations of gaining admission to a prestigious university, should fortune smile upon him. After the most exceptional students secured places in the Martial Arts Academy, even attaining a spot in a renowned institution might not be beyond his reach. However, should he choose to forsake his studies at this juncture, he would find it exceedingly difficult to gain admission to a key university, let alone a prestigious one. Having shared a desk for 2 years, Chen Fan was acutely aware of Fang Ping's familial circumstances, which mirrored his own quite closely. In fact, Fang Ping's situation was somewhat more precarious, burdened by the financial responsibility of raising 2 children. Wishing to offer further counsel, Chen Fan hesitated, ultimately opting against it. After all, Fang Ping had merely experienced a fleeting bout of lethargy in recent days. As their conversation unfolded, the future bearded giant, Yang Jian, turned around, his face aglow with excitement, and inquired, "Fang Ping, Chen Fan, have you seen the news?" Fang Ping cast a disdainful glance. What concern did a robust individual like himself have with idle chatter? Chen Fan, too, found little allure in the discourse, deeming it far more advantageous to tackle pressing issues rather than squander time on trivialities. Unfazed by their disinterest, Yang Jian pressed on with fervor, proclaiming that rumors abound online regarding the imminent duel between Master Ma and Tai Mu, slated for the end of this month. Furthermore, the venue for this much-anticipated confrontation has been disclosed to be right here in our native land. A multitude of journalists is hastening to the scene. Perchance we shall be graced with some videos in due course. Yang Jian spoke with fervor. A duel between 8th-grade masters is an exceedingly rare phenomenon. Even on a global scale, in times past, there may have been similar occurrences, yet the participants were perhaps too youthful to retain vivid recollections. Alternatively, the competitors might have engaged in secretive confrontations, leaving witnesses only privy to the outcomes, bereft of any understanding of the processes involved. However, this time, the circumstances are distinctly different, likely owing to the rapid evolution of the internet, which enables the swift transmission of information. Everyone received advance notice, and through the digital realm. They may even witness the events via live streaming. After indulging in a brief exchange of gossip regarding Xiao Ma's duel, Yang Jian deftly steered the conversation back to himself. The registration for the Martial Arts Academy commences today. My father insists that we must apply, regardless of the cost. Our family, the Yangs, has placed all its hopes on me to secure admission and ascend as a martial artist. Alas, the pressure is profound. What if I do not succeed? Fang Ping chuckled in response. Are you merely boasting, or is this a form of self-aggrandizement? Yang Jian, with a sincere smile, swiftly shook his head. I am not boasting. The burden is indeed formidable. You are all aware of my circumstances. The martial arts entrance examination comprises 5 challenges, and merely passing 3 would be commendable. The remaining ones appear to be insuperable. The 5 challenges of the martial arts entrance examination. Initially, Fang Ping found Yang Jian's topic rather mundane. However, at that moment, his eyes shimmered with curiosity. Chapter 8. A Heart in Agony. Although Fang Ping had visited an internet CF 2 days earlier to gather some information, time was of the essence. The primary limitation was, of course, the expense of internet access. Certain aspects remained nebulous to him, particularly regarding the martial arts examination, as online resources were, at best, ambiguous. Lacking a smartphone or a personal computer, Fang Ping encountered considerable difficulty in acquiring knowledge on certain matters without frequenting the CAF. Some inquiries seemed too trivial to pose, as many deemed them common knowledge. It appears I ought to invest in a computer, Fang Ping contemplated, inadvertently neglecting the reality that computers also necessitate a financial outlay. Nonetheless, despite his own uncertainties, Yang Jian, ardently preparing for the Martial Arts Academy, undoubtedly possessed the requisite insights. Once Yang Jian concluded his discourse, Fang Ping nonchalantly remarked, I recall that last year's martial arts entrance examination was not particularly daunting. With your qualifications, could it be that you are unable to surmount 4 hurdles? Or have the policies changed this year? His words were intentionally ambiguous, as it was customary for the examination policies to undergo slight alterations each year. And Fang Ping remained undisturbed by the prospect of Yang Jian overanalyzing his statement. He also sought to commend the young man, hoping to elicit further information. Indeed, Yang Jian did not take Fang Ping's apparent ignorance to heart. His smile broadened even more. It was a rare occasion for Fang Ping to engage in discourse about the martial arts academy, and Yang Jian was keen to elaborate. Unlike Chen Fan, who displayed no interest, Yang Jian had little incentive to speak if Fang Ping were not present. Observing Fang Ping's newfound enthusiasm, Yang Jian beamed and remarked, "You are overestimating me. Honestly, when has the martial arts examination ever been easy? However, there have been some policy changes this year. I am not entirely certain of the specifics as of yet, but when Senior Wang arrives the day after tomorrow, he is likely to provide some insights. I have conducted some research and even consulted a teacher. There are indeed notable differences compared to last year." Observing that Yang Jian had ceased his elaboration, Fang Ping recognized that the forthcoming revelation was intended to arouse curiosity, and he chose not to press further. Among these youthful individuals, Yang Jian's garrulous disposition indicated that if he had initiated the dialogue, he would not remain silent for long. As anticipated, when Fang Ping refrained from further encouragement, Yang Jian, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, persisted. "Let us discuss the first hurdle, the political examination." Fang Ping's brow twitched slightly as he listened to Yang Jian expound. In the past, the political examination necessitated a scrutiny of the criminal records of direct relatives spanning 3 generations. This year, however, the criteria have been relaxed to encompass only 2 generations of blood relatives, specifically parents and siblings. Nevertheless, this matter holds little significance for us, unless our grandparents possess any criminal history. The initial threshold for martial arts aspirants is the political examination. This expectation is entirely reasonable, as martial artists are not mere mortals. Their capacity for destruction far surpasses that of the average individual. The government allocates considerable resources each year to the martial arts program within universities. This substantial investment is intended to nurture martial artists, not to facilitate their engagement in illicit activities. While there is no requirement that the offspring of wrongdoers must also follow suit, in circumstances where selections are contingent, it is undoubtedly preferable to adopt a more rigorous approach, irrespective of personal sentiments. Although the political examination has indeed been relaxed, this does not confer any advantage upon us. Rather, it presents a disadvantage, as the pool of candidates has marginally increased. However, modifications in the subsequent challenge afford us a distinct advantage, Yang Jian proclaimed with fervor. The second challenge pertains to the physical examination for martial arts. The pivotal alteration lies not in the examination components, but rather in the age limit. Previously, the upper threshold was set at 22 years. However, this year, the policy has amended it to 20 years. I eagerly anticipate witnessing how those indolent individuals manage to repeat a year now. It will undoubtedly exasperate them. It is not invariably the case that younger martial artists excel. Indeed, a youthful individual may possess underdeveloped bones and an immature psyche. Commencing martial training at an overly tender age can result in physical detriment. Furthermore, certain minors, endowed with exceptional strength, may engage in inappropriate conduct. This constitutes one of the primary motivations for the establishment of martial arts programs at the university level. Following years of ideological education, students typically attain a degree of maturity by the time they enter university. Alongside their physical development, practicing martial arts during this stage becomes markedly more effective, thereby diminishing the probability of ensuing complications among martial artists. In previous years, it was not uncommon for students who did not succeed in their examinations to choose to repeat a year. By drawing lessons from their initial endeavors, they would gain insights into their shortcomings and could address them accordingly. Each year, a segment of martial arts students comprises repeaters. The former age limit of 22 years permitted some individuals to repeat for several years. However, with this year's abrupt reduction to 20 years, it is likely that the aspirations of many repeaters have been abruptly thwarted. After all, high school seniors typically range in age from 18 to 20. Those who opt to repeat a year may easily surpass the age limit. Fang Ping, nonetheless, harbored no concerns, as he was merely 18 years old. He could afford to repeat for 2 more years if necessary. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ping inquired, "Have the repeaters expressed any reactions?" Yang Jian chuckled. "Indeed. There was quite a commotion a few days ago. Yet, what advantage does it confer? They have no one to blame but themselves for their initial failures. Being over 20, Even if they succeed, they will merely become a burden. Protests will yield no results, as the majority of martial arts candidates are recent graduates, all eager for these individuals to be disqualified. There are no such limitations in the realm of liberal arts, allowing them to pursue that avenue still. Fang Ping, possessing a clear understanding, deftly shifted the topic, asking, is there a considerable disparity between the physical examinations for martial arts and those for liberal arts? Yang Jian scratched his head, unable to suppress a glance in his direction. At that moment, Chen Fan, who had hitherto remained silent, interjected with evident exasperation. Is that even a question? Certainly, there exists a significant difference. Fang Ping, are you still alert? I have encountered considerable discourse regarding the physical examination for martial arts. Do you perceive the enrollment fee of 10,000 yuan as merely a formality? The martial arts examination demands comprehensive evaluations, encompassing assessments for any skeletal injuries or deformities. Individuals afflicted with impaired vision, skeletal injuries, or prominent external scars shall not be admitted. Furthermore, the paramount consideration lies in the assessment of one's vitality. Should one's energy and blood be inadequate, resulting in a weakened constitution, no matter how advantageous the other circumstances may appear, it is rendered futile. Certain individuals are inherently delicate and beyond remedy, thus eternally excluded from the realm of martial artistry. Typically, individuals hailing from families with inadequate nutrition fail to meet the standards of vitality. Consequently, the acceptance rates in larger cities are notably higher than in their smaller counterparts. Smaller cities, in turn, surpass rural towns. For the poorer the area, the fewer martial artists it breeds. Ultimately, even if one does not significantly differ from others, there are annual quotas for the martial arts examination, necessitating the selection of the most exceptional candidates. Fang Ping nodded, contemplating that he should not encounter substantial difficulties, particularly as his vitality had recently surged considerably, likely rendering him stronger than the average individual. Had it been the former Fang Ping, he would have been plagued by uncertainty, as everyone appeared merely ordinary, devoid of any distinguishing attributes. However, the adequacy of a vitality score of 1 remained questionable. It seemed wise to enhance it further prior to the examination. Furthermore, Fang Ping felt a twinge of curiosity. For Chen Fan's tone hinted at the existence of specialized examinations for vitality in contemporary times. In Fang Ping's recollection, the notion of vitality was an idea deeply rooted in traditional Chinese medicine. Absent specialized machinery for testing, assessments could only be conducted through the 4 diagnostic methods of traditional medicine, ultimately yielding a conclusion. Given the magnitude of the college entrance examinations, the likelihood of relying on traditional diagnoses appeared slim. It seemed far more plausible that a comprehensive system had been established, replete with specialized medical equipment. While Fang Ping was engrossed in thought, Yang Jian interjected, aside from these 2 points, other changes are not particularly significant. Once the political review and the physical examination are successfully navigated, a certain number of candidates will be eliminated, leaving the remaining individuals to confront the third hurdle of practical assessments. Then arise the 2 formidable challenges of cultural subjects and specialized examinations. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Ping recalled having encountered a discussion about cultural subjects online just the other day. At that moment, he had not given it much thought. Yet now, he could not help but exclaim, is there truly nothing to concern oneself with regarding cultural subjects? Do you possess no confidence? In Fang Ping's assessment, this resembled the artistic examinations of his former existence. Provided that all other criteria were satisfied, passing the cultural subjects should merely be a formality. With a modicum of effort, 90% of candidates should encounter no difficulties. However, upon his utterance, Yang Jian offered a sardonic smile and responded, Fang Ping, if you have the opportunity, I find myself in a more precarious predicament. Last year, the minimum admission score for the martial arts track was 10 points higher than that for the esteemed liberal arts track. With my current grades, I truly cannot assure that I will meet the threshold. Martial artists must possess both martial prowess and intellectual acumen. It transcends mere brute strength. It is entirely justifiable for their scores to surpass those of the liberal arts track. Otherwise, martial artists would be nothing more than savages, unworthy of ascending to higher echelons. This assertion was made by Chen Fan, delivered in a composed and straightforward manner. A true warrior embodies both martial prowess and scholarly wisdom. Warriors are revered as the pinnacle of society. Can a mere brute truly govern a nation or oversee a corporation with efficacy? Fairy tales are nothing but mere fabrications. On television, an illiterate individual fortuitously encounters a manual and metamorphoses into a master. What absurdity! While a brute may attain modest success in martial arts, they shall never ascend to the zenith. If you are presented with a manual yet cannot even discern the characters, how can you aspire to master martial arts? Even if you possess the ability to read, should you fail to comprehend the meanings, what purpose does it serve to embark on the path of martial training? Absent a profound understanding of the principles underlying the techniques, it is highly likely that even a college graduate from a previous existence would find some intricate methods utterly incomprehensible, akin to unraveling an ancient manuscript. Therefore, a warrior must be well acquainted with a vast array of knowledge. For example, an understanding of medicine and human anatomy, encompassing detailed charts of the human skeleton and the intricate pathways of meridians, is essential. This remains accurate for high school seniors. Upon their transition to university, students pursuing martial disciplines will experience a notable expansion of subjects that extend beyond the realm of liberal arts, fields such as mineralogy and nutrition. The specialized examinations to which Yang Jian alluded indeed evaluate this diverse corpus of knowledge. In the pursuit of harmonizing cultural studies with physical training, one must also assimilate this wisdom. It can be asserted that all who gain entry into the realm of martial studies are, without exception, true prodigies. Their academic achievements must exceed the benchmarks set by prestigious liberal arts programs, their physical prowess must be remarkable, and they must possess knowledge in realms often overlooked by conventional cultural curricula. Upon learning of the 5 formidable challenges inherent in martial studies, Fang Ping was engulfed by a profound sense of weariness. Concerning the initial 3 challenges, he felt a degree of confidence in navigating them, as there existed methods to surmount these obstacles. However, this was an evaluation for martial studies. It was clearly articulated that physical fitness would be scrutinized. Yet cultural studies were also mandated, necessitating a performance that surpassed the essential threshold. As if this were not sufficiently daunting, Fang Ping had perused the textbooks, which bore a striking resemblance to those from his previous existence. The history textbooks, however, encompassed certain supplementary aspects of martial arts. Yet, what of the specialized examinations? Fang Ping had never dared to explore this domain of knowledge. With the impending college entrance examination casting a shadow, could he genuinely navigate the delicate balance of all his responsibilities? Heaven assist him. Fang Ping was beset by a profound sense of grievance. Perhaps he ought to surrender to a life of obscurity? Regardless of the profundity of his grievances, life must inevitably proceed. And Fang Ping could only resign himself to the circumstances. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the gray-haired homeroom teacher entered the classroom. Once silence enveloped the room, the teacher promptly addressed the students. Those who wish to register for the martial studies examination are requested to visit my office shortly to remit the registration fee and complete the application form. The Academic Affairs Office will facilitate the collective registration. As he spoke, the homeroom teacher primarily directed his attention towards the students preparing to enroll. In truth, the martial studies examination is not devoid of certain indicators. As the homeroom teacher, he possessed a general awareness of which students were inclined to register. Exceptional academic performance, robust health, and a favorable family background are pivotal criteria. Having navigated several layers of selection, he was acutely aware of who among the senior class would likely apply. Yang City, situated inland, is officially designated as Yang City, yet it essentially functions as a county-level city. In comparison to other county towns, Yang City boasts a relatively superior economy, albeit within limited parameters. This is not a coastal county-level city. Indeed, some coastal county-level cities are significantly more developed than their inland prefecture-level counterparts. In Yanqing, it is not uncommon to encounter individuals who do not take 10,000 yuan lightly. Consequently, the mere registration fee has dissuaded many from pursuing their ambitions. Having articulated these reflections, the homeroom teacher exited the classroom. The students preparing to register soon rose from their seats, making their way to the office. Yang Jian, seated in front of Fang Ping, also stood up. Beside him, Zhang Hao, who had recently revealed that Xiao Ma Gu had achieved the 8th rank, rose as well. Just as they were about to advance, Fang Ping leisurely stood up. His deskmate, Chen Fan, appeared momentarily taken aback and turned to inquire, "Are you heading to the restroom?" As Fang Ping announced his intention to register, Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Was Fang Ping truly considering enrollment? Not only was he surprised, but Yang Jian also turned to Fang Ping, incredulity evident in his voice. "Fang Ping, you too?" The inquiry, though lacking in malice, was sufficiently astonishing to provoke a heightened tone. At this, many classmates shifted their focus toward the trio. Having shared years of camaraderie, they possessed a fair understanding of one another's situations. It was not that Fang Ping lacked the qualifications to register. However, his slight build raised concerns. In truth, Fang Ping was somewhat more robust than Chen Fan. Yet he could not compete with Yang Jian in terms of physical prowess. While academic and specialized exams might be within his reach, could Fang Ping successfully navigate the physical examination and practical assessments? As Yang Jian concluded his expression of surprise, Zhang Hao interjected with a click of his tongue, saying, Fang Ping, you clever one. You have never joined us for post-school workouts, yet it seems you have been clandestinely honing your skills. You are quite astute. Although Zhang Hao's remarks were somewhat hyperbolic, they lacked any trace of derision. He simply found it fascinating that Fang Ping had concealed his ambitions so effectively. Given Fang Ping's familial circumstances, could they genuinely afford to squander 10,000 yuan on a registration fee? Unperturbed, Fang Ping chuckled, do not overanalyze. I am exceptionally talented. Is further practice truly necessary? I have made my decision. It's merely 10,000 yuan. If I do not make an attempt, how shall I ascertain my potential for success? Perhaps this year they will unexpectedly increase the enrollment quota, and I could reap significant rewards. Ha ha ha, your imagination knows no bounds. Zhang Hao laughed heartily. Nevertheless, Fang Ping's words ignited a spark of interest among other students who had not initially considered registering. His viewpoint appeared to possess a certain validity. Who could foresee whether there would be an augmentation in enrollment this year? In prior years, merely 2 or 3 students from the first high school secured admission to the martial arts program. However, last year witnessed the remarkable success of 5 students. This year may present even greater possibilities. Though many contemplated the prospect, those who opted not to register had their justifications. Fang Ping's comments merely ignited a flicker of reflection without swaying anyone's resolve. Chen Fan's countenance grew intricate, although registration did not assure admission. Fang Ping's family was somewhat less prosperous than his own. Yet, despite Fang Ping's audacity in attempting the endeavor, Chen Fan found himself bereft of the courage to entertain such thoughts. In contrast, he felt diminished, lacking even the boldness to try. His grip on the pen tightened imperceptibly. Yet ultimately, Chen Fan remained steadfast in his decision. Even if he were to register, his likelihood of success was far inferior to that of Fang Ping. Rather than squander time on this matter, it would be far wiser to immerse oneself in the liberal arts. As for the opinions of his peers, Fang Ping naturally felt little inclination to concern himself with them. Exiting the classroom alongside fellow students preparing to register, they all proceeded towards the homeroom teacher's office on the upper floor. In Class 4 of the senior year, the number of students intending to register was notably limited. After all, the odds were meager. Some students, upon realizing they did not satisfy the stringent criteria, understandably chose to forego registration. Ultimately, only 8 individuals departed the classroom together. Even this figure was relatively high for an ordinary class in recent years. Were it not for the 2 students from the previous year who successfully entered the ordinary class as exemplars, it would have been commendable to have 4 or 5 students. In certain regular high schools, scarcely any students opted to register at all. Fang Ping cast a fleeting glance at his companions, and indeed, they were the top achievers of the class. Not only did they excel academically, but their physical fitness was also commendable, each possessing a well-proportioned physique. Even Yang Jian, with his bushy beard, may not have been particularly outstanding in academics, yet he certainly possessed the competence to warrant registration. Among them were 2 girls. While they were not exceptionally striking, their figures were quite appealing. In contrast to those in the class who had yet to fully mature, these 2 girls had evidently devoted great care to their preparation for the military examination. They adhered to a wholesome diet and engaged in regular physical activity, while Yang Jian and Zhang Hao, situated beside Fang Ping, frequently cast glances at the 2 girls. Aside from Fang Ping, the others were relatively well acquainted with one another. Preparing for the military examination was no trivial endeavor. In the evenings, they often trained together, with some even enrolling in external tutoring classes for the military exam. Fang Ping was somewhat of an unexpected addition to their ensemble. At that moment, while others exhibited little interest in one another, they found themselves quite intrigued by Fang Ping. Among the 2 girls who caught the attention of Yang Jian and his companions, one occasionally stole glances at Fang Ping, and after a brief stroll, she could not resist inquiring, Fang Ping, what is your vitality level? Taken aback, Fang Ping found himself at a loss for words. Could he confess to possessing a vitality level of merely 1? The pivotal issue lay in his complete ignorance of how this was quantified in practice or the units employed. Fortunately, before Fang Ping could utter a word, Yang Jian interjected with a chuckle, Zhang Nan, I suspect Fang Ping has never undergone a medical evaluation. He continued, Had he done so, he would undoubtedly have mentioned it by now. Zhang Hao added, he likely hasn't been examined. Judging by his physique, he certainly does not surpass my height. Come now. There's no need for such boasting, Zhang Nan remarked, merely expressing curiosity. As Fang Ping chose to remain silent, whether due to a lack of examination or a reluctance to disclose his status, she decided not to pursue the matter further. Casting a scornful glance at Zhang Hao, Zhang Nan shook her head as she walked, stating, it appears our class is fated to play the role of the supporting cast once again. Recently, I checked again, and my peak vitality level was a mere 108 calories. Alas, prior to the physical assessment, I must devise a means to consume some supplements and see if I can elevate it. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian beamed widely and replied, I fare a little better. During my last evaluation, my peak reached 112 calories. The term calories unmistakably denoted a unit of vitality measurement, implying that greater quantities were undoubtedly desirable. Fang Ping, having never participated in any evaluation, audaciously posed the question, who among our class boasts the highest vitality? A cheerful young man, striding at the forefront of the assembly, turned with a grin and responded, according to prior results, I should hold the highest record, reaching a peak of 115 cards. This individual was one whom Fang Ping recognized, for despite the transformations of the world, he remained unchanged. The speaker was the most academically accomplished in the class, though Fang Ping harbored doubts about the veracity of this claim. Intriguingly, none of those in attendance held positions as student leaders, as they were all precluded from indulging in frivolities or the capacity to serve others. Fang Ping contemplated briefly and recollected that the speaker's name was likely Wu Zhihao. As Wu Zhihao continued his discourse, he shook his head and remarked, while my vitality is commendable, the top scholars from the elite class far surpass it. Among them, Zhou Bin was said by his peers to possess a peak value exceeding 120 cards. Regarding our institution, it is difficult to ascertain, but Zhou Bin has a 99% likelihood of acceptance, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Haha, Zhihao, why not consider employing someone to incapacitate him? Thus, we would eliminate one less rival. Zhang Hao jested with a hearty laugh. Wu Zhihao rolled his eyes in exasperation, responding, it is not as if we are the ones making the selections for our school. Even if Zhou Bin fails to gain acceptance, it does not significantly concern us. Otherwise, I might have truly contemplated that. Zhang Hao chuckled and nonchalantly remarked, well, it is worth a try. Who knows? He may well be admitted. Last year, the admission criteria for Nanjing Wu University necessitated a vitality of 112 cards. Even if they raise it slightly this year, it should not be excessively stringent. I believe you will be just fine. Wu Zhihao shook his head once more, declaring, that is improbable. The standards have been escalating annually. I suspect this year it will be at least 115 cards or more. Furthermore, merely satisfying the vitality requirement is inadequate. What about the other criteria? The crux of the matter transcends our own performance. It is intricately linked to that of others. Should our counterparts falter while we shine, we may seize an opportunity. Conversely, if others excel, regardless of our own achievements, we may still find ourselves lacking. The criteria for admission, akin to those for academic assessments, are not immutable. The allocation for martial arts aspirants remains constrained. It is conceivable that your performance this year would have met the criteria established last year. However, should others excel, you may still face rejection. Conversely, if your results are subpar but others also struggle, acceptance may still be within reach, even if you do not measure up to the strength of the previous year's cohort. In this contemporary age, as life improves for many, standards generally escalate annually, and the prospect of a decline is exceedingly rare. As noted by Wu Zhihao, among the 8 individuals from Class 4, including Fang Ping, only 3 exceeded the benchmark of 110 vitality cards, Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian, and the reserved Lu Ruoqi. The others, including Zhang Hao, fell short of the 110 card threshold. Nevertheless, Zhang Hao remained close to achieving this benchmark, and with the aid of some invigorating supplements prior to the examination, he still harbored hope. This was not deemed as cheating. In contemporary society, authentic supplements that truly enhance vitality are rather expensive. Those who are able to afford them generally hail from affluent backgrounds. Ultimately, a martial artist also necessitates financial backing. The economic conditions of one's family profoundly impact the assistance provided to martial artists in their quest for the future. While wealth is not the exclusive factor, it undeniably constitutes a common reality. Thus, despite Zhang Hao's current card count falling short of 110, he boldly decides to enroll. encouraged by his family's provision of supplements. He abstains from consuming them at this time, apprehensive that digestion might undermine their efficacy, thereby placing him beneath the requisite standard. However, ingesting them prior to the physical examination, albeit with the immediate inability to fully assimilate, could yield advantages for those aspiring to enter, as it may unlock greater medicinal potential. Although Zhang Hao keeps this notion to himself, in reality, others are engaged in similar preparations. Naturally, exceptions arise, such as Fang Ping. His unexpected decision to apply for the martial arts program took his parents by surprise, as they had never anticipated his desire to enroll. Unbeknownst to Fang Ping, Fang Mingrong is already deliberating the possibility of procuring some blood-boosting supplements for his son. Unfortunately, these supplements are exorbitantly priced, often starting in the tens of thousands. And old Fang has yet to reach a definitive conclusion. As he listens to the conversations among his peers, Fang Ping quietly contemplates, could my one blood value be tantamount to 110 cards? The probability remains considerable. Nevertheless, even with 110 cards, it seems to confer minimal advantage, particularly in light of the fact that even the regular classes Wu Zhihao has attained 115 cards. And it is highly probable that many in the advanced class surpass 110 cards. Last year, the minimum admission criterion for Nanjing Martial University was indeed set at 112 cards. Yet this year's standards remain uncertain. It appears that I must exert greater effort in this respect. I must at least transcend the first 3 thresholds before I can entertain thoughts of subsequent matters, Fang Ping contemplates as he and his companions arrive at the office door. Within the office, the procedure is uncomplicated: payment, registration, and the completion of the enrollment form. When others are briefly distracted, Fang Ping discreetly conducts an experiment, casually assessing the registration fees submitted by his classmates. As anticipated, his wealth value does not increase, a reality he had foreseen and finds no disappointment in. The number of students is limited, and the registration process concludes expeditiously. The homeroom teacher gathers the enrollment forms, surveying the 8 students before him, who embody the aspirations of Class 4 for this year's martial arts admissions. Most students are familiar to the teacher, with the notable exception of Fang Ping. As Fang Ping's homeroom teacher, Fang Mingrong has participated in parent-teacher meetings and possesses a moderate understanding of the Fang family's circumstances. However, during this season, many students yearn to seize opportunities, a situation both unforeseen and entirely predictable. Shifting his focus, Lu Onghua addresses the class, the day after tomorrow, on the 9th. Wang Jinyang from Nanjing Martial University will return to school to address any pre-examination inquiries. You all should be cognizant and remember to attend. The students nod in agreement. Having a senior share their insights is undeniably advantageous. At that time, the school will provide a comprehensive schedule for the martial arts assessments and various points of caution, so be sure to review them meticulously. Although Lu Onghua serves as the student's homeroom teacher, the class primarily centers on general knowledge, with martial arts topics only briefly explored. Nevertheless, the school offers martial arts training programs, and external coaching classes are also available, which constitute the principal focus of martial arts student studies. Others have participated in classes or engaged private tutors specializing in martial sciences to varying extents. Among them, Lu Onghua scanned the room and discerned that only Fang Ping had not partaken. This was apparent. Had he attended, he would have certainly mentioned it, especially since his father had attended the parent-teacher meeting and would not have overlooked such a significant detail. With a quiet sigh, Lu Onghua abruptly rose from his seat and knelt to open the cabinet of his desk. After a brief moment, he stood up, cradling a substantial stack of books, which he placed on the desk before Fang Ping, saying, "Peruse these and see if you find anything of use." The other students have all attended the school's martial science training program, and they possess these materials. If there's something you lack, feel free to take a look. Fang Ping was somewhat taken aback, but indeed, these were precisely the resources he required. He promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, teacher." Lu Onghua refrained from making a grand announcement regarding his gesture, despite the materials being rather costly. Even if procured from external sources, they would amount to several hundred. Nevertheless, he was willing to extend a modest favor to a student hailing from a less fortunate background. Observing Fang Ping eagerly accept the entire assortment of materials, Lu Onghua found the scenario both amusing and perplexing. It appeared that this young man was genuinely unprepared. Otherwise, there would be no reason to select such commonplace texts. Although Lu Onghua harbored little hope for Fang Ping's success, as the homeroom teacher, he hesitated and turned to Wu Zhihao, remarking, Fang Ping's comprehension of the martial science examination is not as profound as yours, and his grasp of the specialized knowledge is rather limited. It would indeed be quite arduous for him to navigate through all these tomes. Wu Zhihao, would you contemplate providing Fang Ping with a copy of your notes on the specialized examination? In comparison to textbooks, the notes compiled by students preparing for martial science examinations are decidedly more advantageous. These notes distill the essential assessment points and are meticulously organized by the students themselves. Wu Zhihao, the foremost scholar in Class 4, possessed the greatest likelihood of triumphing in the martial science examination. Utilizing his notes for review could significantly conserve both time and effort. Nonetheless, notes are personal possessions, and even the homeroom teacher holds no authority to demand them. Such matters warrant discussion. Fang Ping was already profoundly appreciative of the books bestowed upon him by his teacher, and the thought that Luangguo would request Wu Zhihao to furnish him with copies of his notes was unforeseen. In his previous existence, Fang Ping's homeroom teacher was also an admirable educator, yet due to his mediocre academic performance, their rapport was merely cordial with limited exchanges. He had not anticipated such dedication from his teacher. Acknowledging his own unpreparedness, Fang Ping recognized that it was not his teacher's obligation. The gift of books was already a magnanimous gesture, and now, his teacher was proactively seeking notes on his behalf. Without awaiting Wu Zhihao's reply, Fang Ping quickly interjected. "Teacher Lu, you need not." Before he could complete his thought, Wu Zhihao interjected with a smile, "It is no trouble at all. Just utilize my copy later. It is not a monumental task. Realistically speaking, whether it proves beneficial remains an open question." Wu Zhihao remained unfazed by the prospect of discouraging Fang Ping, as everyone was well aware of the circumstances. Even Wu Zhihao himself was uncertain about his prospects of progressing to the fourth stage, the specialized examination. Given that the homeroom teacher had made the request, Wu Zhihao felt compelled to honor his teacher's wishes. His words prompted Fang Ping to abandon his pretenses and convey his gratitude forthwith. Indeed, gazing at the considerable array of books and materials in his possession, Fang Ping felt a sense of overwhelm. Should he be able to borrow Wu Zhihao's notes, he would be able to discern the critical areas of focus, thereby alleviating the confusion of having to read everything in its entirety. With the registration matters resolved, Luangguo instructed the group to return to the classroom while he continued his meticulous grading of the examination papers. Upon exiting the office, Wu Zhihao took the initiative to address Fang Ping, saying, "Some of my notes are at home. If you're in haste, we can go together this evening to retrieve them. If not, I can bring them tomorrow." Having already received a favor from another, Fang Ping felt it would be inappropriate to impose further and promptly replied, "I can retrieve them myself. I genuinely appreciate your assistance. Do not mention it. We are classmates after all," Wu Zhihao replied with a cheerful demeanor, free of arrogance. "In our regular class, the chances of gaining admission to the martial arts program are rather slim, hence we are not rivals. However, let me share an honest opinion. Please do not take offense. At the very least, prior to the physical examination, you need not concern yourself with these materials, lest you squander time. Once the physical examination is behind you, you can devote more attention to your studies. The martial arts examination, while encompassing a variety of subjects, is somewhat distinct from the arts. The content assessed each year remains largely consistent. In truth, for students like us preparing for martial arts, the greatest challenges are not the professional exams or academic courses, but rather the physical examination and practical tests. These elements constitute stringent requirements and yield the highest attrition rates. As Wu Zhihao concluded his discourse, Yang Jian, nearby, interjected with a hint of frustration, "Is that so? Why do I perceive the professional examinations and academic courses as exceedingly arduous?" Wu Zhihao dismissed him, conceding that perspectives differ. Fang Ping nodded once more, acknowledging his novice status. It was wise to glean insights from those more seasoned. After a brief moment of reflection, Fang Ping dared to ask, "Where might I seek the qi and blood examination?" As an unanticipated participant in the martial arts assessment, he felt no embarrassment in his ignorance. The others exhibited no surprise, and Yang Jian promptly responded, "The qi and blood apparatus is solely available at the First People's Hospital in Yangqing. This device is exceedingly costly, and considering the relatively modest size of Yangqing, the demand remains low, leaving us bereft of alternatives." Following Yang Jian's remarks, Zhang Hao swiftly interjected, "Fang Ping, were I in your position, I would refrain from pursuing the examination. This is not to dissuade you, rather. You will lack the adequate time to restore your qi and blood regardless. The examination fee is exorbitant, 5,000 yuan for a single session, with no room for negotiation. As the physical examination approaches, it would be more prudent to await that moment. 5,000? Fang Ping exclaimed, astonished by the cost. It felt akin to extortion. Nevertheless, this specialized market, aimed at students preparing for martial arts examinations, was poised to attract a clientele, leaving the providers with little apprehension regarding their business. Initially eager to comprehend his own condition, Fang Ping now found himself relinquishing that desire. Perceiving his thoughts, Wu Zhihao chuckled. The hospital's qi and blood apparatus is an extensive device capable of accurately detecting fluctuations in qi and blood, as well as peak values. However, as this is likely your first examination, such precision is unnecessary. Are you not coming over tonight to collect the notes? I possess a small blood pressure monitor at home, albeit with a considerable margin of error, fluctuating by approximately 5 units. You might consider giving it a try. Wow, Zhihao, you actually purchased this? As Wu Zhihao's words resonated in the air, astonishment washed over the others. Although the compact blood pressure monitors are more affordable than their larger counterparts, the inherent greater margin of error often corresponds with a reduced price, rendering a 5-unit discrepancy quite significant. Nevertheless, such specialized apparatus remains rather exorbitant. In the eyes of the assembly, the cost is perceived as staggering. For a household like Wu Zhihao's, even the most economical models would still command hundreds of thousands. Wu Zhihao chuckled with an air of indifference, remarking, "It's second-hand. It truly holds little value. Given my frequent need for monitoring, visiting the hospital proves costly and time-consuming. So my father procured a second-hand device merely for rough estimates." This statement bore truth. For individuals like them, precision is of utmost importance. A margin of several units is far too imprecise. Should those present choose to examine themselves within Wu Zhihao's abode, it is likely their data would all align closely. Indeed, it would not be surprising if Yang Jian's results were to eclipse those of Wu Zhihao. If preparations were to be predicated on such data, one would be destined for exclusion. However, this bore little significance for the others. To Fang Ping, it held considerable value. In this moment, Fang Ping's primary desire was to discern how his blood pressure reading of one could translate into tangible units, and a rough approximation would suffice. Upon hearing Wu Zhihao's declaration, Fang Ping swiftly adorned his face with a smile, exclaiming, "I am grateful. I am genuinely at a loss for words to convey my heartfelt gratitude. Rest assured, upon my success in the examinations, I shall undoubtedly host you for a splendid banquet." Haraha. Zhang Hao erupted into laughter, playfully remarking, "Fang Ping, I fear Wu Zhihao may not survive to partake in that banquet." Enough of that. Fang Ping responded with unwavering assurance, "I shall undoubtedly succeed. There is no room for doubt." Ha. The group laughed once more, not in derision, but rather in recognition of Fang Ping's steadfast conviction. Among the 8 present, even Wu Zhihao would hesitate to assert absolute certainty in success. Following a bout of laughter, Zhang Hao addressed Wu Zhihao, stating, "Zhihao, when Fang Ping arrives for the bill tonight, be sure to inform us of the results tomorrow. While it may not be entirely precise, taking multiple measurements should yield a clearer comprehension." The group was genuinely intrigued by Fang Ping's blood pressure readings, driven purely by curiosity, akin to the fascination one harbors regarding a classmate's examination scores. Upon returning to the classroom, Fang Ping exchanged a few words with Qin Fan before immersing himself in the tomes he had acquired from the venerable teacher. After perusing them for a brief period, a pulsating headache ensued. The curriculum for the martial arts specialization encompasses a vast expanse of knowledge. The most pivotal element is self-awareness. As an aspiring martial artist, how can one refine their physique without a profound understanding of their own corporeal structure? The human body comprises a total of 206 bones. The principal blood vessels include the aorta, vena cava, pulmonary arteries, and veins. The circulatory system encompasses the heart, blood, and an intricate network of vessels, facilitating the transport of nutrients, gases, and waste throughout the organism. These represent indispensable facets of knowledge to be mastered. This encompasses comprehension of the arrangement and nomenclature of bones, the functions of internal organs, and elucidations of specific martial arts terminology, in conjunction with a wealth of fundamental insights into medicine and pharmacology. The materials imparted by the venerable instructor include titles such as the history of martial arts, biographies of renowned figures through the ages, a comprehensive guide to basic weapons, and an overview of fundamental martial arts routines. It is no exaggeration to assert that merely perusing any one of these volumes leaves Fang Ping somewhat bewildered after just a few pages. The collection of tomes before him totals over 10, and the prospect of reading through them in their entirety looms as a Herculean task. Even if Fang Ping were to approach this undertaking as one would a novel, he would likely discover that by the time he completes it, the college entrance examination would be fast approaching. Furthermore, Fang Ping must also prepare for his cultural studies. The textbooks are relics from years gone by, and despite possessing a foundational understanding, reclaiming his academic prowess is no trivial pursuit. Such a vexation, he exclaimed. Beside him, Chen Fan observed the pallor of Fang Ping's complexion. Although a flicker of annoyance coursed through him at Fang Ping's decision to enroll without prior consultation, he extended a word of solace. It is all about the endeavor. We cannot allow the registration fee to go to waste, can we? Fang Ping rolled his eyes, contemplating. So, in your perspective, my efforts are merely to validate that 10,000 yuan registration fee? Unfazed, Chen Fan continued, it is a lament that we are not practitioners of martial arts. Were we to possess such abilities, we could harness an inexhaustible reservoir of energy, remaining awake for countless nights. I have heard that esteemed martial artists exhibit cognitive processing speeds comparable to those of computers. Such extraordinary individuals can surpass the productivity of 10 ordinary souls. Their vitality, nothing short of remarkable. I recall hearing that Master Ma, during his entrepreneurial endeavors, grappled with financial constraints and a dearth of manpower. At the zenith of his efforts, he endured 7 consecutive days without slumber, achieving in a single week what would typically require an entire year for the average person. In those days, Master Ma's martial prowess was still in its nascent stages. Were he to attempt the same feat today, he might well go an entire month without repose. What an enviable notion! If only we possessed the physical prowess and vitality of a martial artist. The significance of cultural studies would diminish, and attaining perfect scores would be well within our grasp. Chen Fan's visage bore the marks of regret. Observing that numerous students attain flawless results in the college entrance examination annually. In certain metropolitan areas, high school seniors, even if not yet officially recognized as martial artists, stand on the precipice of that honor. In such scenarios, despite their myriad distractions, these individuals demonstrate an extraordinary aptitude for understanding and retention. Each year, the foremost humanities scholars from various provinces are frequently claimed by these aspiring martial artists. Though uttered without malice, Chen Fan's words resonated deeply with Fang Ping, causing a subtle twitch in his brow. While Chen Fan may not possess such advantages, Fang Ping was gradually coming to the realization that he might not be similarly hindered. He had already begun to reap the rewards of his burgeoning vitality. With a recent surge in his energy levels, Fang Ping felt significantly more invigorated than ever before. In times past, he would have wrestled with the lethargy induced by late nights and early mornings, yet now he felt none of those debilitating effects. This, indeed, was the benefit of heightened vitality, granting ordinary individuals with augmented energy. What, then, was the significance of the spirit statistic displayed on his panel? Fang Ping felt a flicker of enlightenment awakening within him. Perhaps it was time to embark on an experiment. If an enhancement in mental acuity could fortify his memory and comprehension, then perhaps the forthcoming examinations would not present such an insurmountable challenge. Even if he did not achieve the pinnacle of success, as long as he met the necessary standards, Fang Ping would find contentment in that accomplishment. A casual remark from Chen Fan unexpectedly alleviated Fang Ping's apprehensions. Clearly, he needed to devise a strategy to generate income and put his theories into practice. Both the augmentation of vital energy and the expansion of mental acuity are inextricably tied to financial resources. Without monetary means, all aspirations remain out of reach. Throughout the day, the lessons primarily centered on review and problem solving. Fang Ping did not squander his time. Most of it was spent immersed in reading, with little inclination to take notes. The teachers, observing this, remained silent, for at this juncture, participation was entirely voluntary. Moreover, several instructors had heard of Fang Ping's registration for the martial arts examination, granting him the freedom to explore professional study materials without interruption. The day swiftly unfolded. When the afternoon school bell resonated, Fang Ping opted not to depart with Chen Fan and the others, but rather approached Wu Zhihao. As Wu Zhihao meticulously organized his belongings, he smiled and remarked, I see you have been deeply immersed in specialized study material today. How do you find it? Not too bad. It is not excessively challenging, merely quite extensive and diverse. Fang Ping replied, there exist certain subjects that will remain unaddressed. Once you have transcribed my notes, you may peruse them at your convenience. Should you come across any ambiguities, Do not hesitate to inquire, Wu Zhihao suggested. Thank you. I sincerely appreciate it. Fang Ping reiterated his gratitude. At this pivotal moment, Wu Zhihao's willingness to share his insights was truly admirable. Some high-achieving students, when faced with examinations, prefer that their peers remain oblivious, treasuring their solitary knowledge. However, this viewpoint is also influenced by the essence of the martial arts examination, which transcends mere academic divisions. Wu Zhihao did not regard Fang Ping as a potential adversary. Rather, his competition resided among the elite students from the advanced classes, those exceptional individuals from Yang City and even beyond, across the nation. Fang Ping, lacking even the most fundamental understanding, was not someone he considered worthy of surpassing. After all, without a broader perspective, how could one hope to aspire to the status of a martial artist? As they engaged in conversation, they made their way beyond the confines of the school. Wu Zhihao's abode was situated a mere 10-minute stroll from the first high school, nestled within a meticulously maintained community esteemed as affluent in Yang City. Upon their arrival at the neighborhood, Fang Ping found himself somewhat astonished. He had presumed that Wu Zhihao's family resided in a villa. In truth, Fang Ping possessed limited knowledge regarding this old classmate. Even in their former lives, their interactions had been scant. However, upon contemplation, this seemed quite justifiable. Even if Wu Zhihao's familial circumstances were favorable, they were not excessively opulent. Otherwise, he would not have forfeited the chance to enroll in an advanced class. It is indeed feasible to secure admission to a prestigious high school with sufficient financial backing. Naturally, one must not overlook those who deliberately opt to be a prominent figure in a modest environment, choosing the ordinary class instead. The community exuded an air of affluence, characterized by meticulous property management, in stark contrast to Fang Ping's residence, which permitted unrestricted entry. In this enclave, access necessitated the use of a card. As they traversed the community, Wu Zhihao commented, "In 2 days, Brother Wang will return to school. I ponder whether I shall have the opportunity to converse with him in private." At this juncture, the school has finally embarked on a series of substantial initiatives. Brother Wang stands as a beacon for us, the students of the ordinary class. Last year, he was among the 2 individuals from our cohort who secured a place in the prestigious martial arts program. Prior to the college entrance examination, Brother Wang's academic performance was rather unremarkable. However, in the final month, an astonishing transformation took place when he gained admission to South Jiangwu University, leaving everyone in disbelief. I cannot help but wonder if there exists some secret behind this remarkable achievement. If only I could glean a fragment of his knowledge. Wu Zhihao lamented quietly, contemplating that even if secrets did exist, it was unlikely that they would be shared. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping experienced a peculiar sensation. It resonated unsettlingly with his own experiences. Could it be that the other party had also undergone a rebirth? Nevertheless, as Wu Zhihao persisted in his discourse, it became apparent that his circumstances were probably the outcome of a commonplace individual's remarkable advancement. While they indulged in light-hearted dialogue, the pair eventually reached Wu Zhihao's abode. As the door swung open, Wu Zhihao instinctively cast a glance at Fang Ping, only to discover him adorned with an expression of tranquil indifference. A sight that struck Wu Zhihao as rather peculiar. The Wu family residence was impressively spacious, characterized by a duplex layout adorned with sophisticated decor that exuded an air of refinement by modern standards. In such an environment, one would expect a financially challenged student like Fang Ping to express some semblance of envy upon entry, or at the very least, exhibit an emotional reaction. However, Fang Ping maintained an extraordinary composure, his demeanor entirely unpretentious. Had he been privy to Wu Zhihao's perceptions, he would undoubtedly have endeavored to meet his friend's expectations. Alas, such thoughts were far from his mind at that particular moment. As for feelings of jealousy or astonishment, they were wholly unwarranted. In his past life, after completing his university education with the support of his parents and his own diligence, Fang Ping had acquired a modestly sized home. While the decor was unembellished, it was by no means inferior to the Wu residence. Moreover, he had secured it in a provincial capital. In fact, a comparative analysis might reveal that its value surpassed that of Wu's duplex. Having garnered substantial experience and exposure over several years of employment, he had explored standalone villas in both the capital and the metropolis. Thus, a duplex in a small city held no element of surprise for him. The Wu residence was not devoid of life. Wu Zhihao's mother was present within its walls. Upon witnessing her son's return accompanied by a classmate, she offered cordial greetings without hesitation, and Wu Zhihao subsequently ushered Fang Ping upstairs. He initially retrieved his notes to share with Fong Ping and shortly thereafter directed him from the study to a neighboring chamber. This is the gym. The qi and blood device is situated right over here. As Wu Zhihao swung open the door to the gym, the interior unfolded to reveal a rather unadorned arrangement with minimal equipment. The entirety comprised dumbbells, barbells, a treadmill, and a leg-raising apparatus, alongside a contraption that Fong Ping had neither encountered in his former life nor witnessed in any fitness establishment. It bore a semblance to a massage chair but was linked to a display screen, which Fong Ping surmised was indeed the qi and blood device. His instincts proved to be correct as Wu Zhihao guided Fong Ping towards the massage chair, exuberantly declaring, "This is the qi and blood device. Though ours is a rudimentary version, vastly inferior to those found in hospitals. The hospital-grade models resemble space capsules and can perform comprehensive examinations. Our version can merely conduct a general assessment. You will recline, and I shall connect you to the sensors. Subsequently, you will be required to exert some effort." "Exert some effort?" Fong Ping inquired, a trace of bewilderment evident upon his visage. Wu Zhihao chuckled softly and elucidated, "The qi and blood typically remain tranquil. They only ascend to their zenith when they reach a boiling point. It is not solely the corporeal form that must simmer. One's emotions must also attain a passionate state to effectively test the qi and blood. It is not merely the sanguine essence, but also the ethereal energy. I find it challenging to convey this concept. Ultimately, it is only when both your physical being and emotions are fervently ignited that you can attain your true zenith. Have you observed the foot pedals beneath the blood energy apparatus? In an instant, summon your strength to press down forcefully with your legs, while extending your arms as far back as possible. Essentially, muster every ounce of vigor within you. Presently, a private assessment is permissible. However, when the official physical examination arrives, you must exert your utmost effort." Wu Zhihao elaborated for a time, and once Fong Ping signaled his understanding with a nod, he gestured for him to recline. As Fong Ping lay back, Wu Zhihao circled the massage chair, retrieving several sensors resembling a stethoscope. He affixed them to various locations on Fong Ping's arms, legs, heart, and forehead. When the actual physical examination transpires, it will differ from this. At that juncture, sensors will not be attached to your body. Instead, you will enter the blood energy chamber, where you will have the freedom to move. The chamber will utilize a series of methodologies to derive specific feedback results, thus allowing for an authentic measurement of your blood energy levels. Having conveyed this, Wu Zhihao activated the adjacent display screen and hastily instructed, "You may commence now. Remember, engage in vigorous activity and allow your emotions to fluctuate." Initially prepared to exert himself, Fong Ping was nearly taken aback. It appeared this individual was not as straightforward as he seemed. Disregarding him, Fong Ping inhaled deeply and began to fervently push down on the pedals with his legs while simultaneously stretching his arms outward with all his might. Meanwhile, Wu Zhihao observed the nearby screen with keen interest. In the gym, the numbers on the display fluctuated incessantly. As Fong Ping's labored breaths permeated the air, the numbers gradually stabilized at 113 calories. Wu Zhihao's countenance was one of utter disbelief. Indeed, the modest blood energy device at his residence possessed a considerable margin for error. Yet, a discrepancy of merely 5 calories seemed trivial. To put it differently, Fong Ping's blood energy reading oscillated between a minimum of 108 calories and a maximum of 118 calories. How could such a phenomenon be conceivable? It was simply implausible. Wu Zhihao felt no contempt towards Fong Ping. Rather, he found the situation to be fundamentally unscientific. Were it Yang Jian, who had achieved a remarkable score on his initial attempt, he might have found it more palatable. After all, Yang Jian was robust and evidently in splendid health. Thus, a marginally elevated blood energy level would seem entirely justifiable. Yet, even Yang Jian had not attained such lofty heights on his first endeavor, despite having been well-nourished at home. As for Fong Ping, initially, Wu Zhihao surmised that Fong Ping's confidence in enrolling indicated he would at least surpass the average, perhaps scoring around 102 or 103 calories. But now, the data indicated a total of 113 calories, with a minimum of 108, thereby positioning him alongside Zhang Nan and Zhang Hao among the 8 students in the same class. The lowest score was recorded at 106 calories, signifying that Fong Ping was not the least among them. While Wu Zhihao was absorbed in contemplation, Fong Ping persevered in his efforts on the pedals. After a brief interval, he could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Is this sufficient?" Wu Zhihao was jolted back to reality, somewhat bewildered, and responded, "Yes." Just as he was about to confirm this, he abruptly added, "The prior connection may not have been ideal. Let us attempt it once more." Fang Ping cast a sidelong glance at him, sensing that the individual's words were somewhat suspect. Nonetheless, having accepted a favor, he resolved to make another endeavor. That being said, this experiment was indeed a demanding endeavor and quite cumbersome. After Wu Zhihao aided him in recalibrating the tactile sensor, Fang Ping once again exerted himself, feeling utterly fatigued. Despite the brief duration, the physical effort was substantial. 3 minutes later, the reading stabilized at 108 calories. Wu Zhihao calculated that the current range fluctuated between 103 and 113 calories, taking into account the prior results. Fang Ping's vitality was estimated to reside between 108 and 113 calories. The peak value recorded was lower than Wu Zhihao's own, which was 115 calories. Nevertheless, even at the lower threshold, it remained quite remarkable. After a moment of reflection, Wu Zhihao remarked, "It still appears somewhat imprecise. Shall we attempt it once more?" Fang Ping, drenched in perspiration, replied, "Let it be. I am completely exhausted and not in the optimal condition. Any further testing would yield unreliable results." This assertion possesses validity. In the face of physical fatigue, any ensuing measurements would probably produce diminishing returns. Nevertheless, the figures surpassing 108 calories continued to evoke a sense of envy within Wu Zhihao. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, "Do you often partake of supplements to restore your vitality? Or have you indulged in any medicinal elixirs?" Supplements can be categorized into two distinct types: dietary and medicinal. Dietary supplements tend to exhibit gradual effects over prolonged periods, yet they are typically more cost-effective. Conversely, medicinal supplements deliver swifter results, though they often incur a substantial expense, and their overuse may lead to a diminishment of their effectiveness. Observing Wu Zhihao's expression, which appeared to betray a fear of unveiling Fang Ping's remarkable talent, Fang Ping experienced a moment of empathy and reassured him. "My family provides me with opulent medicinal ingredients daily. Investing a considerable fortune in nourishing delicacies, our entire family is relying on my success in the martial examination to recover our expenditures." Such a declaration seemed rather implausible. Though Wu Zhihao found it somewhat implausible, he begrudgingly accepted the notion, given the forthcoming physical examination. Suppressing his envy, he managed a wry smile. "I had anticipated your maximum to be around 105 calories, yet it seems I was mistaken. Your vitality indeed falls between 108 and 113 calories. The household vitality meter is not the most precise. Repeated assessments may yield more accurate results, but under your current condition, it is not entirely dependable. If you truly wish to ascertain the exact figures, a visit to the First People's Hospital for a checkup would be advisable." Fang Ping responded with enthusiasm. "Let us consider that later. I am immensely grateful for your assistance this time." "No need to mention it." Wu Zhihao contemplated for a moment, hesitating to articulate his thoughts, but ultimately continued, "If you sincerely aspire to exceed 110 calories, you might consider requesting your parents to procure some medicinal supplements for you. As a newcomer, there are certain nuances you may yet be unaware of. Typically, we prepare various tonics prior to our physical examinations. Those from less affluent backgrounds ensure they have a blood-replenishing pill on hand, while those with slightly better means would prepare chitonifying pills." Blood-replenishing pills and chitonifying pills? Fang Ping found himself reminiscing about the advertisements he had encountered at school and could not help but exclaim, "I had previously overlooked these matters and had never contemplated undertaking the martial arts examination. What is the cost of these medicinal remedies?" "The blood supplement pills are priced at approximately 5,000, came the response. "The chi supplement pills are somewhat more expensive, around 10,000. "And what are the blood chi pills?" Fang Ping probed further, reminiscing about the advertisements from the institution. "The cost is contingent upon the place of purchase. Prices fluctuate significantly. In a reputable pharmacy, one would be priced at 30,000. Conversely, certain establishments devoid of the requisite licenses may offer them for 20,000, though such venues are scarce. Even upon discovering them, there exists no assurance that they will sell to you." Wu Zhihao elaborated, observing Fang Ping lost in contemplation. He continued, "Last year, the minimum requirement for admission to Nanjing Martial University was 112 cards, which is rather modest for those who excelled in other evaluative dimensions. Some students displayed remarkable prowess in the humanities and performed adequately in the professional examinations. However, their vitality was somewhat lacking, permitting their entry with only 112 cards. Yet, if other scores barely meet the threshold, the vitality requirement escalates considerably. I have been monitoring Nanjiang Martial University and conversing with some upperclassmen. Last year, most students averaged around 115 cards. This year, it may rise even further, which is why I am apprehensive about not gaining admission. As for you, Wu Zhihao paused briefly, uncertain. What is your current vitality? I cannot assert with certainty. I recommend seeking a consultation at a medical facility. Should your card count exceed 110, it may be prudent to contemplate the use of a chi pill. A chi pill? Wu Zhihao affirmed, indeed. These are authentic products available in pharmacies. I have heard whispers of even superior alternatives. Yet they hold no relevance for us. If one does not pursue the path of a martial artist, their consumption is rendered futile. The chi pill remains the finest option at hand. If fortune favors you, its effects could potentially elevate your score by 3 or 4 cards during the physical assessment. Nevertheless, it carries a hefty price tag of 100,000. Fang Ping immediately dismissed the notion. What a farce. With an investment of 100,000, he could enhance his vitality by a mere point. However, he harbored uncertainties regarding whether the conversion rate would persist in the future. Nevertheless, with such a sum, he was presented with countless other avenues to explore rather than acquiring such a commodity. The chi pill, while perhaps the finest option, possessed limited efficacy, rendering alternative choices even less enticing. Initially, Fang Ping had harbored a modicum of interest in these remedies, yet he was now wholly disenchanted. His vitality stood at a mere 1. He likely possessed around 110 cards at this juncture. Should it ascend to 1, 2, would he then possess 120 cards? The impact of expending 10,000 would equate to the value of hundreds of thousands in medicinal supplements. It was at this moment that Fang Ping discerned he had secured a considerable bargain. Furthermore, this wealth would not evaporate. Once the examinations concluded, Fang Ping did not tarry. Descending the staircase alongside Wu Zhihao, Wu's mother exuded warmth, graciously inviting Fang Ping to partake in dinner. Naturally, Fang Ping politely declined, exchanging courteous remarks before shouldering his backpack and stepping through the door. As soon as he departed, Wu's mother inquired with curiosity, I have not encountered this classmate of yours before. A new friend? Wu Zhihao shook his head, elucidating. He is a classmate contemplating the martial arts program and has yet to undergo a vitality assessment, which is why he visited my home for one. Upon hearing this, Wu's mother discerned that Fang Ping hailed from a less privileged background. After all, had he registered for the martial arts examination, how could there have been no prior assessment? Unconsciously, she remarked, the young man appears somewhat slender, not particularly tall, does he? Wu Zhihao scratched his head, appearing somewhat dejected. I am quite tall. At least over 108 units. Mother, you claim that I eat and drink well, yet during my initial measurement, it was only approximately 103 units. Could it be that you perhaps neglected my needs during my childhood? Wu's mother shot him a disapproving glance. Neglect? Absurd. For the sake of this rascal's martial arts examination, our family is barely making ends meet. After years of diligent toil, the couple now possesses only this modest apartment as a testament to their efforts. Jinghu Garden Community. Room 101, Building 6. Fang Ping returned home a bit later than usual today, and upon his arrival, he found the entire family gathered together. Without waiting for his parents to inquire, Fang Ping beamed. Father, I have paid the registration fee for the martial arts examination today. And the homeroom teacher even bestowed upon me a set of study materials for the exam. That is not all. Immediately after school, I visited a classmate's residence to conduct a vitality assessment. A vitality assessment? Although Fang Mingrong harbored only a fleeting interest in the matter, he had nonetheless heard of it and inquired with curiosity, is it feasible to conduct this at home? Indeed, it is a modest undertaking, albeit lacking in precision. Fang Ping elucidated, then promptly added with a playful smile, Father, are you aware of my vitality score? While Fang Mingrong possessed limited knowledge on the subject, Fang Yuan had a somewhat clearer understanding. Upon hearing this, he chuckled, 95 units? You can scarcely manage a run without becoming breathless. Surely, your health cannot be that robust. A friend of mine's elder brother had his assessed and attained 104 units. I have heard that is sufficient to qualify for the martial arts examination. Fang Ping retorted with a scoff, 104 units, and they presume they can qualify for the martial arts exam? Do they genuinely consider it of little consequence? How utterly embarrassing. As for myself, I casually checked and exceeded 110 units. It is quite possible that my score is even understated. Fang Yuan blinked and then scoffed, turning to his father. Father, Fang Ping is boasting once more. A fellow student of mine mentioned that attaining qualification for the martial arts examination requires approximately 110 units. That information is rather dated. Last year, the minimum requirement for Nanjing Martial University was set at 112 units, with the average hovering around 115 units. This year, it is anticipated to be marginally elevated. However, I, your brother, possess exceptional talents and am still in the process of development. My vigor will undoubtedly flourish. By the time of the physical examination, I shall assuredly meet the necessary criteria. This year, qualifying for the martial arts examination is virtually a foregone conclusion. Fang Ping expressed this to comfort his parents. After all, with a fee of 10,000 yuan, it would be challenging to justify a lack of results. Yet, upon hearing his words, Fang Mingrong and Li Yueying were momentarily taken aback. Their son was so close to qualifying for the martial arts examination. The couple experienced a blend of incredulity and skepticism regarding the authenticity of their son's boastfulness. Nevertheless, Fang Ping's steadfast demeanor instilled a sense of conviction within them. He even playfully pinched Fang Yuan's cherubic face to reassure them, declaring, "If I do not achieve 110 units, I solemnly vow never to pinch Fang Yuan's face again." To which Fang Yuan, looking quite disheartened, retorted, "Why must you make such a vow concerning me?" Fang Ping's passionate assertions compelled Fang Mingrong and his wife to reluctantly place their faith in him. Initially elated by their son's declarations, the couple soon found themselves enveloped in a profound melancholy, tinged with an undercurrent of guilt. They were evidently swayed by Fang Ping's claims of exceptional talent. Yet now it appeared they had inadvertently hindered his potential. The mere notion of their son being born into affluence filled them with an unarticulated apprehension. At the dinner table, their smiles belied an unmistakable sense of disappointment that lingered in their eyes. Following the meal, Li Weiying busied herself with clearing the dishes before retreating to the kitchen, closely followed by Fang Mingrong. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan tenderly stroked her small belly, feeling a sense of cheerfulness. It seemed that in recent days, that impish rogue Fang Ping had ceased to contest her for food, allowing her to indulge fully each day. However, with Fang Ping no longer vying for her share, she experienced a pang of sadness, as if the food had lost its former appeal. Resuming their earlier conversation after their parents had departed, Fang Yuan eagerly asked Fang Ping, "Do you truly believe you can gain admission to the martial arts academy?" "Of course," he responded with unwavering confidence. "Yet, why do I often sense that you are merely indulging in self-aggrandizement? Must we not cultivate a modicum of trust between us?" Fang Yuan, albeit reluctantly, nodded, bestowing upon her elder brother a semblance of respect. She then leaned in closer and inquired, "But if you do not gain admission, will you truly cease to pinch my cheeks?" Fang Ping's countenance darkened as he turned to cast a sharp glare at her. "Are you foolish? Once I secure my place in the martial arts academy and ascend to the status of a warrior, what could I possibly lack? I shall treat you to Kentucky Fried Chicken, procure you new attire, and take you to the cinema. Moreover, I will assist you in confronting those young lads who dare to bestow upon you unflattering nicknames. Now tell me, would you rather endure a few cheek pinches or relish all that?" The young girl found herself in a dilemma, momentarily entranced by Fang Ping's persuasive logic. However, Fang Ping had no leisure to indulge her reflections and promptly made his way toward the backyard. Observing his furtive demeanor, Fang Yuan inquired, "What are you up to?" "I suspect that mother and father are deliberating on the expenditure for my supplements, and I wish to eavesdrop," he replied. Fang Ping was no simpleton. With both parents occupied in the kitchen, he could easily deduce the subject of their discourse. Yet, he could not merely acquiesce to their decisions. Should they indeed be poised to make a significant investment, such as secretly procuring an extravagant item like the most costly qi and blood pill, it would plunge him into despair. The probability of such an eventuality was remarkably high. Furthermore, should they make a purchase, it would be executed with utmost discretion, and he would be apprised only after the fact, leaving him devoid of any chance for remorse. Rather than permit such a circumstance to unfold, he resolved to outwit his parents beforehand. At this juncture, Fang Ping found himself in urgent need of financial resources. He had yet to formulate a strategy for swift income. And even if he had, he would require some initial capital. Consequently, the act of deceiving his parents weighed lightly upon his conscience. Once he was admitted into the martial arts academy, normalcy would resume. Even in the event of failure, he did not perceive himself as an utter failure. In the kitchen of the backyard, the dialogue unfolded in close alignment with Fang Ping's speculations. Fang Mingrong, with a cigarette in hand, knitted his brow and murmured, "How much savings remain at our disposal?" "Just beyond the threshold of 50,000. In recent years, Ping Ping and Yuan Yuan have expended considerable resources. Withdraw it following work tomorrow. We must not allow Ping Ping to be impeded by our actions. I take full responsibility in the past. There were children of leaders at the factory who underwent similar evaluations, and I did not ponder it deeply at the time. If it were not for... Sigh. Fong Mingrong exhaled deeply. Had it not been for Fong Ping's own initiative to apply, he would have never contemplated permitting his son to pursue the entrance examination for the Martial Arts Academy. Yet, who could have foreseen that his son harbored genuine talent? Now, Fong Mingrong was enveloped in regret. As the college entrance examination loomed ever closer, he pondered whether there remained any time to rectify the situation. With a heavy sigh, he remarked, I heard from our workshop director that his son acquired a multitude of supplements during the college entrance examination, and they proved exceedingly effective. In the forthcoming 2 months, let us procure some quality items to fortify Ping Ping. I shall make further inquiries to ascertain if there are additional beneficial medications. Should funds be inadequate, I will consider borrowing some. Once Ping Ping has completed the examination, we should also contemplate having Yuan Yuan evaluated. If we delay any longer, we risk jeopardizing the futures of both children. Li Yueying remained silent for a moment before gently responding, Very well, I shall withdraw some money after work tomorrow. As the couple deliberated, Fong Ping had amassed sufficient information and entered the kitchen. Upon seeing his son, the couple immediately fell into silence, ceasing their discussion. Fong Ping feigned ignorance of the topic and awkwardly stated, Mom and Dad, I need to discuss something with you. Fong Mingrong extinguished his cigarette and replied, Proceed. Today, as I inquired about my classmate's well-being, he proudly proclaimed that he stands as the foremost scholar in our class, harboring a significant likelihood of gaining admission to Wuka University this year. He suggested that, considering my circumstances, there exists a chance for me to succeed in the examination, provided I engage in thorough preparation. Fong Mingrong promptly interjected, urging me to articulate the preparations required and to cast aside any other concerns. As long as you secure a place at Wuka, I shall devise a means for you, he assured me. Fong Ping then continued, revealing that his father had already contemplated taking necessary measures regarding this issue, even before it was mentioned. He elaborated, however, the restorative medications are rather costly. My classmate had advised that, given my condition, the acquisition of a blood cheat pill would be most beneficial. Regrettably, it is priced at a staggering 30,000 yuan at the pharmacy. He had previously acquired it at a significantly lower price. As his father is engaged in business and is acquainted with several pharmacy proprietors, he could secure one for merely 20,000 yuan. I pondered whether I might request his assistance in procuring one for myself. Fong Mingrong slightly furrowed his brow, not out of reluctance to part with the funds. After all, 20,000 yuan was surprisingly modest, but rather due to apprehensions regarding the trustworthiness of this arrangement. A sum amounting to several tens of thousands was not inconsequential for his family, and the prospect of being deceived could lead to troublesome complications. Sensing his father's concerns, Fong Ping promptly reassured him, his family is affluent. They would never resort to deceit. Furthermore, his academic performance is exemplary, and he aspires to attend Wuka. Should he attempt to defraud me, I could easily report him to the institution, resulting in the immediate forfeiture of his eligibility. Thus, after meticulous deliberation, I am confident he would not embark on such a foolish endeavor. After all, securing admission to Wuka holds far greater value than 2,000. Even 2 million would pale in comparison. Fong Mingrong hesitated momentarily, gathering his resolve, and finally acquiesced, Very well. I shall take leave tomorrow to visit his residence. Father, Fong Ping swiftly interjected, he is preoccupied. Your personal visit to collect 2,000 yuan may suggest a lack of trust. He is extending his assistance voluntarily, not out of obligation. His willingness to help stems solely from witnessing my commendable performance today. Otherwise, who would be inclined to lend a hand? If you agree, allow me to approach him regarding this matter. What are your thoughts? Fong Mingrong appeared somewhat reluctant, yet Li Yueying, who stood nearby, nodded in agreement. That is reasonable. He is mindful of Ping Ping's reputation. There is genuine hope for Ping Ping's admission to the military academy, which is why others are willing to extend their support. Who are you? Merely a worker. Why would anyone feel compelled to assist you? Noticing that his father had yet to respond, Fong Ping pressed on, What of Wu Zhihao from my class? Are you acquainted with him? Could it be him? Fong Mingrong suddenly recollected. He had participated in a parent-teacher conference for Fong Ping, where he encountered the father of Wu Zhihao. As the foremost student in the class, Wu Zhihao's influence transcended his peers and extended to their parents as well. During the meeting, Although Fong Ping's homeroom teacher was not one to indulge in flattery, it was customary to acknowledge accomplishments. When the session began, comments such as "Your Wu Zhihao is truly exceptional. His prospects for admission to the military academy are quite promising," or had it been last year, he undoubtedly would have gained entry, were all too familiar to Fong Mingrong. He had indeed observed Wu Zhihao's father, who exuded a greater air of respectability than himself. While attending the conference, Wu Zhihao's father had arrived in a car, in stark contrast to Fong Mingrong, who had come on an electric bike. For a parent whose child harbored ambitions of entering the military academy, it would be difficult to fathom that they could be deceived out of 20,000 yuan. Should Wu Zhihao encounter failure in the entrance examination, the circumstances would certainly become dire. Nevertheless, as Fong Ping had astutely observed on the eve of the examination, should matters take a turn for the worse, even a successful outcome for Wu Zhihao could lead to the revocation of his qualifications. With this understanding, Fong Mingrong promptly proclaimed, "Very well, I have no objections. I shall request your mother to withdraw the funds on your behalf. Do remember to convey your gratitude with some courteous expressions during your visit, as you have yet to be admitted. I feel it would be inappropriate for me to go there. However, once you have been accepted, we shall visit together to extend our thanks and treat them to a meal. Even in the face of potential failure, we must remain grateful for this act of kindness." Fong Mingrong elaborated extensively. For him, this gesture held immense significance. A sum of 10,000 yuan is far from insignificant. Nonetheless, when he visits the factory the following day, he must consult with the workshop supervisor to uncover the truth. Should the pharmacy offer the medication at a more affordable price, assistance would no longer be necessary. Although Fong Mingrong is merely an ordinary worker, he is far from naive. Were it not for his son, he would prefer to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude. Given their limited family resources, saving 10,000 yuan would enable him to acquire additional supplements for Fong Ping's nourishment. Contemplating this, Fong Mingrong added, "Inform your classmates that when the time comes for the funds, you shall provide it." "Very well, father," Fong Ping replied eagerly, feeling a pang of guilt for placing his father in such a predicament. Yet, at this juncture, there was no alternative. He could not intervene himself. His father would likely also need to procure medications externally, incurring expenses without yielding significant results. Only when the funds are in his possession can they exert a meaningful influence. At worst, he could retrieve the money and repay it, though he pondered whether this would impact his wealth points. Fong Ping speculated that the likelihood of a deduction was considerable. He was uncertain if the conversion into vitality would also lead to a reduction. Regardless, the greater the wealth points he possesses now, the higher his chances of gaining admission to the military academy. Should he truly gain entry, even if his father were to realize he had been misled, he would likely not be overly troubled. The parents held no suspicions regarding Fong Ping, allowing him to address the matter at hand. However, upon returning to his room, he found Fong Yuan waiting there, her gaze fixed upon him as if she had caught him in an indiscretion. "Fong Ping, confess willingly or face the consequences. Unveil the truth," Fong Ping exclaimed, rolling his eyes as he reached out to pinch her cheek. Yet, the little girl skillfully evaded his attempt, huffing, "Do not presume that such tactics will work on me. Just be honest. Was your earlier statement genuine? Cease your interference in adult matters. Once I gain admission to the martial arts university, you shall discover the veracity of my words." Fong Ping, feeling disinclined to elaborate further to his sister, offered a nonchalant dismissal instead. Fong Yuan puffed out her cheeks, muttering, "You are forbidden from deceiving me. Otherwise, you shall forfeit the privilege of pinching my cheeks in the future." Fong Ping let out a hearty laugh, affectionately tousling the girl's hair, and reassured her, "Rest easy, I would never lower myself to deceive our parents over trifling matters." His ambitions for the martial arts university and his future served as his motivation. Had time not been so pressing, he would not have resorted to such measures. After much deliberation, Fong Ping ultimately succeeded in sending the little girl on her way. Consequently, he found himself burdened with debt once more, having lost track of the promises he had made to her. The following day, April 8th, Fong Ping had emerged as quite the phenomenon, at least within the confines of his senior class, Class 4. Before he even made his entrance, Wu Zhihao had already arrived. Upon his arrival, the ever-curious Zhang Hao and Yang Jian eagerly sought to uncover the latest developments. Wu Zhihao, perhaps reluctant to confront the astonishment from the previous night, cryptically declared, 113 cards. He deliberately omitted mention of the 108 cards from the second test, which had been less accurate due to his waning stamina. However, upon the revelation of the number 113, The entire class was enveloped in disbelief. Had Fong Ping, one half of the ordinary duo, transcended the realm of the ordinary? Just the day before, they had all been equals, striving for distinction in the liberal arts examination, with Fong Ping's scores not particularly remarkable in that regard. Yet now, 113 cards. While students who concentrate exclusively on the liberal arts may remain oblivious to the circumstances surrounding applicants for martial arts, one fact remains indisputable. Last year, the minimum admission criterion for Nanjing Martial Arts University was set at 112 cards. Did this not suggest that Fong Ping's vitality had already surpassed the threshold required for admission to Nanjing Martial Arts University? How could he possibly escape being the center of attention? The future bearded Yang Jian wore an expression of utter despair, murmuring, "This defies all scientific logic, utterly and completely. How can he possibly surpass my height with such a diminutive stature? Even among martial artists, there ought to be some semblance of scientific rationale." Nevertheless, Fong Ping was undeniably an enigma. This individual could undoubtedly contend against 8 adversaries simultaneously, could he not? As Yang Jian marveled at the absurdity of the situation, Zhang Hao, nearby, was in a fit of agitation, trembling uncontrollably. "This is outrageous. 113 cards. I possess merely 108 cards." Seated not far from him, Zhang Nin remarked softly, "The 108 cards belong to me. I recall that you had 107 cards." Embarrassed and incensed, Zhang Hao retorted, "That was half a month ago. Now I possess 108 cards." Unfazed, Zhang Nan calmly responded, "Very well, you have 108 cards, yet Fong Ping possesses only 113 cards. You, Zhang Hao," with a woeful countenance, turned to Wu Zhihao and implored, "Old Wu, I beseech you, are you deceiving us?" Wu Zhihao, casually leafing through a tome, replied with indifference, "Why would I deceive you? It holds no significance for me. I am already taller than you. How can you claim that?" Zhang Hao lamented, "Consider our group. We find ourselves in such a lamentable condition. We attend lectures, participate in tutoring sessions, and still must engage in daily exercise. We cannot indulge in fried delicacies, barbecues, or even refreshments. In this sweltering summer heat, we dare not even savor a creamy popsicle. That fellow Fong Ping is utterly inhumane. Old Wu, do you not feel a twinge of envy or resentment?" Upon hearing this, Wu Zhihao's composure wavered. Ordinary students envied their plight, oblivious to the fact that they, too, harbored envy for others. In their relentless pursuit of preparation for the martial arts examination, they had sacrificed much, yet the outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty. As Zhang Hao aptly noted, while others relished delectable treats, they were confined to mere supplements. Do you believe that supplements are a source of enjoyment? Consuming them on a daily basis may induce feelings of nausea, and the mere sight of roadside barbecues evokes an involuntary salivation. Nevertheless, in the pursuit of maintaining their physique and avoiding any missteps in preparation for the martial arts examination, they resolutely gritted their teeth, swallowing their saliva and enduring the torment of deprivation. While others reveled in indulgence, they embraced this as a necessary sacrifice for their future aspirations. In stark contrast, Fong Ping appeared to indulge without restraint, seemingly oblivious to such prohibitions. This disparity was enough to incite feelings of frustration. Wu Zhihao, now visibly perturbed, sighed and remarked, "There is little we can do. He is simply extraordinarily talented, and we cannot refute that. Such behavior is intolerable." Zhang Hao clenched his jaw, murmuring, "Is that individual truly evading physical exertion? We may tolerate the matter of vitality, yet we must confront him. Let us invite him to the gym this evening. I yearn to engage in a sparring match and unleash this accumulated frustration." As Zhang Hao articulated his thoughts, Wu Zhihao blinked and chuckled, "We are merely classmates. There is no necessity for such animosity." "Absolutely not. Otherwise, I would be left with a lingering resentment." Wu Zhihao endeavored to placate him. "Come now. Fong Ping possesses a slight edge in vitality, excels academically, and is marginally more handsome. There is truly no cause for discontent. The success of our classmates ultimately reflects positively upon us as well. Old Wu, whose allegiance do you claim?" Zhang Hao retorted, his frustration palpable. Wu Zhihao averted his gaze, immersed in his book, declaring, "I am merely studying. I take no sides." Just as Zhang Hao was poised to elaborate, a hand landed on his shoulder, and a jovial voice from behind chimed in, "Zhang Hao, I believe you ought to give Fong Ping a sound thrashing. Otherwise, this anger will only bring you harm." Zhang Hao's lips twitched as he turned around awkwardly, exclaiming, Just joking. How could we possibly do that? We are steadfast friends. We would not resort to such extremes." Despite his words, Zhang Hao's countenance was laden with distress. The prospect of confronting Fang Ping, should he triumph in the martial arts examination, loomed ominously before him. Fang Ping, undeterred by the palpable tension, flashed a smile and remarked, "Pay no heed to Wu Zhihao's folly. I do not possess 113 vitality at most. It hovers around 115. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, recognizing that this individual was intentionally riling him up. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Hao chose not to take the matter too seriously. However, his curiosity ultimately prevailed as he asked, "Fang Ping, do you harbor any secrets for enhancing one's vitality?" "That's sheer nonsense. Were I privy to such a secret, I would have long ascended to the ranks of a martial artist," Fang Ping retorted, his reluctance to divulge anything evident as he waved his hand dismissively. "If such a secret truly existed, the streets would be teeming with martial artists, and it would be our turn to partake in the examinations." "That is a valid observation." Zhang Hao sighed once more, his voice laced with a sense of melancholy. "At present, among Old Wu, yourself, Yang Jin, and Lu Ruoqi, the four of you embody the greatest potential in our class. The likelihood of us merely being your companions stands at an astonishing 99. In days gone by, 3 was ample. With your presence, I might as well invite the heavens to take me." At that moment, Wu Zhihao, who had been feigning interest in his book, looked up and remarked, "This year is precarious. Everyone seems to possess a vitality that surpasses last year's levels. I find myself increasingly uncertain. Take our class, for instance. If we include Fang Ping, there are already 4 individuals exceeding 110 vitality points. To my knowledge, in the other ordinary classes, the total number surpassing 110 vitality points likely exceeds 60. In the elite classes, despite their smaller size, there are still many who exceed 110, numbering at least around 40. Altogether, within our school, there are 100 students boasting vitality points above 110. This is merely our institution, while the other schools in Yang City may not rival us. They are also achieving remarkable results this year. If we were to amalgamate their figures, they would be comparable to those of our esteemed First High School. In the city of Yang alone, there are over 200 students who exceed 110 vitality points." As he pondered, Wu Zhihao conveyed his sense of resignation. The previous year, Yang City witnessed the admission of a mere 9 students into martial arts programs. Should this ratio persist, the figure will ascend to at least 20 to 1 this year. A fellow candidate for the martial arts program, seated adjacent to him, shook his head in disbelief. "Zhihao, you have already amassed 115 vitality points. Few can surpass you in the ordinary classes. The same applies to other institutions. While others may speak of pressure, one must question, what pressure do you truly face?" Though Wu Zhihao was merely an ordinary student, his vitality score of 115 distinguished him among the elite of his peers. If last year's acceptance ratio remains consistent, with 2 students from the ordinary class gaining entry, Wu Zhihao possesses a considerable opportunity. While they engaged in conversation, their focus shifted from Fang Ping. Fang Ping, quite content, absorbed a wealth of insights from their dialogue. This year, more than 200 seniors in Yang City boast vitality scores exceeding 110. However, vitality alone does not dictate success. There are always those who may falter in subsequent stages. Once the health examinations conclude, various martial arts institutions will announce the minimum vitality standards based on the feedback received. This serves not as a criterion for admission, but merely as a threshold for the practical assessments in the 3rd stage. The universities aim to allow those who do not meet the standards to conserve time for the cultural examinations. Otherwise, it would further delay them in the later stages. In essence, those who fail to meet the vitality threshold will be eliminated following the 2nd stage. This year's qualifying standard is anticipated to be set at 110 vitality points. This is merely the benchmark for the 3rd stage. Nevertheless, half of the martial arts candidates in the class may still find themselves unable to advance. For a fleeting moment, even the exuberant Zhang Hao fell into silence. After years of preparation, failing to reach the 3rd stage would be an overwhelming setback for any student. Each year, due to such a detrimental mindset, countless students in the martial arts examination perform inadequately even in liberal arts subjects, ultimately landing at mediocre universities, a true descent from paradise into the abyss. They maintained their silence, and Fang Ping abstained from interrupting, reflecting that the 110 threshold indeed seemed questionable. With a plethora of candidates in Yang City alone, the accuracy of Wu Zhihao's information remained in doubt. Should the numbers be greater, they might not even progress past the 3rd round, resulting in a disheartening fate. It appeared essential for him to swiftly augment his vitality. As tranquility enveloped the room, the school's classes commenced. Fong Ping, as was his custom, oscillated between studying cultural subjects and reviewing specialized examination materials. No one disturbed him, save for Yang Jian in the front row and Zhang Hao beside him, who occasionally engaged him in light conversation. Meanwhile, his deskmate Chen Fan, perhaps inspired by some motivation, became increasingly engrossed in his studies, diligently solving problems throughout the morning, save for a brief visit to the restroom. Upon the conclusion of the morning classes, Fong Ping initially intended to procure a meal. Yet he was summoned by Wu Zhihao to the old classmaster's office. Outside the classroom stood Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian, the slightly unfamiliar Lu Ruoqi, and Fong Ping. A total of 4 individuals. As they walked, Wu Zhihao elucidated, the teacher mentioned that Senior Wang will be visiting our school tomorrow. The school has arranged for someone to meet him. While this does not guarantee any advantages, an early interaction when the crowd is sparse might yield some useful insights from Senior Wang. As you know, in Yang City, the martial arts examination's third round is typically organized in conjunction with several major martial arts schools and the education department from Nanjiang. Perhaps Senior Wang possesses some valuable information regarding the yearly examination content, which can occasionally differ. After a lengthy explanation from Wu Zhihao, Fong Ping expressed his bewilderment. But why are we the ones tasked with meeting him? The inaugural high school offered a plethora of courses encompassing 2 pivotal classes, while Class 4 of the third year bore no notable distinction. Nevertheless, Wu Zhihao chuckled and remarked, "Have you forgotten who our esteemed classmaster is? The head of the Academic Affairs Office is, in fact, a former pupil of ours. This seemingly trivial matter holds little significance for him." Upon this revelation, Fong Ping recalled that their homeroom teacher, a senior figure within the institution, had indeed instructed at the junior high level, with the current head of the Academic Affairs Office being one of his former students. However, this was not during high school but rather in the earlier years. Lu Onghua had taught junior high before eventually transitioning to high school many years later. Despite his extensive pedagogical experience, Lu Onghua's initial focus on junior high left him at a disadvantage compared to those who had embarked on their careers at the high school level. Even though one of his students now occupied the esteemed position of head of the Academic Affairs Office, Lu Onghua remained merely an ordinary homeroom teacher for the third year. Grasping the underlying implications, Fong Ping perceived the motive behind their venerable classmaster's request for their visit to the office. Yet, as he glanced at his peers, he felt a pang of introspection. He was uncertain whether it was the incident from the previous day's examination that had captured the old classmaster's attention or if it was his modest background that inspired the old classmaster to extend a measure of consideration towards him. Perhaps both reasons were valid, and Fong Ping pondered, appreciating that his homeroom teacher was indeed a commendable individual. The name Wang Jinyang was not unfamiliar to Fong Ping. From the very first day of his awakening, Yang Jian had spoken of him. Soon after, Chen Fan began to discuss him, followed by Wu Zhihao. And even the homeroom teacher joined the discourse. In essence, within a mere few days, despite having never encountered Wang Jinyang, his name reverberated like thunder, a testament to his burgeoning reputation. An ordinary student from a commonplace class, who had not distinguished himself academically, managed to gain admission to Wuke University, thereby marking him as a notable figure in the modest city of Yancheng. Wang Jinyang's notoriety even surpassed that of other students who had been accepted into Wuke University the previous year. Upon leaving the office, Fong Ping continued to reflect on the homeroom teacher's words. It was indeed a rare occasion that the venerable teacher had shown him such consideration. According to Lu Onghua, the others were relatively well prepared, having ample time to study for Wuke, and were likely well informed. Fong Ping, however, had applied quite unexpectedly. If Lu Onghua had harbored doubts about him the previous day, the revelation of the test results from the night before instilled a sense of possibility. Perhaps Fong Ping, akin to Wang Jinyang, could achieve a remarkable feat coincidentally. Fong Ping and Wang Jinyang shared several similarities. Neither excelled academically in their class, and both hailed from humble backgrounds. Although Wang Jinyang's application to Wuke was not as abrupt as Fong Ping's, few had anticipated his success just prior to the college entrance examination. Lu Onghua believed that Fong Ping's presence might cultivate a connection with Wang Jinyang and yield fruitful outcomes. Thus, Fong Ping found himself included in the roster for the pickup. In the corridor outside the office, Wu Zhihao wore a radiant smile as he remarked, "I never anticipated that our homeroom teacher would be so supportive. It appears our class is solely entrusted with this responsibility." Indeed, only 4 students from the senior class 4 were designated for this task, and the school had arranged for a vehicle and driver. It was not that the educators at the institution were excessively demanding. Wang Jinyang's acceptance into Wuda undoubtedly positioned him for greater success post-graduation, prompting many teachers to seek a closer association with him. However, during prior communications with the school, Wang Jinyang had requested to keep matters uncomplicated, indicating he would arrive directly. Ultimately conceding to the school's enthusiasm, he suggested that a few juniors accompany him, deeming it unnecessary to burden the teachers. Despite this likely being mere formality, the school ultimately resolved to send only students to prevent any awkwardness. Lu Hongguo was unwavering this time. With Wu Zhihao possessing a strong likelihood of admission to Wuka, he initially intended for Wu Zhihao to engage with Wang Jinyang. Upon discovering Fang Ping's circumstances, he sought to advocate for him as well, considering that both individuals were attending. And given that classmates Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi had also exhibited commendable performance, he determined they should all proceed together. Consequently, Lu Hongguo resolutely stationed himself outside the office of the Director of Education, refusing to depart without an answer. With the principal absent, many responsibilities devolved upon the director, who found himself cornered by his own faculty. Faced with no alternative, the director could only smile wryly and acquiesce. After all, it was merely a matter of picking someone up, a task that some students from the advanced classes were reluctant to undertake. Ultimately, the responsibility for the pickup fell to the few students from Class 4. As Wu Zhihao continued speaking, he informed Fang Ping and the others. We need not attend morning classes tomorrow. Let us convene at the school gate by 9 a.m. to take the school vehicle to the station. We shall also accompany Brother Wang for lunch. In the afternoon, we will escort Brother Wang back to school, and our task shall be fulfilled. Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi both nodded in agreement, while Fang Ping, intrigued, inquired, "What rank does Brother Wang hold in martial arts?" This inquiry momentarily rendered Wu Zhihao speechless. Before he responded with a touch of resignation, "I have no idea." The Martial Arts University possesses an air of mystery that sets it apart from other liberal arts institutions. Numerous matters remain unspoken. We are unaware of Brother Wang's standing as a martial artist. However, as he is merely a freshman, the Southern Jiang Martial Arts University is considered respectable within the region, albeit merely average on a national scale. I would conjecture that he is likely around the first or second rank. As soon as he concluded his statement, Lu Ruoqi, who had remained largely silent, abruptly interjected. "First or second rank? Do you truly believe that all students at the Martial Arts University are martial artists?" With that, she swiftly departed. Once she was gone, Fang Ping mused aloud. Does her comment suggest that not all students at the Martial Arts University are martial artists? Wu Zhihao chuckled wryly. It seems so. I am not entirely certain, but I have heard that some students graduate without ever becoming martial artists. However, such matters feel somewhat distant from us. We truly do not know the specifics. Fang Ping nodded slightly, coming to the realization that mere admission to the Martial Arts University does not guarantee one will evolve into a martial artist, which elucidates the increasingly esteemed status of martial artists. As for whether Wang Jinyang is indeed a martial artist, that remains uncertain. Regardless, this is the first individual intimately associated with martial artists that Fang Ping is poised to encounter. Having only heard tales of martial artists, he recognized that very few at the school have had any genuine interactions with them. In that moment, anticipation surged within Fang Ping. After finishing lunch and making copies of Wu Zhihao's notes, Fang Ping discovered his funds of 50 yuan had been entirely depleted once again. With no money at hand, he felt too embarrassed to invite Wu Zhihao to dinner. Of course, Wu Zhihao did not mind overly much, but Fang Ping made a mental note of this courtesy. Having just been reborn for a few days, he already found himself indebted in favors, both to the homeroom teacher and to Wu Zhihao. At times, the obligation of favors can prove far more challenging to repay than mere currency. Setting these thoughts aside, Fang Ping continued to immerse himself in his studies that afternoon. In the evening, upon returning home, Fang Ping found his sister and mother present, while his father, Fang Mingrong, had yet to return. According to their usual custom, Fang Ping felt somewhat unaccustomed not to pinch Fang Yuan's cheeks upon arrival. Consequently, the siblings began to roughhouse once more, leaving Li Yueying, who was preparing dinner. Both amused and exasperated, these two children could never seem to find a moment of tranquility together. Eventually, they grew weary of their antics just as Fang Mingrong arrived home. Upon entering, Fang Mingrong inquired, "Did you procure the money?" Li Yueying nodded in agreement, and Fang Mingrong turned to Fang Ping, stating, "Later, I shall have your mother provide you with 20,000 yuan. Do remember to convey your gratitude to your classmate and their parents." I shall not be visiting this time. After the conclusion of the college entrance examination, we must host them for a meal. Earlier that day, Fong Mingrong had visited the factory and consulted with the workshop director. Indeed, the blood chi pill is priced at 30,000 yuan each, and the pharmacy does not entertain negotiations. When Fong Mingrong inquired about acquiring it for 20,000, the director nearly expressed his disbelief. While it is indeed feasible to procure such items, it is hardly a well-kept secret. However, what stature does Fong Mingrong possess? Even the director himself found it challenging to locate an economical source for purchasing examination aids for his son last year. What prospects does Fong Mingrong hold in comparison? At this juncture, Fong Mingrong has unequivocally relinquished any pretense of indebtedness. In light of the prevailing financial difficulties at home, even if Fong Ping were to triumph in the martial arts examination, there would still be expenditures to contemplate. Should he falter, the imperative to economize becomes all the more urgent. 10,000 yuan is not a trivial amount. If it can be conserved, it ought to be. And the obligation of favors may be disregarded. Once his father acquiesced, Fong Ping felt a considerable burden lifted from his shoulders. With financial matters secured, numerous issues would become significantly easier to navigate. Although he entertained thoughts of generating some income, his schedule was overwhelmingly congested. To guarantee his admission to the martial arts academy, procuring funds from his parents was an essential course of action. After the family concluded their dinner, Li Yueying entered the room to bestow upon Fong Ping the money. As the 20,000 yuan was placed into his hands, Fong Ping experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, and the data once again coalesced before him. Wealth, 20,000 vitality, 1 spirit, 1. Taking a deep breath, Fong Ping realized his initial supposition was indeed accurate. The monetary gift from his parents had transformed into a tangible wealth value. He couldn't help but chuckle at himself, feeling as though he had surpassed a currency validator. With counterfeit notes, he could discern their authenticity without the need for counting. It was a skill that would undoubtedly prove advantageous. If only his unique ability were applicable beyond his personal finances, should he fail to gain admission to the martial arts academy and become a martial artist, he could likely secure a national championship as a bank teller. Setting aside these tumultuous thoughts, Fong Ping greeted his parents before retreating into his modest room. Within the confines of that space, he gazed at the interface, momentarily hesitating. Should he augment his vitality or his spirit? He was already cognizant of the myriad benefits associated with enhancing his vitality. What advantages might the elevation of his spirit bestow? Would it indeed fortify his memory and comprehension? As he surmised, despite his trepidation, he soon resolved to embark on this endeavor. After all, with a substantial sum of 20,000 at his disposal, should the enhancement of his spirit prove futile, the remaining 10,000 could still be invested in vitality. A remarkably high vitality score was not a necessity. Indeed, the most formidable individuals in his school scarcely surpassed a score of 120. If Fong Ping were to exceed 130, it might not necessarily confer any advantage. With his resolve firm, Fong Ping reflected on his past experiences and quietly declared, "Enhance my spirit, or else." For a fleeting moment, the data remained static, leaving Fong Ping in a state of mild embarrassment. Was this mechanism truly operational? Had it not functioned with such ease prior to this moment? After numerous endeavors, he finally comprehended the concept. It was not attributable to his unreliable incantation. Rather, by focusing his thoughts on the subject, the data would shift accordingly. After dedicating a significant amount of time, Fong Ping successfully augmented his spiritual capacity. Before long, the information before him transformed. Wealth, 10,000 vitality, 1 spirit, 1. In that fleeting moment of enhancement, Fong Ping experienced a revitalizing wave cascading through his mind, reminiscent of a gentle touch from a delicate hand caressing his head, exceedingly delightful. After a considerable duration, Fong Ping roused himself, exhaling a breath of stale air, feeling remarkably invigorated as the fatigue of the day dissipated entirely. He did not hasten to enhance his vitality. Instead, Fong Ping promptly seized his textbook and commenced studying. After more than 10 minutes, Fong Ping closed the book, contemplating the material he had just reviewed, only to slightly furrow his brow. His retention was not as exceptional as he had anticipated, though there was some discernible improvement. It appeared that his memory had indeed strengthened, albeit subtly. Fong Ping could not ascertain whether he was merely indulging in self-deception or if there was some veracity to it. However, he speculated that the modest enhancement of his mental acuity might be a contributing factor. Much like the elevation of his vitality, which had reached 110 calories, Fong Ping was not transformed into a superhuman. In fact, he was certain that should he engage in a one-on-one confrontation with Yang Jian, he would undoubtedly find himself at a complete disadvantage. Vitality and mental prowess merely signify modifications to the body. It is imperative to harness and cultivate them through practice. Having reconciled with these principles, Fong Ping felt no urgency. As long as there was utility, he could devise strategies to further elevate these two metrics, an increase of 0. One might seem negligible, but what if he could double that? Contemplating the necessity of meeting someone the following day, Fong Ping wisely refrained from indulging in late-night activities, attended to his personal grooming, and soon succumbed to a profound slumber. On the 9th of April, a Wednesday, upon his arrival at the entrance of the first high school, Fong Ping discovered Wu Zhihao and Lu Ruoqi already in attendance, while Yang Jian had yet to make his appearance. Beside them stood a middle-aged gentleman, with a spacious 7-seater business vehicle parked nearby. As Fong Ping approached, Wu Zhihao eagerly introduced, "Fong Ping, this is Master Zhang from the school. He shall oversee our transportation today." The middle-aged gentleman was the chauffeur appointed by the school. Fong Ping offered a cordial greeting, to which the man responded with a courteous nod. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wu Zhihao cast a surprised glance at Fong Ping and remarked, "Fong Ping, you appear to be in splendid spirits. I had anticipated that you, much like myself, may have experienced a restless night owing to excitement." Today, Fong Ping appeared rejuvenated, his eyes shimmering with vitality. In response, Fong Ping chuckled, "Really? Perhaps it is the joy of the occasion that elevates my spirits. I too arose rather late today." Wu Zhihao, not overly perturbed, deftly redirected the conversation to the arrangements for receiving their esteemed guest. After a brief interval, Yang Jian arrived, having similarly endured a restless night and, as a result, rising late. The group swiftly embarked upon the vehicle, making their way to the train station. Upon arrival at Yangqing train station, they instructed the driver to remain outside while Fong Ping and the others entered the station, poised to await Wang Jinyang. With ample time before the train's arrival, the group lingered at the exit, indulging in light conversation. After a while, Fong Ping took the initiative to inquire, "We are all striving to become martial artists, yet I have yet to encounter a true martial artist. Recently, I have perused some martial science examination materials and even conducted online research, but none elucidate the path to becoming a genuine martial artist. Wu Zhihao, do you possess any insights on this matter?" Wu Zhihao reflected for a moment before replying, "You may not have paid much heed to this matter previously, hence your lack of insight. For high school students, our foremost aim is to secure admission into martial science programs. The pursuit of becoming a martial artist is relegated to the university level. Concerning the journey to becoming a genuine martial artist, one cannot simply find the requisite information online. As far as I am aware, to embark on the path of a martial artist, one must either possess a lineage of martial artists or enroll in a reputable martial arts training institution." Wu Zhihao further elaborated, "Not the type of training classes offered in Yangqing, but rather those that are officially accredited. Such institutions are non-existent in Yangqing, as per regulations. One must be at least a mid-tier martial artist to establish a martial arts class. This scarcity is not only confined to Yangqing but extends throughout the entire South River province, where such classes are exceedingly rare. The third method, which stands out as the most vital pathway, is to enroll in a martial science university." Wu Zhihao continued, "Beyond these three methods, I am unaware of any additional means. Furthermore, these three avenues bear no relevance to us, at least until we gain admission to a martial science university. We harbor no hopes of becoming martial artists prior to the college entrance examination." Fong Ping nodded slightly and inquired, "How many martial artists do you anticipate will emerge from this year's college entrance examinees?" Before Wu Zhihao could respond, Yang Jian interjected with a smile. "There is little hope for Yangqing." He continued, "Not only Yangqing, but our affiliated Ruishi city is unlikely to witness any martial artist candidates either. Last year, only 3 individuals across the entire South River province attained the status of official martial artists before the college entrance examination. This year is likely to mirror that outcome. These individuals truly embody the pride of heaven." Yang Jian expressed a sense of envy. The notion of ascending to the status of an official martial artist without the benefit of a university education was an idea they scarcely dared to entertain. Fong Ping longed to pose additional inquiries when, quite unexpectedly, an individual nearby interjected with a smile, "There is no need for undue self-deprecation. While it is indeed true that high school students who become martial artists are exceptional talents, the starting standards for everyone vary." Upon hearing this, the group shifted their focus to the speaker. The young man, seemingly of similar age to their own, was dressed casually, his hands resting in his pockets. He possessed no particularly striking features, sporting a buzz cut and an unremarkable appearance, yet his eyes shimmered with a captivating brilliance. Acknowledging the attention from the crowd, the young man smiled and remarked, "You must be students from Yizhang?" To which Wu Zhihao exclaimed, "Are you Senior Wang?" Wang Jinyang, adorned with a warm smile, gently shook his head and responded, "There is no need for formalities. You may address me by my name or simply as Wang Ge. We belong to the same generation. I have merely taken a step ahead." With this, he affirmed his identity as Wang Jinyang, the individual awaited by all. Wang Jinyang was merely a year their senior, and Wu Zhihao recognized several faces from the previous year's distinguished class. However, he had not had the pleasure of knowing Wang Jinyang personally, having only glimpsed his visage on the school's honor roll. Upon hearing Wang's words, Wu Zhihao felt a wave of relief and promptly replied, "Greetings, Wang Ge. We are third-year students from Yizhang." Wu Zhihao hastily introduced himself, and Wang Jinyang exhibited no signs of impatience. Once the introductions were concluded, he returned to the previous discourse, stating, "When I speak of differing starting points, I trust you all comprehend my meaning. Those students who embark on the path of martial arts during their high school years invariably hail from affluent backgrounds. Either their parents are martial arts experts, or their families are supported by formidable figures. I refer to these experts as individuals of at least fourth-tier status. We, hailing from the grassroots level, who have successfully gained admission to martial science universities, are in no way inferior to our counterparts. Recognize the talents and abilities of others, yet do not belittle your own value, nor should you ever feel diminished in comparison to anyone else. If one cannot even attain this understanding, the journey ahead will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. I believe this serves as sage counsel, eliciting a wave of gratitude from those in attendance." Fang Ping had been observing Wang Jinyang with keen interest, noting his engaging conversational style and amiable disposition, which instilled a sense of relief in Fang Ping. As the group meandered towards the bus station, they indulged in light-hearted banter. Wang Jinyang posed several inquiries to a few individuals, and upon discovering that they all boasted vitality levels exceeding 110 cards, he expressed his admiration. It appears that each cohort surpasses the previous one. Just last year, our group had a relatively small number of students with vitality at 110 cards. Taking the initiative to broach this subject, Wu Zhihao smoothly followed up with the question, "Brother Wang, what do you anticipate the vitality standard will be for this year's admissions at Nanjing Martial Arts University?" A smile illuminated Wang Jinyang's visage, for this matter undoubtedly piqued the interest of all senior martial arts scholars. After a moment of contemplation, he responded with measured thoughtfulness. Such standards ebb and flow according to the circumstances of the year. Last year, the average vitality levels were not as elevated as those of this year. In Yanqing, the situation remains manageable, yet I have gleaned from the recent assessment at the Southjiang Martial Arts High School that numerous students have surpassed 120 cards. Should everything proceed as anticipated, the minimum criterion for this year's physical examination may well be established at 110 cards, with the ideal admission threshold exceeding 115 cards. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhihao's countenance brightened, while Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi appeared somewhat crestfallen. Nevertheless, Wang Jinyang refrained from further discouragement, cheerfully asserting, "Of course, this is not immutable. All of you currently exceed 110 cards, and with time remaining before the physical examination, there exists ample opportunity for advancement. The martial arts examinations are intricately intertwined with the entrance assessments for cultural courses, as all individuals are engaged in continuous growth and daily advancement. To ensure an equitable opportunity for all competitors, the schedule for the martial arts examinations has been deferred until shortly before the cultural assessments. Today, you may possess 110 cards. However, it is entirely conceivable that by tomorrow, you could very well hold 111 cards." The group nodded in acquiescence, embracing his words of solace. Upon their departure from the bus station, Wang Jinyang refrained from hastily boarding the vehicle, choosing instead to take a moment to survey his surroundings. He reflected, "During my high school years, my sole aspiration was to gain entry into the martial arts program. This was of utmost importance. In pursuit of this ambition, I relinquished so much. Yet, having secured my place in the program and uncovered insights into previously uncharted realms, I have come to appreciate the rarity and value of a life imbued with ease and contentment." Wang Jinyang was but a first-year student, a mere year ahead of his peers. In the context of a previous existence, a college student might lack such introspection. Nevertheless, the The martial arts scholars of this lifetime truly resonated with his sentiments. Throughout high school, they labored in pursuit of martial arts. Upon gaining admission to university, they endeavored to become martial artists. Once they achieved this status, they persevered in their efforts to grow stronger. For those hailing from affluent backgrounds, the journey might be somewhat less arduous. However, for individuals like Wang Jinyang, who emerged from humble beginnings, the hardships faced were beyond ordinary comprehension. With a touch of nostalgia, Wang Jinyang chuckled, "Let us forego the car. Prolonged sitting has left my body quite stiff. If you are not in a hurry, why not accompany me for a leisurely stroll?" Upon hearing these words, the group was immediately enveloped in elation. Their eagerness to host Wang Jinyang arose from a genuine desire to engage with him and acquire deeper insights. Having been a high school student only the previous year, Wang empathized with their sentiments, and his suggestion was a thoughtful gesture towards them. Wu Zhihao hastened to the van, exchanged a few words with the driver, Master Zhang, and swiftly returned. As they meandered along the street outside the station, Wang Jinyang remarked, "Let us find a place to sit for a while. After all, we are not pressed for time to head to number 1 high school this afternoon." No one could decline this proposal, and Wu Zhihao readily took the lead toward a nearby beverage shop. Observing Wang Jinyang's friendly demeanor, Fang Ping seized the moment to inquire, "Brother Wang, if you do not mind me asking, what level do you currently hold in martial arts?" No martial arts student could resist such a query. At this, even Wu Zhihao cast a curious glance at Wang Jinyang, intrigued by the tales surrounding this legendary senior. Wang Jinyang paused momentarily before responding with a knowing smile. Some matters are perhaps best left shrouded in mystery. Knowledge does not invariably bestow advantage. He refrained from disclosing his own status, but assured Wu Zhihao, "If you succeed in enrolling at Nanjing Martial University, the truth shall inevitably reveal itself." He then added with a playful spark in his eye, "However, I can certainly share some intriguing tidbits about others. You are acquainted with Li Yuanjiang, correct?" Wu Zhihao promptly affirmed, "Indeed. He was a senior in the elite class last year and also secured a place at Nanjing Martial University." Wang Jinyang smiled knowingly. Good to know. I harbor no reservations about indulging in some light-hearted gossip regarding that individual. He ought not to hold it against me for revealing his shortcomings before his juniors. Among the elite class, he was undeniably the most arrogant. We were all mere students, yet he felt compelled to mock me on several occasions. What do you think? Was he simply seeking amusement? Both of us gained admission to Nanjing Martial University. However, he had the audacity to claim that sharing this experience with me would be a disgrace. Such a person warrants a reckoning. Wang Jinyang's words left Wu Zhihao and the others utterly astonished. The seemingly gentle senior now appeared to be far removed from the mild demeanor they had envisioned. Unperturbed by their perceptions, Wang Jinyang's countenance once again bore a cunning smile. Li Yuanjiang and I commenced our journey at the university together, and as we approach the conclusion of our freshman year, he is yet to ascend to the rank of a martial artist. Furthermore, considering the present circumstances, it remains doubtful whether he will attain that status in his second year. Perhaps he may find an opportunity in his third. The underlying implication of his words was unmistakable to Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang was indeed a genuine martial artist. Regarding the specific level of his prowess, Fang Ping sensed it likely surpassed the first rank. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Wang to withhold such information. In stark contrast to Li Yuanjiang, who also enrolled at Nanjing Martial University, it became evident that Wang Jinyang was certainly not wanting in skill. In that moment, even Fang Ping found himself quite captivated by this legendary senior. As Wang Jinyang spoke, the group had already arrived at the beverage shop. Wu Zhihao approached the counter to place their orders, with no one competing for selection, as the school would cover the expenses. Others opted to settle in a less crowded area, continuing to listen to Wang Jinyang's discourse. Matters concerning martial artists may seem distant from you. At present, excessive discussion is futile. The crux lies in passing the martial arts examination. The martial arts examination, renowned for its formidable challenges, is not as daunting as it appears. Among the 5 hurdles, the political review is inconsequential. The professional and cultural assessments depend largely on your diligence. The pivotal challenges remain the physical examination and practical tests. Upon returning to his seat, Wu Zhihao promptly observed, "Brother Wang is indeed correct. These 2 obstacles feature the highest elimination rates each year." Wang Jinyang smiled. "All of you possess vitality exceeding 110, thus meeting the physical examination standards should not prove excessively daunting. The true challenge lies in surpassing the admission threshold. In reality, the discrepancies in your vitality are minimal. Should you prepare a quality elixir, such as a vitality pill, it could profoundly alter many destinies. Naturally, if that proves inadequate, I am willing to share some subtle techniques with you. What Wang Jinyang considered subtle techniques held immense significance for Wu Zhihao and his companions, who regarded him as a genuine martial artist. Their faces lit up with excitement. They dared not utter a word, leaning in attentively to absorb his wisdom. The eruption of vitality is not merely a matter of vigor. It encompasses one's overall condition, physical state, mental resilience, and emotional equilibrium. Prior to the examination, engage in warm-up exercises. Yet refrain from overexertion. Maintain a state of fullness in spirit and energy. Do not entertain the notion of cramming in additional practice at the last moment. As for emotions, mastering their modulation to achieve peak intensity is quite a formidable task. Joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. When these emotions reach their zenith, they can invigorate your vitality, often yielding results slightly above the norm. However, since you have not faced many adversities, elevating your emotions to their utmost peak may prove to be a formidable challenge. Modulating emotions, observing their pensive expressions, Wang Jinyang suddenly let out a chuckle. In truth, I possess a technique that can elevate your emotions to their zenith. The group brightened at this revelation, yet Fang Ping regarded him with a skeptical gaze. He remained indifferent to the matter. After all, he could effortlessly enhance his vitality. Wang Jinyang's demeanor, reminiscent of his earlier jesting with Li Yuanjiang, instilled unease in Fang Ping, who sensed mischief afoot. Indeed, Wang Jinyang grinned. Some emotions are challenging to evoke. Yet anger is remarkably simple. Allow me to tread upon your faces and spit a few times. When you undergo the physical examination, the memory of this humiliation may resurface. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Zhihao and his companions nearly choked, questioning the credibility of this legendary elder. Ha ha ha. Wang Jinyang laughed heartily, pausing to add, though I jest, you might consider this approach. Joy, sorrow, and delight are challenging to attain at their zenith. Yet anger is the most straightforward of emotions. In a fit of rage, an increase of 1 or 2 vitality points is hardly unexpected. This sentiment resonated with Wu Zhihao and his companions, who mentally registered it. If they could indeed enhance their vitality by a point or 2, perhaps enduring the humiliation of being trampled upon would not be so intolerable. Observing their intrigued expressions, Fang Ping felt a chill run down his spine. Surely these individuals would not genuinely pursue such a form of self-degradation? To be fair, the likelihood appeared alarmingly high. In pursuit of triumphing in the martial arts examination, enduring a modicum of humiliation appeared insignificant. Wang Jinyang, unperturbed by the potential attempts, continued. Once you successfully navigate the medical evaluation, the practical assessments are not excessively formidable. They chiefly assess attributes such as explosive power, endurance, and physical flexibility. These elements are profoundly influenced by one's vitality. The greater the vitality, the higher the probability of success. Naturally, we must not overlook certain inept individuals who, having been nurtured in a medicinal milieu, may possess vitality yet lack proficiency. Such individuals, if dismissed, have only their own shortcomings to lament. If you cannot even dispatch a chicken presented before you, how can you aspire to take a life? The act of taking a life is infinitely more formidable than the mere slaughtering of a chicken. Fang Ping's gaze sharpened with intensity. Wang Jinyang maintained an air of composure as he spoke of taking lives, as though he had genuinely encountered such experiences. Yet, in this epoch, even those skilled in martial arts are constrained by the law, and the chances for homicide are exceedingly rare, particularly for a mere freshman. Observing Fang Ping's focused attention, Wang Jinyang offered a subtle smile and remarked, some truths will reveal themselves to you in due course. Naturally, this is predicated upon your capacity to gain entry into the martial arts program and ascend to the status of a martial artist. Every individual yearns for the martial path and aspires to become a martial artist. But how many ordinary souls truly grasp the essence of what it means to be a martial artist? Over the years, numerous voices have voiced dissatisfaction regarding the evident preferential treatment afforded to martial artists. Individuals of great strength possess the ability to establish enterprises and reap the benefits of diminished taxation, or, in some instances, evade it altogether. Such formidable individuals enjoy a plethora of privileges, sufficient to incite envy and discontent among countless others. Yet, what does it matter? In this realm, rewards are garnered solely through diligent effort. Nothing is bestowed without a cost. They harbor feelings of resentment and deem it unjust, oblivious to the fact that the strong also perceive life as inherently inequitable. Suddenly, Wang Jinyang halted, reverting to his earlier smile as he remarked, I have spoken too much. A return to Yang City has undoubtedly awakened my contemplations. Wu Zhihao and the others paid little heed to this, perceiving the privileges of martial artists as a commonplace reality. However, Fang Ping reflected deeply, having previously grappled with some perplexities. Although martial artists possess the ability to confront many adversaries, there exists an innumerable throng of ordinary individuals. There appears to be scant justification for excessive adulation. In an era dominated by firearms, can a master truly elude the barrage of 100 or even 1,000 armed civilians? Upon hearing Wang Jinyang's remarks, it became evident that there was more to the narrative. Unfortunately, Wang Jinyang was hesitant to elaborate, and Fang Ping deemed it inappropriate to inquire further. It appeared that such matters could only be comprehended through the lens of a martial artist. As the dialogue progressed, Wang Jinyang's phone rang from within his pocket. He answered the call without hesitation, offering succinct replies before concluding with, "I shall proceed to the first high school this afternoon, and I will visit later tonight." With that, he terminated the call without offering any additional explanation. The group was not overly perturbed, continuing their conversation for a while longer before departing the beverage shop. Initially, the school had intended for them to treat Wang Jinyang to lunch. However, as a native of Yang City, he chose to return home after leaving the establishment. Fang Ping and the others felt it inappropriate to accompany him, agreeing to reconvene later for the afternoon pickup, thereby considering their hosting responsibilities fulfilled. Once Wang Jinyang had departed, Wu Zhihao expressed his enthusiasm, exclaiming, "What a remarkable gain!" Setting aside other considerations, the mere evocation of emotions was something they had previously remained oblivious to. In a recent evaluation, Wang Jinyang imparted a few subtle techniques to several individuals, thereby augmenting Wu Zhihao's already promising prospects of gaining admission to the Martial Arts University of Nanjing. Even Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi felt they had garnered significant insights and contemplated the possibility of applying to Nanjing Martial University. Moreover, Wang Jinyang disclosed an intriguing piece of information. Governor Zhang of Nanjing is indeed endeavoring to ascend to the realm of a 7th-tier master. The intent behind this revelation was to inspire everyone to apply to Nanjing Martial University this year. Governor Zhang, an alumnus of Nanjing Martial University, represents the sole dedicated martial arts institution in Nanjing province, while there exist 2 other schools in Nanjing that offer both literary and martial disciplines. They do not possess the same level of prestige as Nanjing Martial University. Should Governor Zhang succeed in his quest to break through to the master level this year, he would undoubtedly secure enhanced martial resources for Nanjing. Consequently, those who are admitted to Nanjing Martial University would certainly benefit from a favorable allocation of provincial resources. Wang Jinyang was quite confident of this. At this juncture, the group's aspirations were resolutely directed towards Nanjing Martial University. After bidding farewell to Wang Jinyang, they arranged to reconvene in the afternoon to welcome someone, subsequently parting ways to return to their respective abodes. On another note, Wang Jinyang was preparing to head home when his phone buzzed anew. Casting a glance at the screen, he frowned slightly before responding. "Didn't we agree to convene in the evening? Is there anything else?" A respectful, middle-aged voice resonated through the line. "Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize for the interruption. However, we have just received intelligence indicating that the suspect has entered Songshan Mountain, which spans 2 provinces. If they succeed in their escape..." Wang Jinyang furrowed his brow, betraying his displeasure. "It was previously agreed that the suspect would remain in situ until my arrival. Now that they have fled, I trust that you did not raise any alarms?" A profound silence enveloped the conversation, unmistakably affirming that Wang Jinyang's conjecture was indeed accurate. His displeasure mounted as he exhaled deeply. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, he declared, "Initially, the fee was set at 300,000. It has now escalated to 500,000, with no possibility for negotiation. The requisite documents will be dispatched to my residence promptly. You need not worry about any further matters." "Mr. Wang, is it truly the case that 500,000? Then allow your director to take personal charge of the matter. Is he not a graduate of Nanjing Martial University? After 2 decades, a 2nd-tier martial artist should still possess adequate capabilities, should he not? If he does not, seek out an alternative." Wang Jinyang articulated his thoughts with candor, exhaling sharply before adding, "Otherwise, confer with Riyang or the provincial authorities. Were it not for my recent advancement, which necessitates ample resources, and my domicile being in Yanqing, I would refuse this undertaking." After a brief moment of hesitation, the voice on the other end replied, "We accept the terms. However, the individual must be apprehended and returned. Furthermore, the The pursuit must be conducted independently by Yang Chen. Wang Jinyang responded with an air of calm detachment. Naturally, I am undertaking this task solely to provide guidance to the students of the first high school in relation to the martial arts examination. Very well. We shall expedite the delivery of the documents and anticipate a prompt resolution. Rest assured. Following a few additional exchanges, Wang Jinyang concluded the call, rubbing his temples and sighing. I hope they have not strayed too far. Otherwise, from where would all these unnecessary expenses arise? Contemplating the resources essential for his breakthrough, Wang Jinyang felt a profound sense of overwhelm. The institution provides half of the necessary resources, while the remaining portion must be self-financed. Had he been a student hailing from a more affluent background, such considerations would scarcely be pertinent. Yet for him, success hinges entirely upon his own endeavors. Reflecting on the students from the esteemed first high school, Wang Jinyang shook his head, while all aspired to be martial artists. Who among them truly comprehends the trials that accompany such a journey? Among those students, even Wu Zhihao, in his estimation, emerges from an unremarkable background. Only upon their admission to Wudao might these individuals begin to fathom the depths of despair. Li Yuanjiang's inability to excel as a martial artist transcends mere questions of talent. He chuckled softly, uncertain whether he was deriding others or merely engaging in self-deprecation. With his hands nestled in his pockets, Wang Jinyang ambled leisurely towards his residential community. At times, ignorance can indeed be a source of bliss. After bidding farewell to Wu Zhihao and the others, and with no classes scheduled for the morning, Fang Ping felt no desire to venture to school. Instead, he wandered towards Jinghu Garden. As he walked, Fang Ping contemplated Wang Jinyang's words. Although he paid heed to the small pieces of advice shared by Wu Zhihao and his companions, they did not weigh heavily on his mind. The essence resided elsewhere. Though Wang Jinyang was but a freshman, he exhibited a level of maturity that eclipsed that of a seasoned high school senior. From his seemingly nonchalant remarks, it became apparent that the life of a martial artist may not be as picturesque as it appears. In contemporary society, martial artists seem to blend seamlessly with the general populace. However, this perception is somewhat misleading. They dwell within their own unique realm, one that many ordinary individuals struggle to comprehend. Despite the swift proliferation of information in the digital age, one must not overlook that in this nation, the internet's relative permissiveness is sanctioned by the government. Certain pieces of information deemed undesirable for public awareness will undoubtedly remain shrouded from the online world. Martial artists. Fang Ping mused, what truly delineates the divide between them and the average individual? Is it merely a matter of physical superiority? A few days prior, he had not been in the proper state of mind to ponder such matters. However, after his encounter with Wang Jinyang, a true martial artist, Fang Ping found himself engaging in deeper contemplation. Ultimately, his understanding remained rather superficial. He shook his head, acknowledging that the disparity in social status limited his grasp of information. Some truths, as Wang Jinyang suggested, might be better left undiscovered. Once he ascends to the rank of a martial artist, these mysteries will gradually reveal themselves. Thus, there is no need for haste. After walking for a while, Fang Ping further reflected and resolved to convert the remaining 10,000 wealth points. This year's entrance examinations were evidently more formidable than those of the last. Wu Zhihao possessed a vitality of 115. Despite having prepared vitality pills and mastering the technique of emotional outburst, his confidence remained rather fragile. This clearly indicated the fierce competition he would encounter this year. Presently, his vitality stood at a mere 110. Should he fail to enhance it, any malfunction of this unreliable system could lead to dire consequences. Resolute in his decision, Fang Ping focused on augmenting his vitality. Before long, the data within his field of vision began to shift. Wealth, 0, vitality, 1, 2 spirit, 1, 1. Just as Fang Ping braced himself for the invigorating sensation reminiscent of his initial vitality enhancement, he suddenly emitted a quiet cry of pain. His exposed arms, neck, and the backs of his hands revealed prominently protruding veins, creating a rather alarming sight. Fang Ping gritted his teeth, leaning against the wall of a nearby shop, clenching his fists tightly, suppressing the pain that threatened to escape his lips. Time passed, though he could not discern its passage, and soon beads of sweat adorned Fang Ping's brow. Releasing a breath of exasperation, he whispered to himself, Heaven, are you conspiring against me? How exhilarating it had been the first time. Yet this occasion brought forth a pain so intense it nearly had him writhing upon the ground. In that moment, as his vitality surged, he felt as though his veins might burst from the mounting pressure. Fortunately, the intensity arrived swiftly and dissipated just as rapidly. Had it lingered a moment longer, Fong Ping was uncertain whether he would find himself convulsing in the street. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he touched his arm, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Is my physical condition insufficient? During his initial surge of vitality, he had paid scant attention to this particular facet. However, this time, he acutely sensed that perhaps his veins were too delicate, nearly leading to a rupture during the surge. Having encountered this phenomenon only twice, Fong Ping found himself skeptical. Should it occur once more, he feared he might truly become a human fountain, gushing forth crimson blood. Only a robust physique can endure the augmentation of vitality. It appears that physical training must be prioritized. His already demanding schedule had now become significantly more burdensome. Nevertheless, enhancing his physical condition was indeed essential, even if not for the purpose of amplifying vitality. Passing the practical assessment necessitated sound physical fitness. In that moment, Fong Ping bore little distinction from the so-called ineffectual individuals nurtured in a cauldron of potions, as described by Wang Jinyang. This thought left him both amused and exasperated. While others fretted over their inability to enhance their vitality, he found himself, in stark contrast, grappling with the inadequacy of his body to endure such an enhancement. Casting another glance at the data before him, Fong Ping pondered, am I now at 120 calories? He had no desire to revisit Wu Jihao's residence for yet another test, as merely a day had elapsed since their last encounter. Should he undertake the test today and achieve a peak value of 125 calories? It was conceivable that Wu Jihao might well consider leaping from a building. Of course, a more plausible scenario involved him dragging Fong Ping along with him. At precisely 2 p.m., the group reconvened at the school entrance, where they all boarded a vehicle together, embarking on a journey to Wang Jinyang's abode to escort him back to school. The surroundings of Wang Jinyang's neighborhood were quite unremarkable, scarcely a notch above Fong Ping's own Jinghu Garden community. Upon their arrival, they discovered Wang Jinyang already awaiting them at the entrance, his hands burdened by a hefty backpack, the contents concealed from view. No one ventured to inquire further. It was not uncommon for a returning homebody to bring back local delicacies. As Wang Jinyang approached the vehicle, he abruptly turned to Fong Ping, a flicker of suspicion dancing in his eyes, and with a slight furrow of his brow, inquired, Fong Ping, what did you do at noon? Fong Ping was briefly startled, a sudden tide of anxiety enveloping him. Could it be that martial artists were capable of sensing his surge in vitality? As he had foreseen, Wang Jinyang furrowed his brow and stated, while I appreciate your unwavering commitment to the martial arts examination, do not forget that the body is of utmost importance. Certain powerful and dangerous substances must never be taken recklessly. A moment's negligence could result in disastrous repercussions. I cannot ascertain the precise medication you have consumed. Yet your vitality seems to have surged excessively, which could easily lead to complications. During this period, it is advisable to engage in increased physical exercise to stabilize your energy and circulation. For the coming week, it is crucial that you abstain from any additional supplements aimed at enhancing your vitality. Upon hearing this, Fong Ping felt a wave of relief and promptly replied, understood. Thank you, Brother Wang. I lacked experience previously. This was my inaugural encounter with medication, and I had observed some swelling in my blood vessels. Ah, so it is your first time. That elucidates much, Wang Jinyang murmured. As a martial artist, he possessed a keen sense of observation. Earlier that morning, Fong Ping's vitality was markedly lower than that of Wu Jihao. Yet now, in his view, Fong Ping appeared to exhibit even greater vigor, with an impressive surge of energy. He was unaware of the specific substance Fong Ping had ingested, but the effects were astounding and might well be attributed to some illicit drug that strains the body. However, considering it was Fong Ping's initial experience with medication and his evident naivety, along with the fact that he was only now venturing into this territory for the first time, it suggested that his familial background was likely not affluent. With this understanding, Wang Jinyang refrained from probing further into the nature of the medicine. He merely reiterated, in the future, ensure that you procure medications solely from reputable pharmacies, particularly when you are unfamiliar with their effects. There are individuals in society who recklessly concoct mixtures, leading to adverse reactions that can be severely detrimental to one's health. Not everyone is as fortunate as you. Countless individuals endure grave consequences each year from the misuse of drugs. Fortunately, this was your first experience, and your previous health foundation was sufficiently robust to withstand it. Albeit barely. Do not take such fortune for granted. Exercise caution moving forward. Indeed, I will be cautious, Fong Ping replied. Thank you, Brother Wang. Not at all. Wang Jinyang's demeanor softened somewhat, and he continued with a smile. However, you have not incurred a loss this time. Once your energy stabilizes and you refine your physique, there lies hope for success in this year's martial arts examination. The other individuals present had been attentively engaged in their discourse. Initially, they perceived that Fang Ping had ingested some vitality-enhancing medication, which appeared to have detrimental effects on his physique. However, they were astonished to hear Wang Jinyang propose that Fang Ping harbored prospects in the martial arts examination. It was particularly remarkable that even Wu Zhihao had not garnered such praise from Wang Jinyang earlier that very morning. Consequently, Wu Zhihao could not suppress his astonishment and inquired, "Brother Wang, has Fang Ping's vitality indeed experienced a significant enhancement?" Wang Jinyang chuckled softly, stating, "I am not a vitality gauge, yet I can provide a rough estimation. Nonetheless, it is apparent that this young man has indeed achieved significant progress." Fang Ping quickly offered an embarrassed laugh, replying, "It's merely average. I perceive it to be quite similar to before." Wang Jinyang laughed heartily, opting not to challenge his modesty. Instead, he turned to Wu Zhihao, cautioning, "Do not follow his example. He lacks comprehension in these matters and has undertaken considerable risks. Medication should not be employed indiscriminately, especially those beyond the conventional blood-boosting pills and tonics. He has merely been fortunate. Had his luck been slightly worse, he could have faced a ruptured blood vessel, leading to grave consequences. Ignorance can indeed be most frightening." Wang Jinyang shook his head. Students well-versed in such knowledge would never dare to act so recklessly. Upon hearing the potential repercussions of a ruptured blood vessel, Wu Zhihao and his companions instinctively recoiled in fear. Wu Zhihao quietly inquired, "Fang Ping, what medication did you purchase?" Fang Ping awkwardly replied, "Yesterday, after testing at your place. My father provided me with a considerable sum to acquire some medicine to enhance my chances for the martial arts examination. This morning, as we parted ways, I happened upon someone on the street offering supplements at an exceptionally low price, so I purchased one." "You?" Wu Zhihao was utterly astounded, incredulously exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? You place your trust in a street con artist?" "It was inexpensive," Fang Ping defended. "He claimed it was a blood chi pill. Just a few thousand yuan. Didn't you say it was 30,000 for one yesterday? Are you a fool, or is he? A substance valued at 30,000 yuan is being offered to you for merely a few thousand?" Wu Zhihao stood in speechless astonishment, while Yang Jian, scratching his head in confusion, murmured, "I would never dare to engage in such an act. Fang Ping, you are indeed audacious." Initially, they had intended to delve deeper into the specifics of the medicine Fang Ping had ingested, but their curiosity swiftly evaporated. The consumption of an unverified drug could result in catastrophic repercussions, and one could never predict the manner of one's demise. Furthermore, the individual who had duped Fang Ping was likely long departed by this point. Such a reckless gamble to augment one's vitality is a venture no high school student would undertake unless utterly desperate. Ignorance is indeed a formidable specter. This sentiment appeared to resonate among all present. Who among them would thoughtlessly procure medication from the streets? Observing their reactions, Fang Ping couldn't help but exhale in relief. Having successfully concealed the truth, he had not anticipated Wang Jinyang's keen insight. It now became evident that martial artists were far more formidable than he had previously imagined. Or perhaps Wang Jinyang was significantly more adept than he had assumed. Nevertheless, being uncovered was not entirely detrimental. During the physical examination and blood test, Wu Zhihao and the others would not be excessively astonished. Moreover, there was a silver lining. Wang Jinyang might have sensed Fang Ping's considerable potential for succeeding in the martial arts examination, and during their journey to school, he imparted a few words of wisdom. Most of his counsel revolved around physical conditioning, culminating in a light-hearted remark. "This year, I suspect a few surprises will emerge from the first high school. I hope you do not stumble in other assessments. Perhaps in a few months, we shall once again be classmates." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhihao and the others experienced a blend of envy and admiration. Yet they certainly lacked the audacity to procure medication from the streets. As they engaged in casual banter, the vehicle swiftly arrived at the entrance of the first high school. From a distance, one could discern a substantial gathering of individuals at the school gate. Leading the assembly was the school's director of education. With the principal absent, the director personally welcomed guests at the entrance, a reception reminiscent of city leaders on inspection. Wang Jinyang, now merely a freshman, was granted this level of attention primarily due to his status as a martial artist. Had it been the previous year, the director would likely not have cast a glance in Wang Jinyang's direction. The disparity was staggering. As Wang Jinyang alighted to converse with the school officials, Fang Ping and his companions approached Lu Onghua, who was also amidst the welcoming throng, accompanied by several teachers and students. Fang Ping was not particularly acquainted with these students, but Wu Zhihao was familiar with them, quietly elucidating. Most of them are from the elite classes, along with some top students from the regular classes. He was not referring to the liberal arts, but rather to the martial sciences. Those present here are indeed the elite prospects from this year's first high school martial science class. Were it not for Fang Ping and a few others being designated to receive Wang Jinyang, none aside from Wu Zhihao would possess the qualifications to attend at this moment. Of course, that was in the past. Now, Fang Ping evidently holds that qualification. Lu Onghua is not a member of the school leadership. And while Wang Jinyang conversed with others, he refrained from interjecting. Upon noticing Fang Ping and the others arrive, Lu Onghua quietly inquired, "How did it go? Any gains?" Wu Zhihao nodded affirmatively, signifying substantial achievements. He then revealed a trace of envy, remarking, "The individual who has reaped the most rewards is undoubtedly Fang Ping. Teacher, Fang Ping's vitality has surged. It may even eclipse my own. How can that be?" Lu Onghua was momentarily taken aback, grappling with disbelief. The augmentation of vitality is not an overnight phenomenon. Moreover, considering Fang Ping's humble origins, how could he possibly surpass Wu Zhihao? Perceiving the homeroom teacher's astonishment, Wu Zhihao swiftly offered a concise explanation. Upon learning that Fang Ping had carelessly ingested medication, Lu Onghua was left speechless. Are today's youth truly so reckless? Nevertheless, the incident had passed, and Fang Ping had transformed adversity into opportunity. Lu Onghua expressed his joy, stating, "It appears that our class, 4, might indeed witness a miracle this year, with Wu Zhihao displaying promising potential in martial sciences, and perhaps another like Fang Ping emerging." The prospect of 2 martial university students originating from an ordinary class filled Lu Onghua with immense exhilaration. Last year, Wang Jinyang, alongside another student from a similar class, managed to gain admission to the martial university, garnering significant acclaim. Yet, what Lu Onghua envied was not these students, but rather the 2 homeroom teachers of those ordinary classes. The success of one of their students as a martial science scholar led to those 2 educators receiving bonuses exceeding 100,000 last year. Such a sum corresponds to nearly 2 years' salary for them. Beyond monetary gains, there were additional advantages as well, including prospects for advancement and recognition. What if one student thrived? What if 2 did? Lu Onghua felt a slight dizziness. Could he genuinely become the first exemplary homeroom teacher in the annals of this institution to nurture 2 martial artists from an ordinary class? Furthermore, students Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi from his class appeared to harbor a glimmer of potential. As these contemplations danced in his mind, Lu Onghua found himself enveloped in a state of elation. In his 50s, he could not suppress a foolish grin. Nearby, other homeroom teachers were present, including 2 from the esteemed classes. When some observed Lu Onghua's joyful demeanor, they could not help but chuckle. "Old Lu, mind your reputation. The students are still around." With a sense of pride, Lu Onghua instinctively shielded Wu Zhihao and the others behind him, radiating happiness as he retorted, "Is it a transgression to be joyful? Old Li, I hear you've been rather content lately, boasting that the title of outstanding homeroom teacher this year is rightfully yours for the taking?" The individual referred to as Old Li, though similarly aged at approximately 50, enjoyed a significantly more prosperous life than Lu Onghua, as he served as the homeroom teacher for a prestigious class. Upon hearing Lu Onghua's remarks, Old Li let out a chuckle and inquired, "What? If not for my sake, do you believe it would be for old Zhang? This year, Zhou Bin from our class is virtually assured of gaining admission to Wuhan University. With a stroke of serendipity, he might even have the opportunity to attend both the Kyoto and Shanghai campuses of this esteemed institution. These 2 branches of Wuhan University are among the most illustrious in the nation, in contrast to the southern Jiangsu campus. These prestigious universities pose a significantly greater challenge for aspiring scholars." Although Lu Onghua derided Old Li's boastfulness, he opted for silence. Zhou Bin's acceptance into Wuhan University appears almost inevitable, yet securing a place at both distinguished schools seems a formidable endeavor. Nevertheless, in that moment, Zhou Bin stood amidst the throng, and as an educator, it was not his role to dampen the enthusiasm of his students. Lu Onghua beamed with a broad smile, refraining from any counter-arguments. He merely cast a sidelong glance at Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao, aware that if 2 students from Class 4 were to secure positions at these prestigious universities, the title of exemplary class teacher would undoubtedly be conferred upon him. Even if additional students from the key class were to gain admission, it would not be surprising, as that class is meticulously designed to cultivate aspiring scholars. It is an accomplishment not to be celebrated, while failure to gain admission would be regarded as a significant disappointment. As long as Zhou Bin does not secure a place in either prestigious institution, the fact that Old Li's class has a greater number of students accepted into Wuhan University would bear little significance. Nearby, Old Li felt a chill as he perceived Lu Ongwa's disconcerting smile. What thoughts occupied that old fellow's mind? The atmosphere among the other educators was thick with tension, and even Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao could not escape a sense of disquiet. In that instant, Lu Ongwa's gaze upon them resembled that of a doting father observing his cherished offspring. Fang Ping could partially comprehend Lu Ongwa's emotions, finding the situation both amusing and bewildering. Just as the group engaged in subdued dialogue, Wang Jinyang concluded his cordial exchanges with the school leadership and soon approached the expectant students. As he surveyed the assembly, Wang Jinyang smiled and nodded, declaring, "Each cohort surpasses the last. This year's students are remarkably more impressive than those from our class last year." The extraordinary academic accomplishments of the first high school are largely attributable to the tireless dedication of our esteemed teachers. Though merely a freshman, Wang Jinyang's accolades were articulated with resounding eloquence, eliciting a rosy hue upon the cheeks of the director beside him. This commendation emanated from a genuine warrior. The administration of the first high school had steadfastly monitored the alumni who secured admission to Wuhan University. Due to certain information being shrouded in secrecy, they were not entirely apprised of the specifics. Nevertheless, they were cognizant that among the 5 students who gained entry into Wuhan University last year, only 2 had truly emerged as warriors. Among these 2, Wang Jinyang had garnered the most illustrious acclaim. Even some alumni of the university who maintained connections with the institution spoke of Wang Jinyang with a complex blend of admiration and nostalgia. From the reflections of these former students, the school's leadership discerned that Wang Jinyang had distinguished himself at Southern Jiangsu University, which was precisely why he received an invitation to return this year. Fortunately, Wang Jinyang had been contemplating a return to Yang City, and upon receiving the invitation, he did not hesitate to accept. Otherwise, he might not have graced the first high school with his presence. After exchanging a few polite remarks, Wang Jinyang could not help but steal a glance at Fang Ping. In his eyes, among the students at the first high school, a select few radiated a vigorous vitality, with Fang Ping being one of them. Indeed, Fang Ping's energy was second only to Zhou Bin, who garnered the favor of all the school's leaders. Reflecting on how this young man had evolved from an ordinary state in the morning to such a remarkable breakthrough by noon, Wang Jinyang marveled at the capriciousness of fate. At that moment, the educators and students of the first middle school paid little heed to Fang Ping, while Wang Jinyang secretly chuckled to himself. Last year's unexpected incident had left an impression. This year, he was certain to astonish the faculty once again. He wondered if this would lead the school leaders to reconsider their own judgments. Wang Jinyang remained indifferent to such musings and had no intention of alerting anyone. It seemed an unnecessary endeavor. He casually commended the group of top students before proceeding with the head of the academic department towards the multifunctional hall. Fang Ping and his companions followed the stream of students to the hall. Upon arrival, they found a considerable number of students already seated, at least 200, by rough estimation. This gathering included all the students from first middle school who had applied for the martial arts examination, and with Fang Ping and the others included. The number approached 300. As they entered, they spotted Zhang Hao waving at them, prompting them to hasten over, where several other martial arts candidates from Class 4 had congregated. Once seated, Zhang Hao eagerly inquired, "Did you meet with Senior Wang? What insights did you gather? Is he truly formidable?" Before Fang Ping could reply, Wu Zhihao interjected with a chuckle, "How could we ascertain his strength? Senior Wang has yet to engage in any combat. He will soon share all pertinent details." He chose not to mention the emotional outburst, nor did Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi. They remained uncertain whether Wang Jinyang would broach the subject. Should he choose to do so, it would bear no consequence whether he revealed it or kept it concealed. If he opted for silence, it would indeed serve to their advantage. It was permissible to inform Zhang Hao. Yet his propensity for loose talk could lead to rapid dissemination of this information, thereby undermining their hard-won advantages. Human nature is intrinsically self-serving, and witnessing their hesitance, Fang Ping naturally withheld any disclosures. As their dialogue progressed, Wang Jinyang entered the multifunctional hall accompanied by the head of the academic department. Upon his arrival, the room erupted into a fervent applause, with some young women expressing their excitement in delighted squeals. This spectacle inspired envy and admiration from nearly all students, including Wu Jiao. Many felt a stirring within their hearts, a potent sense of aspiration. This was the quintessential embodiment of the martial artist they revered. For Fang Ping, however, the thrill was somewhat subdued. While others were enraptured by Wang Jinyang, he remained preoccupied with the martial arts examination schedule disseminated by the institution. Following April 10th, the political review would commence, concluding at the month's end, with successful candidates receiving their examination permits. On May 1st, the martial arts candidates would embark collectively to Ruijing City for their physical evaluations. By May 3rd, the results would be announced in the major martial arts schools. In conjunction with the Ministry of Education, would establish the criteria for passing. The practical assessments would commence on May 7th, followed by participation in the National Professional Examination on May 10th. This delineated the timetable for the martial arts aspirants, and upon the conclusion of the professional examination, they would eagerly anticipate the cultural course college entrance examinations. The schedule was meticulously structured, crafted to challenge the martial arts candidates to their utmost capacity, thereby ensuring that the younger students would not be impeded in their progression. Approaching the age of 18, some students might find themselves undergoing daily transformations. As Fang Ping scrutinized the timetable, he was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of urgency. With merely 20 days remaining until the physical examination, could he genuinely achieve all that was required within such a brief interval? His vitality was commendable. However, the professional examination presented a formidable challenge, compelling him to devise a strategy to enhance his mental acuity. In the multifunctional hall of the first high school, while Fang Ping pondered ways to amass wealth to strengthen his cognitive prowess, Wang Jinyang diligently expounded upon the intricacies of the martial arts examination to the students. Meanwhile, in room 201 of Building 6 within Jinghu Garden Community, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a sincere demeanor, reassured, "Do not worry, sister. I assure you that I will not damage any of your furniture. Should anything break, feel free to deduct it from my deposit." Opposite him stood an older woman, who, upon hearing his words, broke into a smile. "That is reassuring to hear. My home has not been renovated for long. Although the Jinghu Garden Community may be aged, the environment is truly splendid. Restaurants and supermarkets are conveniently located nearby, with the bus stops situated right at the entrance of the community. At 600 yuan per month, you have indeed secured a remarkable deal. If I were not in a stable financial position, where else could one discover such an affordable rental? Truly, truly. Thank you, Sister Chun, for your generosity," the middle-aged man responded with a warm smile. Sister Chin took a moment to reflect before advising, "Since you reside alone and are a man, it is imperative that you maintain cleanliness. Had I not witnessed your meticulousness, I would not have agreed to rent to you. Furthermore, we are quite well acquainted with everyone in this community, so I kindly ask that you refrain from bringing any dubious individuals back. Additionally, when you bathe, please utilize a basin to collect water, as the old building has some leaks. A child is currently downstairs diligently preparing for the college entrance examination. Thus, I kindly request that you maintain a subdued atmosphere, as the soundproofing in this antiquated residence leaves much to be desired. Moreover, upon our return, you will be required to vacate the premises." After an extensive series of reminders, the woman observed the man's steadfast patience as he persistently nodded with an earnest smile. His sincere demeanor assuaged her concerns. Ultimately, she entrusted him with the key, remarking, "The place is not excessively untidy. I occasionally return to tidy it up. Most essentials are already in place. You simply need to furnish it with some daily necessities." "Thank you immensely, dear sister. There is no need for gratitude. I shall take my leave now." Sister Chin did not tarry, and as she departed, the middle-aged man promptly closed the door behind her. He then exhaled a breath of relief, murmuring to himself, "This venerable community is likely devoid of surveillance, is it not?" Murmuring to himself, he approached the balcony, gazing outside. With a furrowed brow, he softly pondered, "I wonder if the citizens of Yangcheng will uncover the traces I have left behind." By purposefully diverting the attention of Yangcheng's denizens towards the Tsongshan region, leading them to believe he had fled in that direction, he anticipated they would not overly concern themselves with him within their territory. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, he rubbed his temples. He was not particularly troubled by the minor figures in Yangcheng. Even if discovered, it would not bear significant consequences. What truly instilled fear within him was the possibility of causing too much commotion and attracting the attention of higher authorities. With his current abilities, he could navigate the petty challenges of Yangcheng, yet in a major city, he might not even discern the manner of his demise. Reflecting on this, the man felt a sense of resignation. He must find a means to leave the country, seeking refuge in some tumultuous small nation rather than living in constant trepidation within the confines of Huagua. Although Huagua is vast, at times it can feel exceedingly constricted. With surveillance ever present, unless he concealed himself in a remote corner of the mountains, it would be nearly impossible for someone of his nature to remain unnoticed. However, to dwell in such isolation at the foot of the mountains presents its own tribulations. Sustenance becomes a pressing concern. For a martial artist is not a celestial being who can forego food and drink. Furthermore, rural areas are populated with familiar faces. The presence of an outsider would only leave behind more traces. Exhaling a heavy sigh, he chose not to linger on the matter. There were no significant threats in Yangcheng, so he would remain hidden for a time. Once he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation and secured a smuggling route, he would devise a plan to depart from Huagua. In such an ancient community, devoid of property management, it was unlikely anyone would notice his presence. With nearby eateries and small shops, life would be convenient, leaving minimal traces behind. After meticulously contemplating the situation, he felt assured there were no oversights, and he sighed in relief once more. Yet, a twinge of regret lingered in his heart. Had he known better, he would have refrained from committing a crime. If not for a moment of folly, he could have amassed the necessary resources over several years. However, martial artists are propelled by the urgency of time, now past 40. Waiting a few more years would diminish his chances of advancing along the martial path. Age brings a decline in vitality, leaving him no choice but to feel anxious. Still, he was unwilling to concede defeat. At the first high school, nearly 2 hours of pre-examination guidance for martial arts concluded amidst applause. Fang Ping had initially intended to greet Wang Jinyang, but was deterred upon witnessing the latter surrounded by numerous students, prompting him to abandon that thought. With the pre-examination guidance concluded, they need not return to the classroom and could head home directly. After exchanging pleasantries with Wu Zhihao and a few others, just as Fang Ping was about to depart, Wu Zhihao eagerly suggested, "Fang Ping, would you care to visit my home tonight?" Fang Ping's countenance grew somber, as he found himself perplexed by Wu Zhihao's motives. Unaware of Fang Ping's unease, Wu Zhihao radiated enthusiasm. "Aren't you intrigued by your vitality level? Brother Wang mentioned that you possess remarkable potential in martial arts. Surely your vitality has seen a considerable enhancement. Why not visit my abode and reassess it?" Fang Ping exhaled in relief. Why could he not have articulated that in a single breath? Unaware of the underlying tension, the initial segment of Wu Zhihao's statement might lead one to suspect hidden intentions. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. Truly, it poses no inconvenience at all. Fang Ping, do join us. In all honesty, it is no trouble. I have other commitments this evening. Perhaps another occasion would be more suitable. Fang Ping was hesitant to provoke him. Jealousy can drive one to madness. As long as Wu Zhihao remained uncertain about Fang Ping's vitality, he could maintain his composure. Were he to discover that Fang Ping had already attained 120 points, his stability might falter. Wu Zhihao was generally a commendable individual. It would be a significant misfortune if he were to be consumed by his own envy. Observing Fang Ping's unwavering resolve, although Wu Zhihao still longed to discern Fang Ping's vitality, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After bidding farewell to a few more classmates, Fang Ping exited the school and proceeded home. Shortly after Fang Ping's departure, Wang Jinyang declined the school's invitation, opting not to partake in dinner. For him, attending the prestigious high school was merely a supplementary endeavor. Extending a minor favor while simultaneously earning some financial gain is indeed advantageous. However, his primary focus remains on the Yangcheng Criminal Investigation Bureau. Although 500,000 is not an exorbitant sum, it is considerable for a city of Yangcheng's modest stature. Furthermore, tasks in smaller cities tend to be more manageable, bearing relatively low risks, allowing for swift completion if circumstances align favorably. As Wang Jinyang exited the school with his backpack, a black Volkswagen soon halted before him. He promptly entered the vehicle and inquired. The information indicates that the individual has entered Songshan. There are some tourists idling about in Songshan during the day, so it is likely that the subject will refrain from action until nightfall. This suggests that they remain within the jurisdiction of Yangcheng, correct? The driver replied without a moment's hesitation, "Mr. Wang, you are entirely correct. The individual remains firmly within the boundaries of Yangcheng. Had they departed from the city, we would have been duly notified. The director has assured us that should the subject venture beyond Songshan, you will be promptly informed, at which point further pursuit will be unnecessary." Wang Jinyang furrowed his brow. If the suspect had indeed escaped Yangcheng, Even if the local authorities wish to take action, they would not overstep their jurisdiction. Not pursuing does not equate to a successful mission. It would merely indicate failure, considering the nature of the personnel within the investigation bureau. If they were unable to apprehend the suspect, the financial compensation would be scant. Merely sufficient to cover travel expenses would be deemed fortunate. After a moment of reflection, Wang Jinyang continued, "The suspect has been residing in Yangqing for a considerable period. However, you have not made contact with them even once?" The driver chuckled awkwardly. "The individual is rather cautious. Has your director not even made an attempt to interrogate them?" Wang Jinyang pressed. "Well," Wang Jinyang pursed his lips. These experienced operatives were particularly protective of their lives and would not dare to engage in unwarranted risks. "Is the subject genuinely a second-tier individual?" The driver hesitated, perceiving the mounting displeasure on Wang Jinyang's countenance, and swiftly added, "Indeed, they are unequivocally a second-tier. This individual has perpetrated several offenses in other locales, primarily to acquire essential breakthrough resources. However, it seems they have yet to amass sufficient resources. Even if they possessed enough, they would be devoid of the time necessary to effectuate a breakthrough. We have been meticulously monitoring their activities during their sojourn in Yangqing. Everything appears to be in order, and we shall be notified should a breakthrough transpire." This assertion possesses validity, for attaining a significant advancement as a martial artist is not an affair of mere moments. Wang Jinyang inclined his head slightly, opting for silence thereafter. Upon the completion of this mission, and with the acquisition of 500,000, complemented by the 60,000 from his institution, he would amass nearly 2 million in resources. Should he seek further assistance from the school, it would likely suffice for his impending necessities. Reflecting on the previous year, when he could scarcely afford a few thousand for a healing elixir, he now finds himself with savings in the millions, yet still perceives it as inadequate. It is challenging for an ordinary individual to comprehend the magnitude of his earnings within a mere year. Wang Jinyang chuckled with a hint of self-mockery. Regardless of the amount one earns, expenditures invariably seem to eclipse income. For martial artists, unless one belongs to the elite echelon, successfully managing a profitable enterprise, even the resources afforded by official channels remain rather constrained. His ability to generate income with such swiftness is, in itself, a commendable accomplishment. Some martial artists find themselves devoid of opportunities and connections. Those emerging from martial arts universities tend to fare better, whereas numerous practitioners exiting societal martial arts classes truly grapple with adversity. A multitude of individuals find themselves ensnared in the initial realm for an entire lifetime. Consider this scenario. Would a student or graduate from a martial arts academy truly jeopardize their integrity for the mere acquisition of a few million in cultivation resources? Yet, the opposing party resorted to unscrupulous tactics, illuminating the reality that certain martial artists do not embody the illustrious image that outsiders often envision. It is hoped that following this pivotal moment, one may embark on endeavors that yield more substantial financial rewards. Perhaps, aligning with a modest enterprise could be a viable consideration. However, upon contemplation, Wang Jinyang dismissed this idea. Being nominally connected to a small enterprise may not entail numerous responsibilities, yet it frequently demands the navigation of various trivial dilemmas. With their recurrence, it would prove far more advantageous to pursue independent endeavors. This elucidates why only a handful of martial artists are inclined to assume the role of nominal legal entities for small enterprises. The complications substantially eclipse the advantages. Generally, it is the more complacent martial artists who are amenable to undertaking such positions. Yet, not all are suited for this. Businesses typically favor individuals possessing an unblemished reputation, especially graduates from esteemed martial arts institutions. Ultimately, as per regulations, a business is owned by its legal representative. Should one lack integrity, they jeopardize their enterprise upon taking on a nominal role, potentially rendering themselves without recourse. This elucidates the predicament faced by numerous idle martial artists. Without the establishment of their own endeavors, small businesses are frequently hesitant to employ them. As Wang Jinyang contemplated, the vehicle accelerated towards Songshan. Upon entering Jinghu Garden, Fang Ping was greeted by the sound of a security door latching shut from the upper floor. After ensuring the door was securely fastened, he cast a glance towards the backyard, where his mother was engaged in her tasks, inquiring, "Mother, has Aunt Chen returned to occupy the upper floor?" "Not at all. Tata has acquired a spacious residence at Tianyuan Huafu. With the recent arrival of her grandchild, Aunt Chen is preoccupied with caring for him and has no time to return." Li Yueying responded while she was preparing vegetables. "The house has been leased. We finalized the agreement today. Fong Ping replied, not giving it much thought. With a smile, he added, Mother, once I successfully pass the entrance examination for the Martial Arts Academy, we ought to consider moving into a larger abode. Li Yueying beamed and replied, Once you pass the entrance exam for the Martial Arts Academy, why would we require a more expansive home? It will only be you, your father, your sister, and myself residing here. This house is ample for the three of us. The antiquated residence remains lamentably cramped, prompting Fong Ping to shake his head in dismay. Do not hold out hope for any forthcoming demolition. In my estimation, such an event is unlikely to transpire within the next decade. The inhabitants of Jinghu Garden fervently anticipate the prospect of demolition, favoring renting over selling, as whispers of impending demolition resurface annually. Rationally, given its over 30 years of existence and a location that is not without merit, it would seem the time for demolition has arrived. Yet, Jinghu Garden remains unscathed. Even after a decade, which is exceedingly vexing for Fong Ping. As the mother and son engaged in their conversation, the sound of a key turning in the door resonated from outside. Moments later, Fong Yuan burst into the room. Upon her entrance, Fong Yuan hastily bent down to change her shoes, nearly causing Fong Ping, who was also in the midst of the same task, to stumble. Before Fong Ping could articulate a response, Fong Yuan exclaimed, Fong Ping, what are you doing? You nearly frightened me to death. Fong Ping turned to his sister, probing her conscience. Was she not the one who nearly precipitated his downfall? I have remained silent, yet you, the scoundrel, have taken the initiative to cast blame upon me. Dismissing her, Fong Ping changed his shoes and stepped into the living room, while Fong Yuan hastily pursued him, inquiring with curiosity, Fong Ping, what brings you home earlier than I today? The school orchestrated a lecture on martial arts, and I returned immediately after its conclusion. Was it indeed Wang Jinyang who delivered the discourse? You are aware of this as well? Fong Ping expressed his astonishment. Did these adolescents truly possess an interest in such topics? Fong Yuan replied with an air of pragmatism. Naturally. A friend of mine has an elder sister attending the first high school, and my friend even requested her sister to procure Wang Jinyang's autograph. I do wonder if she succeeded in that endeavor. As she spoke, Fong Yuan queried, Did you have the opportunity to see Wang Jinyang? Indeed. How could I possibly attend the lecture without laying eyes upon him? Not only did I see him, but I was also the one who greeted him at the station. Really? Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuan felt a surge of regret and exclaimed, Why did you not inform me sooner? Fong Ping, initially presuming she was merely another admirer, scoffed, What is there to discuss? His appearance is rather unremarkable, far from the handsomeness of your brother. You are quite foolish. Fong Yuan regarded her brother with a sense of disdain, perceiving his utter lack of intelligence. Had you mentioned that you were to collect Wang Jinyang and brought along a small notebook for autographs, I could have capitalized on it at school. Numerous admirers hold Wang Jinyang in high esteem, and any martial artist of note would suffice. We could easily fetch $10 for each autograph. Accumulating a few hundred would render us quite wealthy. Fong Ping stood there, utterly bewildered. Could it truly be accomplished in such a manner? His sister's thoughts were decidedly unconventional. While others were preoccupied with merely obtaining autographs, she was already devising plans to monetize them. Fong Yuan, still somewhat irritated that Fong Ping had not forewarned her, promptly inquired, Has he departed yet? If not, why not seek him out for some autographs? When I sell them, we could divide the profits 70-30. I receive 70. You receive 30. I must express, Fong Yuan, what a lamentable situation it is that you are not engaged in commerce. You even managed to deceive your brother, and this is not the first instance. Fong Ping found the situation both amusing and frustrating, shaking his head. He remarked, He has already departed. Where could I possibly seek an autograph? Moreover, I would prefer to preserve my dignity. Uft. Fong Yuan retorted, What is so shameful about it? A few $1,000 could sustain me for an entire year, and that does not even take tuition into account. Fang Ping remained silent. Even if the thought had not initially occurred to him, he might have indeed pursued it had it come to mind. It was truly regrettable that the notion had eluded him at that moment. Naturally, even had he considered it, Wang Jinyang might not have consented. As the siblings engaged in conversation, Li Weiying in the yard inquired with curiosity, Wang Jinyang, is he the individual who gained admission to the Martial Arts University last year? Mother, are you aware of this too? Fong Ping was utterly astounded. As a mere first-year martial arts student, he was on the verge of becoming a household name. Li Weiying beamed as she recounted her visit to his school, where the teacher spoke of him, albeit her recollection was somewhat hazy. In this contemporary era, Gaining admission to the martial arts university held more prestige than being accepted into Tsinghua or Peking University of Europe. Particularly, Wang Jinyang's extraordinary ascent from a modest background amplified his renown, rendering it unsurprising that families associated with the esteemed first high school were familiar with him. Upon discovering that his mother was also acquainted with Wang Jinyang, Fang Ping's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he grinned, exclaiming, "Mother, since you know Wang Jinyang as well, the situation has become considerably more straightforward. Today, I was meant to pick someone up, and I had initially planned for Wu Jihao's father to procure some medicine on my behalf. However, it appears that Wang Jinyang had some readily available, provided by his institution. He expressed that he had no necessity for it, and given that he is a student at Wuhan University, the medicinal offerings from his esteemed institution may prove to be more efficacious. Consequently, I acquired a blood qi pill from Wang Jinyang." The room descended into silence, and Fang Yuan cast a discerning glance at her elder brother, perceiving his words as rather disingenuous. Unfazed, Fang Ping had previously identified Wu Zhihao as the most dependable individual he could conceive. However, Wu Zhihao remained at the first high school, and should his parents chance upon him and inquire, it could result in complications. Conversely, Wang Jinyang was a martial artist who seldom returned home throughout the year. Even in the rare instances he did, their parents had no affiliations with him, thus they would undoubtedly refrain from approaching a martial artist with inquiries. Reflecting on this, Fang Ping could not help but admire his own ingenuity, acknowledging that he was becoming increasingly skilled at fabricating narratives. Although referencing Wu Jihao's father had its shortcomings, he had now constructed a seamless tale. Without awaiting further inquiry from his mother, Fang Ping continued, "Wang Jinyang, considering my status as his junior, sold it to me for 20,000 yuan, and I acquired it immediately. I must say, the effects were remarkable. After consuming it, Wang Jinyang assured me that I would encounter no difficulties in this year's martial arts examination." "Really?" Li Yueying exclaimed, taken aback. Her son had indeed procured a pill from a university student and ingested it without hesitation, while she acknowledged that the funds had been intended for medicinal purposes. The assertion that her son had a chance in the martial arts examination was not something a typical individual would dare to claim. In Li Weiying's perspective, the words of a Wuhan University student carried more significance than those of a government official. For a fleeting moment, disbelief washed over her. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan scrutinized Fang Ping, thoughtfully stroking her chin, as if she had unearthed a profound secret. Fang Ping was not being truthful, though it was merely an instinct. Fang Yuan was resolute in her belief that her brother was indeed concocting tales. What were the chances that, in the pursuit of medicine, the precise individual would fortuitously have it available for sale? Fang Yuan felt compelled to assume the role of Sherlock Holmes and meticulously scrutinize her brother's background. While Fang Yuan nurtured her suspicions, Li Yueying remained entirely oblivious to any doubts regarding her son. The thought that even a student from Wuhan University had lauded her son's potential for the martial arts examination filled Li Yueying with delight, further inspiring her efforts in the kitchen. As Li Yueying busied herself with culinary tasks, Fang Yuan intercepted Fang Ping, who was on the verge of entering his room, and demanded with fervor, "Tell me, are you deceiving me?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes, responding with irritation, "Who is deceiving you? If you harbor doubts, I implore you to consult Wang Jinyang. Furthermore, the veracity of the matter will become apparent once the physical examination concludes in a few days. This year, I am resolute in my belief that I shall triumph in the martial arts examination. When the next semester unfolds, and should you find yourself in financial straits, I shall gladly autograph memorabilia for you to sell." "Yet, I sense something is amiss," the young girl murmured. As for Fang Ping's suggestion that she seek answers, did he truly believe her naive enough to discern where to inquire? Although she harbored suspicions of her brother's honesty, Fang Yuan nonetheless asserted, regardless of the truth, "You must refrain from any unethical conduct." Fang Ping chuckled, reaching out once more to gently pinch her cheek, exclaiming with exasperation, "What mischief could I possibly perpetrate? Please, place a modicum of trust in your brother. I fervently wish for your acceptance into the Martial Arts Academy. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that if you could achieve it, then surely everyone else would as well." Ouch! Before the young girl could conclude her utterance, she cast an indignant glare at Fang Ping, who had just pinched her face with excessive force. Fang Ping, feeling a tinge of exasperation, pressed his sister's round visage even more firmly, reflecting inwardly, "Am I truly such a dismal failure?" The siblings exchanged glances in a humorous, cross-eyed manner until Fang Mingrong returned. Only then did Fang Ping rub his eyes and recount the events to his father once more. Likely weighing, Fong Mingrong held unwavering faith in his son. Most parents share this sentiment, convinced that their children would never deceive them. Furthermore, their son had been a paragon of academic excellence throughout the years. Fong Mingrong could scarcely comprehend that one day his son would dare to swindle him out of 20,000 yuan, a substantial amount. Upon discovering that the student from Wuhan University had sold it to Fong Ping, Fong Mingrong deemed it more trustworthy than soliciting the father of Fong Ping's classmate to procure the medicine. Although he experienced a slight pang of regret for not observing his son partake of the medicine, the intention behind its acquisition was undeniably for his son's welfare. This trivial disappointment was quickly overshadowed by Fong Mingrong. During the evening repast, Fong Mingrong indulged in a bit more liquor than customary, his spirits evidently buoyed. Wang Jinong remarked upon the genuine possibility of his son excelling at the martial arts academy, perhaps signaling a glimmer of hope. In that moment, the family basked in a harmonious ambience, and Fong Ping felt a profound sense of contentment with the ruse he had devised. All was resolved. As long as their parents did not cross paths with Wang Jinyong, there existed no imperfections, indeed, a flawless scheme. Songshan, though not a celebrated mountain range, extends across two provinces. The portion of Songshan adjacent to Yangqing may be regarded merely as a foothill, lacking in significant peril. At this moment, Wang Jinyong found himself enveloped by the mountains. With a backpack draped over his shoulders, he wielded a military entrenching tool in hand. He swung the blade to clear the thorns obstructing his path. His brow knitted in concentration. Grasping a military-grade waterproof phone, he inquired, "Director Zhang, are you certain that the individual has genuinely entered the mountains?" A wealthy, somewhat refined middle-aged voice resonated from the phone. After Huang Bin eluded our surveillance, he hailed a taxi to the Songshan No. 3 entry point. This information was procured from the taxi company. The driver confirmed witnessing him enter the mountains with a backpack brimming with provisions and water. He has adequately prepared. Yet you failed to take preemptive action? Wang Jinyong voiced his discontent. Even the slightest incline of Songshan would render it challenging to discern someone once they've ventured inside. If only Yangcheng could postpone matters a tad longer until his arrival, directly approaching the target, such complications could have been entirely avoided. The voice on the other end remained composed, responding with a serene smile. This is all for the safety of the public. After all, Huang Bin is a second-tier martial artist striving to ascend to the third tier. Should we take action and fail to subdue him, he could potentially unleash chaos upon Yangqing. Wang Jinyong, uninterested in further elaboration, inhaled deeply and declared, "I have thoroughly searched the vicinity near the mountain entrance but discovered no traces whatsoever. For a second-tier martial artist such as him, it is not arduous to leave no evidence behind. The area surrounding the mountain entrance is densely populated, rendering it even more challenging to uncover anything. I shall intensify my search and would greatly appreciate Director Zhang's assistance in deploying personnel to monitor the various mountain entrances around Yang City. If we cannot locate the individual within 3 days, I shall regrettably have to abandon this mission." This delay was far from the outcome Wang Jinyong had envisioned. Moreover, with the martial arts semester finals fast approaching, although he was confident in his ability to pass, he still yearned to attain the highest position to garner greater resources. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang did not decline and responded affirmatively, stating, "Very well, we shall reconnect upon receiving any news. If the individual remains elusive, we shall let it be. Should we fail to locate him, I will report to Rui Yang, who will liaise with Su Bei for the apprehension." Despite his words, Zhang felt a pang of regret. It was unfortunate that Huang Bin had been excessively cautious, had he permitted Wang Jinyong to approach. Capturing a second-tier martial artist involved in criminal activities would have been a noteworthy accomplishment. As for Zhang himself, although he was also a second-tier martial artist, he had not engaged in combat since arriving in Yang City nearly a decade prior. The likelihood of him being harmed during an attempt to apprehend the suspect was considerably heightened, while the use of firearms would naturally overpower a second-tier martial artist. The suspect was intent on fleeing. If he managed to escape into densely populated areas, that would present a genuine predicament. Oftentimes, it is preferable to forego minor victories than to commit grave errors. Capturing an individual is indeed a commendable feat, but the cost of civilian lives would constitute a significant blunder, one that could not be rectified by the mere apprehension of the suspect. Thus, the authorities in Yang City had consistently opted for surveillance rather than direct confrontation. Little did they anticipate that complications would arise on the final day, and it remained uncertain whether Huang Bin had discerned Wang Jinyong's intentions in Yang City. Zhang felt somewhat vexed. In the eyes of these societal martial artists, Wang Jinyang likely held little esteem. As a student in his first year at the Martial Arts University, had it not been for Zhang's own graduation from Nanjing Martial University and his awareness of this junior's capabilities, he would not have sought his assistance. After exchanging a few brief remarks, Wang Jinyang concluded the call, shouldered his backpack, and continued his ascent into the mountains. 3 days was the absolute limit. In fact, it might take even less time. By the next day, he could very well be outside the jurisdiction of Yang City. At that point, even if he were to capture the individual, it would be questionable whether he could return with him to claim a reward. Meanwhile, in Yang City, at the Jinghu Garden community, Fang Ping did not retreat into his room as he had in previous days. Having experienced an increase in vitality, yet lacking sufficient physical resilience, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Therefore, after dinner, he ventured into his backyard to engage in physical training. He avoided the outside, as the old community lacked fitness facilities and the small park was dominated by elderly residents, and he did not wish to be a spectacle for their amusement. Fortunately, his home had a yard. Otherwise, he would have struggled to find a place to exercise under the current circumstances. Without any equipment, Fang Ping could only perform basic exercises. Push-ups, sit-ups, and squats constituted the extent of his workout repertoire. Observing the spaciousness of the backyard, he resolved to request his father to construct a wooden bar the following day, allowing him to perform pull-ups. The enhancement of one's vitality and blood flow has proven remarkably effective. In a previous life, Fang Ping would have struggled to complete 30 push-ups, utterly exhausted by the effort. Yet now, he effortlessly performs 50, feeling far less fatigued than anticipated. Completing 101 go seems entirely feasible, with a commitment to daily practice. Both morning and evening, it is likely that he will acclimate his body to the current state of his vitality in a matter of days. After a brief workout in the courtyard, while performing sit-ups, he noticed the lights illuminating the upper floor and instinctively glanced up a few times. The upper level was exceedingly quiet. Apart from the glowing lights, there was hardly a sign of habitation. Fang Ping cast a cursory glance and continued with his exercises. On the second floor, Huang Bin stood by the window, having grown accustomed to hiding from view over time, instinctively concealing himself behind the wall. With a sidelong glance at the youth below engaged in physical training, a complex expression crossed his face. Once upon a time, he too had been like these young men, striving earnestly to gain admission to the Martial Arts Academy. Yet reality proved to be unforgiving. He ultimately failed to secure a place at even a respectable liberal arts university. He settled for a university that was, at the time, deemed subpar, and upon graduation, found employment at a state-owned factory. After toiling for many years and saving a modest sum, discontent with a lifetime spent in the factory, he invested all his savings into a martial arts training program. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him, for he indeed gleaned considerable knowledge from the training. Years later, after several more years of work, he finally amassed enough resources to break through to the first rank of martial artists at the age of 30. He believed that achieving this status would transform his life, allowing him to live among the elite. However, reality delivered another harsh blow. His self-taught background placed him at a disadvantage compared to the students from prestigious martial arts universities, making his journey considerably more arduous. Being 30 years old and only reaching the first rank positioned him at the bottom tier among martial artists. Nevertheless, he was still a martial artist, managing a somewhat improved existence compared to his past. Had Huang Bin accepted this fate and continued working in a corporate environment, he might have accumulated considerable wealth over time. Yet he yearned to ascend further, only to discover the immense challenges intrinsic to the martial path. He was neither a student from a martial arts university nor an official martial artist, nor was he affiliated with a major corporation. Certain resources could only be procured through specialized channels at exorbitant costs. The pursuit of martial arts training demanded substantial financial investment. Equipment, training resources, techniques, and elixirs all required funding. Consequently, he found himself perpetually in a deficit, attempting to balance work while maintaining his training, with funds consistently falling short. After several years of effort, he barely managed to break through to the second rank, only to find himself once again in dire financial straits. The thought of advancing to the third rank, which would necessitate hundreds of thousands to nearly 1 million in resources, left Huang Bin feeling despondent. In the blink of an eye, he had reached middle age at 40. With the third rank still an elusive dream, the required resources often being scarce, Huang Bin had contemplated joining an official organization or a renowned corporation. His second rank status meant he was not without options. However, the prospect of undergoing evaluations, accepting tasks, and waiting several more years felt like a significant waste of time. Clinging to a sense of luck, he robbed a fellow trader, and thereafter, events spiraled out of control. The act of theft unfolded with alarming swiftness. He acquired goods worth millions within a single night. Had it been in the past, it would have taken him no less than a year to achieve such a feat. With the spoils coming so easily, the mindset of acquiring wealth without effort consumed Huang Bin entirely, leading him to replicate his actions several more times. The outcome, as one might predict, was inevitable. There are no secrets that remain hidden, and soon he found himself on the run. Observing the youth below, Huang Bin was engulfed in memories, shaking his head and softly scoffing, another young soul embarking on a path of no return. Is it truly so effortless to gain admission to the Martial Arts Academy? Should one find themselves denied entry, the subsequent tribulations are bound to be formidable. He was indeed a living testament to this reality. In such a community, one's financial standing is self-evident. The formative years of adolescence are pivotal for establishing a solid foundation. Yet, given the young man's plight, could he possibly acquire the requisite nourishing herbs and ingredients? Life, it seems, is inherently unjust. Huang Bin muttered a lament against fate, pondering why some are born into opulence, with fortunes that render millions mere trifles. Even upon attaining the status of a martial artist, he would still perceive himself as inferior to the graduates of the Martial Arts University. Consider the head of the Investigation Bureau in Yang City. He was convinced that, should they stand face to face, he could vanquish him within a mere 10 minutes. Nevertheless, this man held the esteemed position of director of the Investigation Bureau. Should he choose to join now, he would be reduced to serving individuals of lesser stature. Ascending to such a rank demands no fewer than 5 years of unwavering commitment. In Huang Bin's perspective, the entire situation appeared profoundly inequitable. Lost in contemplation, he lost all interest in further observation and retreated to his chamber. The young lad downstairs merely scoffed, wishing that the boy would not succumb to despondency. However, Fang Ping was far from despairing, for he had never entertained the idea of failing to gain admission to the Martial Arts Academy. Unbeknownst to him, he was under surveillance from above. Despite possessing a slightly heightened mental acuity, he was no match for Huang Bin's formidable prowess and thus remained oblivious to his presence. After more than an hour of exercise, Fang Ping, cautious of overexertion, opted against continuing. He returned to his room to freshen up and began to review his study materials. Meanwhile, the upper floor remained as silent as ever, so much so that Fang Ping nearly forgot it was rented out. The following day, April 10th, Thursday. Upon awakening, Fang Ping sensed a subtle ache in his muscles. Nevertheless, it was less severe than he had anticipated. For one unaccustomed to physical exertion, muscle fatigue is a natural consequence. Yet, owing to his vigorous vitality, the adverse effects had been considerably mitigated. In this moment, Fang Ping began to grasp the significance of vitality as a fundamental attribute for martial artists. A robust life force not only wards off ailments but also alleviates fatigue. Only those endowed with such vigor possess the confidence to embark upon the path of martial arts. Otherwise, the arduous training from the previous day would have left him in discomfort for days on end. Upon rising, he discovered that his parents had already departed. As was their routine, Fang Yuan, still in a state of drowsiness, brushed his teeth and washed his face. Children of his age often exhibit a notable propensity for slumber. Aware of his brother's late-night exertions, Fang Yuan, with his eyes scarcely open, observed his elder brother radiating vitality, feeling a pang of envy. Fang Ping, are you not fatigued? Not in the least. I feel revitalized, and my appetite remains as robust as ever. Fang Yuan pursed her lips, acutely aware of how to incite others. The siblings quickly organized themselves, consumed the breakfast their mother had lovingly prepared, and together ventured out with their backpacks. Upon exiting, Fang Yuan flung her backpack toward Fang Ping, exclaiming, "Aren't you not weary? Lend me a hand with this for a spell." The middle school that Fang Yuan attended was situated not too far from the first high school, with a portion of the journey aligning with their path. Fang Ping chuckled softly and shook his head in silence, nonchalantly lifting the backpack in his grasp. Just as they exited the corridor, a middle-aged man approached, breakfast in hand. Fang Ping cast a casual glance, momentarily startled to see the man heading towards their unit, and soon deduced that he was likely a tenant from the upper floors. In this antiquated building, which housed merely a dozen households, it was uncommon to encounter unfamiliar faces. Nevertheless, as they were not acquainted, Fang Ping chose not to greet him and simply walked past. As Huang Bin brushed by Fang Ping, his previously tranquil brow suddenly twitched. A martial artist possesses the ability to faintly perceive the vitality of an ordinary individual. This was a feat that Wang Jinyang had previously accomplished. Nevertheless, proximity proved crucial. For lesser martial artists do not wield extraordinary strength. Last night, Wang Bin had been upstairs, oblivious to any irregularities. Yet, just moments ago, as they crossed paths, Wang Bin immediately discerned the peculiarity surrounding Fang Ping. The vitality of this young lad was remarkably elevated. At least, in comparison to the average individual, it was exceptionally pronounced. Wang Bin furrowed his brow, a wave of envy swelling within him. The previous night, he had believed that the youth residing below would undoubtedly encounter despair in the future, feeling a sense of sympathy for him amidst the injustices of the world. Born into a commonplace family, he was inherently at a disadvantage. Yet now, he suddenly realized that the very boy he had pitied the night before possessed such extraordinary vitality. Based on the information at his disposal, as long as there were no discrepancies in other assessments, the likelihood of this youth being admitted to the Martial Arts Academy was quite substantial. With this revelation, Wang Bin felt as though he had been soundly slapped in the face. What right did he have to feel pity for others? In comparison to this youth, he was unworthy even to carry his shoes, despite their shared age. He had not succeeded in securing a place at the Martial Arts Academy, while several of his peers had attained the status of martial artists by the age of 20. In stark contrast, it required him an extra decade and an abundance of resources to reach that esteemed position by the age of 30. The young man standing before him, should he gain admission to the esteemed Martial Arts Academy, was poised to ascend as a martial artist before the age of 20. With the backing of the Martial Arts University, coupled with his remarkable lineage and vigor, his potential was undeniably significant. It was conceivable that within a mere few years, he would transcend to the second or even third tier, casting a disdainful gaze upon Wang Bin. Yet, he dared to harbor feelings of pity for him, to feel compassion for him. The deeper his reflections, the more somber Wang Bin's countenance grew. Every individual conceals envy. Some possess the fortitude to constrain it, while others fail to do so, or perhaps choose not to. Had he been the former version of himself, Wang Bin might have managed to keep it in check. However, as his boundaries were incessantly tested and he found himself relentlessly pursued, compelled to scurry like a rodent in the shadows, Wang Bin discovered it increasingly arduous to stifle his most basic instincts. As Fang Ping passed by, a shadow of intense displeasure crossed his countenance, stirring within him a momentary urge to dispose of the boy. Fortunately, Wang Bin ultimately succeeded in exercising restraint. At this juncture, it is wise to adopt a low-profile approach. There is no necessity to jeopardize one's own interest for the sake of that individual. However, should fate bring them together upon his departure, a discreet maneuver may not be entirely out of the question. Why should others navigate life with greater ease than oneself? The universe is undeniably capricious. Even in the pursuit of a sanctuary, one may inadvertently encounter a prodigy, which only exacerbates the sense of injustice. Wang Bin departed with an air of indifference. Yet, Fang Ping found himself unable to resist casting a backward glance. His mental acuity, slightly above the ordinary, elicited an instinctive shiver along his spine. Though it was but a fleeting sensation, a lingering apprehension enveloped his thoughts. Turning his head momentarily, he could only discern the outline of the tenant above. Fang Ping furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent. Fang Yuan, noticing his hesitation, inquired with curiosity, "What captures your attention?" "Nothing in particular, merely our upstairs tenant," he replied. "Ah. Aunt Chen and her family have vacated. The place has been unoccupied for quite some time. I wonder if the uncle has a daughter. In our unit, there are no girls my age to play with." Fang Yuan expressed a subtle yearning for a companion of similar age. Fang Ping shook his head, stating, "There is only the uncle upstairs." "Just him?" Fang Yuan murmured. "That uncle must possess a considerable appetite. I observed him transporting more than a dozen buns and assumed he was dining with family." More than a dozen buns. The speaker's words were informal, yet they struck a profound chord with the listener. Fang Ping had initially given scant attention to the middle-aged man's breakfast bounty, but upon contemplation, it appeared to be a considerable amount. Could a single individual genuinely consume so much? Or were there others involved? However, the previous night had been unusually tranquil upstairs, lacking any indications of a lively household. What could this suggest? A sense of suspicion began to brew within Fang Ping's thoughts. What manner of person could devour such a quantity? Naturally, a martial artist. It is an established truth that martial artists possess heightened dietary requirements, as their bodies engage in considerable exertion to maintain their vigor. Those endowed with resources may indulge in specialized supplements to fulfill their nutritional needs without resorting to excessive indulgence. Conversely, those devoid of such advantages must depend solely on commonplace sustenance to rejuvenate their bodies. This frequently leads martial artists to consume several times, if not dozens of times, the quantity that an average individual might require should they lack the virtue of moderation. Martial artists. Is the individual residing above a martial artist? Fang Ping contemplated, his thoughts meandering as he ambled along. The sudden surge of apprehension he had previously encountered resurfaced in his consciousness, prompting him to swallow audibly. A martial artist in Yang City undoubtedly holds a position of considerable significance. Would such an esteemed individual elect to inhabit an apartment within an antiquated community, such as Jinghu Garden? Could it be that he has come to confront me? It is not entirely without merit for Fang Ping to indulge in such contemplations. After all, he is a remarkable reborn individual, accompanied by an unreliable system. Of late, his vitality had markedly surged. The sudden emergence of a martial artist above him, particularly just yesterday, left him with scant opportunity to disregard his musings. Could it be that he has discerned my distinctiveness? Fang Ping pondered, a dryness settling in his throat. Was that a trace of murderous intent I sensed? The more he connected the dots, the more plausible it appeared. Someone intends to take my life. Or perhaps, they are eager to unearth some secret hidden within me? Fang Ping began to terrify himself, his complexion paling ever so slightly. He had never witnessed a martial artist in action, yet the mere thought of it filled him with trepidation. After all, in an era dominated by firearms, martial artists had secured their place among the upper echelons of society. Should that individual choose to strike at him, he feared he would lack even the strength to defend himself. Is their current inaction merely a fade to observe me and unveil my secrets? What course of action should I take? Should I report this to the authorities? Yet, martial artists are a rarity in Yang City. How could I possibly explain? Should I confess to possessing a system and being reborn, thus attracting the attention of a martial artist? Who would believe that a martial artist would target a senior high school student? Moreover, what if this individual were already a person of considerable stature in Yang City? If I were to alert the authorities, might I unwittingly signal my pursuer? Countless thoughts surged through Fang Ping's mind in an instant. Fang Yuan could scarcely fathom that his innocuous comment would propel Fang Ping into such profound reflection, even to the extent of contemplating uprooting his family and fleeing. As he journeyed onward, Fang Ping parted ways with his sister, yet his thoughts remained ensnared by the earlier occurrences, particularly the tenant residing above him. In a state of moral clarity, he ought to feel untroubled. However, the burden of concealed truths rendered his sense of security alarmingly tenuous. The sudden presence of an apparent martial artist in his building struck him as deeply disconcerting. What course of action should I pursue? A throbbing pain assailed Fang Ping's head. Was feigning ignorance truly advantageous? Should he merely observe for the time being? Nonetheless, a gentleman refrains from placing himself beneath a perilous wall. Should an adversary truly seek his demise, who could predict when their forbearance might erode? In a moment of swiftness, they could sever his life, leaving him devoid of any means for vindication. Weighed down by trepidation and disquiet, Fang Ping entered the school, his thoughts adrift like leaves in the wind. His deskmate, Chen Fan, observed his furrowed brow and inquired, "What troubles you?" "Nothing, nothing." Fang Ping replied with a hint of evasiveness. Then, in a hushed tone, he posed a curious question. "What would you do if a martial artist were determined to end your life?" "No, if there existed a mere possibility of such." Chen Fan gazed at him, perplexed. "Are you simply wasting your time?" He retorted with irritation. "Do you intend to wait until you become a martial artist, and then turn on me?" Fang Ping replied with urgency. "I speak earnestly. It is conceivable that such inquiries may arise on the martial science entrance examination. I merely seek your perspective. Is this truly a subject of the examination?" Chen Fan contemplated for a brief moment before responding. "Report it." However, he queried, "What if there has been no assault? Would such a report prove fruitless?" Chen Fan suggested, "Then flee." Yet he lamented, "One may evade the monk, but cannot escape the temple. Where might I take refuge? Are the constraints so numerous?" With a sigh, Chen Fan remarked, "In that case, there is naught to be done but to await one's demise. Once you are gone, the government shall take measures." Fang Ping grimaced at the thought, asking, "What if I refuse to languish in anticipation of death?" Chen Fan jested. "Unless by chance a master happens to pass by, vanquishes the martial artist with a singular strike, and perceives your remarkable potential, taking you under their wing as an apprentice. From that moment forth, you would embark upon the path of unparalleled strength. How does that serve as a resolution? Fong Ping was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "A master?" In a fleeting moment, the visage of Wang Jinyang flashed across his consciousness. Should one speak of a mentor, Wang Jinyang was the sole individual he genuinely recognized. Yet, the latter had already taken his leave from Yang City, and even had he remained, there existed no compelling reason for Fong Ping to solicit his aid. A renewed wave of anguish surged through his head, and ultimately, he could only offer himself solace, repeating with fervor, "It is not about me. It is not about me." Nevertheless, if it were not about him, why then did he inhabit the apartment above his own? It was manifestly clear that he was indeed seeking him out. Fong Ping, with gritted teeth and mounting exasperation, resolved to observe the unfolding circumstances further. If this individual was indeed a martial artist, it was indisputable that he was endeavoring to locate him. In times of tranquility, one must remain ever vigilant. Fong Ping discerned no fault in his propensity for overthinking. After all, his existence was solely his own. While excessive worry may induce personal trepidation, it is undoubtedly preferable to the loss of one's life. To be foolishly indifferent would signify the folly of one oblivious to their imminent demise. If the other party bore no malicious intent, it would indeed be fortuitous. However, should malevolence lurk beneath the surface, being prepared is far superior to being caught unawares. In Fong Ping's estimation, ascertaining whether the other party harbored ill intentions was a rather uncomplicated task. Should the individual be a martial artist, the probability of malevolence is significantly augmented. Contemporary society diverges greatly from ancient eras. Martial artists constitute a distinct social echelon. Seclusion is a relic of the past. Furthermore, who would be so unwise as to inhabit an older community, shrouded in anonymity? Therefore, determining whether the individual was a martial artist would enable him to acquire valuable insights. Even if he were to err in his judgment, what consequence would it bear? Forcing himself to find tranquility, Fong Ping, who had previously been beset by anxiety, now perceived that the imminent threat he faced was minimal. If the individual truly harbored intentions to harm him, observation would be the primary strategy. Otherwise, there would be no necessity for renting an apartment. As an ordinary student, it would be exceedingly effortless for a martial artist to dispose of him. Given the absence of immediate danger, he could endeavor to unveil the identity of the individual in question, merely based on the buns from the morning. No conclusions could be drawn. There indeed existed ordinary individuals with hearty appetites. Throughout the day, Fong Ping immersed himself in writing and sketching, occasionally engaging with Wu Zhihao and others to subtly inquire about various matters. By the conclusion of classes in the afternoon, Fong Ping had formulated a preliminary plan. Although he was not a martial artist, he was far from being a mere adolescent. Approaching 30, he possessed a psychological resilience that greatly surpassed that of high school students. Upon the arrival at Jinghu Garden Community, Fong Ping hastened home as soon as classes concluded. This day, there was no early dismissal, and Fong Yuan had returned before him, while their mother was diligently occupied in the kitchen as per usual. Upon entering the house, Fong Ping first made his way to the bathroom, then meandered around the backyard. Fong Yuan, engrossed in her television program, was momentarily taken aback. Had her brother undergone a transformation? In recent days, Fong Ping's most recurrent action upon encountering her had been to mischievously pinch her cheeks. She had just braced herself for yet another round of this playful gesture when Fong Ping returned home, meandering about, entirely oblivious to her presence. Upon his arrival in the living room, Fong Yuan inquired with curiosity, "Fong Ping, what are you searching for? Have you misplaced something?" Fong Ping chuckled lightly, responding, "Your brother is utterly broke. What could I possibly have lost?" He then raised his voice slightly to ask, "Mom, is that uncle from upstairs home? What is the matter?" In the kitchen, Li Yueying, intrigued, questioned why her son held an interest in the tenants residing above. "I just inspected the bathroom, and it appears there might be a minor leak from the ceiling. Could it be that the new occupants upstairs were careless while bathing? Is that so?" Li Yueying had not given this matter much thought and nonchalantly commented, "If it is not a grave issue, let it be. Old houses have their quirks. It would be wise to inform them. The uncle residing above is at home. I shall go and extend my greetings, as they have recently moved in. They may not yet be fully aware of the circumstances." Upon hearing her son's words, Li Yueying did not dissent and replied, "He ought to be home. I observed him returning with some belongings this afternoon, yet I did not hear the door open. The sound insulation between the floors was inadequate. Even the slightest noise from the opening or closing of doors resonated clearly." Fong Ping refrained from probing further, stepping out with the intention of ascending the stairs to locate the individual. Fong Yuan, observing his earnestness and wanting to extend a greeting, felt a sense of disbelief. Previously, Fong Ping would have shown little interest in such matters, yet his behavior had become increasingly peculiar of late. Upon reaching the second floor, Fong Ping inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. He rapped upon the security door. The interior exuded a haunting silence, as though the abode were devoid of any inhabitants. Undeterred, he rapped on the door once more and inquired, "Hello, is anyone present? I am from downstairs. Is there anyone at home?" After numerous attempts, the security door finally creaked open, unveiling Huang Bin, who wore a slight furrow upon his brow. Yet, he swiftly transformed his expression into a warm smile and remarked, "I did not hear you before. May I ask who you are?" "Greetings, dear uncle. I reside in the lower floors. My mother informed me yesterday that Aunt Chin's residence has been leased." Fong Ping offered a succinct explanation, feeling somewhat uneasy as he continued, "Uncle, the situation is as follows. Our community comprises several older residences, and the plumbing has become rather antiquated. Furthermore, during Aunt Chin's renovations, the waterproofing in the bathroom was not executed with sufficient care. I recently inspected the area and noticed a potential leak emanating from my bathroom. You may not have been aware of this issue, hence my visit to investigate." Huang Bin raised his eyebrows slightly. The landlord had mentioned this matter yesterday, and he had not paid it heed while showering the previous night. Was this an implicit confrontation? However, as it was a trivial matter, Huang Bin chose to refrain from creating a disturbance. Upon hearing this, he swiftly responded with a smile, "I apologize. I have only recently relocated and am not yet well acquainted with my surroundings. I shall exercise greater caution in the future. It is of no consequence. It is merely an ingrained habit." As Fong Ping spoke, he observed that Huang Bin had yet to fully open the door, and he added, "Uncle, would it be permissible for me to inspect your bathroom? It is possible that the problem does not originate from your end. It may be a leak from the main pipe. Should there be a leak in the main pipe, we will need to summon a professional for repairs. Otherwise, in a few days, it could escalate into a more significant issue." Huang Bin furrowed his brow slightly but soon acquiesced, saying, "Very well, take a look. If it turns out to be my fault, I shall arrange for someone to rectify it. Thank you for your consideration." Fong Ping offered a courteous remark as Huang Bin opened the security door, granting him entry. Fong Ping cast a casual glance around the interior. He had frequented this place previously when Aunt Chin resided here, occasionally visiting to play. The surroundings had not altered significantly in his memory. Huang Bin had only moved in the day prior, likely lacking the opportunity to make any modifications. With a fleeting glance, Fong Ping observed the half-drawn curtains on the balcony, yet refrained from commenting. It struck him as somewhat peculiar for an adult male to inhabit a dwelling with curtains only partially drawn during daylight hours. Not lingering on the thought, Fong Ping approached the bathroom with a jovial demeanor, remarking, "Uncle, it appears you have concluded your workday rather early. I was under the impression you might still be out." Huang Bin casually elucidated, "It is not that I finished early. I have merely just arrived in Yangqing and am presently seeking employment, having not yet officially commenced work." He had been confined within the house for the past few days, seldom venturing outside, rendering it inaccurate to assert that he had returned from work. "Oh, what is your profession, uncle?" "My father is employed at a ceramics factory located in the outskirts and has dedicated several years to this establishment. They have recently begun to recruit. I could bring it to his attention if you wish. However, it is unnecessary. I have nearly secured a position, so it would pose no inconvenience." Huang Bin responded with a trace of impatience, deeming the boy's inquiries somewhat excessive. Observing the change in Huang Bin's demeanor, Fong Ping chose to refrain from further discourse but committed the information to memory. Was he not a native of Yangqing? Upon entering the bathroom, he surveyed the surroundings with a grave demeanor, meticulously examining the plumbing. After a fleeting moment, Fong Ping exhaled in relief, remarking, "It should not be an issue with the main pipe, uncle. In the future, it would be prudent to utilize a basin for bathing. I apologize for the inconvenience." "Not at all. I shall certainly take note of that," Huang Bin replied amiably, albeit with a hint of impatience, as he had pressing matters to attend to and wished for the boy to depart. Fong Ping, choosing not to prolong his stay, cast a casual glance at Huang Bin's hands before smiling. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Should you require any assistance in settling in, do not hesitate to contact me or my father." "Very well. I shall certainly reach out should anything arise." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Fong Ping exited, descending the stairs under Huang Bin's vigilant gaze. It was only after Fong Ping had departed that Huang Bin closed the door, shaking his head with little concern. Downstairs, Fong Ping furrowed his brow. Despite their brief interaction, he had gleaned quite a bit. The man was likely a martial artist. While martial artists may blend seamlessly with ordinary individuals, astute observation reveals subtle distinctions. Had he not previously encountered a martial artist, Fong Ping might have overlooked numerous details. However, having recently met Wang Jinyang, he had cultivated an ability to discern these differences. Wang appeared unremarkable, yet his eyes shimmered with a certain brilliance, one slight indication of his latent prowess. Moreover, Wang's palms bore the roughness and calluses indicative of the rigorous training demanded by martial arts, for it is not a leisurely pursuit of cultivation, but a demanding discipline that leaves its indelible marks. The longer one trained, the more pronounced the calluses became. The concept of complete metamorphosis and tender skin was but a fantasy for lower-tier martial artists, while even the higher-tier practitioners remained an enigma to Fong Ping. During their discourse, he had inadvertently cast a few furtive glances at Huang Bin's hands. It appeared that Huang Bin had not anticipated that a student might be scrutinizing him, thus revealing nothing concealed. Huang Bin's hands were indeed calloused, but not merely from labor. There exists a distinct difference. The calluses born from strenuous physical labor and those resulting from martial arts training are not the same, a subtlety that most ordinary students would overlook. Yet Fong Ping was acutely aware of its significance. Taking into account the other person's considerable appetite, Fong Ping felt he could draw a definitive conclusion. The individual in question was undoubtedly a martial artist. Even if he were not a martial artist, he had devoted considerable time to the study of martial arts. Without employment and lacking any intention to seek one, he appeared wholly absorbed in his rented dwelling. All these signs collectively suggested that this individual might pose a potential threat. Having validated his suspicions, Fong Ping understood the necessity of taking this matter with utmost seriousness. An individual of questionable character resided directly above him, and given his own troubles, he felt an urgent need to brace for the worst. What course of action should he pursue? He pondered, sinking into deep contemplation. Should he remain in a state of passive waiting? After all, inaction could lead to grave repercussions. Should he alert the authorities? Yet, the individual had not issued any direct threats, thus what justification would he have for such a measure? Seeking the counsel of an expert seemed absurd. Where could he possibly find one? Ultimately, he concluded that he must depend upon himself. Should he take the initiative? The thought surged within him. Startling even himself, when had he become so audacious? After all, this individual was a martial artist. Setting aside the question of whether he could truly confront this person, what if he were mistaken? Such a misjudgment could lead to legal repercussions. Feeling a pang of hesitation, Fong Ping swiftly summoned his resolve and decided to embark on this endeavor. He harbored no intention of taking a life, and indeed, he lacked the fortitude required to do so. Regardless of whether the individual in question was virtuous or malevolent, as long as he refrained from inflicting fatal harm, he could simply report the matter afterward. Should the individual prove to be good-hearted, he could offer an explanation, likely escaping any considerable repercussions. As a student, invigorated by youthful zeal, he fancied himself aiding the police in capturing a nefarious character. If he erred in his judgment, the most severe consequence would be a reprimand. However, if the person were indeed a miscreant, taking proactive measures to resolve the predicament was undoubtedly preferable to awaiting its inevitable arrival in a state of passivity. Concerning how to confront this individual, martial artists are not omnipotent. In contemporary society, there exist numerous avenues to tackle such issues. Were Fong Ping a martial artist himself, the individual might exercise greater caution. Yet, as an ordinary student, who would regard him with any seriousness? Huang Bin had likely not even contemplated that prior to becoming a potential source of trouble, Fong Ping was already bracing himself to confront him. Despite Fong Ping's conviction and self-sufficiency, at this pivotal moment, he sensed the necessity for further contemplation. After a period of introspection, he resolved to first inform the authorities and, should that approach yield no results, to formulate an alternative strategy. That night, he fabricated a pretext to depart from the community and utilized a public telephone to relay his concerns. As anticipated, given his hesitance to reveal his identity, he merely articulated his suspicion that the occupant above might be engaged in nefarious activities. The operator on the line appeared momentarily speechless, yet she withheld any scathing remarks. Instead, she offered solace, assuring him, "We shall safeguard the lives and properties of all. We will send personnel to patrol the area." As for the likelihood of a genuine investigation, Fong Ping instinctively grasped the improbability of such an endeavor. This was quite reasonable, with constrained police resources and a lack of substantial evidence. it was unlikely they would mobilize a considerable force based solely on mere suspicion. If that were the case, the police might as well abandon their duties and merely await such reports daily. Countless false alarms inundated them each day, and unless Fong Ping asserted that he was in imminent peril, the chances of their intervention remained minimal. Compounding Fong Ping's dilemma was his decision to withhold his identity, aware that the other party would remain oblivious to his existence. In truth, he was not entirely averse to reporting the incident under his true name. His foremost concern lay in the possibility that the individual above might possess connections capable of revealing his identity. Should he opt to disclose himself? And if the other party harbored malevolent intentions, he feared they might act with alarming swiftness against him by reporting as an anonymous bystander. Even if his identity were to be exposed, the sheer multitude of residents in the community would afford him a degree of anonymity. He moved with caution. And while some might question his actions, it was improbable they would deduce he was Fong Ping. Following one fruitless attempt to seek assistance from a local elder, Fong Ping succumbed to a sense of resignation. After all, Yangqing was not an expansive metropolis. The police force was limited, and oversight was scant. Frequently, issues that did not constitute direct criminal activity, such as someone making a call to the police from a public phone, were seldom addressed. Thus, Fong Ping, with great reluctance, dismissed the idea of seeking assistance from law enforcement. He recognized that he must depend on his own resources. Once he subdued the individual in question, he could embark on a quest for evidence. Should he discover any, reporting it would remain a viable option. However, if he found nothing, he rubbed his forehead, pondering that if no evidence emerged, he still needed to incite some form of disturbance, as he could not unearth any illicit activities committed by the aforementioned individual. He would have to redirect his focus towards his own actions. As a fervent youth, he could assert that he had engaged in somewhat reckless behavior to assist the police in apprehending wrongdoers, subsequently confessing his own misdeeds to the authorities. This strategy would guarantee that the authorities would take heed, regardless of whether the individual in question was a nefarious figure or a person of integrity. Should the latter be the case, he would readily acknowledge his shortcomings and seek to make amends. Conversely, if he were indeed of ill repute, it might even prove advantageous, potentially securing him a commendation. After carefully weighing the advantages and disadvantages, Fong Ping discerned that, irrespective of the eventual outcome, he would likely endure merely a reprimand. A trivial inconvenience when juxtaposed with the looming threat to his safety. With this newfound clarity, he experienced a profound sense of relief and commenced crafting a strategy to confront the aforementioned individual. That evening, Fong Ping persisted in his physical training within the confines of the backyard. Yet, amidst his exercises, an unsettling sensation gripped him, the impression that an unseen observer was scrutinizing him from the second-floor window. Someone is watching me, Fong Ping deduced, growing ever more certain that the figure above harbored ulterior intentions. In truth, he was partially accurate. Huang Bin did cast a fleeting glance downward, but his own preoccupations demanded his attention, and he did not remain for long. The following day, as Fong Ping embarked on his journey to school, he once more crossed paths with Huang Bin, who was returning from procuring breakfast. On the previous morning, Huang Bin had feigned ignorance of Fong Ping, thereby evading any salutation. Nevertheless, following their encounter the night before, a semblance of familiarity had emerged between them. Thus, in a bid to uphold his faade of sincerity, Huang Bin greeted Fong Ping with a disingenuous smile. However, this smile, laced with a subtle hint of insincerity, prompted Fong Ping to ponder. When one bestows unwarranted kindness, there often lurks a hidden motive. If Huang Bin were to become aware of Fong Ping's suspicions, it would undoubtedly propel him into a state of exasperation. Regardless of whether Huang Bin greeted him, Fong Ping would persist in believing that he was merely feigning ignorance. This scenario epitomizes the essence of the proverbial suspicious neighbor. Once doubt is introduced, any action taken by the suspected individual merely serves to reinforce preconceived notions. Presently, Fong Ping is plagued by suspicions that Huang Bin may harbor malicious intentions towards him, perceiving this individual as decidedly untrustworthy. With resolute determination, Fong Ping resolves to address the situation proactively. In the morning at school, Fong Ping appears to be diligently engrossed in his studies, yet in truth, he is meticulously plotting his forthcoming actions. Once the morning classes conclude, he disappears in an instant. Chen Fan, witnessing his remarkable speed, can only express his envy with a comment regarding Fong Ping's excellent physical condition. As noon classes commence, Fong Ping arrives just in time, unnoticed by others, with several small packages discreetly nestled in his pocket. To incapacitate someone, sedatives and tranquilizers are the most effective, albeit prescription medications that are notoriously challenging to acquire. Fong Ping has no desire to purchase these. Their efficacy is rather moderate and their onset slow. Furthermore, considering that his target may be a martial artist, whose physical resilience surpasses that of an ordinary individual, conventional sedatives would likely prove futile, unless an excessive dosage is administered, which would be quite imprudent, as the target would certainly resist consuming an abundance of unfamiliar pills, while an ordinary student might find themselves at a loss in such a predicament. Fong Ping is not so easily thwarted. During the lunch hour, he ventures into an adult store. In his previous life, a friend of his, a journalist, had conducted an undercover investigation into a widely circulated rumor regarding a memory-erasing drug. The findings unveiled that the notion of a substance rendering an individual unconscious and amnesiac within mere seconds was utterly absurd. If such a drug existed, the field of anesthesiology would have long since become obsolete. However, there do exist substances akin to narcotics that exhibit superior effects to traditional anesthetics. These soporifics amplify the sedative properties while disregarding potential consequences, often leading to significant side effects such as prolonged nausea and dizziness. Fong Ping's friend had personally experimented with a minuscule quantity of a memory-erasing liquid, which, while failing to induce a complete loss of consciousness, rendered him lethargic and disoriented. At that moment, Fong Ping was present and seized the opportunity to relieve his friend of his wallet. Following the experiment, his friend recounted that he was aware of the circumstances yet powerless to intervene, his limbs heavy and his speech inhibited. Nevertheless, the drug's effects were not as extraordinary as claimed. He remained in a state of foggy consciousness for nearly 20 minutes, perhaps due to the small quantity consumed. He was cautious of excessive intake for fear of health repercussions, thus refraining from further experimentation. It is this experience that enables Fong Ping to discern where to procure such substances. In fact, at this juncture, several adult stores openly sell them at reasonable prices. During lunch, Fong Ping scoured a few establishments, spending 400 yuan to purchase 3 small bags. According to the proprietor, the effects are remarkably potent, although he cautioned against Fong Ping's use. With the drugs procured, Fong Ping now contemplates how to ensure his target consumes them. Concerned about the target's heightened resistance, the owner had mentioned that 5 milliliters suffices for an average person. Hence, Fong Ping opted for 3 small bottles, totaling 50 milliliters, with a 10-fold dosage. Even a martial artist would likely succumb to paralysis and confusion, he mused. Yet, reflecting on the potential lethality of an overdose, he ultimately decides to err on the side of caution, opting for a lesser quantity, even if it means enduring more pronounced side effects, as preserving life remains paramount. The individual residing above, who seldom cooks for himself, prefers dining out. In those moments, there were no delivery services like Meituan or Ele. To bring meals to his door, he had to procure takeout himself. However, last night, Fong Ping observed that when the person above descended to dispose of his trash, he was carrying a food container. This indicated that he had not dined out but had instead brought food back home, likely wary of attracting suspicion by consuming too much in public. Without the presence of a delivery person, executing his plan became considerably more challenging. Fong Ping continued to strategize on how to entice the individual to eat. His current status as a student and neighbor provided a sense of complacency. Surely, the man would not be on guard against him. Throughout the day, Fong Ping was preoccupied with devising a way to incapacitate the man. By the time school ended, he shook his head, feeling a twinge of discontent as he perceived himself taking on the role of a villain. Suppressing such thoughts, he reassured himself that at worst, he could induce a few days of dizziness, compensating later without any real harm. He was not a woman. He could not exploit the situation to his advantage. If he were truly a nefarious character, he would only be ridding society of a menace. Upon arriving home, Fong Ping sequestered himself in his room, combining several vials of liquid sedative. After some contemplation, he changed into a long-sleeved shirt and donned a jacket. This would help to conceal his intentions. When he emerged from his room, his sister Fong Yuan gazed at him with surprise, wondering what was amiss with her brother. "Fong Ping, aren't you hot?" she inquired. Observing that while the weather in April was not as oppressive as that of summer, the temperatures remained rather elevated. Fong Ping's unexpected donning of a jacket raised her apprehensions regarding his health. Aware that his sister was scrutinizing him, he remembered that if she were a martial artist and he failed to pacify her, it might result in complications. With the family assembled at home in the evening, it was not an opportune moment to take action. During the day, their parents were away, and Fong Yuan had school commitments. It seemed wise to bide their time until daylight to circumvent any unforeseen eventualities. With this contemplation, Fong Ping swiftly divested himself of his jacket and responded with a cheerful demeanor. I am perfectly well. I merely felt a trifle chilly earlier. Are you unwell? Fong Yuan inquired, her worry palpable. Initially hesitant to admit it, Fong Ping reconsidered and nodded. I believe I may be feeling somewhat unwell. He added, if it continues, I shall request a leave of absence tomorrow morning. A proper rest should alleviate it. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuan approached him to assess his temperature, relieved to discover he was not feverish. That evening, upon learning of Fong Ping's discomfort and his intention to take leave the following morning, their parents, Fong Mingrong and Li Yueying, expressed their concern. Fong Ping reassured them that his condition was not severe, and although they were slightly anxious, they ultimately refrained from further questioning. They contemplated that should his condition not improve by morning, a visit to the hospital might be warranted. Li Yueying had initially planned to take the day off to care for her son, but Fong Ping firmly declined her offer. Observing that he did not seem gravely ill, she acquiesced, yet still provided him with 100 yuan for transportation to the hospital should the need arise. With all arrangements in place, Fong Ping felt a sense of tranquility, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to execute his plan the following day. On April 11th, Friday, Fong Ping employed his father's antiquated mobile phone to request a morning's leave from his homeroom teacher. Lu Onghua conveyed his profound concern, persistently urging Fong Ping over the phone to take care of himself and safeguard his health. The current Fong Ping was no longer the same. He harbored aspirations for the martial arts examination. As the examination approached, Lu Onghua was overcome with a sense of melancholy at the prospect of Fong Ping's illness. It was only after Fong Ping assured him that his discomfort was minimal that Lu Onghua, following a series of stern admonitions, ultimately acquiesced to Fong Ping's request for leave. In that moment, Fong Mingrong and his wife were entirely persuaded that their son genuinely possessed a chance at triumph in the martial arts examination. The homeroom teacher's evident concern could only signify that success was indeed attainable. Previously skeptical of Fong Yuan's bravado, they could no longer dismiss the notion that he appeared truly capable. The little girl even began to question her own life decisions. Was it conceivable that her brother could actually succeed in the martial arts examination? Observing her incredulous gaze, Fong Ping could not suppress a chuckle. Shortly thereafter, their parents departed for work, and Fong Yuan set off for school, leaving Fong Ping solitary in the abode. Although the upper floor was hauntingly silent, Fong Ping was convinced that the resident above remained within, an archetypal recluse. Except for meals, Fong Ping had never witnessed him emerge from his quarters. In contrast to other homebodies who might indulge in online pursuits, enjoy television, or engage in various pastimes, the individual above possessed neither internet connectivity nor a television in operation. This type of individual, confined within the walls of his abode, stirred within Fong Ping a deep-seated suspicion regarding the potential mischief he might be orchestrating. He harbored serious doubts about whether this man was not eavesdropping on the sounds of the household, perhaps even crouched by the window or pressing his ear to the floor. Fong Ping was uncertain whether martial artists possessed enhanced capabilities across all senses, including hearing. Consequently, he remained vigilant, refraining from uttering anything inappropriate, even during his earlier sojourn upstairs. Today, while preparing to take his leave, Fong Ping approached the situation with meticulous care, ensuring that his actions were gradual and unobtrusive. Rather than hastily seeking an opportunity upstairs, he ambled through the house, donned a jacket, and discreetly concealed a small vial containing liquid medicine within his sleeve, with the opening facing his palm. After several experiments with his cup, he felt assured in his ability to pour the liquid swiftly, allowing himself to exhale with relief. The medicine bore no scent, yet he remained uncertain regarding its taste. Feeling a twinge of apprehension, he extracted a minuscule amount from the vial and mixed it with water, taking a cautious sip. Upon tasting, he detected no discernible difference from ordinary water, prompting him to expel it quickly, a smile breaking across his face. Colorless and tasteless, it surpassed his expectations. A martial artist, after all, remains human, and despite their heightened sensitivity, they would likely struggle to detect such subtlety. Fong Ping also recognized that no one could sustain a state of perpetual vigilance, especially not a diligent student such as himself. After reclining on his bed for a time, he finally rose around 9 in the morning and proceeded to the kitchen. Upon entering, he grasped the kettle, murmuring to himself, "Is there no hot water left in the house? How am I to take my medicine without hot water?" With a resigned sigh, he gathered a few cold medicine tablets in his cup, making his way outside. On the second floor, Huang Bin, rummaging through a package, was startled by the sudden sound of knocking, his expression shifting slightly. In a flurry, Huang Bin hastily concealed the package beneath the sofa, holding his breath and remaining utterly still. "Uncle, are you home?" A voice resonated from beyond the door, eliciting a frown from Huang Bin. It was that boy again. With a trace of impatience etched on his face, he had retreated into seclusion precisely to evade interactions with outsiders. Yet this lad had visited twice in as many days. Though he considered the option of silence, Huang Bin ultimately responded, "I am here, coming right away." Upon opening the door, he greeted Fang Ping with a sheepish smile and cheerfully asked, "No school today?" Fang Ping, rubbing his forehead and appearing somewhat troubled, replied, "I am uncertain if it is due to the recent pressures, but I have been feeling a touch dizzy and decided to take the morning off." "Uncle, do you have hot water at home?" "I intended to take some medicine, but there is no boiled water available, and the process of boiling it would take some time. So I thought I would come up." Huang Bin felt a growing sense of vexation. This boy truly did not regard himself as a guest, coming to borrow water when his own supply was lacking. Despite his inner irritation, Huang Bin maintained a smile and said, "I have boiled water. Please, come in." "Thank you, Uncle. No need to mention it." After exchanging a few courteous remarks, Fang Ping entered the room, a cup in hand. Huang Bin gestured towards the kitchen and inquired, "The kettle is over there. Shall I offer my assistance?" No, Uncle. Please do not trouble yourself. I shall manage on my own," Fang Ping swiftly replied, waving his hand. Then, casting a casual glance at the half-drawn curtains on the balcony, he observed, "It appears somewhat dim in here. Has the curtain malfunctioned?" "It is not broken," came the reply. "Oh, I assumed it might be." Huang Bin found himself at a loss for words. Why did he feel compelled to interfere in every matter? Nevertheless, this remark did lead Huang Bin to the realization that it was, in fact, inappropriate to keep the curtains drawn during daylight hours. As he noticed Fang Ping making his way towards the kitchen, Huang Bin chose not to follow but instead proceeded to the balcony, intending to draw the curtains open. Fang Ping exhaled quietly in relief. He had contemplated this conversation in his mind numerous times. Huang Bin was certainly adhering to his established routine. Of course, even had Huang Bin not ventured to the balcony, Fang Ping had alternative plans prepared. This spared him some inconvenience. Fang Ping wasted no time, entering the kitchen with purpose. Seizing the thermos to pour himself a glass of water, he then deftly retrieved a diminutive medicine vial from his sleeve, uncorked it with alacrity, and poured the liquid directly into the thermos. After completing his task, Fang Ping discreetly returned the medicine vial to his pocket, secured the cap, and raised the cup as he exited the kitchen. Upon his departure, Huang Bin had already drawn the curtains and was making his way back. Fang Ping, maintaining his composure, smiled broadly and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle." Huang Bin replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing," not lingering on the conversation, pausing briefly as he contemplated that the boy should be departing after filling his glass. To his astonishment, Fang Ping appeared completely unaware of his impatience, exhibiting no inclination to take his leave. Fang Ping found himself in a quandary. He had no means to ascertain when Huang Bin would partake of the water. He could merely observe, biding his time for the instant Huang Bin would take a sip, thus seizing the opportunity. Otherwise, should he misjudge the timing? Even if Huang Bin did imbibe the water, it would prove futile if he remained oblivious. Although the individual initially consumed the water without a second thought, he undoubtedly sensed something amiss afterward. The likelihood of a subsequent opportunity was virtually non-existent. Furthermore, he would inevitably arouse suspicion, leaving only this singular chance. In such a predicament, Fang Ping was resolute in his decision to remain, awaiting the moment he could witness the other party drink the water. Regardless of Huang Bin's musings, Fang Ping casually sipped from his cup while swallowing a few cold medicine tablets, then queried, "Uncle, do you often find yourself alone at home?" "Indeed. My family resides in the countryside, and I have come to Yangcheng to pursue my work independently," Huang Bin replied. Fang Ping inwardly berated the man, wishing he possessed a modicum of skill in the art of deception. Did he genuinely perceive him as so gullible? Employed individuals do not seek work while independently renting accommodations, and the daily cost of takeout alone could easily escalate into dozens or even hundreds of yuan. Did he truly believe that Fang Ping had never encountered anyone engaged in work? Nevertheless, concealing his contempt beneath a veneer of sympathy, Fang Ping remarked, "Your son must miss you dearly. I can empathize. My father works far away and often returns late. Sometimes I do not see him for an entire day, and I yearn for his presence. By the way, Uncle, Are you able to watch television here? My father has removed the smart card from our television, stating that I cannot watch it since I am in my final year of high school, and thus I have not seen any television in ages. Huang Bin's countenance turned a shade of green. This audacious little rascal. Not only did he arrive seeking water, but he also expressed a desire to indulge in television at Huang Bin's expense. Had he given any thought to Huang Bin's sentiments? Yet, considering the youth's innocence, Huang Bin stifled his irritation and began, well, Before he could complete his sentence, Fang Ping had already entered the living room, seized the remote control, and activated the television. As the screen illuminated, Fang Ping's face radiated with delight. Uncle, may I watch some television here? Huang Bin nearly uttered an expletive. He had not even granted permission, yet Fang Ping had taken the liberty to switch on the television and make himself comfortable on the sofa. What could he possibly articulate? He had momentarily contemplated claiming the television was malfunctioning, but that excuse had now become impractical. He was striving to embody the role of a benevolent host. And with no one else present in the household, he found himself with scant justification to displace the boy. Perhaps he could propose that he needed to step out for a moment? Yet, he detested the notion of drawing any attention during daylight hours. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Bin mustered a smile and remarked, "It's perfectly fine. If you find pleasure in watching, feel free to indulge for a while." Uncle, do you enjoy watching sports? Shall we watch together? No need. I can watch anything. Once again, Huang Bin sighed inwardly, resigning himself to endure this for a brief period. Surely, this young man would soon have school commitments. Hadn't he mentioned taking the morning off? At most, he would only be present during mealtimes. Having reconciled these thoughts, Huang Bin, in the company of Fang Ping, found himself unable to pursue other activities and resigned to sit on the sofa, gazing blankly at the television. Fang Ping, equally engrossed in the screen, was internally agitated. When would this fellow finally drink the water? As soon as he departed, Fang Ping would return to knock on the door after a span of 20 minutes. In that interval, the effects of the medication should have taken effect. Even if he did not succumb to unconsciousness, he would undoubtedly feel utterly exhausted. Yet, after nearly half an hour of watching television, Huang Bin displayed no inclination to quench his thirst. With a sense of resignation, Fang Ping rose, cup in hand, and said, "Uncle, I shall fetch some more water. I am quite parched, and I will pour you a glass as well." Without waiting for Huang Bin to decline, Fang Ping proceeded directly to the kitchen. Instead of pouring water immediately, he carried the thermos into the living room, first filling his own glass before generously pouring a substantial cup for Huang Bin. At that moment, Huang Bin had no desire for conversation. This young man was rather too familiar for his liking. Were it not for the intention to avoid attracting attention, he would have been tempted to hurl this fellow out of the window. However, Fang Ping remained oblivious to Huang Bin's sentiments. Casting a sidelong glance at the glass before Huang Bin, he left his own untouched and continued to gaze at the television, seemingly entranced, neglecting to drink. People are often easily swayed by psychological suggestions. If there is no water before you, you may not feel compelled to seek it out. Yet, when a glass of water is placed in front of you, even if you are not thirsty, you may subconsciously take a sip. Especially when someone else has poured the water for you, most would instinctively drink a bit, even if they are not parched. Fang Ping's act of pouring water for Huang Bin was a deliberate endeavor to create such a psychological suggestion. Fortunately for him, he could divert his attention to the television. While it was evident that Huang Bin was in no mood to watch, with nothing else to occupy him, sipping some water could indeed alleviate his emotions. Within a few minutes, Huang Bin shifted his posture, leaning forward and casually picking up the glass before him. In that fleeting moment, Fang Ping felt as though his heart might cease to beat. To disguise his discomfort, he became engrossed in the television, softly exclaiming, "Still no goals. Come on, score already." In reality, Fang Ping was excessively cautious. Huang Bin harbored suspicions regarding numerous entities, the Investigation Bureau, foreign martial artists, and other dubious characters. Yet he never once contemplated questioning Fang Ping, a mere adolescent, still a student, with no animosity between them. Despite having once contemplated his elimination, he had refrained from taking action. Under such circumstances, would a young lad contrive against him? Not only Huang Bin, but anyone else would likely dismiss such notions. Previously, when Wang Jinyang visited the school, Fang Ping and his companions graciously hosted him and offered refreshments. Would Wang Jinyang truly suspect that someone had tainted his drink? If everyone were to nurture such doubts, their nerves would undoubtedly have unraveled long ago. Thus, much of Fang Ping's subterfuge proved to be in vain. Huang Bin had not contemplated these matters. making it entirely natural for him to lift the glass and take a hearty sip. For a martial artist, drinking water is not akin to delicately sipping as one might expect from a lady. A single gulp can easily deplete half the glass. Observing this, Fong Ping resolved not to linger any longer and abruptly proclaimed, "Alas, it appears I have neglected to turn off the gas at home. Uncle, I must take my leave." Huang Bin, eager for his departure, responded with a smile, "Very well, do visit again when the opportunity arises." "Thank you, uncle. I shall return once I have resolved my matters." Huang Bin experienced a pang of regret for his own utterances, reflecting that his tongue had perhaps been excessively unguarded. Had he indeed expressed such intimacy? Regrettably, there exists no remedy for words once uttered. With a forced smile, Huang Bin observed as Fong Ping hastily exited the door and descended the staircase. As soon as Fong Ping departed, Huang Bin rubbed his temples, feeling parched, and lifted his cup for another sip of water. Shaking his head, he dismissed Fong Ping from his thoughts and retrieved a package from beneath the sofa. Anticipating the young man's potential return, Huang Bin discreetly carried the package into the room to avoid detection. Downstairs, Fong Ping did not return home but rather left the building in search of a hidden spot outside. He was apprehensive that his adversary might recover from the effects of the drug and realize he had been outmaneuvered, possibly descending the stairs to confront him. Fong Ping remained exceedingly vigilant around martial artists. Although he had inadvertently spilled 3 vials of medication, he reasoned that if no fatalities ensued, it would be a stroke of fortune. Nevertheless, he believed the martial artist would endure. After all, he suspected that the opponent still possessed some stamina. He resolved to wait outside for a while before returning to assess the situation. In room 201, Huang Bin entered and concealed the package, only to be suddenly overtaken by a wave of dizziness. Shaking his head, he soon felt his legs weaken, nearly succumbing to the urge to collapse. Oh no! In that fleeting moment, his mind did not dwell upon Fong Ping, but rather fixated on the Sun City Criminal Investigation Bureau. He came to the unsettling realization that he had been discovered and was potentially ensnared in a trap. How could such a predicament have arisen? With his thoughts clouded, Huang Bin was engulfed by a wave of panic and disbelief. He was convinced that upon relocating to this area, he was not under any form of surveillance. Each day before his departure, he had remained vigilant, acutely aware of the Sun City personnel observing him. He had previously sensed their presence. Moreover, he had merely ventured out that morning to procure breakfast. Breakfast? Could it be that the food had been tampered with? Yet, it had been 2 or 3 hours since he had consumed it. What sort of substance would take effect with such a delay? Even at this juncture, Huang Bin had not contemplated Fong Ping. His thoughts were in disarray, leaving no room for further reflection. As he felt his limbs weaken, a surge of anxiety coursed through him. He could not allow this state of affairs to persist. He clenched his tongue between his teeth, savoring the iron-like flavor of blood. Dismissing the agony, he compelled himself to pivot and seize the package, then labored to crawl toward the window. To his chagrin, he found that the window was equipped with security bars. How unfortunate! Huang Bin's head pulsed with pain as he felt his extremities growing increasingly numb. The mere thought of the agents from the Sun City Criminal Investigation Bureau potentially lying in wait outside filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. He could not bring himself to exit through the front door and resolved instead to leap from the window in search of an escape. Struggling to traverse from the room to the living area, Huang Bin struck his legs, acutely aware that he had lost control over his limbs. Fong Ping had administered an excessive amount of the drug. Though martial artists typically possess a greater resistance, Huang Bin was merely a second-tier fighter. The dosage he had received was tenfold that of an ordinary individual. Under such circumstances, a typical person would likely be drooling and unconscious by this point. Yet, Huang Bin still managed to move, a testament to the gravity of his plight. He had no time to bask in his own resilience. Driven by an unwavering will and a fervent yearning for survival, he endeavored to shift himself toward the edge of the balcony. At that precise moment, a sudden knock resonated through the still air. Knock, 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 uncle. I have come to watch television, uncle. Are you home? Huang Bin found himself shrouded in a fog, grappling to retain his awareness. At first, he harbored no desire to recognize the youthful intruder beyond the threshold. However, in this pivotal instant, he could no longer afford to mask his true identity. In a sudden flash of lucidity, a thought ignited within him. Indeed, seize a hostage. Given his current predicament, even should he leap from the window, the likelihood of escape remained exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, if he could manage to capture a hostage, particularly a senior student proficient in martial arts, it was probable that the authorities in Yang City would think twice before disregarding the life of this young individual. Seizing this last flicker of hope, Huang Bin summoned every ounce of resolve and began to shuffle towards the door. He needed to act swiftly before the officers from the Investigation Bureau realized they had been ensnared. Securing this young man was of utmost importance. At the door, Fang Ping continued to knock, persisting for a considerable time without eliciting a response. He conjectured that the individual inside must have fallen victim. Yet, he remained vigilant, gripping a moderately thick wooden stick behind his back. If no one were to open the door, that would be fortuitous. He could then scale up from his own yard to investigate. Should someone answer, he would need to assess the situation accordingly. If the person within was incapacitated, he would determine whether a strike with his stick was warranted. Conversely, if they were unharmed, he would feign that the sewer was blocked and that he had come to clear the pipes. Indeed, clearing the pipes. Fang Ping silently bolstered his resolve. With his plan intricately crafted in his mind, he persisted in knocking, calling out innocently, "Uncle, are you home? Could he have stepped out? If so, I shall return later." As he conversed with himself, he suddenly discerned the faint sound of footsteps from within. After a brief pause, the security door creaked open. Huang Bin appeared so disoriented that he could scarcely make out the silhouette outside, mumbling indistinctly, come in." "Uncle, are you all right?" Fang Ping hesitated. Instinctively retreating a cautious step, he scrutinized Huang Bin, noting, "Your complexion appears rather unwell. Are you ill?" Huang Bin felt as though he were teetering on the edge of collapse. He lacked both the time and the energy for trivial banter. With great effort, he managed to open the security door, gasping heavily, Come in. "Uncle, do you require me to summon a doctor? I can also call the police. Your condition does not seem favorable." Huang Bin's frustration reached its zenith. Damn the police. This young man had lingered for such an extended period that the officers positioned below might soon ascend. With scarcely any strength left, Huang Bin dismissed any further dialogue and extended his hand to seize Fang Ping. Anticipating this maneuver, Fang Ping swiftly retreated a few paces. Huang Bin hesitated for a brief moment. In that instant, Fang Ping realized the gravity of his condition. It was abundantly clear that this individual, who had just attempted to apprehend him, was far from a benevolent character. By the reasoning of a virtuous person, when feeling unwell, one would naturally implore assistance in summoning a physician. Yet, this man had instead endeavored to capture him. To claim that he is a good man, Fang Ping would boldly swallow the stick in his hand whole. At this moment, Fang Ping was entirely convinced that all his previous conjectures were indeed accurate. No longer hesitating, aware that a martial artist sought to provoke him, perhaps even desiring his very demise, he felt no obligation to extend courtesy to such an individual. With a swift motion, he raised the wooden stick from behind his back and brought it crashing down towards Huang Bin's head. "It is this wretched being." This was Huang Bin's instantaneous response. The adversary was clearly cautious of him. Having armed himself with a stick, despite his disoriented condition, he could perceive the machinations against him. It was neither a rival nor an investigator from the Bureau, nor any foreign martial artist. Huang Bin, of all people, had fallen victim to the schemes of a foolish youth. Beast. He refrained from uttering this curse, for he lacked the time. As the stick descended, Huang Bin barely lifted his right hand, not to retaliate, but to protect his head. Under ordinary circumstances, had he not been taken by surprise, he would have dispatched Fang Ping with a single kick before the stick could strike. Yet now, his limbs were feeble, and merely standing was a testament to his remarkable fortitude. Bang! The wooden stick did not make contact with Huang Bin's head. Instead, it collided forcefully with his arm. Fang Ping's expression transformed. For an average individual, enduring such a blow would likely lead to a fracture. However, when the stick struck Huang Bin's arm, it felt as though it had struck a solid concrete surface, causing the stick to rebound. In that fleeting moment, although he remained oblivious to the profound terror embodied by martial artists, Fang Ping comprehended the immense strength possessed by his adversary. These thoughts danced through his mind. Initially hesitant to unleash his full power for fear of inflicting serious damage, he ultimately cast such apprehensions aside. Withdrawing the stick, he struck down with all his strength once more. Bang! The stick struck Huang Bin's arm once more, the agony from the dual blows somewhat awakening him from his daze. The realization that he had been outwitted by an insolent boy ignited a fierce blaze of indignation within him, compelling him to bite down on his tongue. In that instant, Huang Bin experienced a surge of determination and took a tentative step toward the door. No longer preoccupied with defense, he propelled his fist forward with all his might. As a peak second-tier martial artist, even in this state, he sought to convey to this beast that he was not to be underestimated. Fang Ping, naturally, observed Huang Bin's movement and, with scarcely a moment to deliberate, swung his stick down once more as Huang Bin unleashed his punch. Crack! Fang Ping's visage turned ashen. The punch seemed languid, devoid of any display of strength. Yet, as the fist drew near, his wooden stick shattered unexpectedly. Simultaneously, the impact transmitted a shockwave through Fang Ping's hand, inflicting excruciating pain upon his palm and rendering his entire hand numb. Enduring the torment, he dared not relinquish the splintered stick, and wielding its remnant, he continued to strike vehemently at Huang Bin's head. Nevertheless, that final blow had driven Huang Bin to the brink of his endurance. In that instant, he could no longer perceive his own limbs. Thud! The wooden stick made contact with Huang Bin's head for the first time. Yet, contrary to expectations, there was no bloodshed. Huang Bin's skull was astonishingly resilient. Fang Ping nearly muttered an expletive. Was this what it meant to be a martial artist? Despite the abundance of substances, Huang Bin had not faltered. Instead, he still retained the vigor to retaliate. When his energy eventually dwindled, his bones proved more formidable than those of an average man, leaving Fang Ping's hands numb from the force of the impact. With no time to dwell on these reflections, Fang Ping summoned every ounce of his strength. His face flushed as he relentlessly wielded the stick against Huang Bin. In that moment, he did not entertain the notion of mortality. It was utterly terrifying. A person of such caliber had intended to confront him. Had he not taken the initiative, a mere slap from Huang Bin could have easily proven fatal. Huang Bin could barely maintain his stance. After enduring several ferocious blows from Fang Ping, his legs buckled, and he succumbed to the ground. At that moment, though still aware, Huang Bin's eyes widened, glaring fiercely at Fang Ping as if attempting to intimidate him with his piercing gaze. Fang Ping remained impervious to his expression. Even as Huang Bin lay incapacitated, Fang Ping continued to strike relentlessly with the remaining piece of wood. Initially, he targeted the head, and upon witnessing blood trickle from Huang Bin's forehead, Fang Ping deftly redirected his assaults to other vulnerable areas: arms, legs, chest. Every conceivable threat was met with unyielding blows. In the corridor, the only sounds were the dull thuds of wood striking flesh and Fang Ping's labored breaths. He lost count of how many times he had struck his opponent, only pausing when his limbs grew weary, gasping for air. It was only then that he turned his gaze toward Huang Bin. The man lay sprawled upon the ground, his head saturated in crimson. His limbs twitched faintly from the brutal blows he had suffered, yet the subtle rise and fall of his chest signified that he still clung to life. After regaining his breath, Fang Ping was overtaken by a wave of apprehension. He could scarcely comprehend the dire consequences that would have ensued had he not previously incapacitated Huang Bin with the administered drugs. Though fighting was not an unfamiliar endeavor for Fang Ping, this encounter was distinctly different. It transcended a mere altercation and constituted an act of violence against an individual who could scarcely defend himself. Indeed, it marked the first occasion he had fought to the brink of exhaustion. Moistening his parched lips, Fang Ping tentatively prodded Huang Bin with his foot, eliciting no reaction. He surveyed his surroundings. It was broad daylight, and all others had departed for work, leaving the corridor hauntingly silent. Casting his gaze back at the incapacitated Huang Bin by the door, Fang Ping felt a pang of anxiety. This man was exceedingly perilous. Would he awaken soon? Without further ado, Fang Ping grasped the stick and delivered several more blows to Huang Bin. The man merely convulsed, affirming Fang Ping's suspicion that he had truly exhausted all his strength. Setting the stick aside, Fang Ping entered the room and dragged Huang Bin inside, promptly closing the door behind him. Within the confines of the room, Fang Ping searched for a bedsheet, methodically enveloping Huang Bin within its fabric. This technique of binding, utilizing the sheet, appeared more secure than rope. Worrying that a single sheet might prove insufficient, he scoured the room once more and discovered another sheet, wrapping Huang Bin anew. He then added a quilt around him, leaving only Huang Bin's head visible. In room 201, within the living room's confines, Fang Ping felt a surge of apprehension and a pang of remorse as he gazed upon Huang Bin, bound and defenseless beside him. His impulsiveness weighed heavily upon his conscience. Despite harboring doubts regarding the man's martial capabilities, Fang Ping had not anticipated such formidable strength. To him, Yang City appeared merely as a charming setting, where even a martial arts apprentice such as Wang Jinyang garnered immense respect, and genuine martial artists were a scarce find. Consequently, he had foolishly deduced that the resident of the upper floor, even if indeed a martial artist, would possess only modest abilities. A low-tier martial artist, having recently transitioned from the realm of the mundane, could scarcely be deemed formidable, could they? He had presumed that a tenfold dosage of sedative would effortlessly incapacitate his adversary. Yet, the outcome diverged significantly from his expectations. Relieved that he had opted to withdraw and await rather than confront the man directly, Fong Ping recognized that had he remained during the sedative's initial effects, he might have found himself ensnared in perilous circumstances. As these reflections swirled within him, he settled onto the floor for a moment of respite before rising to scour the room in search of incriminating evidence. The uncertainty of uncovering anything substantial weighed heavily upon him, particularly since the man had only recently taken residence. Nevertheless, he comprehended the imperative of formulating an escape plan. Should he discover nothing, Fong Ping contemplated the prospect of implicating the man in his own transgressions. After all, in contemporary society, the ramifications of death were far too severe to be dismissed, unlike in ancient times when a body could be disposed of without a second thought. Regarding the intricacies of framing and deceit, Fong Ping mused whether he should resort to a strategy of self-inflicted suffering. It seemed improbable that anyone would believe a martial artist could be so easily subdued. Even less plausible was the notion that a mere high school student would conspire against a martial artist out of sheer ennui. Setting aside such musings, Fong Ping commenced his search within the confines of the room. 10 minutes later, he emerged into the living room, encumbered by a substantial package. The entire abode bore scant evidence of Huang Bin's presence. Aside from a few quotidian items, there existed merely a change of attire. Nevertheless, after an exhaustive search, Fong Ping unearthed this package on the balcony. It seemed to contain Huang Bin's possessions. For a fleeting moment, Fong Ping contemplated the package before cautiously unzipping it. As the zipper gave way, his pupils dilated. The first sight that greeted him was not something trivial, but a military dagger nearly 40 centimeters in length. Military personnel? Fong Ping swallowed with difficulty, yet soon shook his head. Although the military dagger is categorized as military apparatus, it has been gradually retired in recent years, with numerous civilians peddling such items. It is a rarity to encounter a soldier in possession of one. Exhaling softly, Fong Ping cautiously seized the dagger, examining it from every conceivable angle. Upon discovering dried blood nestled within the groove, he could not suppress a furtive glance at Huang Bin, who was tightly bound. This individual may indeed have taken a life. Even if he had not, this dagger had undoubtedly witnessed bloodshed. Delicately setting the dagger aside, while ensuring a safe distance from Huang Bin, Fong Ping was reluctant to afford this man any opportunity for contact. After placing the dagger aside, Fong Ping's gaze alighted upon something else within the package, a stack of vivid red banknotes. Bundles upon bundles of currency were carelessly stuffed within, some already strewn about. Fong Ping quickly extracted the banknotes, counting for a brief moment. The total reached 20 bundles, amounting to approximately 200,000 yuan. The scattered notes totaled less than 10,000, which he did not deem necessary to count. In these times, few individuals possess such a considerable sum of cash. Aside from entrepreneurs, it is uncommon for anyone to venture forth with large quantities of money, particularly a tenant like Huang Bin. Fong Ping entirely dismissed the notion of Huang Bin being connected to the military and concluded that he was unlikely to be an official. No official would carry such a substantial amount of cash while under scrutiny. A lone wolf? A fugitive? These two identities were Fong Ping's initial contemplations. The act of carrying a substantial amount of cash, coupled with Huang Bin's surreptitious demeanor, prompted Fong Ping to exhale with relief. It appeared that Huang Bin was likely not a person of virtuous standing. Moments later, all the contents of the package were meticulously displayed before Fong Ping. One military dagger, cash amounting to just under 210,000 yuan, a change of attire, and 6 bottles of assorted substances were present. Among these, 3 bottles bore promotional labels, resembling typical medicinal containers, complete with the names of the drugs. 2 bottles contained blood qi pills, while one housed qi blood pills. Each pill bore production dates, manufacturers, and addresses, affirming their authenticity as compliant pharmaceuticals. Fong Ping meticulously counted and discovered that when the 2 bottles were combined, there were a total of 18 pills. Each bottle contained 10 pills, suggesting that Huang Bin must have consumed 2. Regarding the qi blood pill, only 8 remained, indicating that 2 had also been ingested. Fong Ping's breathing grew somewhat labored. He recognized the names of the blood qi pill and the qi blood pill, having heard them referenced by Wu Zhihao in esteemed pharmacies. The blood qi pill is priced at 30,000 yuan each, while the qi blood pill commands an astonishing 100,000 yuan. For Wu Zhihao and his associates, acquiring a single qi blood pill before the college entrance examination represented their utmost reliance. 100,000 yuan is no insignificant amount, even for Wu Zhihao's family. Procuring such a pill would impose a considerable burden. Yet now, before Fong Ping lay 18 blood qi pills, and 8 Qi blood pills. Based on the prices of pharmaceuticals, the combined cost of these two types of medicines reached an astonishing 134 million yuan. When factoring in the cash, the total value soared beyond 1.5 million. Furthermore, we must not overlook the presence of 3 bottles containing substances that Fang Ping could not identify. Upon examination, he discovered that they were likewise spherical pills, undoubtedly intended for martial artists. However, these 3 bottles were devoid of any labels. At that moment, Fang Ping found himself unable to determine the essence of these pills. Nevertheless, irrespective of their identities, their value was unlikely to be trivial, as medicinal pills for martial artists are notoriously exorbitant. This is evidenced by the Qi blood pill, a common essential for martial science examinees who are yet to ascend to the ranks of martial artists. However, the items before him belonged to a true martial artist, suggesting that the medicines might be even more exquisite and costly. Fang Ping, with his limited experience, found himself unable to assess the value of these items at that time. Aside from these, there were merely some provisions and bottled water, 6 vials of medicinal pills, over 200,000 yuan in cash, and a military dagger constituted the entirety of Fang Ping's current discoveries. At that moment, he felt an irresistible urge to glance at Huang Bin once more. When he had previously secured Huang Bin, he had overlooked the necessity of searching him. Considering Huang Bin's supplies, which included sustenance and weaponry, the probability of his readiness to flee was quite significant. Such individuals typically refrain from storing their most cherished possessions in bags, as these could be easily discarded. Anything of value would naturally be kept close at hand, provided it was small enough. Fang Ping contemplated the possibility that Huang Bin might still be concealing valuable items on his person. Nevertheless, Huang Bin was securely bound by multiple layers, and Fang Ping was reluctant to release him at this juncture to conduct a search. Redirecting his focus to the items laid out before him, Fang Ping knitted his brow in contemplation. Although he had procured the funds, his wealth value remained stagnant. Logically, the pills ought to possess significant worth, yet his wealth value persisted in its unchanged state. This led him to deduce that, in the eyes of the system, these items had not yet come into his possession. It was reasonable to surmise that they still belonged to Huang Bin. Given that Huang Bin was alive and had not declared any intention to bequeath these items to Fang Ping, ownership naturally remained with Huang Bin. Even if Fang Ping were to claim them, it would not elevate his wealth value. Soon, Fang Ping pondered that, since he now held dominion over Huang Bin, consuming the pills could be construed as them rightfully belonging to him. Yet, the system failed to reflect an increase in his wealth value, suggesting that monetary possession does not directly translate into wealth value. Alternatively, it could imply that the system entirely disapproves of such conduct. Fang Ping found himself momentarily bewildered, shaking his head to disperse these thoughts. The pressing concern at hand was not the quandary of wealth, but rather the situation involving Huang Bin. Although he had successfully acquired various items, it was clear that the weapons and cash could be evaluated. Huang Bin was undoubtedly no paragon of virtue. However, there was a lack of direct evidence to corroborate his malevolence. Furthermore, what course of action should be taken with these valuables, which exceeded 1 million in worth? Should the authorities be summoned, necessitating the surrender of all possessions? Fang Ping experienced a fleeting sense of reluctance, contemplating the notion of discreetly concealing some of the treasures, particularly given the peril he had faced in this undertaking. Yet, in reality, he had not incurred any substantial injuries. Only a minor crack had appeared on his palm during his confrontation with Huang Bin. Moments later, Fang Ping hastily returned the items to his bag, casting a glance at Huang Bin. After observing the unconscious form for a brief moment, he remarked, "Indeed, martial artists are formidable. Having consumed such an array of substances and withstanding my strikes, you have regained consciousness with astonishing swiftness." Huang Bin lay still, unresponsive. Fang Ping scoffed derisively, exclaiming, "Do you presume me to be a mere child of 3? While you were in a state of unconsciousness, your respiration was irregular, and your body displayed involuntary convulsions. Yet now, you repose motionless as if lifeless. Either you have truly departed from this world, or you have regained awareness, indifferent to the notion of pretending to be unaware. Your breath has halted. I only just now became aware of this fact. Do you genuinely believe that my hearing is compromised?" In the humble living room, it was merely the two of them. The air was thick with silence, and Huang Bin, his mouth bound, was laboring to breathe. Yet, in that ephemeral moment, all sound had dissipated, and Fang Ping was certainly not deaf. Oblivious to his own unconscious state, Huang Bin instinctively held his breath, inadvertently revealing his most significant vulnerability. At the sound of Fong Ping's remarks, Huang Bin, who had previously kept his eyes tightly shut, gradually opened them. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found only Fong Ping before him, and a sigh of relief escaped his lips. This outcome was far more favorable than he had anticipated. He had dreaded awakening to find himself in a police station, potentially confronted by the rotund detective from Yong City. Instead, he was alone with Fong Ping, an outcome he deemed most advantageous. Had he been taken to the station, escape would have been impossible, even in his former condition. Yet now, a flicker of hope for his freedom lingered. Although his head throbbed with pain and his body was ensnared, Huang Bin realized he could not extricate himself. Thoughts raced through his mind as he regarded Fong Ping, his eyes flitting about. In this moment, he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. Sensing his struggle, Fong Ping grew cautious, retrieving a military dagger from his bag and keeping a prudent distance as he inquired, "Are you attempting to speak? However, I harbor no intention of bestowing upon you such an opportunity. Individuals of your kind are best left to the authorities." Huang Bin, in a moment of struggle, shook his head and raised his chin to indicate the bag before Fong Ping. Assuming the bag to be intact, he presumed that Fong Ping had yet to examine its contents. Within, there resides a substantial sum of cash and precious elixirs that would undoubtedly capture Fong Ping's interest. Given his modest origins, Huang Bin possesses the confidence that, if granted the chance to articulate his thoughts, he can extricate himself from this dire situation. Although the young man before him exhibits cunning, he remains merely a boy. Huang Bin had previously fallen victim to his own carelessness, yet now, armed with a keen awareness of the circumstances, he does not believe this inexperienced youth can outwit him. Fong Ping, however, is acutely aware of a fundamental truth: villains often seal their fates through excessive discourse. Huang Bin's propensity to speak arises from his desire to prevent Fong Ping from uttering anything. Yet, Fong Ping's limited knowledge, constrained by his current standing, has rendered him incapable of gleaning any valuable information. Reluctantly, he resolves to engage Huang Bin in dialogue, undeterred by the man's cries for help. As it is clear that he embodies no virtuous character, otherwise, he would not have been so quick to resist when Fong Ping mentioned involving the authorities. Moments later, Huang Bin begins to gasp for breath. Fong Ping has bound him tightly and sealed his mouth, leaving him breathless, as though his chest were fractured. Once Fong Ping pierces a small opening in the tape with a military dagger, Huang Bin's first instinct is to inhale deeply. After regaining his breath, he turns his head to glance at Fong Ping, an expression of crimson realization dawning upon him. He cannot fathom that he has fallen into the clutches of this boy. Nevertheless, he cannot help but exclaim, "We harbor no grievances, do we?" He is bewildered as to why this young man has chosen to challenge him. He could accept it if Fong Ping were a martial artist, but it is evident that he is not. Fong Ping refrains from providing a direct answer. He cannot reveal his suspicion that Huang Bin harbors intentions to harm him, which compels him to take preemptive action. In truth, Fong Ping is beginning to sense that he may have miscalculated the situation. It appears increasingly likely that Huang Bin is not aiming to target him, but rather attempting to obscure his true identity. The array of cash, weapons, provisions, and water he has assembled suggests he is more plausibly a fugitive. Yet, would Fong Ping concede to his error? When Huang Bin inquires, Fong Ping nonchalantly replies, "I am a diligent student. Apprehending wrongdoers is our obligation." "Your obligation, indeed." Huang Bin silently curses, feeling a profound indignation that, as an experienced wanderer, he has succumbed to the schemes of this mischievous youngling. He would find no solace even in death. Fong Ping, however, does not grant him the opportunity to pose any further inquiries and swiftly extracts several vials of elixirs from his satchel. "What manner of elixirs are these? Do not shroud the truth from me. Should you speak untruths, I possess the means to ascertain the veracity myself." Huang Bin, with no motive to withhold information, concedes to Fong Ping's inquiry. Indeed, should he pursue the truth, he would undoubtedly unveil it. Noticing the boy's keen interest in these items, Huang Bin experiences a wave of relief, having a desire bestows upon him a measure of influence. 3 of the vials are labeled. As you may have observed, 2 blood vitality pills and 1 chi blood pill. Do martial artists also require such elixirs? Certainly. Huang Bin responds without hesitation, elucidating that these are remedies designed to replenish vitality. Martial artists, too, require the restoration of their energy. Solely depending on food for sustenance proves impractical. Hence, blood vitality pills and chi blood pills are routinely stockpiled by most martial artists. Fong Ping, nodding in comprehension, picks up a slightly smaller vial and inquires. "And what of this one?" "This is also a Qi blood pill, yet it is no ordinary variant," Huang Bin expounds. "It is a first-grade Qi blood pill. High-grade Qi blood pills are primarily employed for the final breakthroughs of martial artists. This first-grade Qi blood pill is an essential asset for aspiring martial artists, facilitating their advancement by replenishing a substantial amount of vital energy. However, for me, it primarily functions to rejuvenate vitality during mundane undertakings. In the midst of skirmishes or extended pursuits, it demonstrates far greater efficacy than blood Qi pills or ordinary Qi blood pills. Are these pills classified by grade?" Huang Bin did not reply, considering the inquiry insignificant. Upon observing Fang Ping brandishing a military dagger as if in search of a target, Huang Bin promptly elucidated. "Yes. The grading system is indeed applicable to the levels of martial artists." "What is the cost of such a pill?" "There were but a few first-grade Qi blood pills. Fang Ping discerned merely 3 in total. 300,000. Fang Ping experienced a moment of unease. Martial artists indeed perceived wealth as trivial, with a solitary pill fetching tens of thousands. The market value of blood Qi pills and standard Qi blood pills had soared to an astonishing 34 million. The inclusion of these 3 first-grade Qi blood pills escalated the total to an astounding 24 million. Fang Ping gestured toward the 2 remaining vials of pills. Huang Bin responded earnestly. "One vial contains a bone-refining pill, while the other holds a vital protection pill. These 2 vials housed but a solitary pill each, despite their designation as vials." Without the need for further inquiry, Huang Bin promptly elucidated. "The bone-refining pill, as its name implies, is formulated to augment skeletal fortitude. For martial artists, particularly those of lesser ranks, the principal focus of their training resides within their skeletal framework. Resilient bones are capable of enduring the explosive force of vital energy. Conversely, injuries to the skin and meridians are deemed relatively inconsequential for martial practitioners. However, the situation is markedly different for bones. Their healing process is exceedingly protracted. Consequently, martial artists prioritize the refinement of their bones to ensure that neither explosive energy nor routine training culminates in grievous injuries. This principle holds true in the heat of battle as well. Should one's bones be frail, a single strike could precipitate fractures, incapacitating one from persisting in the confrontation. The possession of robust bones is tantamount to possessing an indomitable physique. The vital protection pill is aptly named, primarily serving to safeguard the internal organs. The organs within the human body are remarkably delicate, and lesser martial artists find themselves unable to cultivate these vital components. During regular training, this is manageable. However, upon reaching a significant breakthrough, the vital protection pill becomes indispensable. Without its protective qualities for the internal organs, surpassing the limits of vital energy can inflict considerable harm upon them. After providing an elaborate explanation, Huang Bin hastily added, "These are the pills I intend to utilize for my ascent to the 3rd grade, and they come at an exorbitant price. Both the bone-refining pill and the vital protection pill are 2nd-grade elixirs, rare and highly coveted. The bone-refining pill is slightly less costly, valued at approximately 1 million. However, the vital protection pill is exceedingly exorbitant, with a singular 2nd-grade vital protection pill commanding a price of 2 million. Fang Ping swallowed hard, instinctively clutching the 2 vials tightly in his hands. With the 2nd-grade bone-refining pill priced at 1 million and the 2nd-grade vital protection pill at 2 million, he could not dispel the notion that currency had lost its significance. In reality, these 2 potions had been specifically acquired by Huang Bin for his advancement to the 3rd grade, and for routine training, even an individual like Huang Bin, a social martial artist, would find it arduous. Even major corporations, governmental bodies, and martial artists from esteemed institutions such as Wuda would refrain from indulging in the lavishness of employing these elixirs for their cultivation. 6 vials of elixirs possess a market value of 24 million. In truth, transactions among martial artists typically tend to be somewhat less costly, and establishments such as Wuda often procure them at even more favorable rates. However, Huang Bin is devoid of such avenues. For him, the prevailing market price is immutable. It is noteworthy that the majority of the elixirs in Huang Bin's possession were acquired through questionable means. In his pursuit to ascend from the 1st to the 2nd tier, he has long since exhausted his financial resources. Although he has managed to accumulate a modest sum over the years, it is merely adequate for his everyday expenses. To ascend to the 3rd tier, a student such as Wang Jinyang from Wuda may only need to invest 3 to 4 million. In contrast, Huang Bin and his quest to amass sufficient resources would likely require no less than 10 million. The pursuit of wealth proves to be far more arduous than the act of expenditure. And it is this very sense of despair and frustration that compelled Huang Bin to engage in acts of robbery. Wang Jinyang had previously observed that individuals like Fang Ping, hailing from humble origins, experience even deeper despondency upon gaining admission to Wuda. And this is the crux of the matter. Daily cultivation demands substantial financial resources. The replenishment of one's vitality necessitates funds, and the endeavor to transcend to higher realms requires significant financial investment. There exists not a single moment devoid of monetary obligation. The reason for Li Yuanjiang, a student from the preceding cohort who gained admission to Nanjing Wuda, not yet attaining a significant breakthrough, lies in this very reality. For an aspiring martial artist to establish themselves, it is imperative to at least concoct a first-tier vitality pill and a first-tier bone-refining pill. As for the organ protection pill, while it may not be crucial at this juncture, it does entail certain inherent risks. Those hailing from privileged backgrounds possess the means to prepare for a more secure journey. Conversely, individuals of modest means may manage with merely a single first-tier vitality pill. However, such a strategy carries considerable risks, prompting many to hesitate. A first-tier bone-refining pill is priced at 500,000, and when paired with a first-tier vitality pill, the total ascends to 800,000, even within Wuda, where the institution offers certain resources at significantly reduced prices. Students are still obligated to amass at least 300,000 in funds independently. Furthermore, it is not uncommon for aspiring martial artists to falter on their initial breakthrough attempt. Should a subsequent attempt be required, the institution will no longer provide resources. Li Yuanjiang's first endeavor at a breakthrough was unsuccessful, compelling him to shoulder the financial burden of his second attempt alone. For a student at Wuda who has yet to attain martial artist status, taking into account the expenses of daily necessities alongside a forthcoming breakthrough, a minimum of 1 million in funds is essential. How can a non-martial artist acquire such substantial sums of money? Individuals such as Wang Jinyang achieve remarkable breakthroughs in a single endeavor. Some find success with merely a solitary vitality pill, as the resources afforded by the institution are already abundant. Upon attaining the status of a martial artist, they unlock pathways for generating income, which serves as the primary catalyst for the widening chasm between the formidable and the feeble. The inability to take that initial step results in some Wuda students potentially graduating without ever ascending to the ranks of martial artists, a reality that is far from rare. From Huang Bin's discourse, Fang Ping extracted profound insights. This individual transcends the realm of a mere martial artist, standing as a second-tier practitioner on the cusp of a momentous breakthrough. Contemplating this, Fang Ping was engulfed by a wave of apprehension. He had acted with unwarranted haste. Impulsivity is a beguiling force, and he resolved to exercise greater prudence henceforth. Observing Fang Ping's steadfast grip on the vial, Huang Bin's gaze flickered momentarily as he murmured, "These items are now your possession. Together with the cash in your bag, their total value surpasses 5 million. Yet, should you choose to betray me to the authorities or the investigative bureau, these belongings will undoubtedly be seized." At this juncture, Huang Bin's sole preoccupation was to evade capture at the hands of Fang Ping. The police station was teeming with commonplace citizens, and he felt a sense of invulnerability. However, as a fugitive, his name was inscribed within the precinct's records, and upon recognition, he would be promptly handed over to the Criminal Investigation Department. In that domain, irrespective of his second-tier standing, even those of a fourth-tier rank would find themselves at a disadvantage. For the present, he could only allure with promises of wealth. Has this young man ever encountered a stroke of fortune that surpassed 5 million? Observing Fang Ping's silence, Huang Bin promptly declared, "Do not even entertain the thought of silencing me. The clues I have meticulously laid out will only serve to mislead the authorities for a brief span of 10 to 15 days at most. In a matter of days, they will undoubtedly track me down. Should I meet my demise, you shall not emerge unscathed. You are still in the bloom of youth, with a promising future awaiting you. I perceive the vigor within you. Your potential in martial arts is immense. Mutual destruction would yield no advantageous outcome. Release me now, and I shall depart at once, bequeathing all this wealth to you. You need not fear for your safety. I shall never seek vengeance." His words dripped with an air of insincerity, yet Huang Bin persisted. "You could arrange for someone to await me at the entrance of the police station or stand ready to summon aid. Should I choose to retaliate, I would not escape capture either. If any misfortune were to befall you, the authorities in Yang City would undoubtedly cordon off the area to apprehend me. Thus, I would not dare to take such a perilous risk. Life holds greater value than wealth. I have yet to fully experience the wonders of existence. How does that proposition resonate with you? Huang Bin's earnestness was unmistakable, and much of his discourse contained a kernel of veracity. Yet, his assertion of renouncing vengeance was one he himself harbored doubts about. Having been outmaneuvered by this young man, he felt an insatiable unrest, believing he could never attain tranquility without eradicating him. As he awaited Fang Ping's reply, the latter suddenly smiled and remarked, "Surely, you possess other invaluable treasures, perhaps even more precious than these pills. A second-tier martial artist bearing possessions worth millions. How affluent martial artists truly are." Huang Bin's lips twitched, even in such a critical moment. This young man remained preoccupied with matters of wealth. Did he not heed my earlier words? Desperate to flee, Huang Bin was reluctant to admit that he possessed even more precious belongings. Naturally, he refuted Fang Ping's insinuation. Undeterred, Fang Ping gently tapped the ground with his military dagger. Musing before inquiring, "It appears you have committed grave offenses. Your hands are tainted with blood, are they not?" Huang Bin chose silence, aware that a feeble reply could result in dire repercussions. Perceiving his reluctance, Fang Ping halted his questioning, having drawn his own conclusions. At that moment, he found little interest in that particular matter. After a brief interlude, Fang Ping finally posed the inquiry that intrigued him most. "I have one more question for you. Should your response satisfy me, I may reconsider your earlier proposition." Huang Bin replied with caution, "Ask away. What constitutes a martial artist?" This inquiry may appear simplistic, and many might chuckle upon its utterance. How ludicrous it is to embark on the journey of martial arts without a profound understanding of what it truly entails to be a martial artist. Nevertheless, Huang Bin found no amusement in this question. Apart from the authentic practitioners or those who inherit such traditions, how many commonplace individuals genuinely grasp the essence of being a true martial artist? Fang Ping's inquiry transcended the mere title of martial artist. It delved into the journey of becoming one, exploring the standards and definitions that characterize martial artists. These, too, are secrets in their own right. The authorities have refrained from disclosing this information to the general populace for a multitude of reasons. Typically, only those who gain admission to Wuhan University are granted access to such privileged knowledge. Under similar circumstances, Wang Jinyang might have remarked, "You will comprehend once you enter Wuhan University." However, Huang Bin is not Wang Jinyang at this moment. He is far too preoccupied with his own concerns to contemplate these relatively trivial secrets, though he intends to deceive Fang Ping. The notion that Fang Ping is far from attaining the status of a martial artist renders such subterfuge futile, for by the time he achieves a breakthrough, it may be an eternity. In contemplation of this, Huang Bin candidly remarked, "A martial artist is fundamentally a collective of ordinary individuals who have surpassed the corporeal confines of their bodies. The essence of becoming a martial artist lies in transcending these limitations. While it is unnecessary to delve into the realm of mid to high-tier martial artists, let us first examine those of the lower tier. I previously indicated that low-tier martial artists primarily concentrate on bone tempering, supplemented by muscle training. Furthermore, vital energy, or qi and blood, serves as the cornerstone for the conditioning of muscles and bones. In conclusion, robust vital energy is imperative, accompanied by resilient bones. This qualifies one for the ascension into martial artistry." As Huang Bin elucidated, Fang Ping gradually grasped the pathway of a martial artist. Concurrently, he reminisced about some of Wang Jinyang's earlier observations. When he had gone to retrieve Wang Jinyang, Yang Jian and others had been conversing about martial artists among the candidates for the college entrance examination. Wang Jinyang had remarked that these individuals not only possessed innate talent, but also hailed from influential families, with nearly all of them supported by fourth-tier martial artists. Previously, Fang Ping had failed to appreciate the significance of this, but now he comprehended. According to Huang Bin, 3 prerequisites must be fulfilled to attain martial artistry. First, vital energy. Students accepted into the martial arts program typically possess a baseline vital energy of no less than 110 calories, yet this does not denote the standard for martial artists. To become a martial artist, one must attain a minimum of 150 calories. Naturally, higher levels are preferable, but they should not exceed 200 calories, otherwise. For a non-martial artist's physique, excessive vital energy could be detrimental. Second, bone strength. For an ordinary individual to transcend into a martial artist, their bone strength must be adequately high to withstand the explosive influx of vital energy following the breakthrough. Bone tempering cannot be accomplished solely through medication, it necessitates specialized techniques. This brings us to the third condition, martial arts techniques. A fundamental martial arts technique inherently possesses the capacity to augment both vital energy and skeletal fortitude. Conversely, relying exclusively on supplements, it remains exceedingly arduous for the average individual to elevate their vital energy to 120 calories, let alone exceed 150 calories. Undoubtedly, the practice of martial arts techniques requires a certain threshold. Typically, one must possess at least 110 calories of vital energy to commence training. Insufficient vital energy may yield detrimental effects, potentially jeopardizing one's health after training. This is the rationale behind Wuhan University's annual requirement for elevated vital energy levels for incoming students. Nevertheless, martial arts techniques should not be disseminated lightly. It is strictly forbidden for those beneath the fourth tier to disseminate these techniques. Violating this regulation is considered a transgression. When Huang Bin addressed this matter, he displayed comprehension rather than bitterness. What is the reason that individuals below the fourth tier are restricted from sharing techniques? It is not merely a constraint imposed upon novice martial artists and ordinary individuals, but rather a vital measure of safeguarding. When an inexperienced martial artist achieves a breakthrough, the resultant surge of vital energy can be exceedingly potent. In the absence of the guidance and oversight of a fourth-rank warrior, even a fleeting lapse in attention can lead to ruptured blood vessels and a tumultuous surge of energy that can wreak havoc on the internal organs. The ramifications may range from grievous injuries to the loss of life itself. In contemporary society, martial arts training programs are mandated to be conducted by individuals of no less than the fourth rank, primarily to avert the reckless proliferation of martial techniques. The lack of guidance and protection presents considerable dangers. Historically, there were few restrictions on the dissemination of martial arts techniques. However, many ordinary individuals, in their fervent aspiration to become warriors, undertook reckless risks after acquiring such techniques, resulting in numerous fatalities each year. While a select few succeeded, they constituted a mere fraction of those who endeavored. Among every 100 practitioners, less than 1% could attain breakthroughs without guidance. The majority either lacked the fortitude to persist in their training or encountered catastrophic failures during their endeavors. Furthermore, many ordinary individuals, devoid of the requisite vitality, prematurely engaged in training, ultimately inflicting irreparable harm upon their foundational abilities. Unlike in ancient times, human life is held in high regard in the modern era. To mitigate such tragedies, the dissemination of martial arts techniques has been curtailed. Only warriors of the fourth rank and above possess the capability to safeguard ordinary individuals during their breakthroughs. Consequently, the authorities have instituted a series of measures, including regulations that stipulate that the organizers of martial arts training programs must be of at least the fourth rank. For ordinary individuals aspiring to become warriors, unless circumstances are dire or they lack the necessary conditions, they are typically accompanied by a fourth-rank warrior. The costs associated with martial arts training programs are exorbitant, with the techniques themselves being secondary to the paramount consideration of safety. Individuals enrolling in these programs may request the assistance of a fourth-rank warrior during their breakthroughs. Should the process encounter difficulties, these warriors can aid in suppressing any perilous surges of energy. A similar scenario unfolds within martial arts universities, where students may apply for the support of fourth-rank warriors during their breakthroughs. The prerequisites for success encompass the strength of one's energy, bone density, and mastery of techniques, alongside the availability of resources such as vitality elixirs, bone-refining pills, and organ protection potions. Those in more favorable circumstances will prepare a greater abundance of resources, while those in less advantageous positions will prepare fewer. In households devoid of a fourth-rank warrior, it is remarkably uncommon for individuals to attain the status of a warrior prior to their college entrance examinations, as the associated risks are exceedingly considerable. Even third-rank warriors find themselves incapable of effectively containing the energy surges of those who do not successfully achieve their breakthroughs, thus averting potential bodily explosions. Upon absorbing this information, Fang Ping knitted his brow and remarked, "So, in the absence of a fourth-rank warrior, an ordinary individual is unable to become a warrior?" Fang Ping's sentiments were readily comprehended by Huang Bin. This concept was not exclusively Fang Ping's, who among the common populace does not harbor a desire to ascend to the ranks of a warrior. Ultimately, this yearning ignited the historical prohibition against the dissemination of martial arts techniques. The widespread nature of such ambitions, combined with the rarity of fourth-rank warriors, has compelled many to undertake perilous risks, resulting in the enforcement of this ban. Were it his own kin or offspring, Huang Bin would undoubtedly seek to elucidate the circumstances. Even if he had attained the third rank, he would readily bear the expenses to secure the assistance of a fourth-rank warrior for his children's advancement. Yet, who is Fang Ping? He is none other than the adversary who masterminded his ruin. Thus, in response to Fang Ping's inquiry, Huang Bin hastily remarked, "It is not imperative to have a fourth-rank warrior. As long as the foundation is sound, while there are risks, they are not insurmountable." In the past, not all were afforded the protection of a fourth-tier martial artist. Most elder warriors relied solely on their own strength. Provided one can successfully achieve a breakthrough, danger is minimal. Many prodigies do not require guardians, as they can triumph on their first attempt. After speaking, Huang Bin cast a glance at Fang Ping, subtly indicating that he was a genius and should not harbor fear, encouraging him to pursue his breakthrough without hesitation, for he would not meet his demise. The youth, often oblivious to the vastness of the world, frequently perceive themselves as singular in their abilities. It is crucial to indulge the young. When praised, they feel elated. Yet when belittled, they become displeased, believing they are underestimated. Huang Bin, having once navigated the tumultuous waters of youth himself, understood this mindset. In his own youth, Huang Bin was infused with confidence, convinced he could achieve a breakthrough without any protection. However, he overlooked the reality that even students at the Martial University faced a 50% chance of failure in their attempts each year. During his tenure in the martial arts training class, he narrowly escaped death during a breakthrough, a haunting memory that lingered. Should Fang Ping wish to embark on a breakthrough, Huang Bin would offer unwavering support, contingent upon the lad's survival until that moment. Observing Fang Ping's inquiry regarding the status of martial artists, Huang Bin secretly wished for this young man to achieve a breakthrough immediately, even at the cost of his own demise. Regrettably, Fang Ping was not yet qualified, and thus had no opportunity to attempt a breakthrough. Although merely 17 or 18 years old, Fang Ping discerned the intentions of this man and could not suppress a smirk within. Yet, to be fair, Fang Ping did indeed entertain similar thoughts. He remained uncertain of his status as a genius, but he possessed certain advantages. Perhaps that could, in some measure, qualify him as a prodigy. However, he acknowledged that he remained distant from the benchmarks necessary for a martial artist's ascension and chose not to linger on it. Should he decide to enroll in the Martial University, with a mentor to safeguard his journey, he would be spared from unnecessary perils. While reflecting on these thoughts, Fang Ping posed another question. "Do you possess any cultivation techniques?" "Indeed," Huang Bin responded with brevity, stating, "Most low-tier martial artists engage in the cultivation of fundamental techniques, which bear striking resemblance across both martial arts training classes and the Martial University. Even when discrepancies arise, they typically concern the sequence of refinement. The human skeletal framework is intricate. Certain techniques emphasize the legs and feet, while others concentrate on the arms and hands. Ultimately, these variances are merely sequential. The process of bone refinement is not instantaneous. The evolution from a preparatory martial artist to a genuine martial artist entails only minimal reinforcement of the bones. Even low-tier martial artists, up to the third tier, persist in honing their skeletal structure." "And what of your techniques?" Huang Bin's eyes sparkled with mirth as he continued. "I have thoroughly acquainted myself with the fundamental techniques over the past 2 decades. They are indelibly etched in my memory, hence I do not possess any manuals. The techniques dwell within my mind, and upon your release, I shall impart them to you without delay." Fang Ping found credence in Huang Bin's assertion of possessing no manuals. Had they been in his possession, Fang Ping would have unearthed them by now. Nevertheless, even if Huang Bin were to divulge the techniques, Fang Ping would harbor reservations. No longer fixated on the subject of the techniques, Fang Ping's contemplation turned to how to manage this individual. Should he consider his elimination? As Huang Bin had previously articulated, the authorities of Yang City would inevitably unearth the truth, particularly given this man's evident attempts to elude apprehension. Furthermore, although Fang Ping's psychological maturity may surpass his chronological age, he is undeniably engaged in wrongful acts, albeit without taking a life. At this juncture, it is highly improbable that Fang Ping would dare to confront Huang Bin. Nevertheless, abstaining from neutralizing him presents a significant peril, as this individual is a second-tier martial artist, and thus exceedingly formidable. The sole feasible course of action remaining is to surrender him to the police station. The essence of the situation rests within the package before him. Should he choose to dismiss this individual, would the authorities permit him to keep these possessions? Such a notion would be preposterous. The treasures enclosed are valued in the millions, and certain items cannot even be acquired with monetary means. For example, the bone-refining pills and the vitality-protecting pills remained beyond Fang Ping's reach. Thus, how ought he to confront Huang Bin? Fang Ping found himself in a predicament. This individual was proving to be quite troublesome. Sending him away was unavoidable. Yet the method of his removal was of utmost importance. He could not merely escort him to the police station, for that would likely lead to his own downfall. As an ordinary citizen, he possessed no means to negotiate with government authorities. After a moment of reflection, Fang Ping reached a tentative conclusion. Ignoring Huang Bin's eager gaze, he rummaged through his belongings and retrieved the half-broken wooden stick he had previously discarded. Upon witnessing Fang Ping approach with the stick in hand, Huang Bin's countenance darkened, and he stammered nervously, What are you doing? You are too dangerous. Being unconscious is preferable to being awake. Do not come any closer. Be silent. If anyone hears you, your predicament will worsen. Fang Ping cautioned. Huang Bin yearned to cry out, to wail in despair. Yet the fear of drawing attention rendered him mute. His hesitation only intensified Fang Ping's determination. With a resounding thud, the wooden stick struck Huang Bin's head once more. In that instant, Huang Bin longed for nothing more than to lose consciousness, even wishing to faint at once. However, even if he pretended to be unconscious, Fang Ping showed no mercy, delivering blow after blow, 5 or 6 in swift succession. It was only when Huang Bin's moans dwindled to a whisper that Fang Ping finally halted his assault, muttering to himself, Your skull is remarkably resilient. Moments later, Fang Ping emerged from room 201. After securing the door, he clutched a black plastic bag in his hand. He had abandoned the cash and military dagger, choosing instead to carry 6 bottles of invaluable elixirs. These potions were immensely precious, and Fang Ping could not bear to leave them behind, should a thief pilfer them. He would have no means for lamentation. As for Huang Bin, Fang Ping had once again silenced him and concealed him beneath the bed. Upon exiting the residential complex, Fang Ping furrowed his brow slightly. I have successfully extracted the elixirs, yet they do not appear to contribute to my wealth value. Is this due to unmet conditions? Or do tangible items fail to augment wealth value, leaving only cash to account for it? It should not pose a financial dilemma, considering I had just managed that cash earlier. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Ping deduced that the money and elixirs had not yet entirely become his own. Should this predicament be mishandled, the rightful ownership of these treasures might not ultimately reside with him. With his financial standing remaining unchanged, he was not overly perturbed for the time being. His foremost concern was the resolution of the considerable inconvenience presented by Huang Bin. The man had been subdued, and according to the original strategy, a direct delivery to the police station would suffice. Yet now, Fang Ping found himself reluctant to simply relinquish him. Huang Bin was certainly not silent. Upon entering, he hastily gathered his belongings, rendering him unable to withstand the pressure from law enforcement. Fang Ping contemplated for a while and recognized that he required assistance to alleviate the burden. At worst, they could divide the spoils. If Fang Ping possessed the capacity to manage the ensuing matters, given his nature, he would undoubtedly retain everything for himself. However, at present, he lacked such capabilities. The only feasible course of action was to concede some losses. After all, it was preferable to acquiring nothing at all. Whom could he seek for support? The visage of Wang Jinyang flickered through Fang Ping's thoughts. This decision was made with reluctance, not due to an awareness of Wang Jinyang's pursuit of Huang Bin, but simply because he was familiar with this solitary martial artist. Those who lacked martial prowess, be they parents, educators, or any acquaintances of Fang Ping, were ill-equipped to withstand pressure. Among all those he knew, only Wang Jinyang possessed the potential to safeguard these assets. Furthermore, Wang Jinyang was a student at Wu University, which lent considerable weight to his identity. Although Fang Ping's interactions with him had been brief, he gathered from their exchanges that Wang Jinyang did not harbor malevolent intentions. Even in the event of an uneven distribution of spoils, it was improbable that he would act selfishly to the detriment of Fang Ping's life. As a student of Wu University and a bona fide martial artist, his future appeared bright. The chances of him resorting to violence over a mere few million were minimal. In the worst-case scenario, Wang Jinyang might seize all the advantages for himself. A marginally better outcome might involve him claiming the lion's share while still leaving Fang Ping with some benefit. The ideal resolution, as envisioned by Fang Ping, would be a fair division, which would represent the most favorable conclusion for him. After thoroughly contemplating the situation and assuring himself of his safety, Fang Ping resolved to take action. In that moment, he became acutely aware of his own vulnerability. If only he were stronger. A martial artist, what harm would there be in claiming it all for himself? To capture a fugitive and inadvertently lead to their demise may be construed as an act of self-defense. Would the authorities in Yang City pursue him? The number of martial artists in Yang City was scant, and their standing was esteemed. Even if it were revealed that he had gained from the situation, it would likely remain a matter of silence. Yet that was not his circumstance. He was merely an unremarkable high school senior. Who would regard him with any seriousness? Whether Huang Bin met his end or was handed over to the police, as long as any link to Fang Ping was uncovered, he would find himself devoid of prospects for significant reward. At best, he might receive a modest commendation for his valor, but in comparison to the millions at stake, such a recognition was trivial. After more than 10 minutes, around 11 a.m., the final class of the day concluded at the first high school. As Wu Zhihao exited the classroom, he noticed Fang Ping, who had taken the morning off, beckoning to him from outside. Curious, Wu Zhihao approached and inquired, "Fang Ping, are you unwell?" The teacher remarked that you were indisposed this morning. "It is nothing grave. I merely overexerted myself slightly. A brief respite will suffice," Fang Ping responded. Choosing not to elaborate further, he swiftly continued, "Do you still possess Wang Ji's phone number from when we collected him together?" "Certainly," Wu Zhihao replied. Having conveniently saved Wang Jinyang's contact details on his phone from their prior encounter. The other individual is a martial artist, and having finally secured their number, Wu Zhihao was decidedly reluctant to relinquish it. "That is agreeable. Might I borrow your phone for a brief moment?" Wu Zhihao hesitated. "You are not intending to contact Brother Wang, are you?" "Indeed, I require his assistance with a matter." Wu Zhihao was taken aback and promptly cautioned, "Fang Ping, Brother Wang is a martial artist. While he has been relatively courteous towards us, this seems rather unwarranted." Fang Ping, understanding his concern, replied with a smile, "Rest assured. It is a favorable matter. If you are apprehensive, simply provide me with the number, and I shall make the call myself." "Well," Wu Zhihao hesitated but ultimately retrieved his phone from his pocket and handed it to Fang Ping, saying, "Proceed, but do engage in some pleasantries. If Brother Wang declines to assist, please do not take it to heart. Do not offend him. Do you think I am so naive?" Fang Ping chuckled as he accepted the phone, swiftly scanning through the contacts. Upon encountering the entry for Brother Wang Jinyang, he promptly dialed the number. Songshan, the entrance to Yang City. Having ventured into the mountains on the afternoon of the 9th, Wang Jinyang dedicated an entire day to navigating the terrain within Yang City. And by the evening of the 10th, he had nearly explored the entire region. As anticipated, he uncovered nothing of significance. Acknowledging the necessity to return to school, Wang Jinyang felt a pang of regret, but ultimately resolved to depart from the mountains. Upon emerging from Songshan, Wang Jinyang appeared somewhat weary and dispirited. 3 days had passed without any notable discoveries. Aside from a minor success at the first high school, the primary objective remained unattained. With a bounty of 500,000 yet unclaimed, the gathering of resources would likely consume additional time. It seemed improbable that he would ascend to the 3rd tier by the conclusion of the semester. He took a deep breath, for Wang Jinyang was not one to linger on missed opportunities. He could always seek out further tasks to undertake. With his backpack in tow, he planned a brief visit home before returning to school that evening. As he approached the roadside near the entrance to the mountains, his phone within the backpack began to vibrate. This device was seldom utilized. Coupled with his pursuit of the criminal in the mountains, Wang Jinyang had kept it tucked away. The faint vibration was barely discernible, and had he not been a martial artist, he might have overlooked it entirely. Had he still been in the mountains, he would likely have disregarded the call, knowing that those who possessed his number were not of great significance. However, with no urgent matters at hand, Wang Jinyang decided to retrieve the phone from his backpack. Upon glancing at the number, he noted it was a local Yang City number, possibly from a school acquaintance or a local business owner attempting to reach him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Jinyang opted to answer the call. "Brother Wang?" As soon as the call was established and he discerned the voice on the other end, Wang Jinyang raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. He was not one to be easily forgetful. It had only been a mere 2 or 3 days, and despite a subtle distortion in the tone, he recognized the speaker immediately. It was the junior who had unexpectedly flourished, experiencing a remarkable surge in vitality. "It's me, Fang Ping, your junior." Fang Ping wasted no time, stating directly, "Brother Wang, I apologize for the interruption, but if it is convenient for you, could you return to Yang City?" Wang Jinyang furrowed his brow slightly, concealing the fact that he remained in Yang City, and replied with a faint smile, "I am uncertain as to why Fang Ping seeks my assistance. If it is convenient, he may relay his message via telephone." The matter at hand was rather intricate. In truth, I am unsure whether contacting Brother Wang would yield any benefits. The only martial artist I am acquainted with is him. It is somewhat inconvenient to delve into the particulars over the phone, yet it appears I have encountered an individual suspected of being a fugitive and inadvertently I have caused him harm. Now, I find myself in a quandary, uncertain whether I should report him to the authorities. I am apprehensive about potential repercussions, especially as I approach my college entrance examination, should I miss that. Fang Ping briefly articulated his concerns, recognizing that revealing too much would likely garner no assistance from Wang Jinyang. However, he refrained from extensive elaboration, as his primary intent was to solicit aid. This also served as a subtle test of Wang Jinyang's character and his capacity to navigate any ensuing complications. Once Fang Ping concluded, a flicker of anxiety crossed Wang Jinyang's brow. He had become particularly sensitive to the term fugitive. In an instant, Huang Bin came to mind. However, upon reflection, that seemed improbable. Huang Bin was a peak second-tier martial artist, and even Wang Jinyang would exercise caution in his presence. Given that Fang Ping mentioned he had injured someone, Wang Jinyang instinctively dismissed Huang Bin from consideration. Were he in Jiangcheng, back at Nanjing Martial University, he would undoubtedly refrain from intervening, as he and Fang Ping were not particularly close. Yet, being presently in Yangcheng, and recognizing Fang Ping's formidable vitality and potential in martial studies, he contemplated that if all went well, Fang Ping might indeed gain admission to Nanjing Martial University this year. Extending a favor would not be amiss. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Jinyang responded readily. I believe I understand the situation now. Let us meet somewhere. I would like you to elaborate further. If it is not too troublesome, I can intercede on your behalf. He intended to visit the investigation bureau himself, for even though no arrest had been made, it was prudent to inform them. If Fang Ping's predicament proved minor, he could casually mention it to the robust officer, and with his intervention, the injury inflicted upon a fugitive would hardly be a matter of concern. Naturally, if the situation were more complex, Wang Jinyang would not overly entangle himself. He and Fang Ping were not intimately acquainted, and aiding him with a simple introduction would suffice. At the entrance of the first high school, Fang Ping ended the call, a subtle smile gracing his face. He had not anticipated that Wang Jinyang was still in Yangcheng, which greatly facilitated matters. Moreover, he had refrained from mentioning any financial inducements, merely requesting a favor, and to his surprise, Wang Jinyang had readily acquiesced. At that moment, Fang Ping felt a profound sense of relief. Given Wang Jinyang's character, even if he took the lion's share, he would likely still proffer Fang Ping a measure of support. This might indeed be the most favorable outcome. Yet, I still feel a tinge of reluctance. Muttering to himself, Fang Ping shook his head. It was an unavoidable situation. The consequences of monopolizing the benefits at this juncture could be quite severe. With that thought, Fang Ping resolutely clenched his teeth, vowing to excel in the martial studies examination this time. Otherwise, such predicaments would likely resurface in the future. At 1:20 p.m., within a milk tea establishment adjacent to the first high school, Fang Ping was indeed on the lookout for a CAF. However, amidst the prevailing economic climate of Yangtze City, he discovered no such venue in proximity to the high school, despite an exhaustive search. Given his status as a student, he ultimately chose to settle for a milk tea shop instead. After waiting there for nearly half an hour, Fang Ping finished his glass of orange juice and cast a glance outside. Suddenly, he rose to his feet and called out, "Brother Wang, over here." Outside, Wang Jinyang approached Fang Ping with a smile. The latter promptly rose to greet him, ordering a glass of lemon juice from the barista before inviting Wang Jinyang to take a seat. Observing this, Wang Jinyang couldn't help but smile slightly, recognizing that his junior exhibited a maturity beyond that of the average high school student. Once settled, Fang Ping wasted no time and spoke first. "Brother Wang, I must confess, I was quite taken aback by your presence today. When I called, I merely hoped for a chance, never anticipating you would actually come." Wang Jinyang, not in a hurry to respond, waited until the server delivered the lemon juice, then replied with a smile, "I happened to be in Yangtze City, so it was fortuitously on my path. Also, please do not misconstrue my words. To be candid, if the matter is straightforward, I can offer a small hand. However, if it proves to be complex, I fear I may not be of much help." Fang Ping nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that they were not close friends but merely acquaintances. He then got straight to the point. "Brother Wang, I shall be candid. What I mentioned over the phone was not entirely untrue. Yet the situation is far more intricate than I initially conveyed. The individual I injured, were it merely a simple wound, I would have contacted the authorities immediately. The ensuing issues, I believe, are not insurmountable. After all, he is a villain, and I have apprehended him. The police should reward me for it. Wang Jinyang nodded slightly, taking a sip of lemon juice, and smiled faintly. Please, continue. The essence of the matter does not reside here. Rather, it lies in the undeniable truth that this individual is extraordinary, akin to yourself, Brother Wang. Wang Jinyang felt a flutter in his heart. He maintained his silence, gazing at Fang Ping, silently urging him to continue. I managed to subdue him, inflicting some injuries, and have concealed him away. At the scene, I uncovered several invaluable items, far surpassing my initial expectations. To be frank, Brother Wang, I am tempted to retain some for myself, yet I am apprehensive about the potential repercussions. Thus, I sought your counsel. Wang Jinyang's eyes sparkled. His junior exhibited a boldness that exceeded his expectations. In reference to an individual akin to himself, he likely alluded to a martial artist. He had apprehended a martial artist, lured by the allure of wealth, reluctant to relinquish them to the authorities out of trepidation of losing such treasures. After a brief contemplation, Wang Jinyang discerned Fang Ping's intentions. Fang Ping aspired to claim the spoils for himself, yet remained cautious of the possible repercussions, thereby seeking Wang Jinyang as a shield. This request was not unreasonable. It ultimately hinged upon the magnitude of the reward. Gently tapping the table, Wang Jinyang, who was not one to adhere stubbornly to antiquated notions, reflected for a moment before articulating softly, I shall refrain from inquiring about the means by which you subdued him for the time being, yet I do have several queries. Firstly, are you certain he belongs to my kind? Secondly, can you affirm that he is indeed a nefarious individual? Thirdly, what is the anticipated worth of those items? Lastly, how do you propose to partition them? Should the harvest prove insufficient, Wang Jinyang harbors no intention of engaging in this affair. If the other party were a person of integrity, it would amount to a transgression, even in the absence of reporting Fang Ping to the authorities. He would not collude with him in any malfeasance. For the sake of a trifling amount, he considers it unworthy to jeopardize himself legally. Therefore, these issues must be elucidated in advance. Are you entirely certain he embodies the character you depict? I cannot state with unequivocal assurance that he is a scoundrel. Yet there exists a 90% likelihood. The individual remains alive and has implored me not to escort him to the police station. As for the prospective reward, Fang Ping extended his hand. 500,000. Wang Jinyang lowered his voice. He had not anticipated such a meager sum. As a martial artist, if Fang Ping sought his services for so paltry an amount, it would be nothing short of folly. Tenfold. Cough, cough. Wang Jinyang found himself momentarily unsettled. A sum of 5 million was indeed considerable, even for him. Such wealth among martial artists is not entirely unprecedented. In Yang City, it is likely that numerous martial artists possess fortunes of this magnitude. However, the crux of the matter lay in Fang Ping's earlier claim that the individual in question was a fugitive. Thoughts previously dismissed now surged back into his consciousness. Yang City does not accommodate a plethora of criminals among its martial artists. While martial artists are plentiful, the city's confines are too limited for such coincidences to occur frequently. A middle-aged man, slightly over 40 and approximately 175 centimeters in height, appeared rather honest and unassuming, as Wang Jinyang had described. At this revelation, Fang Ping's gaze momentarily flickered, and after a brief pause, he inquired, Indeed, do you know him, Brother Wang? In a flash, Wang Jinyang was taken aback. Who had managed to capture this young man? Are you jesting with me? He was injured prior? No. You cannot be deceiving me, can you? At this juncture, Wang Jinyang spoke candidly. If Fang Ping was indeed truthful, then the individual in question must be Huang Bin, a peak second-tier martial artist who may have even transcended into the third tier. Such an imposing figure, ensnared by a mere high school student? If he had sustained grave injuries and was subsequently exploited, Wang Jinyang could accept that. Yet a completely unscathed peak second-tier martial artist falling into Fang Ping's grasp? Observing his astonishment, Fang Ping chuckled awkwardly. It was an accident. All of it was an accident. Before he could elaborate further, Wang Jinyang abruptly stood, his eyes alight with resolve. Let us proceed. We shall converse as we walk. You will lead me to him. He posed no additional inquiries. Once he beheld the man himself, the veracity would be unveiled. As for the distribution of spoils, that could be deliberated later. Very well. Fang Ping was not one to waver. At this critical moment, he found himself compelled to take a risk. Along the journey, Wang Jinyang posed several inquiries, and it became increasingly evident that the individual in question was indeed Huang Bin. Despite Fang Ping's detailed account of how he had subdued him, Wang Jinyang still struggled to accept the reality. How could a peak second-tier martial artist have been so easily vanquished? Merely a few vials of sedative and a paltry sum of several hundred yuan had brought down a peak second-tier martial artist. Wang Bin truly met a fitting end. Reflecting on his own capabilities, which were not far removed from Huang Bin's, did this not imply that had he found himself in Huang Bin's predicament, he too might have fallen victim to Fang Ping's cunning schemes? Merely reflecting upon this sent a shiver down Wang Jinyang's spine. When Fang Ping gazed upon Huang Bin once more, his countenance bore a peculiar and unsettling expression. Should this incident come to light, Huang Bin would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule within the martial arts community. Furthermore, even if Fang Ping chose not to pursue a path as a martial artist, he would certainly acquire infamy within his limited circle. After a brief interlude, the two arrived at the Jinghu Garden Residential Complex, specifically room 201. Observing Fang Ping drag Huang Bin from beneath the bed like a lifeless creature, Wang Jinyang's eyes twitched uncontrollably. It was indeed Huang Bin, despite the bloodstains adorning his face. Wang Jinyang recognized him from the photographs. A peak second-grade martial artist had truly succumbed to Fang Ping's grasp. Instead of promptly scrutinizing Huang Bin, Wang Jinyang directed his attention towards Fang Ping, his tone imbued with a complexity he had never previously encountered. Fang Ping, throughout my years, I have seldom held anyone in admiration, yet you stand among the few. Truly remarkable. The solitary word impressive was all he could summon to articulate his sentiments. It was astonishing to contemplate that a peak second-grade martial artist had been rendered as helpless as a mere rag doll by an ordinary individual. With the likes of Fang Ping in existence, one might ponder the necessity of martial arts altogether. Fang Ping chuckled awkwardly. It truly is unexpected, Brother Wang. You are aware of this individual. He is indeed a nefarious character, correct? Indeed, a fugitive. Wang Jinyang did not shy away from the truth, offering a sardonic smile. He has 3 lives on his conscience, and not just any ordinary victims. The 3 individuals he has slain were all martial artists, 2 of them first grade and 1 second grade. If those 3 were cognizant that their adversary had been subdued by you, they would undoubtedly be turning in their graves. As he spoke, Fang Ping remained silent. Yet Huang Bin, prostrate on the ground, began to thrash about violently. At that moment, Huang Bin fixed his gaze upon Fang Ping, his eyes ablaze with fury. He comprehended that he found himself in dire straits. The sole individuals capable of narrating his exploits were those endowed with such vitality that he felt a twinge of inferiority in their presence. Undoubtedly, only martial artists could wield such exceptional power. Succumbing to Fang Ping's grasp was a notion starkly distinct from yielding to that of a martial artist. Huang Bin came to the grim realization that he had unwittingly found himself in a perilous predicament. As he struggled, Wang Jinyang, who had just been cordial with Fang Ping, suddenly unleashed a swift kick. Fang Ping scarcely registered the movement, merely witnessing Huang Bin being propelled through the air by the force of the blow. Wang Jinyang's demeanor remained composed as he observed Huang Bin, stating with dispassionate clarity, I initially sought you out. I tracked your movements for several days in Songshan, only to discover you concealing yourself here. Fate has a peculiar way of orchestrating events. You evaded me, yet fate has led you to this very moment. Were I in your shoes, I would undoubtedly feel a despair far worse than death itself. Huang Bin's once bloodshot eyes began to lose their luster. Wang Jinyang's assertion was undeniably accurate. Finding himself in Fang Ping's grasp was indeed a fate more lamentable than succumbing to Wang Jinyang. After a brief interlude of silence, Wang Jinyang redirected his focus to Fang Ping and inquired, what possessions has he brought with him? Blood chi pills and chi blood elixirs, along with a bone-tempering pill and a vitality protection pill. Fang Ping responded without hesitation, though he refrained from disclosing their grades. In truth, he was aware that Wang Jinyang could roughly ascertain their worth, particularly since Fang Ping had previously mentioned Huang Bin's preparations for a breakthrough to the 3rd grade. Wang Jinyang did not rush to respond. His mind swiftly calculated how to apportion the spoils. At that moment, Fang Ping added, he might also possess some other items. I dared not search him. It was not a lack of courage, but rather that he had forgotten in the heat of the moment while Huang Bin lay unconscious. After the incident, he was reluctant to release his hold on the individual, thus he was unable to conduct a search. Wang Jinyang's eyes suddenly brightened, and with a slight quickening of his breath, he remarked, before you subdued him, he must have been unguarded, correct? This inquiry was, in truth, rather superfluous. Had he exercised caution, it would now be Fang Ping languishing in complete ruin. Nevertheless, Wang Jinyang was undeniably filled with elation. It is crucial to acknowledge that Huang Bin had been diligently endeavoring to ascend to the third rank. Attaining such an elevation required not only medicinal elixirs, but also a plethora of other indispensable items. Those were, without question, the most treasured possessions. Previously, Wang Jinyang had not pondered these considerations, as someone like Huang Bin would, when confronted with imminent danger. He would rather obliterate his possessions than allow them to fall into the hands of his foes. However, this time, Fang Ping had unexpectedly subdued him. It seems that Huang Bin would not resort to destruction of these items. Otherwise, Fang Ping would not have been able to acquire the medicinal pills. Without waiting for Fang Ping to utter a word, Wang Jinyang strode purposefully toward Huang Bin. Fang Ping, ensnared by his trepidations, found himself unable to conduct a search or loosen his grip. Such concerns eluded him. A few moments later, Huang Bin lay inert upon the ground, his bindings removed, with only the faint rise and fall of his chest betraying the spark of life. Wang Jinyang had extracted an object resembling jade from Huang Bin. Tucking it securely into his bosom, he then approached Fang Ping and, after a brief moment of reflection, remarked, "You will find no use for the second-grade bone-tempering pill or the internal protection pill. Instead, I shall present to you a first-grade bone-tempering pill and internal protection pill, which you may employ when you ascend as a martial artist." Certainly, the disparity in value is significant. Wang Jinyang regarded Fang Ping for a moment longer and continued, "I can further compensate you with an additional 1 million in cash." The combined market value of the second-grade bone-tempering pill and internal protection pill was approximately 3 million. In stark contrast, the first-grade counterparts were valued at 50,000 and 60,000 respectively, totaling around 110,000. Essentially, Wang Jinyang had appropriated resources worth 190,000 while compensating Fang Ping with merely 100,000, thereby effectively acquiring resources valued at less than 100,000. However, with Huang Bin in his possession, Wang Jinyang could exchange him for a bounty of 50,000. He had not even contemplated whether the Yangqing Investigation Bureau would pursue these spoils from him, nor did Huang Bin have the opportunity to express his thoughts. Naturally, Wang Jinyang refrained from mentioning the item he had just appropriated. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping chose not to allude to the item Wang Jinyang had taken and promptly replied, "No need for that, Brother Wang. If that is the case, would you not be acquiring far less than I am?" Wang Jinyang scrutinized him intently for a moment before replying, "You are indeed a discerning individual. Our paths are destined to intertwine further in the future. I wish to elucidate a few matters today to avert any potential discord between us. Although the worth of medicinal pills is not to be underestimated, I am well capable of acquiring them. I stand on the precipice of a breakthrough and can procure the pills myself, yet I find myself lacking one crucial ingredient, which is rather costly. Even I am unable to afford it at this juncture. The item I have just taken is precisely that, albeit you have no present need for it. Furthermore, the second-grade pills are of no use to you, and vending them may attract unwelcome scrutiny, thus rendering it ideal for my purposes. Rest assured, after my breakthrough, the gathering of resources will become significantly more feasible. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. This matter is resolved. If you concur, you need not concern yourself with Huang Bin's affairs. I shall manage it," Fang Ping asserted, feigning ignorance as he had already anticipated this moment. However, since Wang Jinyang had articulated his intentions, Fang Ping no longer hesitated and nodded, "Then I shall not be reticent. Without your assistance, Brother Wang, I fear I would acquire naught." "Ha ha, that is hardly the case. Even in Yang City, a reward of 100,000 or 80,000 is still within reach. Yet, drawing too much attention may not be beneficial," Wang Jinyang responded, his laughter illuminating the atmosphere. Fang Ping acquiesced, and Wang Jinyang appeared genuinely pleased. Even if he were to monopolize the rewards, Fang Ping could do little to impede him. Yet, this individual, a mere high school student, had managed to outmaneuver a peak second-tier warrior, demonstrating his formidable character. With robust vitality and ample courage, his prospects of admission to the Martial Arts Academy were indeed promising. However, should he hoard these rewards for the sake of a few million, he might cultivate a profound enmity with Fang Ping. Once he ascended to the third tier, that sum would scarcely seem significant. Was it worth inciting animosity with such a formidable individual over such a trivial amount? Furthermore, he had acquired that which he yearned for, more than he had envisioned, and of exceptional quality. Observing Wang Jinyang in buoyant spirits, Fang Ping reflected momentarily and declared, "Brother Wang, I shall relinquish the 1 million. Instead, I seek a fundamental cultivation manual. A manual? Wang Jinyang arched an eyebrow before nodding in agreement. Foundational manuals possess little significance upon entering the martial university. Each student is bestowed one. Although sharing is strictly forbidden, should such information be divulged, it would bear minimal consequence. Now that you possess elixirs, wealth, and soon a manual, you are exceptionally equipped for your forthcoming advancements. However, I must advise caution. Without appropriate guidance, reckless cultivation may lead to considerable complications. Naturally, should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Nonetheless, as I stand on the verge of my own breakthrough, my time to assist you may be limited. Having imparted his counsel, Wang Jinyang refrained from further discourse. Fang Ping, not lacking in acumen, grasped the implications concerning Huang Bin and expressed the requisite sentiments with clarity. I shall transfer the 1 million to you later, whether in cash or via direct transfer is acceptable. I currently do not possess the manual, but I shall dispatch it to you upon my return to Jianqing. Regarding the elixirs, before Wang Jinyang could complete his thought, Fang Ping produced 2 vials containing second-tier bone-strengthening elixirs and organs-protecting elixirs, presenting them to Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang accepted them without hesitation. Uncorking the vials to scrutinize their contents, a flicker of delight illuminating his eyes. With the elixirs secured, along with the other necessities, he was now thoroughly prepared. All that remained was to achieve his breakthrough. Upon returning to school, he would apply for additional resources, ensuring his preparations were more robust and comprehensive than ever before. A breakthrough to the 3rd tier, which once appeared elusive, now seemed remarkably within reach. 1 year to attain the 3rd tier. The thought sparked a glimmer in Wang Jinyang's eyes. Within the vast expanse of Nanjing Martial University, including the upperclassmen, how many could truly eclipse his potential in the days ahead? Accepting the elixirs from Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang procured 2 of his own from his satchel, a 1st-tier bone-strengthening elixir and a 1st-tier organs-protecting elixir. After solidifying their agreement, Wang Jinyang approached Huang Bin, scrutinizing him for a moment before turning to Fang Ping and stating, "You may depart now. I shall deal with this individual later tonight." Fang Ping hesitated briefly, whispering regarding Yang City. He was cut off before he could elaborate. Alas, Huang Bin, just awakening from his stupor, struggled to rise upon hearing those words. Wang Jinyang paid him no mind, delivering a powerful blow to Huang Bin's head with his right fist as he coolly proclaimed, "Murder, resisting arrest, shot dead on the scene." A shiver coursed through Fang Ping's heart as he nodded slightly, evading Huang Bin's gaze and disregarding his own fate. He readied himself to depart with the package he had previously overlooked. Just as he was on the verge of exiting, Wang Jinyang abruptly interjected. "Once the martial arts examination concludes, even if your scores exceed those of Nanjing Martial University, it would be prudent to apply to Nanjing Martial University rather than the 2 esteemed institutions. This year, I shall achieve a breakthrough, and by the next semester, I intend to contend for the position of president of the Martial Arts Society. Should Governor Zhang achieve a breakthrough, thereby augmenting the institution's cultivation resources, I shall guarantee that you are afforded certain privileges." Fang Ping nodded once more. Wang Jinyang was indeed formidable, exhibiting a commendable fearlessness in the face of Huang Bin. Based on Fang Ping's assessment, it appeared that he too was poised to ascend to the 3rd rank. A 3rd-rank martial artist would undoubtedly possess considerable prowess among the student body. Having such a distinguished ally to provide support was decidedly more advantageous than seeking admission to other martial universities. As for the 2 esteemed institutions, Fang Ping had not entertained the thought. They were simply too formidable, even if he were to exert himself in the days to come. The likelihood of acceptance remained exceedingly slim. Unless he ascended to the ranks of a martial artist prior to the examination, a minor shortcoming in academic performance might be overlooked. However, with merely 20 days remaining, Fang Ping harbored little faith in his ability to achieve a remarkable breakthrough. "Thank you. I am confident that next semester, Brother Wang will see me at Nanjing Martial University." "Excellent. I eagerly await your arrival." Outside the door, Fang Ping stifled his other thoughts. No longer ruminating on Huang Bin's predicament, that individual was fated for ruin. As for whether he deserved such a fate, or if Fang Ping should feel remorse, he chose not to dwell on it. Wang Jinyang's earlier remarks had shed light on certain truths for Fang Ping. Martial artists were perpetually in competition. In the relentless quest for status and resources, individuals strive to enhance their strength. Wang Jinyang, unabashed in his pursuit of personal gain, neglected to afford Huang Bin the chance to voice his thoughts. Meanwhile, the authorities, having been stripped of their advantages by Fang Ping, would inevitably seek retribution. However, had Wang Jinyang indulged in these benefits, absent of irrefutable evidence or eyewitnesses, the issue would dissipate into obscurity. Who would dare to raise it? This disparity resided in the distinctions of power and status between the factions. In the absence of strength and stature, it was apparent that one would be devoid of a voice. Shaking his head, Fang Ping dismissed these reflections and began to ponder his recent acquisitions. 18 blood qi pills. 8 ordinary blood qi pills, 3 first-grade blood qi pills, along with a first-grade bone refining pill and an organs protecting pill. Moreover, Huangbin's cash holdings exceeded 200,000, and Wang Jinyang would soon transfer 1,000,000 to him, accompanied by a martial arts manual. The market value of the pills amounted to an astonishing 340,000, with 1,200,000 in cash. Even without considering the manual, Fang Ping's total gains from this endeavor reached an impressive 4,500,000. Homicide and arson, golden belts. Fang Ping murmured, astonished at having amassed such wealth without resorting to murder. And this was merely a portion of Fang Ping's bounty. Just moments ago, Fang Ping observed a fluctuation in his wealth value. Wealth, 2, 403, 800 vitality, 1, 2 spirit, 1. Such an unusual figure for wealth. Even without the additional 1 million from Wang Jinyang that had yet to be transferred, Fang Ping's estimations indicated it should approximate 3.5 million. Yet, astonishingly, a deficit of 1 million in wealth now loomed. Fang Ping harbored a vague suspicion that the system was calculating a relative value. These elixirs, although priced at just over 3 million in the marketplace, did not genuinely correspond to that amount of currency. Until Fang Ping either sold them or converted them into cash, the true value of the elixirs remained ambiguous, similar to Wang Jinyang and others. Acquiring these at school would result in a significantly reduced cost. In contrast, martial artists in society would encounter them at a considerably higher expense through alternative channels. Therefore, it appeared that the system was determining a more authentic value rather than adhering to market pricing, deducting a third from the elixir's worth. When calculated in this manner, it nearly aligned. Clearly a mass-produced item masquerading as a sophisticated product. This is a low rating. Fang Ping muttered under his breath, yet a smile gradually illuminated his countenance. With a staggering wealth of 2.4 million, and with the anticipated transfer of 1 million from Wang Jinyang, he found himself astounded by the magnitude of his fortune accumulated within such a fleeting period. This bounty truly surpassed his most extravagant expectations. Fang Ping reveled in the splendor of his newfound riches. However, an abrupt change overtook his expression, prompting him to hastily seize his bag and rush home. Upon entering room 101, Fang Ping's demeanor darkened as he silently cursed, "I knew you were untrustworthy, and indeed you have proven to be so. Have you succumbed to greed and absconded with my fortune?" Just moments prior, in his elation, the 3 lines of data before him had inexplicably vanished. It felt as though the power had been abruptly severed, leaving him enveloped in darkness. This flawed system, which had previously offered no guidance, had always seemed dubious, a mere product of assembly line production. Now, after laboriously amassing over 2 million in wealth, just as he was on the cusp of relishing his triumph, it had vanished. If this were not a manifestation of avarice leading to a hasty retreat, what could it possibly be? Fang Ping seethed internally yet resolutely refused to surrender. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on the seemingly impenetrable void. As tears brimmed in his strained eyes, the obscured panel abruptly flickered to life. Gradually, 3 lines of data re-emerged, and Fang Ping exhaled a sigh of relief, rubbing his eyes and murmuring, "If you intend to upgrade, might you at least provide a forewarning? To simply vanish like that. Were you attempting to instill fear in me?" His discontent with this defective system was intensifying. The absence of a manual was one issue, but the capriciousness of its appearance and disappearance. How did it regard him? Setting aside any expletives, Fang Ping concentrated with unwavering focus on the freshly unveiled data. Wealth, 2, 403. 800 vitality, 121 spirit, 110. The alterations were negligible, representing merely a transformation in the figures. Had the modest vitality gauge evolved into an expansive vitality reservoir? Fang Ping silently contemplated the ramifications of such a transition. At its core, this advancement has obviated the necessity for hospital examinations. This enhancement appears to arise from the accumulation of wealth reaching a significant threshold, evolving from a rudimentary version to a more refined one. Soon, Fang Ping began to muse upon a potential secondary benefit. Previously, upgrades were contingent upon increments of 0, 1, wherein 10 000 wealth points would augment his vitality by 10 units. Might it now be feasible to elevate by 1 unit with merely 1,000 wealth points? After a period of contemplation, Fong Ping resolved that it would be wise to validate this hypothesis. With no further hesitation, he felt financially secure and was unconcerned about the expenditure of 1,000 wealth points. He quietly contemplated the possibility of augmenting his vitality by a single unit. Before long, the information before him underwent a transformation. Wealth, 2, 402, 800 vitality, 122 units spirit, 110 hertz. Indeed, Fong Ping experienced an inner delight as he validated the viability of his hypothesis. The updated data transcended mere savings on vitality examination expenses. It bestowed upon him a more profound comprehension of his physical state. For instance, in the past, each enhancement occurred in increments of 10 units. On the previous occasion, his body nearly faltered in meeting the demands, resulting in considerable distress. This was attributed to a sudden influx of vitality that his physique could not assimilate. However, now, with an increment of merely 1 unit, Fong Ping discovered the sensation to be far less overwhelming, enabling him to exercise greater control over his body and mitigate the risk of ruptured blood vessels. Furthermore, he soon discerned another significant advantage. It would prove more effective in concealing his enhancements. A sudden enhancement of 10 units would be readily perceptible to warriors such as Wang Jinyang. Previously, Fong Ping was compelled to fabricate excuses to disguise his advancements. In contrast, an augmentation of merely 1 or 2 units would be considerably less noticeable, rendering it challenging for Wang Jinyang to discern any change. At present, Fong Ping's interactions with fellow warriors were limited, with Wang Jinyang being the sole exception. However, upon his entrance into Martial University, he would find himself amidst a multitude. Should he unexpectedly elevate his vitality by 10 units overnight, it would be entirely plausible for others to harbor suspicions of impropriety. Conversely, if he were to incrementally enhance his vitality over the course of a week or 10 days, the probability of raising any eyebrows would diminish substantially. Having reflected upon these considerations, Fong Ping felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This upgrade had produced commendable outcomes, even detailing the specific units involved. This is indeed a favorable circumstance. It appears to possess a commendable reliability, he reflected, quietly lauding the system whilst concurrently lamenting its avaricious essence. In times of financial scarcity, not even a manual was afforded to him. He was compelled to depend entirely on his own inquisitive endeavors. Now that his fortunes had flourished, even the precise units were unveiled. What a shallow being! As the data re-emerged, Fong Ping exercised restraint, refraining from hastily augmenting his spirit. With Wang Jinyang still above, any anomalies stemming from his enhancement would be readily perceived. He resolved to bide his time until Wang Jinyang departed before availing himself of his resources. Considering Wang Jinyang's presence above and the unsettling sensation of another entity looming overhead, Fong Ping felt a shiver run down his spine. Not lingering in his abode for long, he secured his finances, took the elixirs with him, and, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, made his way to school. As he ambled along, Fong Ping contemplated whether to purchase a residence or opt for renting, for his current living quarters felt exceedingly constricted. The parents are typically in good health, rarely encroaching upon their own quarters to sift through their possessions. Nevertheless, the unpredictable Fong Yuan harbors an unquenchable curiosity. Occasionally, she dares to enter her own room to forage for snacks, comic books, or any form of amusement. Essentially, this girl exhibits a keen interest in all things. Currently, within the confines of her chamber, she possesses in excess of 220,000 yuan in cash, inclusive of the 20,000 bestowed upon her by her parents. Although she has concealed it, the sum of 200,000 yuan represents not merely a mere slip of paper. Should that girl unearth it, the repercussions would be severe. I must procure a bank card forthwith, Fong Ping mused, particularly since Wang Jinyang's 1 million has yet to be transferred. It would be sagacious to establish a card promptly, lest this individual retreat into obscurity and neglect the matter. Next, he pondered his cultivation techniques and physical regimen. The limitations of his abode were insufficient for exercise, and he could not indefinitely rely on the yard. In times of financial scarcity, such contemplations never graced Fong Ping's mind. Now that he is financially stable, the creation of a clandestine sanctuary has become imperative, perhaps by renting or acquiring a modest apartment. He resolved to investigate this possibility come Sunday. After a monotonous afternoon at school, Fong Ping hastened home as soon as classes concluded. A pang of anxiety gripped him regarding the concealed cash at home, apprehensive that Fong Yuan might inadvertently discover it. Upon reaching the base of his building, Fong Ping's countenance paled. It appeared that something far more distressing than Fong Yuan uncovering the money had transpired. In the corridor, at his threshold, stood an unanticipated figure, Wang Jinyang. Although Wang had asserted he would only depart in the evening, Fong Ping had presumed that this individual would remain indoors throughout the day. To his surprise, Wang emerged with an air of confidence. Had it merely been Wang Jinyang, Fong Ping might have remained indifferent. However, at that moment, Wang was engaged in discourse with Fong Yuan. Fong Ping's heart quickened, and he rushed over. Wang Jinyang, upon noticing Fong Ping, greeted him with a smile and a nod. Fong Yuan, radiating excitement, exclaimed, "Fong Ping, you're back." "Yes, what are you two up to?" Fong Ping, "What a coincidence. I just happened to encounter Senior Wang." Fong Yuan beamed, then added with curiosity, "Are you not acquainted with him?" Fong Ping's expression darkened. Indeed, he was familiar with him. The pressing question was, how had the two of them come to engage in conversation together? Furthermore, Wang Jinyang, that scoundrel. Why was he not remaining in his designated place, but rather meandering downstairs? Undeterred by Fong Ping's confusion, Fong Yuan continued with unbridled enthusiasm. "Upon my recent return, I chanced upon Senior Wang outside. Fong Ping, I was completely unaware that Senior Wang had relatives residing in our vicinity. Had it not been for a classmate flaunting a signed photograph of Senior Wang yesterday, I would not have recognized him. I had often lamented my lack of encounters with Senior Wang. Who could have anticipated that I would cross paths with him today? Fong Ping, you previously misled me into believing that Senior Wang had departed." Fong Ping's countenance grew increasingly ashen. Not for any other reason than the realization that he had woven a tale he presumed to be impeccable. He had thought that his family would no longer have any dealings with Wang Jinyang, thus fabricating a story that Wang had sold him medicinal pills previously. If his sister were to mention this, it would surely unravel his deception. However, upon witnessing Fong Yuan's effervescent demeanor, it appears she is yet to have the opportunity to voice her thoughts. Fong Ping promptly intervened, urging, "Do not interrupt Brother Wang. He is preoccupied. You ought to proceed indoors." Fong Yuan's previously radiant expression swiftly dimmed, and she murmured, "No, Senior Wang has not indicated that he is occupied. Please return. Do not place me in an awkward position before your brother." Fong Ping scolded her playfully, then turned to Wang Jinyang with a strained smile. "My sister insisted that I procure your autograph last time, asserting that she could sell several hundred copies to earn some money." At that moment, Fong Ping found himself compelled to steer the conversation elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinyang could not suppress a soft chuckle. Conversely, Fong Yuan shot an indignant glare at Fong Ping. Considering him a scoundrel, she had intended to request Wang Jinyang's autograph herself. Now, following her brother's remark, the young girl felt far too mortified to confess her intentions. She quickly shook her head at Wang Jinyang and then opened the door, hastily retreating into the house while declaring, "You two continue your conversation. I have homework to attend to." Bang! The sound of the door slamming reverberated loudly, unmistakably revealing her irritation at Fong Ping's interruption. Fong Ping found himself both amused and exasperated, casting a glance at Wang Jinyang, pondering the reason behind his daytime outing. As if attuned to his thoughts, Wang Jinyang chuckled, "There is no need for concern. I am not a nefarious character. Were it not for the apprehension of alarming others during daylight, I could effortlessly walk out with this." Fong Ping managed a wry smile yet chose to remain silent. Wang Jinyang, who seldom elaborated on his actions, continued, "I lack a luggage bag. It is rather inconvenient. I ventured out to procure a bag and also picked up some fast food." As he spoke, he lifted the fast food he was clutching. Upon hearing about the luggage bag, Fong Ping could easily infer its intended purpose. However, the mention of fast food sent an unexpected chill down his spine. Was this man out of his senses? He might have been better off dining al fresco rather than returning with fast food. Let us not overlook the presence of a corpse upstairs. The notion of this person dining while gazing upon Huang Bin's lifeless body appeared rather macabre to Fong Ping. Nevertheless, Wang Jinyang appeared entirely unfazed by any sense of impropriety, chuckling as he remarked, "I happened to cross paths with your sister en route. She is quite the delightful little girl. Do not entertain any intentions towards my sister." The words escaped from Fong Ping's lips. Wang Jinyang was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile flickered across his face. "Are you infatuated with your sister?" he inquired. "Indeed. For heaven's sake, numerous exquisite women are vying for his attention at Wuda. Not to mention a myriad from other institutions. Enchanting mentors, campus beauties, affluent heiresses. When did Wang Jinyang stoop to pursuing a mere child? Just moments prior. Fang Yuan had recognized him and chatted away, seeming quite at ease in his presence. Wang Jinyang found this rather amusing. As their paths intertwined, he made no attempt to evade her. Yet Fang Ping had the audacity to question his integrity. Wang Jinyang cast a disapproving glance at Fang Ping, while Fang Ping wore an awkward expression, accustomed to such predicaments. In his past existence, he had encountered a multitude of individuals harboring intentions toward his sister, aiding Fang Yuan in repelling those suitors. Thus, when Wang Jinyang made that comment, he instinctively voiced his defense. The two exchanged fleeting glances, and Wang Jinyang erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Tonight I shall take my leave, and by tomorrow I shall return to Wuhan University. I hope our next encounter shall not be too distant. You are indeed quite captivating." Thus, Wang Jinyang's impression of Fang Ping was formed, bold and meticulous, yet at once ruthless and pragmatic. This ignited Wang Jinyang's curiosity regarding Fang Ping, as he pondered the intriguing pursuits this individual might embark upon after embracing the path of a martial artist. Fang Ping smiled and nodded, opting not to elaborate further. Without lingering, Wang Jinyang ascended the stairs leisurely, his takeaway meal in hand. Once he departed, Fang Ping released a soft sigh. After all, despite his amiable exterior, he was a martial artist and felt an undeniable weight of expectation. In the stillness of the night, upon hearing the faint echo of a door closing upstairs, Fang Ping, who had been feigning interest in a book, murmured, "At last, he is gone." Wang Jinyang's departure signified the conclusion of the Huang Bin incident, heralding a moment for Fang Ping to leverage this experience to fortify his capabilities. As night enveloped the surroundings, Fang Ping embarked on a journey of self-improvement shortly after Wang Jinyang's exit. Before long, the data before his eyes began to metamorphose. Wealth, 2, 370, 800, vitality, 124 units. Mental acuity, 140 Hz. Having expended over 30,000 wealth points, Fang Ping optimized both his vitality and cognitive faculties. With 124 units of vitality, he once again experienced the sensation of his veins teetering on the brink of rupture. His mental acuity, now at 140 Hz, had shifted from a refreshing clarity to a state of mild heaviness and discomfort. Acknowledging this as his current threshold, Fang Ping wisely abstained from further enhancements. Feeling somewhat disoriented, he opted not to delve into mental enhancement that evening and instead chose to rest. The following day, April 12th, Saturday, upon awakening, Fang Ping felt utterly rejuvenated. The atmosphere around him remarkably crisp. Unlike before, he found no desire to linger in bed. The notion of procrastination did not cross his mind. He arose and tended to his morning rituals. After refreshing himself, he rapped energetically on Fang Yuan's door and called out, "Rise and shine, or you shall be late." "Fang Yuan, should you continue to indulge in slumber, your visage shall only become rounder." With persistent knocking, Fang Ping roused her from her repose, prompting her to yawn and reluctantly open the door, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she cast him a disgruntled glance. With a noticeable air of discontent, she ambled toward the bathroom. As she washed up, an unsettling feeling lingered within her, though she could not quite discern its source. Upon returning to the living room and observing Fang Ping enjoying his meal, she settled down across from him, resting her chin upon her hand. Yawning, she remarked, "Fang Ping, I feel as though I have forgotten something. What could it be?" Fang Ping, feigning ignorance, nonchalantly dismissed her inquiry. Indeed, what might it be? The young girl sank into contemplation, musing whether she had overlooked asking Wang Jinyang for an autograph or perhaps neglected her academic responsibilities. Homework. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression sharpened as she glared at Fang Ping, teeth clenched. "Fang Ping, pray tell, what day is it today? I had completely forgotten. Today is Saturday." Fang Yuan's cheeks swelled with indignation as she fervently declared, "You have classes on Saturday while I am unencumbered. What compels you to summon me?" Fang Ping, remarkably unperturbed, nonchalantly responded, "Did I not overlook that fact? Furthermore, rising early is advantageous for one's health. My intentions are purely for your benefit." "You are utterly exasperating." The young girl, her arms flailing, was poised to confront Fang Ping. Moments later, with her cheeks still flushed from being pinched, Fang Yuan glared at Fang Ping, clearly agitated. Outmatched and unable to reclaim her dignity, her round face appeared even rounder. After playfully teasing Fang Yuan for a while, Fang Ping, in high spirits, chose to refrain from further provocation. He retrieved a 100 yuan note from his pocket and, under Fang Yuan's astonished gaze, presented it to her, saying, It is a holiday today. Do not confine yourself to the home. Venture out with your classmates and indulge in some merriment. With over 220,000 yuan in cash at home, Fang Ping had brought more than 20,000 yuan with him. The remaining 200,000 yuan lingered in his room. He harbored concerns that this girl, with nothing to occupy her hands at home, might wander into his room out of sheer curiosity. Thus, he deemed it prudent to send her away first. Once his own holiday began the following day, he would attend to this sum of money, whether for purchasing a house or depositing it in the bank. It certainly could not remain at home indefinitely. To him, the act of relinquishing 100 yuan was inconsequential. However, for Fang Yuan, it represented an extraordinary sum of pocket money. Apart from the Lunar New Year, she had seldom been in possession of such an amount. Today, her usually miserly elder brother surprisingly bestowed upon her 100 yuan to venture out and indulge in leisure. The sun must have risen in the west. Fang Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, unable to contain herself. Fang Ping, are you still unwell from yesterday? Fang Ping's expression soured as he replied, do you desire it or not? Ah, so you are up to mischief and attempting to bribe me? Then I shall reclaim it. I desire it. Fang Yuan eagerly grasped the bill from Fang Ping's hand, her countenance glowing with delight, and then prattled on. Did mother bestow this upon you? Mother is so partial. She consistently favors you over me. Fang Ping, are you truly gifting this to me? You shan't demand it back later, will you? What if I offer you 10 yuan to set aside for lunch? Fang Ping feigned ignorance, deeply engrossed in his breakfast. Once he had finished, he picked up his backpack and rose, declaring, let us venture outside for a leisurely stroll to elevate our spirits, enjoy a delightful lunch. By the way, you are prohibited from socializing with male classmates, only female companions. I shall undoubtedly go out with male classmates. Fang Yuan wore a rebellious expression, resolute in her defiance. Fang Ping dismissed her with a smirk. I merely proposed that. Which boy in your class would willingly accompany someone as rotund as you? It would be quite the embarrassment. Fang Ping, while one ought not to strike the visage or lay bare one's vulnerabilities, Fang Ping did precisely that, leaving Fang Yuan fuming with a desire to deliver a sharp blow to his head. After indulging in playful banter with Fang Yuan for a bit longer, and before the young girl could erupt with indignation, Fang Ping jovially slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped out the door. Number 1 High School. Senior Year Class 4. It must be noted that students preparing for the military science examination exhibit remarkable diligence, arriving at school early, without exception. Fang Ping observed that each time he arrived, nearly all the other martial arts candidates had already assembled. Upon his entrance, he was greeted by the exuberant voice of Zhang Hao over the loudspeaker, proclaiming, Zhou Bin measured his vital energy yesterday, 125 cards. Extraordinary. This year, it is conceivable that one of our students may indeed gain admission to the 2 esteemed universities. Last year, the admission standards for the 2 illustrious universities were indeed approximately 125 points, were they not? Zhang inquired. The bearded Yang Jian swiftly nodded in affirmation, remarking, indeed. Last year in the Enchanting City, the lowest admission threshold for Wu University was exactly 125 points. Zhang Hao, fully aware of this fact, merely posed the question to elicit consensus from his peers. Upon hearing this, he enthusiastically declared, there remains ample time before the physical examination. Zhou Bin should consider taking another vitality pill prior to the test. I suspect his vital energy results may reach 128 points. Could it be that Zhou Bin will genuinely gain admission to both prestigious universities? If such a scenario unfolds, our school will ascend to prominence. Zhang reveled in elation, as if he himself had achieved a score of 125 points. The other martial arts candidates displayed a blend of envy and trepidation. Among the ordinary liberal arts students, envy was predominant, yet they experienced no anxiety, as it held no bearing on their circumstances. Fang Ping, however, was largely devoid of emotion. Zhou Bin emerged as the most formidable candidate from their school, boasting a current score of 125 cards. While Fang Ping trailed closely behind with 124, a difference so minimal as to be nearly insignificant. Furthermore, Fang Ping was endowed with abundant resources. Were it not for his physical constraints, surpassing Zhou Bin would be a trivial endeavor. In reality, Fang Ping was not engaged in competition with these students. His thoughts were consumed by Wang Jinyang, who, despite being merely a year his senior, was poised to ascend to the third-tier martial arts realm. In comparison to Wang Jinyang, these high school seniors, regardless of their impressive scores, scarcely piqued Fang Ping's interest. Ignoring their chatter, he picked up a book and commenced his studies. The previous night had left him too fatigued to assess the effects of his mental energy enhancement. His admission to the martial arts program did not hinge upon his vital energy. Rather, his challenges lay within the cultural subjects. The efficacy of mental energy enhancement, if realized, would serve as the foundation for his acceptance. Fang Ping endeavored to maintain his detachment from the dialogue, yet Yang Jian could not help but turn to inquire, "Fang Ping, what is your current vital energy score?" "I cannot say. I have yet to take the measurements." Yang Jian, intrigued yet not truly invested in Fang Ping's score, responded with a light chuckle upon hearing Fang Ping's reply. "Last night, my father insisted I accompany him to the hospital for a test. Consequently, I joined him. And it turns out my score has risen to 113 cards, one more than before." Fang Ping rolled his eyes. If one must indulge in boasting, could they not do so without appearing absurd? "Fang Ping, do you believe that if I were to take some medication prior to the examination, I might achieve a score of 115 cards? Surely, you must surpass me. Why not measure your score tomorrow as well?" Fang Ping felt a headache approaching, as Yang Jian proved to be quite the loquacious individual. Disregarding the unrelenting chatter, he lowered his gaze to persist in his reading, concentrating on the ramifications of enhancing his mental energy. As the morning study session drew to a close, Fang Ping shut his book and closed his eyes in reflection. The outcomes were undoubtedly encouraging. With a mental acuity resonating at 140 hertz, Fang Ping found himself pondering whether such a capacity could indeed be deemed formidable. Nevertheless, the effects were undeniably pronounced. His mind brimmed with exceptional clarity and vibrancy. Having previously excelled in high school, he essentially embarked upon a journey through familiar knowledge. However, after years of neglect, even this review demanded both time and a deliberate process, as Fang Ping immersed himself in the wisdom he had once mastered. His comprehension and retention abilities were strikingly enhanced compared to merely a few days earlier. Numerous forgotten concepts emerged from the depths of his memory. This was but the inception of his journey. As he acclimatized to his newfound mental prowess in the days to come, he anticipated further advancements. At that juncture, the outcomes should prove to be even more extraordinary. He felt as though he had already surmounted a significant portion of the final obstacle in the martial arts examination. Throughout the morning, Fang Ping eagerly absorbed and assimilated this synthesis of new and old knowledge. During the midday interlude, he ventured outside. He spent 10 yuan to procure a bank card, 1,200 yuan to acquire a mobile phone, and an additional 100 yuan for a mobile plan. Without a phone, numerous tasks became arduous. Therefore, upon receiving his phone and activating the SIM card, Fang Ping swiftly sent a message to Wang Jinong at Southjiang Martial University. Shortly after arriving on campus, Wang Jinong chuckled upon seeing a sequence of numbers on his phone screen, exclaiming, "This fellow is truly entertaining." Just yesterday, Fang Ping had exhibited remarkable politeness, stating that he no longer required the sum of 1 million yuan. Even if he had, there was no urgency. Brother Wang would facilitate the transfer at his convenience. The dialogue had been exceedingly agreeable. Yet, in less than a day, the card number arrived. After a brief chuckle, Wang Jinong had no intention of evading his obligation. He ventured to the campus bank and completed the transfer. At the university, a transaction of 1 million yuan was not a considerable amount. The internal bank frequently processed transactions reaching billions on a daily basis. Once the financial matters were resolved, Wang Jinong gathered some of his textbooks along with an essential cultivation manual and arranged for their delivery to Fang Ping. He harbored no concerns regarding potential loss. Without a solid foundation, engaging in reckless practice would only culminate in one's own downfall. If necessary, he could always dispatch another copy later. Meanwhile, far away in Yang City, upon receiving the text notification, Fang Ping could scarcely contain his elation, exclaiming, "How forthright!" Indeed, old Wang revealed himself to be an unpretentious individual, even if he might be benefiting more from this arrangement. Upon receiving Wang Jinyang's transfer of 1 million yuan, Fang Ping's fortune had ascended to a remarkable 37 million. Given that elevating his mental and physical vitality to 200 would require only a trifling portion of that wealth, he experienced a profound joy in that moment. However, this elation was fleeting, as he soon perceived an intangible malevolence drawing near. Can such superficiality truly provide me with this much solace? Fang Ping pondered, convinced that the origin of this ill will arose from the rather dubious and shallow system. Though it was merely a hunch, he regarded it as a reliable one. The surge in wealth and capital filled Fang Ping with elation, and he eagerly awaited the forthcoming message from Wang Jinyang. The items have been dispatched. Please remain vigilant for their arrival. With a single line of text, Fang Ping found himself perusing it repeatedly. In comparison to riches, he discovered that he was far more captivated by the intricacies of martial arts techniques. Money was not an unfamiliar concept to him in his previous life. Although he had not accumulated an extensive fortune, he had garnered a commendable sum over the years. However, regarding cultivation methods, aside from a handful of commonplace ones, he had truly encountered nothing of genuine substance. Even had he come across them, he would not have been inclined to practice, for none would regard them with the seriousness they deserved. The notion that his package might arrive the following day enveloped him in a profound sense of anticipation. After school that afternoon, Fang Ping respectfully declined the invitation extended by Wu Zhihao and his companions to partake in their exercise routine. At this moment, he was still in the process of familiarizing himself with his own physique, assimilating the knowledge he had previously acquired. Engaging in exercise with them would not yield substantial benefits. As he walked away in solitude, a student from Class 4 remarked with unease, "Fang Ping seems rather conceited." Wu Zhihao dismissed the comment with a light-hearted chuckle. "If he chooses not to join us, then so be it. He has never participated in our activities before. He is likely just accustomed to solitude." With this, the others fell into silence. The earlier speaker, driven by curiosity, asked, "Zhihao, what do you estimate his vitality to be?" Fang Ping's vitality had once again surged. A fact well known among the group, particularly since Yang Jian, one of the trio present, was not one to conceal information. Even Wang Jinyang had lauded Fang Ping, suggesting that his vitality was indeed considerable. Wu Zhihao reflected for a moment before responding, perhaps around 120 calories. Is it truly that elevated? A mixture of envy and a touch of jealousy flickered across someone's countenance. Fang Ping had previously been rather unremarkable. Who would have anticipated that his vitality could attain such a height of 120 calories? It is noteworthy that among all the esteemed martial arts candidates at the academy, only Zhou Bin and another distinguished student from a prominent class exhibited vitality levels exceeding 120 calories. The likelihood of anyone concealing their true potential was exceedingly rare. During their time as students, boasting about one's accomplishments was a nearly universal tendency. To suppress one's successes would be sheer folly. "I can only speculate," Wu Zhihao remarked, casting a glance at his companions, "but the margin for error ought to be negligible. Yet, it would be prudent for us not to emulate such behavior. Otherwise, we might remain oblivious to the manner of our own downfall. Even if we fail to qualify for the martial arts program, it is preferable to risking our very lives. Should we not succeed this time, we can always repeat the year, and if that proves unfruitful, we can seek employment and enroll in a martial arts training course." Everyone nodded in consensus. At that moment, none possessed the audacity to wager their lives for a fleeting chance of triumph. Unbeknownst to Fang Ping, the discourse among his classmates persisted unbeknownst to him. He felt no sense of pride. He simply lacked familiarity with those peers. Furthermore, with the impending martial arts examination, the uncertainty of future interactions rendered any efforts to cultivate connections rather futile. As Fang Ping entered his home, Fang Yuan quietly peered out from her room and softly called, "Fang Ping, come in." Fang Ping could not suppress a chuckle, bemused by the thought, "Am I a thief in my own abode?" "Hush." Fang Yuan swiftly placed a finger against her lips, casting a wary glance towards the backyard, and urged him, "Hurry inside." Fang Ping chuckled softly, changing his shoes before stepping into his sister's sanctuary. Upon his entrance, Fang Yuan hastily closed the door and thrust a plastic bag into Fang Ping's embrace. Before he could investigate its contents, Fang Yuan whispered, "I shall grant you half, but you must refrain from soliciting money from me again. I have already exchanged the 100 yuan for provisions. It has all vanished. Moreover, you must keep this for mother. At worst, I shall forego my allowance this month and bestow it all upon you." Fang Ping fell into a contemplative silence as he accepted the plastic bag, unveiling a delightful array of snacks within. Fang Yuan's financial habits were not excessively extravagant. However, it is only natural for a child to yearn for sweet indulgences. Her parents rarely indulged her with such treats, considering them an imprudent expenditure and potentially harmful to her well-being. In former times, any pocket money that Fang Yuan received was customarily devoted to these delectable pleasures. On this occasion, it was a rare display of generosity from her elder brother. With a modest sum of 100 yuan in her possession, she had originally planned to procure merely a handful of snacks priced at 10 or 8 yuan each. However, upon entering the snack shop, The little girl was utterly enchanted by the vast array of choices. When the moment of payment arrived, she discovered that although she had significantly diminished the quantity of snacks, she had nearly depleted her entire budget of 100 yuan. Anxious that Fang Ping might reprimand her for being extravagant, she contemplated for quite some time at home before ultimately resolving to share her bounty with her brother. Surely, dividing it equally would suffice? Observing her somewhat remorseful expression, Fang Ping couldn't help but chuckle. Very well, you have purchased these. I shall refrain from eating them. They're entirely yours. No way. Despite her unwavering gaze fixed on the plastic bag in Fang Ping's grasp, she resolutely shook her head. I shall give you half, otherwise. You will undoubtedly tell. Do I truly need to? Fang Ping rolled his eyes, amused by her perception of him. At present, he enjoyed a considerable degree of financial comfort. What significance did 100 yuan hold? Furthermore, Fang Ping had matured beyond childhood and possessed little interest in snacks. He tossed the bag of treats onto the bed and remarked with a smile, keep them for yourself. I have recently come into some money. Should you ever find yourself in need of extra allowance, feel free to approach me. Certain matters necessitated a discreet revelation. Having recently acquired a mobile phone, Fang Ping intended to venture out the following day to either rent or purchase a home. With their parents frequently absent, the risk of exposure was minimal. However, Fang Yuan was a different case. She often spent time in Fang Ping's company. Disclosing particular information at this juncture could serve as a prudent prelude for the future. Upon hearing Fang Ping's words, Fang Yuan appeared perplexed and inquired, You have made money? Indeed. How much? It is not within your purview to question. Simply understand that your brother currently possesses ample financial resources. How did you acquire it? Did you obtain employment? No. Suddenly, Fang Yuan experienced a moment of clarity, her demeanor transforming as she braced herself to confront Fang Ping. Fang Ping, you are utterly contemptible. Surely, you acquired Wang Jinyang's autograph and subsequently sold it, did you not? That was my idea. I warned you yesterday against allowing me to converse with Wang Jinyang. It appears you were devising this scheme. You scoundrel. Appropriating my hard-earned success. Fang Yuan was consumed by rage, recalling how grateful she had felt that very morning for her brother's generosity in gifting her 100 yuan. It turns out he had profited from her concept. Fang Ping, taken aback, could merely shake his head at her vivid imagination. Yet, he now chooses not to deny it. If the girl wishes to believe this, so be it. Moreover, this recent profit is indeed linked to Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping does not contest this, and naturally, Fang Yuan is convinced she has discerned the truth. With a countenance filled with exasperation, she beseeches, reveal the truth. How much did you sell it for? Not much. 1,000. Fang Yuan posits tentatively. 2,000. Fang Yuan exclaims in disbelief, realizing the source of her elder brother's generosity. He must have amassed more than 2,000. After a brief moment of astonishment, a playful glimmer dances in her eyes, and she beams with a bright smile, proposing, Brother, how about we split it 50-50? Did I hear you correctly? What did you just call me? Fang Ping feigns a gesture of clearing his ears, pretending to be perplexed. Brother, big brother. I said 50-50. All right. If that doesn't work, 30-70 will suffice as well. The young girl exhibits no trace of embarrassment. After all, he is her elder brother. A mere utterance of brother incurs no cost to her, and once she successfully persuades Fang Ping to part with some money, she will address him as she sees fit. Fang Ping chuckles heartily, gesturing dismissively, do not let your hopes soar too high. Moreover, what do you require such a large sum for? When you exhaust your funds, I shall provide you with more. Additionally, you ought to treat your elder brother with greater respect. Refrain from addressing me so casually as Fang Ping. Observing that she could not share in the spoils with her elder brother, Fang Yuan feels a twinge of discontent. However, contemplating her brother's newfound affluence, she ultimately acquiesces with a sweet smile, silently vowing to one day deplete her brother's modest treasure trove. Fang Yuan exhibits an extraordinary warmth towards her brother Fang Ping, going so far as to serve him food during dinner. This transformation in the young girl leaves their parents in a state of astonishment. While the siblings maintain a good rapport, their playful bickering is a customary occurrence. One might ponder when Fang Yuan acquired the habit of serving her brother. Fang Mingrong, observing the scene, becomes envious. He sets aside his drink, taps his empty bowl, and casts several glances toward Fang Yuan. His eyes unmistakably convey a silent message. You attend to your brother, but what of your father? Fang Yuan, displaying her keen perception, swiftly recognizes her father's discontent and promptly serves him some food, even assisting Li Weiing with her rice. Through her playful antics, the atmosphere of the dinner becomes exceedingly delightful. Though the repast may not be particularly opulent, the family relishes it profoundly. With the entire household in exuberant spirits, Fong Ping feels a surge of elation as well. During his evening exercise regimen, he successfully performs 160 push-ups in a single endeavor, a remarkable enhancement from the 100 he managed merely the day prior. Upon completing his push-ups, Fong Yuan, who has been observing with keen interest, is nearly compelled to exclaim 666. Sincere praise aside, she truly believes her elder brother is remarkable. The quantity of push-ups he achieved far surpasses her expectations. The following day, Sunday, Fong Ping awakens early. He refrains from teasing his sister this time. Instead, he purposefully knocks on her door. After refreshing himself and donning a more sophisticated attire, he gathers all the cash concealed in his room and places it into his backpack. Today, he plans to explore various properties, preferably those that feature a gym. Should he stumble upon a favorable deal, he will acquire a unit if the prices prove exorbitant. He will opt for renting instead. At present, his living quarters are constrained and devoid of equipment, resulting in a mere handful of exercise sets in his regimen. Without the assistance of apparatus, there are specific actions he is unable to execute unaided. As he prepares to embrace the forthcoming cultivation technique, Fong Ping must also seek a more conducive environment for his practice. The metropolitan expanse of Yang City is rather modest. Fong Ping hesitates to invest in a residence in the outskirts, as it would render him excessively distant from both the esteemed First High School and his familial abode, thus causing significant inconvenience. Consequently, in his search for a dwelling, he is compelled to opt for a community that is in proximity to both the distinguished First High School and the picturesque Jinghu Garden. The community ought to be newly established, ideally entirely refurbished, to obviate the necessity for him to undertake any renovations himself. Should he be unable to locate a furnished apartment, a pre-owned one would be acceptable. The surroundings must be delightful, and the property's price should be reasonable. Upon meticulous reflection, Fong Ping recognizes that his choices are rather constrained. After a span of 7 or 8 minutes, he reaches Guanhu Garden. This community is conveniently situated between the First High School and Jinghu Garden. Officially inaugurated in 2006. Residents commenced moving in during 2007. Now, 2 years post-launch, the apartments in Guanhu Garden remain unsold, and the sales office has yet to be shuttered. The reason behind the surplus of unsold units is not attributed to the quality or the environment, but rather to the current demand for housing in Yang City, which remains notably subdued. In 2008, larger urban centers faced a significant housing deficit, attracting numerous speculative buyers. However, Yang City, being a modest municipality in the central region, seldom entices such speculation, thus rendering it an unworthy prospect for investment. As Fong Ping enters the sales office, he is met with a rather serene ambience, with scarcely anyone in attendance. 2 years post-launch, the remaining properties consist mainly of a handful of residual units, limited in number. Upon noticing Fong Ping, several employees engaged in conversation momentarily halt their discourse. Shortly thereafter, a young woman in her 20s, elegantly clad in professional attire, approaches him. "Sir, which unit has captured your interest? Should you wish to explore the properties, I would be delighted to accompany you." The staff member remains affable, showing no concern for Fong Ping's youth. It is entirely customary for someone of his age to be contemplating marriage, which inherently necessitates a residence for such a union. Without probing into Fong Ping's intentions regarding a purchase, she promptly inquires about his interest in specific units, a typical sales strategy. Having dedicated 2 years to selling properties in Guanhu Garden, the sales team, even those who once lacked experience, have now acquired substantial expertise. Upon a client's arrival, they generally inquire about their preferences and proceed to showcase suitable properties. When clients exhibit hesitation, it is prudent not to inundate them with excessive options. If one unit fails to entice, swiftly presenting another may engender further indecision. Many clients tend to waver. The more they view, the more their uncertainty compounds. Frequently, the properties that ultimately close are those initially presented. It is not uncommon for clients to revisit multiple times, only to realize that the first unit was indeed the most appealing. Furthermore, young individuals like Fong Ping are often more amenable to persuasion. In contrast, the presence of a middle-aged couple would undoubtedly pose a greater challenge. As the saleswoman contemplates these reflections, she adeptly recites phrases she has uttered countless times before. Fong Ping remains silent. After she has spoken for a while, he finally poses the question, "Are there any furnished units available?" "Indeed," she replies. The saleswoman's spirits soared. Such inquiries signify a discerning client. Those who enter without articulating their desires and merely convey a wish to peruse are frequently mere casual observers. In response, the sales representative swiftly approached the model of the residential complex, gesturing towards several edifices, and remarked, "Buildings 8, 9, and 10 are all furnished apartments. However, they are nearly all sold out. May I inquire if you have any preferences regarding the floor? The uppermost floor and the ground level are still available. However, for the mid to upper tiers, only Unit 1604 in Building 9 and Unit 1801 in Building 10 remain." In her view, the ground floor possesses considerable allure, not solely due to its affordability but also because of its convenient accessibility. The sales representative ardently championed the ground floor, as selling both ground and top floor units tends to be more arduous in the current market. The remaining levels within the residential complex predominantly consist of these two options. After a moment of thoughtful contemplation, Fong Ping mused and inquired, "Is the top floor a duplex?" There indeed exist duplexes, as well as units featuring attics. The distinction between these two types is not markedly pronounced. Nonetheless, duplexes tend to boast a greater ceiling height, while those with attics may feel somewhat constricted. Fong Ping pondered that during his cultivation, he might occasionally cause some disturbances. The ground floor is less than ideal, as passers-by would easily take notice. The top floor duplex would be far more suitable. Wu Jihao's residence is a duplex, allowing for noise on the second floor to remain undetected below. With these considerations in mind, Fong Ping found his choices rather limited. Presently, duplexes are not particularly in demand, and their prices are not modest. In this complex, only 4 duplex units remain on the top floor of Building 9, 2 of which have already been sold, leaving just 2 available. As soon as the sales representative concluded her introduction, Fong Ping promptly expressed his desire to view them. "Of course, I will fetch the keys. Please wait a moment." The sales representative was efficient, eagerly retrieving the keys from the counter, her heart brimming with anticipation. Although Fong Ping spoke little and appeared youthful, those who articulate clear intentions to view properties often make decisive purchases, provided the price aligns favorably. The underlying condition, of course, is possessing the financial means. A few minutes later, Fong Ping and the sales representative arrived at the top floor of Building 9. Upon the sales representative unlocking the door, Fong Ping stepped inside and was immediately captivated. The space was abundantly illuminated, and the layout was exceptionally rational, devoid of the typical constriction often found in duplexes. Many duplexes, in their pursuit to minimize shared areas and maximize utility, result in a cramped entrance that can feel stifling. This phenomenon is particularly prevalent in bustling urban centers and affluent neighborhoods. After all, communal areas contribute only to the first floor's square footage and do not augment the property's registered area. In larger cities, true duplexes are a rarity. What many refer to as duplexes are often merely split-level units. In smaller cities like Yancheng, where property prices are not exorbitantly high, the focus naturally shifts towards livability. The term furnished merely indicates that the flooring, walls, doors, and windows have been completed, with little else provided. The ground floor comprises a living room, dining area, kitchen, bathroom, and a bedroom, in addition to a reasonably sized balcony. The second floor features 2 bedrooms, a modest study, a room suitable for a gym, and another bathroom. Aside from the open space in the living room, which is not counted as part of the 2-story area, the rooms on the upper floor of the duplex are considered part of the actual square footage. Fong Ping glanced around briefly and felt quite satisfied with what he observed. Although renovation may seem straightforward, Fong Ping currently does not desire extravagance, as his stay in Yancheng will be fleeting. Once he transitions to Wuhan University, the residence will naturally be bequeathed to his parents. For now, mere habitability suffices. Moreover, the place has been completed for over a year, and there is no lingering odor. After surveying the offerings, Fong Ping directly inquired, "How much?" "Sir, your discerning eye is truly commendable." The sales representative initially lavished praise upon Fong Ping before seamlessly continuing. Room 2601 showcases the most exquisite layout within our community. The open space at its core is not included in the overall area. It is, in essence, a generous gift for you. Moreover, our duplex at Guanhu Garden stands in stark contrast to those found in other neighborhoods. While many profess to offer duplexes, they merely present low-ceilinged lofts. Typically, a combined height of 3 or 4 meters is the norm, resulting in a suffocating environment. However, we are distinct. Our design adheres to standard ceiling heights, with the 2 levels reaching an impressive 5.8 meters. The sales representative took a moment to critique the duplexes in other communities while extolling the virtues of Guanhu Garden. It could hardly be classified as disparagement, as her intention was to elucidate before broaching the subject of pricing. The prolonged unsold status of these two duplexes was intricately linked to their pricing. Numerous potential buyers expressed satisfaction upon viewing yet hesitated to commit, citing various shortcomings. Frequent comparisons were made to other communities that did not consider the second-level area and offered more competitive prices. Consequently, when Fong Ping inquired about the price, she felt the need to be thoroughly prepared. Following her extensive self-commendation, the sales representative finally divulged the essential details. The property encompasses 186 square meters, with the open areas included at no additional charge. If calculated as a standard two-level residence, the area surpasses 230 square meters. The pricing is also quite advantageous. Should one choose to purchase at this moment, we will refund the deed tax and maintenance fund. Furthermore, we offer the property fully furnished, should you desire personal renovations. Expenses could easily escalate into several $100,000. However, we are down to the final units, and the company is eager to expedite sales, thus presenting even greater discounts. After another attempt to entice Fong Ping, observing his indifference, the sales representative's voice softened as she finally disclosed the price. The total cost is $860,000. In 2008, acquiring a property in Yancheng for $860,000 was undeniably exorbitant. Such a sum could procure a modest villa in the outskirts. When averaged, it exceeds $4,600 per square meter. Nearby property prices typically fluctuate between $3,500 and $4,000. Even with high-end finishes, such a level of renovation is not extravagant. Had it been priced at $4,000 per square meter, the property would likely have been sold long ago. However, at over $4,600, even with the allure of a duplex and an open area, the pool of interested buyers remains limited. Upon concluding her price presentation, the sales representative hastily added, "Sir, the adjacent unit is slightly smaller, with a layout quite similar to this one." Fong Ping waved his hand dismissively. He possesses a propensity to spend when financially able. Currently, with ample resources for investment, financial worries are a distant concern. When one holds wealth, it is only fitting to indulge. He found this property quite appealing. While the price of $4,600 per square meter was somewhat steep, the community's ambience and layout were commendable, rendering it an expenditure he could comfortably accommodate. Compared to the duplex belonging to Wu Zhihao's family, the property he is contemplating is somewhat larger and boasts a more rational layout. Given the ease with which money flows, Fong Ping stepped out without hesitation, much to the chagrin of the saleswoman. As he walked, he remarked, "Let us return to the sales office to discuss the price. If it is more reasonable, I shall pay in full." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman was filled with joy. Indeed, such decisiveness is a rarity among youthful buyers. She had presented this apartment to potential clients no fewer than 10 times, yet none had exhibited the same forthrightness as Fong Ping. In a whirlwind of flattery, the saleswoman's praises left Fong Ping feeling somewhat overwhelmed. At the sales office, upon affirming Fong Ping's intention to purchase, the supervisor on duty personally attended to him. The development, Guangyuan, had been gracing the market for 2 years, and with a dwindling number of units available, the developer was eager to avoid expending excessive effort in this regard. Particularly with a full cash payment, the discounts offered were notably generous. A complete payment would afford a 5% discount, along with waivers on deed tax and maintenance fees. After meticulous calculations, the supervisor, feigning significant loss, proclaimed, "Mr. Fong, if you provide a 20% deposit now, I can petition management for further reductions. Ultimately, you would need only $810,000 for this property. The sum of $810,000 for a fully furnished apartment spanning 186 square meters equates to approximately $4,350 per square meter, even when accounting for the developer's savings on standard finishes. The expenses for essential elements such as plumbing, flooring, and walls remain considerable. In reality, the base price for an unfurnished unit is below $4,000 per square meter. Considering the pricing for duplexes, this is quite reasonable. Even when juxtaposed with typical residential complexes, it is not exorbitant. End units generally come at a lower cost, and the addition of second-floor space amplifies the perceived dimensions. Affluent residents of Yancheng now inhabit villas on the periphery, while ordinary families willing to invest over $800,000 in real estate are abundant in large cities, yet scarce in smaller locales, even among those in pursuit of duplexes. The residents of Yancheng typically prefer nearby tiered units that do not include the second floor in their measurements. As the supervisor quoted the price, Fang Ping found himself momentarily distracted, his thoughts wandering to Huang Bin. 3 first-tier blood vitality pills, each priced at an astonishing 900,000. For a peak second-tier martial artist such as Huang Bin, these pills are merely commonplace restoratives. In moments of excess, he might indulge in their entirety within a month. However, with moderation, 1 pill per month would suffice, disappearing within a span of 3 months. The monthly expenditures on supplements for a second-tier martial artist amount to what Fang Ping's parents could scarcely dream of affording for an opulent residence throughout their entire lives. This glaring disparity exemplifies the profound gulf that separates ordinary individuals from martial artists. It is a universe apart. This is particularly true for someone like Huang Bin, who struggles to find his footing even among martial artists. As Fang Ping became lost in contemplation, the supervisor across from him experienced a flicker of apprehension. Fortunately, Fang Ping soon regained his composure and proclaimed, "I shall not quibble over the price. However, I entrust all procedural matters to you, and I require prompt action. I am prepared to sign the contract today and will provide a deposit of 210,000. The remaining balance will be transferred upon the completion of the paperwork and the handover of the property." Upon hearing this, even the supervisor acknowledged the commendable decisiveness of this young man. He was candid, concise, and, most crucially, possessed the requisite funds. Fang Ping was genuinely inclined to negotiate. Ultimately, a final price of 800,000 was indeed attainable. However, considering Fang Ping's facility in acquiring capital, should he opt to engage in haggling, it seems he must obtain consent from his superiors, potentially leading to unforeseen delays. With a plethora of responsibilities, including preparation for martial science examinations, cultural studies, and physical training, he finds himself pressed for time. The notion of undertaking multiple errands for a mere few thousand yuan strikes him as rather imprudent. Consequently, Fang Ping resolved to proceed with the transaction, much to the satisfaction of the sales department supervisor. A complete cash purchase considerably simplifies the process, eliminating the necessity for a mortgage and significantly mitigating procedural complexities. Notably, Fang Ping's readiness to furnish a deposit exceeding 20 further expedited the transaction. Before long, both parties had affixed their signatures to the purchase agreement. Without the need for a mortgage, Fang Ping was merely required to present copies of his identification card and household registration booklet. As he set out in the morning, he had already made preparations for the home purchase, carrying his ID and retrieving the household registration from his parents' room. Several copies were produced on site, and after signing the shopping and authorization contracts, he tendered 210,000 yuan in cash for payment. Time was of the essence for both parties, and the proceedings unfolded with remarkable efficiency. The only minor interruption transpired when the supervisor, upon observing Fang Ping's age on his identification, showered him with compliments. Although it was widely known that Fang Ping was youthful at merely 18, he appeared even younger than anticipated. The capacity of someone so tender in years to independently procure property either suggested that their family was exceedingly affluent, indifferent to the sum of 1.8 million yuan, or that the young individual possessed extraordinary abilities, garnering the trust of their family, who did not consider the acquisition of property worthy of discussion. In either scenario, financial resources are indispensable. Regardless of the interpretation, Fang Ping's exceptional nature was evident, at least within Yang City. In less than half an hour, the supervisor, radiating satisfaction, accompanied Fang Ping to the exit, exclaiming, "Mr. Fang, our Guanhuiyuan community has been operational for 2 years, and the paperwork is expedited. With your authorization agreement in place, your presence is unnecessary for the processing. In a few days, once the property certificate is prepared, you may simply come to collect it. At that time, ensure you have the remaining balance ready for the handover." He reminded Fang Ping to have the funds prepared while assuring him that there was no need for concern regarding other matters. In this modern era, possessing wealth confers considerable privilege. Without financial means and reliant on a mortgage, one faces myriad complications. Merely navigating the bank could entail countless visits. Yet for Fang Ping, who was making a cash purchase, such troubles were non-issues. After escorting Fang Ping a fair distance from the sales office, the supervisor turned away with a cheerful demeanor. Upon exiting the sales office, Fang Ping felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Acquiring a spacious duplex for 810,000 was well within his financial capabilities. His current funds exceeded 1.22 million yuan, and even after the property purchase, he retained over 400,000 yuan, ample for procuring some fitness equipment, with the remainder comfortably covering his immediate needs. Furthermore, he possessed a substantial supply of medicinal pills sufficient for his advancement to a martial artist. Until he attained that status, financial concerns would not weigh heavily upon him. Once he became a martial artist, coupled with the system's insights into broader trends, Fang Ping felt little apprehension regarding potential financial worries in the future. Having concluded the property transaction, Fang Ping did not linger outside. Today, perhaps Wang Jinyan's package will finally arrive, and Fang Ping could hardly contain his anticipation. Upon returning home, he discovered Fang Yuan seated on the sofa, having just awakened from her slumber, engrossed in a television program. Noticing Fang Ping's return, she yawned and inquired, "Fang Ping, where did you venture off to so early in the morning?" The young woman, having roused from her slumber, appears to have entirely forgotten the events of the previous day. He had initially resolved to contact his sister before resorting to his savings. Now, she nonchalantly calls him by his name, seemingly unaware of this consideration. Fang Ping, opting not to linger on the matter, responds with casual grace, "I merely stepped outside for some fresh air. Have you had breakfast yet?" "Not yet," she replies, stifling another yawn. "Did a delivery arrive?" "Not to my knowledge," Fang Yuan responds, perplexed. "Did you purchase something?" "Indeed, just some textbooks for my martial arts studies." Upon hearing the mention of textbooks, Fang Yuan's interest diminishes, and she lazily inquires, "What shall we have for lunch?" Having yet to partake in breakfast, she finds herself already mulling over the prospect of lunch. In this moment, she recalls that Fang Ping possesses a modest reserve of savings. With a brother endowed with such financial resources, it is only fitting that they indulge in a delightful repast. Before Fang Ping can utter a response, she exuberantly suggests, "Fang Ping, shall we venture to KFC? I have never been, but my classmates extol its virtues. What is it that renders foreign fast food so exceptional?" Fang Ping, however, quickly dismisses her enthusiasm. Yet, Fang Yuan's subsequent remark nearly leaves him at a loss for words. "Brother, do give it a chance. I have heard that the president of their parent company in Huagua is a 7th-tier master. If you partake in their chicken wings, who knows? You might glean some profound insights and ascend to martial arts mastery." Cough, cough, cough. Fang Ping is genuinely astonished. What conceivable connection could exist between the two? Setting aside the fact that the president of Yum in China, brands are regarded as a 7th-tier mastery. Can one truly elevate their martial skills merely through the consumption of their chicken? Amused yet perplexed, Fang Ping ultimately acquiesces to her request. Not because he subscribes to the ludicrous belief that consuming their chicken will elevate him to the status of a martial arts master, but rather in response to her earlier remark, "I've never been." Fang Yuan, a mere 14 years of age, is in her 2nd year of middle school. In households with a moderately better financial standing, a girl of her age dining at KFC is hardly considered a luxury. Although the Fang family does not bask in affluence, they are certainly capable of indulging in such culinary experiences. The crux of the matter resides in Fang Yuan's maturity. She refrains from broaching the subject with their parents, instead opting to gently persuade her brother for the treat. Previously, Fang Ping possessed little pocket money, but now that he has garnered some, Fang Yuan feels a sense of responsibility and decides to coax her brother into treating her. With over 10,000 yuan in hand, treating his sister to a meal at an international fast food establishment is hardly a burden for Fang Ping. After waiting at home for the entirety of the morning without the anticipated delivery, Fang Ping resolves not to linger any longer and takes Fang Yuan out for a meal. Experiencing KFC for the first time, Fang Yuan is particularly elated. She exclaims that everything is delectable, and Fang Ping, whose appetite was initially modest, is swept up in her exuberance and ends up indulging considerably. The siblings finish their meal, having spent over 100 yuan, a significant extravagance for Fang Yuan. During the dinner, I paid little regard to it, but on the journey home, I found myself scolding my own judgment. I shall not return there again. The cuisine was atrocious and grossly overpriced. Yet you consumed so much despite asserting it was distasteful, Fang Ping jested. Fang Yuan felt her cheeks warm and retorted defiantly, "It was solely because you ordered an excessive amount. I loathed the thought of waste, hence my indulgence. No more visits in the future. Moreover, you squander your finances with excessive recklessness. Kindly entrust any remaining funds to me for safekeeping, and I shall return it to you when needed." Fang Ping cast her a sidelong glance, contemplating how she dared to utter such words. Once money fell into the possession of this little miser, reclaiming it would be nearly impossible. Naturally, there was a greater likelihood that she would relinquish it to her parents. Ignoring her comments, Fang Ping pressed on until they reached the base of her building, where she noticed a delivery van. Rushing over, she inquired, "Do you have a package for Building 6? Apartment 101? The delivery man, who was on the verge of making a phone call, exhaled in relief upon hearing her question. "I just knocked on your door and found no one home. I was about to call you. So you're from 101? "Yes, I am Fang Ping." "Precisely. Could you kindly sign for this?" Upon verifying Fang Ping's identity, the courier extracted a cardboard box from the van. Fang Ping cast a curious glance at it, bemused by the necessity of a box for what she presumed to be a solitary book. As she affixed her signature to the delivery, she adjusted the box and was taken aback by its unexpected weight, suggesting it contained more than merely a book. What could Wang Jinyang have dispatched? He had not revealed it, nor had Fang Ping sought clarification. It seemed that old Wang might have dispatched more than she had anticipated. After signing for the parcel, she hurried home, her pace quickening and her expression brimming with enthusiasm. In contrast to the morning's expenditure on a residence, her current exhilaration was unmistakable. Once in her room, Fang Ping firmly closed the door. On her desk rested 6 or 7 tomes. Fundamentals of Training, Core, 16 Forms of Stance, Core, Basic Fist Techniques, Elective. Fundamentals of Leg Techniques, Elective, Overview of Cold Weapons, Elective. Without haste to examine the others, Fang Ping first selected Fundamentals of Training. It was of a comparable size and thickness to conventional textbooks, far removed from the slender pamphlet she had envisioned. Upon opening the book, the initial words that captured her attention were a line of small text on the title page, "Warriors Dare to Forge Ahead." Disregarding the minor text on the title page, Fang Ping continued to peruse the book. The opening page of Fundamentals of Training presented an intricate diagram of the human skeletal system. An adult skeleton comprises a total of 206 bones, categorized into 3 principal sections: the skull, the trunk, and the limbs. The skull is composed of 29 bones. The trunk contains 51 bones, and the limbs consist of 126 bones. The human body is constructed upon a foundation of bones, augmented by flesh, meridians, and internal organs, culminating in a complete anatomical structure. For a warrior, vitality and bone strength are mutually dependent. Possessing formidable vitality, yet fragile bones will lead to the body's collapse after a single confrontation. Conversely, having robust bones alone is inadequate, without resilient vitality. Strong bones resemble a rootless reed, incapable of sustaining explosive force. To truly embody a martial artist, one must first cultivate potent vitality, sufficient to nourish the bones and flesh of the body. For an average individual, the threshold of physical endurance is established at 150 calories. Surpassing this limit demands a more robust physique to bear the burden. Thus, under normal circumstances, attaining a vitality of 150 calories permits the initial tempering of the 206 bones in the body to endure the explosive release of such vitality. At this point, an ordinary person may opt to break through and become a formal martial artist. 150 calories of vitality, initial tempering of bones, breaking through to achieve martial artist status. Fang Ping nodded contemplatively as he absorbed the explanations within the book. Soon, he stumbled upon handwritten annotations within the pages. These textbooks bore the personal remarks of Wang Jinyang, made during his lectures. The 150 calories of vitality serve merely as a benchmark for the general populace. For non-martial artists aspiring to transcend the confines of the human body, what indeed constitutes a limit? It is the juncture at which one can no longer ascend, where rejuvenation becomes futile, and vitality either stagnates or diminishes, incapable of consolidation. That is the genuine threshold. To choose to transcend before reaching this threshold is to squander inherent talent, rendering one indistinguishable from the multitude, devoid of any remarkable distinction among martial artists. Fang Ping contemplated whether this was Wang Jinyang's personal philosophy or the doctrine of a guiding mentor. According to Wang Jinyang, while 150 calories of vitality constitutes a threshold for non-martial artists, even a breakthrough at this juncture remains rather unremarkable. After a moment of reflection, Fang Ping resolved to seek clarification on this matter at a later time. He harbored no desire to become a martial artist of the weakest caliber, perpetually outperformed by peers of the same rank, for he could not endure such humiliation. Beyond vitality, another critical aspect is bone tempering. For non-martial artists, the requirements for bone tempering are not stringent. It suffices to meet the demands of vitality's explosive potential. However, once a non-martial artist formally breaks through to the first rank, martial artists begin to pursue lethality. First and second-rank martial artists concentrate on tempering the bones of their limbs. A first-rank martial artist may choose to temper either the upper or lower limb bones, with the distinction being merely a matter of direction. Regardless of whether the upper or lower limb bones are tempered, upon completion, the martial artist possesses considerable single-target lethality. With bones as resilient as iron and vitality surging like a torrent, their explosive force renders their hands and feet akin to lethal weapons. At this stage, a martial artist can effortlessly kill an ordinary individual with a mere punch or kick. If one opts to temper the upper limb bones first, there are 64 bones in total. Upon completion of this tempering, the hands and arms can serve as formidable blades, wielding immense power. Once the tempering of the upper limb bones is achieved and vitality reaches the required standard, one may break through to the second rank and commence the tempering of the 62 bones in the lower limbs. Conversely, those who prioritize the tempering of the lower limb bones will subsequently focus on the upper limb bones after attaining the second rank. The text also cautions against the folly of uneven tempering, warning against the temptation to temper bones on one side only. Some students entertain the misguided notion that the tempering of limb bones need not adhere to a particular order, for instance, tempering one hand and one foot simultaneously. Such individuals are not uncommon, yet many find themselves stagnating at the first rank, and as their vitality diminishes, they resemble distorted beings. Elders have imparted the hard-earned lesson to remain dedicated to either the upper limb bones or the lower limb bones, rather than dispersing one's focus. A martial artist at the pinnacle of the second tier, such as Huang Bin, has already completed the tempering of his limbs. At this juncture, had Huang Bin not been schemed against by Fang Ping, his hands and feet could serve as formidable weapons, and delivering a lethal kick to Fang Ping would pose little challenge. When Fang Ping struck Huang Bin with a wooden stick, even in a state of weakness, Huang Bin managed to shatter the stick with a single punch. Subsequently, Fang Ping rendered Huang Bin unconscious, a consequence of both the effects of a sedative and the severe blows to his head and chest. Despite Fang Ping's numerous attempts to strike Huang Bin's limbs, there were no signs of fractures. Having completed the tempering of his limbs, a third-tier martial artist primarily focuses on the tempering of their torso bones. A peak third-tier martial artist dares to confront firearms head-on, provided they protect their vital cranial area. Although a bullet may still inflict injury upon entering the body, it rarely results in fatal damage, allowing the fighter to maintain their combat effectiveness. Of course, a direct shot to the head can still be fatal. Those with particularly unfortunate circumstances may suffer internal injuries through the gaps in their bones, leading to death as well. Nevertheless, comparatively, third-tier martial artists possess significantly stronger defenses than their first and second-tier counterparts. Lower-tier martial artists aim to temper both their limbs and torso bones. As for the cranial bones, the risks are too great, and the texts do not specify when such tempering should commence. Furthermore, the literature offers no insights into cultivation beyond the third tier. Fundamental cultivation methods primarily focus on the practices for the first three tiers. The book is not slender, and Fang Ping engaged with it for a considerable duration without reaching its conclusion. Nevertheless, the latter portions primarily delve into the tempering of limbs and torso bones, which presently holds scant relevance for Fang Ping. His current preoccupation lies in grasping the earlier material, the enhancement of vital energy, the fortification of bones, and the aspiration to ascend as a martial artist. Within the tome titled Fundamental Cultivation Methods, there exists a chapter on tempering techniques, specifically crafted for those who do not yet embrace the martial path. Once vital energy attains a threshold of 110 calories, one may commence the practice of the tempering techniques, which encompass the refinement of both vital energy and bone structure. Non-martial artists find it arduous to augment their vital energy due to its superficial nature. It may appear full and smooth, yet it harbors little potential for growth. One of the remarkable effects of the tempering techniques is the compression of vital energy. This vital energy, much like a sponge, can be compacted, allowing the body to accommodate greater volumes of it. As the vital energy is compressed, it also purifies the outer bone structure, enabling the bones to absorb the vital energy and thus bolster their strength. At this juncture, profound bone tempering is unwarranted. When one senses that both their vital energy and bone strength have reached an impasse, it may be prudent to contemplate a breakthrough into martial artistry. However, such a transition is fraught with considerable risks. Some individuals erroneously believe they have attained their limits, that their bone strength is adequate to withstand the influx of vital energy. In truth, if they have not sufficiently refined their bones, they may discover themselves either lacking the vital energy necessary to surpass the threshold or, conversely, that the impact of their vital energy may overwhelm their bones' capacity to endure, precipitating genuine peril. Each year, there are those who meet their demise in such catastrophic failures. The tempering techniques, when coupled with standing exercises, can significantly enhance the refinement of bones. Upon encountering this assertion in the introduction to the tempering techniques, Fong Ping selected another crucial text, the 16 Standing Postures. This tome elucidates various methodologies of standing postures, detailing the currently most prevalent 16 techniques. After years of experimentation, while these 16 methods may not represent the pinnacle of effectiveness, they are undeniably the most stable and accessible for mastery. Some stances yield commendable results, yet they pose considerable challenges to initiate. The journey to merely commence practice can span 3 to 5 years, or even extend to 8 to 10 years. Ultimately, despite potentially surpassing the results of other stances, after a decade of dedication, one might still find themselves uninitiated in the martial arts realm, rendering the endeavor seemingly futile. Fong Ping did not delve deeply. He merely skimmed the names of the 16 stances: Wuji stance, Hunyuan stance, Senti style, horse stance, and others. Each stance was accompanied by a comprehensive description, outlining fundamental training methods, including visual explanations and content summaries. Among the 16 stances, one could select any, as their disparities were minimal, though they varied in focus. Some emphasized the lower body, others the upper body, while a few addressed both, albeit with comparatively lesser efficacy and longer time commitments. After a brief examination, Fong Ping opted not to pursue further reading. He closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment before softly articulating. The refinement method combined with stances and medicinal supplements constitutes the primary training regimen for both ordinary individuals and martial artists. For those not engaged in martial arts, practical combat considerations are absent. Combat training will only be imparted once one formally enters the realm of martial arts, encompassing boxing techniques, leg techniques, cold weapons, and more. These can be chosen freely. The refinement method is unequivocal. With respect to stances, one may choose a position that harmonizes with ensuing developments. The initial rank concentrates on the refinement of either the upper or lower body. Therefore, the selection of stance will result in variances in advancement at this stage. My aspiration is to achieve bone refinement, and I harbor little concern for vitality. Bone refinement fundamentally depends on the expenditure of vitality to nurture the bones. Thus, Fong Ping's eyes suddenly glimmered with enlightenment. For the average individual, the process of bone refinement is arduous, hampered by a lack of vitality, which renders the attainment of results within a brief period quite challenging. Even with the aid of medicinal supplements, a requisite duration for digestion and absorption remains. Generally, it requires an ordinary person over 2 weeks to fully assimilate a vitality-enhancing pill, and excessive intake may provoke resistance. However, this notion pertains to the commonplace. Each time the system replenishes my vitality, it feels as though it manifests from the ether, merging effortlessly with my inherent vitality. Does this suggest that during the bone refinement process, I need not concern myself with the supplementation of vitality? Once vitality wanes, I can swiftly rejuvenate it. Many endure the process of bone refinement for durations that span from 3 months to several years. If I were to engage in continuous refinement without the necessity of considering vitality supplementation, might I not achieve the bone refinement phase in an astonishingly brief period? Without the worry of vitality, the acceleration of bone refinement is feasible, provided my physique aligns with the requisite standards. Fong Ping's eyes sparkled with insight. Perhaps his musings were indeed plausible. Should this notion hold true, he might soon ascend to the ranks of a martial artist. Considering that lower-tier martial artists predominantly concentrate on bone refinement, does this not imply that he could similarly advance? Could he, with utmost alacrity, complete the refinement of the bones in his limbs and torso? It may indeed be worth the endeavor. Now endowed with more than 120 vitality points, Fong Ping was deemed worthy to engage in the practice of the techniques. As this realization dawned upon him, he found it increasingly challenging to maintain his composure in his seated position. The practice of the refinement method is, in essence, challenging yet not excessively so. The cultivation of martial arts transcends mere literacy. The specialized knowledge requisite for high school examinations fundamentally serves as a foundation for this practice. The refinement method pertains to the circulation of the human blood system, as well as a profound understanding of the body's meridians and skeletal structure. Without knowledge of the circulatory system of vital energy and blood, acquiring a cultivation method would be in vain. One would find themselves incapable of practicing effectively. However, this represents merely a foundational technique. As the term implies, foundational techniques are crafted for widespread education, thus the content addressed is not overly intricate. The circulatory system of vital energy primarily concerns the principal meridians. Generally speaking, even if one commences practice incorrectly, it is improbable that it would lead to fatal consequences. Although injuries are inescapable, as for succumbing to madness in practice, Fong Ping has yet to reach such a level. With his current 124 units of vital energy, even if he misdirects the flow while condensing it, the repercussions would not be severe. In comparison to a previous instance where he amplified his vital energy by 10 units at once, a misdirection now would pose even less peril. Prior to embarking on his practice, Fong Ping experienced a sense of unease. He contemplated briefly before retrieving his phone to call Wang Jinyang. At Nanjiang Martial University, Wang Jinyang had been concentrating on self-cultivation and restoring his condition, preparing for a breakthrough during his peak period. Upon receiving the call and learning that Fong Ping intended to practice immediately, Wang Jinyang furrowed his brow. After a moment of reflection, he spoke. The refinement method is indeed a practice worth pursuing. Initially, even if there are minor complications, they are unlikely to be overly burdensome. However, Fong Ping leaned in with keen interest, emphasizing that there are certain aspects I must advise you to consider. Firstly, the practice of the refinement method entails the condensation of vital energy and the fortification of the bones. Each of these processes necessitates the expenditure of vital energy. It is crucial to understand that vital energy does not simply emerge from nothing, although it possesses the ability to regenerate. Its replenishment cannot keep pace with the rate of consumption. Consequently, as you embark on the refinement method, you will find that while your upper limit of vital energy may expand, your actual reserves of vital energy will diminish, and significantly so. Should you fail to adequately replenish your vitality with the impending college entrance examination, you are likely to encounter significant challenges during the health assessment. At this critical juncture, your primary focus ought to be on the martial arts examination rather than on cultivation. Fong Ping furrowed his brow and inquired, "Will my vital energy diminish?" "Indeed," Wang Jinyang responded, a hint of amusement in his tone. Bone refinement demands vital energy for nourishment, and the fortification of meridians similarly requires vital energy for sustenance. Would you not agree that the consumption is considerable? If you currently possess 120 units of vital energy, after a single session of practice, it may drop to 115 units. Although the rate of recovery surpasses that of depletion, even with the consumption of a common vital energy pill, it would take more than 3 days to restore. 3 days for a single ordinary vital energy pill. What might the cost entail? How many families possess the means to bear such an expense? Should you neglect to maintain your replenishment and your vital energy wanes without recovery, the modest enhancement in your upper limit attained from previous endeavors will swiftly dissipate. Fong Ping. While you do possess certain resources, they are finite and should not be squandered thoughtlessly. In my estimation, once you enroll in the university, it will represent the most opportune moment for cultivation, as the institution can furnish you with half of the resources requisite for your practice. A few months of delay is far preferable to depleting your family's resources. Fong Ping did not linger on this thought for long, contemplating briefly before asking, "If the replenishment of vital energy is adequate, can the upper limit indeed be enhanced?" "Indeed, it is an inevitability. Otherwise, how could the refinement technique elevate the vitality of non-warriors to its pinnacle? You have only touched upon the initial concern. Aside from that, what other drawbacks exist? Furthermore," Wang Jinyang's demeanor grew increasingly grave as he solemnly articulated, "The subsequent concern is that while engaging in the refinement technique, the damage inflicted upon your vitality may not be considerable. Nevertheless, this does not suggest that there is an absence of harm. Should the primary meridian, especially in proximity to the brain, incur an injury, even if it is capable of healing, you may find yourself incapacitated for months. Fong Ping, with the college entrance examination approaching, you must exercise utmost caution. The preliminary practice poses the highest risks. Should you suffer severe injuries, it is entirely possible that you may miss this crucial examination. A rupture of capillaries is not particularly alarming, as your vitality permits rapid recovery, yet you must unequivocally avoid injuring the primary meridian. Wang Ge, I shall exercise caution." Fong Ping responded hastily. Upon hearing Fong Ping's determination, Wang Jinyang shook his head and remarked, "Proceed as you wish. Should you incur any injuries, you may always return next year. A delay of 1 year versus a mere few months, Ponder this carefully. Wang Jiyang was not Fang Ping's father. Hence, he refrained from incessantly advising him once Fang Ping had made his decision. Following this exchange, Wang Jiyang continued, "Moreover, there lies the issue of selecting a stance. Have you resolved which of the 16 stances you wish to pursue? To be candid, I possess no particular inclinations regarding that matter. Might you offer a recommendation, Wang Ge? It fundamentally hinges upon the path you elect for your initial stage of cultivation." Wang Jiyang momentarily paused before expounding further, stating that for first-tier cultivation, emphasizing the upper limbs is comparatively safe and conventional. Devoting attention to the lower limbs fosters both combat prowess and agility, establishing a robust foundation. Nonetheless, honing the lower limbs entails a certain degree of peril. In the event of an injury, it may result in a permanent limp. At Wuda, one frequently observes first-tier practitioners with limps dashing across the campus, which diminishes their overall image. An injury to the upper limbs is less conspicuous, whereas a lower limb injury can occasionally incapacitate one from walking altogether. Is not the refinement of the lower limbs in the first tier superior to that of the upper limbs? This varies from individual to individual, contingent upon the specific combat circumstances. Nonetheless, under comparable conditions, a practitioner who has honed their lower limbs can deftly evade and outpace their adversary, while those who have concentrated on their upper limbs may struggle to keep pace. At this juncture, Wang Jiyang suddenly chuckled, proclaiming, "I have refined my lower limbs in the first tier and can run with remarkable speed. I once engaged in a sparring match with a senior who had just ascended to the second tier. He had cultivated his upper limbs while merely commencing the refinement of his lower ones. Ultimately, I completely exhausted him." Wang Jiyang recounted this episode as a light-hearted anecdote, though it had indeed incited considerable excitement at the time. The two had sparred with great seriousness, with Wang Jiyang and the senior completing over 30 laps around the South Jiangsu Martial University. Ultimately, he had left the senior gasping for breath, pledging never to confront Wang Jiyang again until he had thoroughly perfected his lower limbs. Fang Ping, of course, remained oblivious to these particulars. Upon learning that refining the lower limbs surpassed that of the upper ones, Fang Ping eagerly inquired, "Wang Ge, if I dedicate myself to refining my lower limbs, which stance do you believe would be most appropriate?" "The horse stance. It is the favored selection for practitioners honing their lower limbs." The two engaged in an extensive dialogue regarding their training. Wang Jiyang displayed no indications of impatience. His ambiguous words implied that Fang Ping's impulsive conduct could easily precipitate complications. Should he indeed sustain an injury and forfeit this year's college entrance examination, the ensuing gap of a year would prove exceedingly arduous to bridge. In Wang Jiyang's perspective, there was no necessity for Fang Ping to hasten. He could first enroll at Wuhan University, thereby conserving valuable resources. The resources Fang Ping currently possessed, if utilized wisely in conjunction with the school's provisions, could suffice to achieve a second-tier standing. However, should he squander them recklessly, he might find himself depleted after attaining the first tier. Discovering another benefactor akin to Huang Bin would necessitate an extraordinary convergence of circumstances. Where could Fang Ping possibly encounter such serendipity? A phone call followed, extending nearly an hour. It must be noted that Wang Jiyang exhibited remarkable generosity. Fang Ping derived substantial advantages from their discourse, and old Wang's after-sales service was indeed commendable. After concluding the call, Fang Ping inhaled deeply several times. At 3 p.m., he embarked upon his inaugural formal training session. He had assimilated the training methodology to a considerable degree, even in the event of an error. The most severe consequence would entail a 2-day recuperation, assuming he refrained from recklessly targeting a major artery. Lacking the faculty for self-reflection, Fang Ping could solely depend on his bodily sensations. Disrobing his upper body, he concentrated intently on practicing the refinement method while attentively observing the meridians coursing through his body. As his vital energy coalesced, the areas of heightened vitality became manifest, revealing channels that had previously remained inconspicuous. A subtle throbbing discomfort lingers. It is my inaugural training session. My body's meridians are somewhat unaccustomed to this exertion. Once I transcend this preliminary phase, the potentialities of the human body are indeed limitless. Fang Ping persistently reflected upon his experiences. As the vital energy coalesced near his temples, a pang of anxiety coursed through him. While ruptured blood vessels in other regions might not present considerable peril, any rupture in proximity to the brain could be exceedingly hazardous. Within the refinement method, the pathways traversing the brain are few, comprised of but one principal channel. Fortuitously, the foundational training method adhered to a predetermined circulatory system devoid of deviations. Before long, Fang Ping adeptly navigated through the principal channel within his head. A mere half-hour later, he had successfully completed his initial round of refinement. It unfolded remarkably well. Fang Ping smiled wryly, though inwardly he began to curse. At that moment, his body was drenched in blood. While the primary channel remained unscathed, numerous capillaries had burst, causing blood to seep from his entire being. Should Fang Yuan or Li Weiying enter at that instant, they would likely be filled with dread. Upon completing the initial refinement, Fang Ping noticed that the previously discomforting blood vessels had considerably relaxed. As for the blood, it posed little concern. He possessed an abundance of vitality to spare. He fixated on his status panel, eager to ascertain whether there had been any decline in his vitality. Wealth, 3, 370, 800 vitality, 120 mentality, 140 down by 4 points. For another, a single ordinary vitality pill might prove insufficient to restore that. In other words, I have lost 100,000 in a solitary training session. Fang Ping experienced a moment of regret, now comprehending why so few candidates pursued the path of martial arts prior to the college entrance examination. Even when all prerequisites were satisfied, the expenses appeared to flow like water. In households that do not revel in opulence, who would dare to expend such extravagant sums? Furthermore, given the inherent perils, martial arts techniques can only be acquired by seasoned warriors, and most high school students are devoid of such opportunities. However, the concerns that burden others do not trouble Fang Ping in the slightest. Wang Jingyong fretted that Fang Ping might deplete his resources, yet in truth, Fang Ping had no intention of utilizing those elixirs. Without further ado, he directed his focus toward enhancing his vitality. Wealth, 3, 365. 800 vitality, 125 cards mental strength, 140 Hz. The upper limit has increased by 1 card. Fang Ping's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Achieving a 1-card increase in a single training session was no trifling accomplishment. Indeed, this was of great significance to him. While other students typically required around 3 days to recuperate their vitality, a solitary card enhancement after such an interval of training, costing a staggering 100,000 yuan, would hardly entice many to pursue it. Unlike his peers, who trained every 3 days, I can engage in training as often as my body permits, without the need for a digestion period. So this is the essence of the system. Old Wang, a mere 3rd rank is but a triviality. Just wait. I shall astonish you. Fang Ping murmured to himself, unable to mask the delight radiating from his countenance. Covered in blood, should anyone catch sight of him now, they might indeed frighten a child. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Fang Ping reveled in his triumphs and readied himself for another round of training, the door was struck with a thunderous clamor. Without needing to inquire, Fang Ping instinctively recognized the source of the distinctive knocking. Indeed, it was Fang Yuan, exclaiming from outside. Fang Ping, what are you doing? First, you appear as though you were grinning foolishly, and now you are gasping for breath. Do you not comprehend how absurd this is? Allow me to remind you, if you continue to behave in such a manner, you shall never attract a wife. I am still quite young. Do not lead me astray. Fang Ping's countenance darkened. What have I done? I was merely engaged in practice. How could that possibly lead you astray? Reflecting upon the girl's earlier remarks, he began to grasp the situation, and then he retorted angrily. What nonsense are you uttering? Who is being indecent? Who is leading the youth astray? I am diligently training my physique, honing my martial skills. Do you comprehend? Outside, Fang Yuan scoffed. Who are you attempting to deceive? Why can you not practice martial arts in the yard? Nevertheless, I shall not permit you to continue smiling in such a manner. It is rather lascivious. Fang Ping was on the brink of tears, growing ever more certain that he must seek an alternative venue for his training. This ancient abode offered little in the way of sound insulation. Following merely a single session of the refinement technique, his vitality surged, rendering it entirely natural for him to need a moment to regain his composure. Who could have imagined that Fang Yuan possessed such acute hearing? The young woman might be contemplating a myriad of thoughts regarding him. Initially intent on practicing his stances, Fang Ping ultimately reconsidered. Such training would undoubtedly generate more commotion than the refinement technique, and he could only speculate on her subsequent thoughts. After a brief period of tidying up, Fang Ping donned a fresh ensemble. His previous garments were marred by the blood of ruptured vessels, with numerous stains adorning his trousers. Once attired, he took his soiled clothing and made his way to the bathroom. Seizing the opportunity before his mother's return, he aimed to cleanse himself thoroughly to alleviate any concerns for his parents. Yet, This very action only reinforced Fang Yuan's conviction that her elder brother was engaged in dubious activities. Fang Ping, it is indeed time for you to seek out a romantic companion. Alas, all the young men in our class have already found their romantic partners, while you remain a solitary figure. Being single is one matter, yet clandestinely sequestering yourself in your room with a foolish grin is an entirely different predicament. Is it not mortifying should our parents happen upon you? Fang Ping, might I introduce you to someone? Silence. Fang Ping retorted, scowling as he adjusted his attire. From this moment forth, maintain your distance from those dubious acquaintances of yours. I am but 18. What do you imply by calling me a solitary figure? I am diligently honing my craft. Do you comprehend? TCH, very well, deny it if you wish. Fang Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, murmuring, I merely intended to be kind. My classmate's sister is quite charming. Fang Yuan, very well, I shall refrain from speaking further. Fang Yuan wore an expression that suggested he would not persist in belittling him, leaving Fang Ping feeling somewhat bruised. I am refining my abilities. Refining my abilities. Fang Ping found himself in a state of exasperation. He resolved not to elaborate further, recognizing the futility of attempting to clarify matters with this young lady. That evening, Fang Ping chose not to continue his training with the refinement method. Instead, he delved into the 16 postures of standing practice. His attention was particularly drawn to the horse stance. Engaging in martial arts without a solid foundation ultimately proves to be in vain. In this context, practice pertains specifically to standing practice. If one is unable to maintain an appropriate stance, the foundation remains weak, which not only hinders the refinement of bones and meridians but also undermines practical combat proficiency. At Wu University, martial artists who excel in standing practice are informally referred to as the Weeble. A well-executed stance is steadfast. If one cannot be pushed, struck, or toppled, they will remain entangled until their adversary is vanquished. The horse stance derives its name from the posture that resembles one seated upon a horse. There are 3 levels to the horse stance. The first is stability. If one stands resolutely, they cannot be easily overthrown. Secondly, solidity. With feet akin to stone, firmly anchored to the ground, one cannot be easily swayed. Thirdly, the notion of emptiness serves as the foundation for the Weeble title. To stand in a state of emptiness signifies the ability to adjust one's center of gravity with ease. An unstable core renders one susceptible to downfall. Conversely, a stable center empowers an individual to endure pushes, strikes, kicks, or grabs with unwavering serenity. A martial artist's efficacy in combat is not solely dictated by rank. A proficient practitioner of standing practice can evade those of superior rank, even if they are unable to breach their defenses. Furthermore, standing practice fortifies bones and tendons, expediting the refinement of one's skeletal structure. The amalgamation of standing practice with the refinement method produces extraordinary outcomes, albeit at a considerable energy cost. Fang Ping perused the instructional material for a time and endeavored to maintain the horse stance for a fleeting moment. After merely 5 minutes, he found himself trembling all over, drenched in perspiration. Remaining in this position proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. After 10 minutes, Fang Ping felt as though he might disintegrate into a quivering mass. His legs shook violently, and in that instant, had someone pushed him from the front, he would undoubtedly have faltered. This signified that he was still a great distance from mastering the initial level of stability. With his chest flat, back rounded, and head aligned, he silently recited the fundamentals of standing practice. Fang Ping, soaked in sweat, soon found himself gasping for breath, ultimately collapsing to the ground. This occurred without even incorporating the refinement method into his standing practice, leaving him utterly fatigued. Once he commenced practicing the refinement method, Fang Ping felt entirely incapable of multitasking. He concentrated intently on his statistics: wealth, 365, 800, vitality, 122, mental strength, 135. Fang Ping's expression shifted as he realized that not only had his vitality waned, but so too had his mental strength. Is my mental energy being depleted? He murmured, gradually comprehending the cause of the decline. Standing still, the profound concentration demanded was immensely exhausting, resulting in the depletion of both vitality and mental fortitude. After a period of reflection, Fang Ping silently recited a mantra to bolster his mental strength and vitality. Wealth, 357. 800 vitality, 125 mental strength, 140. The expenditure was far more substantial than he had anticipated. In less than a day, he had consumed 13,000 units of wealth. Initially, He had believed that even if both attributes were elevated to 200, it would require merely a few $100,000 in wealth. In hindsight, he recognized that he had been overly optimistic. Vitality and mental fortitude are not immutable. They diminish through exertion and discipline. In such instances, commonplace individuals rejuvenate by means of slumber, sustenance, or pharmaceutical aid. Yet, Fong Ping, in his quest to eschew the squandering of time, found himself compelled to replenish his vigor at the expense of his financial resources. Each restoration exacted a considerable toll on his wealth. Although possessing over $3 million in assets may seem substantial, at this rate, how long could he sustain such expenditure? Unless Fong Ping opted to relinquish his rapid progression and, like his peers, gradually restored his energy through natural sleep and nourishment, he found himself at a pivotal juncture. The amalgamation of standing exercises with the refinement method would only exacerbate the depletion. Ordinary individuals outside the martial arts realm require extensive recuperation after training, which demands significant resources. It is no marvel. It is hardly surprising that martial artists are a rarity within society. Ordinary individuals could only advance at a gradual pace. However, with the passage of time, their bodies grew inflexible, rendering significant breakthroughs ever more elusive. In their youth, apart from the support of their families, young people often found themselves devoid of the financial resources necessary for rigorous training. Yet, how many could summon such considerable funds for such expenditures? Even if the refinement method and standing exercises were presented to individuals like Wu Zhihao, they would likely hesitate to engage in practice. The pace at which wealth was dissipated surpassed even Fong Ping's expectations. Over the course of the following 2 days, he diligently attended classes and devoted his daylight hours to study, while engaging in standing exercises during the night. By Tuesday evening, as he concluded his training in the refinement method, Fong Ping cast a fleeting glance at his statistics, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Wealth, 320. 800 vitality, 126 mental strength, 142. Both his vitality and mental fortitude had seen an ascent. Yet, this progress came at the steep price of considerable wealth depletion. From an initial sum of 37 million, within a mere span of 2 to 3 days, Fong Ping had expended 50,000 in wealth. Consequently, his vitality had reached the mark of 126, and he sensed that elevating it to 127 should pose no significant challenge. An average increment of 1 in vitality would necessitate a minimum of 20,000 in wealth. This was still during a phase when his vitality remained relatively modest. Once it approached its upper limit of 150, the expenses for further enhancement would likely escalate even more. I had indeed been overly naive. Fong Ping chuckled at his own expense, reflecting on how he had once reveled in the belief that his wealth exceeding 100,000 could elevate him beyond the threshold of 200 points. It became abundantly clear that the system was, in fact, a significant pitfall. Contemplating his circumstances, he mused that an improvement of approximately 1 point per day was the reality he faced before deciding to further enhance his vitality. After expending 1,000 wealth points, his vitality ascended to 127 points. As he moved his body, he found the strain manageable and felt a sense of satisfaction with his progress. Should he continue at this rate of 1 point daily, by the time of his physical examination, he might attain the minimum vitality threshold for martial artists, set at 150 points. Of course, the uncertainty lingered regarding his ability to maintain this pace. As for whether to disclose such a high vitality, he would evaluate the situation as it unfolded. Augmenting vitality proved to be a formidable challenge, while its consumption was relatively straightforward. If Fong Ping desired to avoid attracting attention, he could undertake intensive training prior to the examination, expending considerable vitality to reduce it to 120 points without difficulty. Just as he was preparing to freshen up, his phone, which he had carelessly cast aside, began to vibrate. He picked it up, and upon answering, recognized the voice of the sales manager from the real estate office. Mr. Fong, I apologize for the interruption. The paperwork for your property has been completed. If it is convenient, tomorrow. Very well, I shall come by tomorrow afternoon. Fong Ping replied in a subdued tone, forgoing pleasantries with the eager manager before concluding the call. The advancement at Guanhuiyuan was remarkably rapid. The contract finalized on Sunday was already processed by Wednesday. Upon acquiring the residence, he intended to procure some fitness apparatus and other necessities. This endeavor would also require a substantial financial outlay. After settling the payment for the house, he found himself with slightly more than 410,000 in liquid assets. Following his acquisitions, it was probable that he would have less than 400,000 remaining. Indeed, money ebbs and flows like water. Fong Ping sighed, fully comprehending the fervent desire of affluent martial artists to accumulate wealth. Even he, who had not yet embarked on the path of a martial artist, was incurring considerable expenses for training, aided by a supportive system. Those devoid of such advantages faced exorbitant daily costs. Without financial resources, not only would training become unattainable, but even sustaining his current level would pose a formidable challenge. I must discover a means to augment my earnings, Fong Ping murmured. Though such pursuits would have to be postponed until after the college entrance examination, as he currently lacked the time to engage in such endeavors. Wednesday dawned, and as soon as his morning classes concluded, Fong Ping hastened to Guanhuiyuan. At the sales office, he settled the final payment and received an array of documents and keys. Subsequently inspecting the property and marking the completion of the acceptance process. After disbursing the final installment, he found his savings and cash dwindled to a little over 410,000. With the sales personnel departed, a wave of relief washed over Fong Ping. Alone in the expansive house, he took a moment to savor his good fortune. It had scarcely been a few days since he had acquired such a substantial property. The thought of Fong Yuan's reaction upon discovering his new abode brought a smile to his face. He anticipated it would be quite amusing. However, for the time being, Fong Ping had no intention of informing his family. Even if he chose to share the news, it would be wise to wait until after the examination. Should he gain admission to the Martial Arts Academy, he could always attribute his success to collaborations with Wang Jinyang or early investments from large enterprises, providing him with a plausible rationale. Now that my family is aware, it is bound to cause concern for my parents. I ought to purchase some fitness equipment. For now, I shall refrain from acquiring any furniture. Additionally, I must procure some essential sofas and chairs, lest there be no place to sit. Oh, and I must obtain a bed, as I may end up staying here. After contemplating his purchases, Fong Ping wasted no time and stepped out the door. An hour later, he emerged from the largest furniture market in the city. He had ordered everything he needed and paid the deposit. The items were set to be delivered within a few days. He did not splurge on extravagant sofas and chairs. As long as they fulfilled their purpose, that sufficed. However, for the fitness equipment, Fong Ping opted for moderately high-quality items. Even if he no longer required them, they could be passed on to Fong Yuan, thus averting waste. The sofas and chairs did not incur significant costs, but the equipment represented a considerable expense. After tallying everything, he estimated that he would be left with approximately 390,000 after settling the bills. Upon returning to school, Chen Fan expressed mild curiosity. Fong Ping, why do you seem to have vanished lately? Previously, when Fong Ping did not return home for lunch, neither did he. They frequently visited the cafeteria or dined out together. However, recently, Chen Fan had encountered Fong Ping infrequently. I have been rather occupied with various matters, Fong Ping responded. Despite your enrollment in the martial arts program, which is notoriously challenging to succeed in, do not allow your academic pursuits to languish, Chen Fan reiterated, his concern palpable. Fong Ping smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. This concern emanated from the bond of their friendship. Had they not been acquainted, one might even wish for the other to neglect their studies to lessen the competition. While they conversed, Yang Jian from the front turned around and inquired, Fong Ping, would you care to join us for a workout this evening? In recent days, Fong Ping had been concentrating on the advantages of amplifying his vital energy. He had neither found the time nor felt compelled to engage in exercise with others. However, having now acquired martial techniques, he discovered that practicing at home was a formidable challenge due to the constraints of space. Given that his new residence remained devoid of furnishings, he deemed it advantageous to observe the training regimens of others. After a moment's contemplation, Fong Ping acquiesced, stating, very well, I shall join you this evening. Yang Jian had casually extended this invitation, as Fong Ping had previously declined similar offers. To his astonishment, Fong Ping's acceptance left Yang Jian briefly taken aback. Yet, almost instantly, Yang Jian's face brightened with joy, exclaiming, splendid. Let us venture forth together after school. Fong Ping, the gathering will attract a multitude, including some of the most accomplished students from our institution who also engage in training there. Observing their methodology may yield significant benefits for you. This sounds promising. With their plans firmly established for after school, they exchanged little more and awaited the teacher's signal to begin the lesson. Soon enough, the afternoon classes drew to a close. While some students of the liberal arts would partake in evening self-study sessions, Fong Ping, and his fellow martial arts students typically abstained from such commitments. Wu Zhihao and others were well aware of Fang Ping's involvement in the group workout. As they stepped outside, Wu Zhihao remarked with a playful smile, "Fang Ping, you have likely never set foot in a gym, have you? It will undoubtedly be an enlightening experience." The gym he referred to was a facility constructed by the school expressly for martial arts students to refine their physiques. Not every student is fortunate enough to possess their own gym. Even if they do, the ambience differs remarkably. Wu Zhihao may have the resources to exercise at home, however. He favors the camaraderie of the sports hall, where the presence of others, despite a touch of chaos, kindles a collective motivation to train. Exercising in solitude can be monotonous, and many individuals find it arduous to withstand such isolation. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping chuckled, "A revelation? Do others truly render their workouts enjoyable?" Before Wu Zhihao could reply, Zhang Hao interjected with a smile, "Fang Ping, it seems you have misconstrued the matter. Not all participants in the martial arts program are male. There exist numerous female students as well. Just wait until you witness it for yourself." Before he could complete his thought, one of the female martial arts students, Zhang Nan, interjected sharply, "Cease your crude remarks. Do you believe Fang Ping resembles you? Always leering at the girls and bringing embarrassment upon our class." Zhang Hao shrugged off her comment, smiling at Fang Ping. "Did you catch that? Let us refrain from gazing at the girls from other classes. Let us focus solely on her." "Leave me be," Zhang Nan exclaimed, rolling her eyes. "Do not be so fierce. The more intimidating you become, the less I dare to look. If no one observes, you are the one missing out." "Zhang Hao, are you inviting a confrontation?" Their customary banter had settled into a familiar rhythm for the others. Wu Zhihao opted to overlook their exchange and, with a smile as he walked, remarked, "Do not heed Zhang Hao's frivolities. Observing the girls is merely a delightful diversion. It is not the crux of our purpose." Numerous exceptional students from other classes frequent the gym, each employing their own distinctive training methodologies. We can observe and assimilate what proves effective. Nonetheless, we have all become rather entrenched in our routines, Fang Ping. You may wish to take a closer look and adopt a more systematic approach. Fang Ping nodded, and amid their light-hearted conversation, they reached the entrance of the sports hall. The gym was staffed and not accessible to the general public. However, students from the first high school, irrespective of their specialization, could enter for a nominal fee. The cost was modest, merely 2 yuan per visit, without charges based on duration. Fang Ping paid, while the others, being regulars, were able to procure a monthly pass. The fee was primarily instituted to avert overcrowding, dissuading those who sought mere amusement rather than authentic exercise. Upon ascending to the second floor of the gym, Fang Ping was instantly enveloped by a wave of warmth and the vibrant clamor of voices. The atmosphere was animated, resonating with the shouts and cheers of youthful exuberance. The layout bore resemblance to a conventional gym, yet it was brimming with spirited boys and girls. As Wu Zhihao and his companions made their entrance, familiar voices called out, "Zhihao, over here. Zhihao, let us compete. Yang Jian, what is your energy level?" They all hailed from the same institution. The martial arts program boasted fewer than 300 students, with even fewer availing themselves of the gym, likely under 200. Wu Zhihao, renowned for his exuberant energy, was a familiar figure to many. In response to their warm greetings, he beamed a cheerful smile and remarked, "Not today. Our focus is on our own training." Fang Ping, with a quiet curiosity, inquired, "Compete in what?" Wu Zhihao casually elucidated, "Oh, it's nothing significant. Everyone is merely gathering for some amusement, comparing their push-ups and pull-ups, and occasionally testing their strength." As he guided Fang Ping and a few others towards a more secluded area, the others had their individual agendas and commenced their quest for accessible equipment to enhance their workouts. Wu Zhihao, in contrast, discovered an unoccupied multifunctional training apparatus and commenced to instruct Fang Ping in his exercises. Although Fang Ping possessed a familiarity with the equipment, he was reluctant to decline Wu's fervent support. He attentively absorbed Wu Zhihao's elucidations while casting fleeting glances around the vicinity. The second floor of the gymnasium thrived with a flurry of activity, yet the spacious environment was sufficient to prevent any sensation of overcrowding. Among the attendees, one could indeed observe a multitude of young women, clad minimally for their workouts. However, truth be told, Fang Ping felt no particular interest or allure. A lively assembly of youthful high school students might capture his attention were they at the beach, yet in this setting, saturated in sweat and infused with the unappealing aroma of perspiration akin to that of their male counterparts, he found little motivation to engage. As Wu Zhihao illustrated the use of the equipment, He leaned in to whisper, "There is also a third floor. The third floor is somewhat sparsely populated, yet it offers a modicum of excitement compared to the second. First-time visitors often find it intriguing," Wu Zhihao remarked softly. It is widely acknowledged that Yizhong stands as the premier high school in Yang City, boasting a notable presence of martial artists. The offspring of martial artists, when pursuing high school education, typically enroll at Yizhong. Although the number of these martial artist descendants is not substantial each year, they certainly exist. In our current cohort, there are 2 students with a lineage of martial artists, including those in the first and second years. A total of 7 students at our institution hail from families with martial artists. These 7 frequently come here to hone their skills, often choosing the third floor for their training. "Are you interested, Fang Ping? Shall we venture there as well?" Fang Ping inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. Naturally, the institution has not imposed any restrictions, yet we seldom explore that area. The apparatus available on the third floor is rather scant, and those individuals, being the progeny of martial artists, typically do not engage with us. Nevertheless, it is perfectly acceptable to observe. They generally do not mind, and newcomers often relish the thrill. However, Wu Zhihao remarked, if one visits frequently, the allure diminishes over time. Intrigued, Fang Ping rose to his feet. "Shall we go take a look? Are these individuals particularly formidable?" "Not particularly. They are merely slightly stronger than us, albeit not by a significant margin," Wu Zhihao remarked as he guided Fang Ping up the stairs, lowering his voice once more. The martial artists in Yang City are not of particularly high caliber, and their resources are quite limited. Truly formidable practitioners would not choose to remain in Yang City. Those of higher rank typically have their offspring studying elsewhere, either at Ruiyang Yizhong or in larger metropolises. Fang Ping comprehended the situation. It was no surprise that he seldom heard of exceptionally powerful second-generation martial artists at Yizhong. The second-generation martial artists studying there usually had grandparents of the first or second rank, predominantly the former. Furthermore, most were societal martial artists with restricted training resources, thereby offering little to their progeny. Even if their vitality was somewhat elevated, it remained only marginally superior to that of an average individual. As they conversed, the pair had already ascended to the third floor. It was spacious and remarkably tranquil. This is Fang Ping's initial impression, sharply contrasting with the oppressive heat below. The assembly is sparse. Although 7 representatives from the second generation of martial artists are present, not all frequent this establishment, nor do they always gather in unison. A fleeting glance reveals that within this expansive 3-story venue, merely 5 individuals occupy the space, 2 of whom are evidently there solely for the spectacle, akin to Fang Ping and his companions. In reality, only 3 individuals are actively engaged in cultivation. Indeed, they are immersed in their practice. This is not the refinement method, which lesser-tier martial artists would hesitate to permit their progeny to undertake. Instead, they are steadfastly assuming a stance. Having already studied the 16 stances of the standing post, Fang Ping promptly discerned that the 3 individuals above were diligently practicing this technique. "Stance practice?" Fang Ping murmured softly. Beside him, Wu Zhihao nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, "Indeed. The second generation of martial artists typically engages in stance practice. This practice is no secret. Wu University has meticulously compiled 16 commonly utilized stances. However, in the broader society, a plethora of stances exist for those eager to learn. Even the techniques derived from the 16 stances of the standing post can be mastered with a modicum of investment." Undeterred by Fang Ping's musings, Wu Zhihao continued in a subdued tone. "Do you know why these second-generation martial artists lack prominence? It is precisely due to this. Stance practice underscores the significance of enduring outcomes, with its true effectiveness only becoming apparent upon entering Wu University. It is often observed that individuals proficient in stance practice tend to achieve mastery at a more rapid pace than the average practitioner. Consequently, these second-generation martial artists typically do not pursue immediate recognition. Their singular aspiration is to gain entry into Wu University. Once admitted, they are afforded the opportunity to truly excel." Wu Zhihao shook his head once more, stating, "However, we need not imitate them. Stance practice demands considerable time and effort. In the short term, its benefits are not markedly superior to conventional training, and nutritional supplements frequently yield greater advantages. Generally, only second-generation martial artists engage in stance practice during their high school years. Stance practice emphasizes long-term gains. Furthermore, when paired with the refinement method, its efficacy can be greatly enhanced. Otherwise, practiced in isolation, It may offer diminished benefits for one's vitality compared to traditional training, especially when the level of stance practice is not sufficiently advanced. If one can master the foundational stance prior to embarking on a martial arts journey, the outcomes would greatly exceed those of standard training. The progeny of these lower-tier martial artists do not aspire to become combatants prior to the college entrance examination. Their ambitions are firmly rooted in the future. They initially engage in stance practice to elevate their vitality to the esteemed standards of Wu University. Upon gaining admission, they will possess a robust foundation in stance practice, further enhanced by the refinement method. At that pivotal moment, the outcomes will become evident. Moreover, they can harness the institution's resources, thereby diminishing the necessity to depend solely on their own means. The resources expended on solitary stance practice are no greater than those required by the refinement method. This strategy also alleviates the burdens faced by these lower-tier martial artists. Wu Jihao's concise elucidation incited Fang Ping to reflect upon these considerations. In this instant, Fang Ping grasped the rationale behind individuals like Wu Jihao, who, despite being aware of stance practice, opted not to pursue it. Their current ambition is the martial arts examination. Given that conventional training promotes a swifter enhancement of vitality compared to stance practice, what reason would one have to select stance practice? Regarding the future, there lies an abundance of time ahead. Should they fail to succeed in the martial arts examination, all other pursuits become trivial. Furthermore, the progeny of martial artists almost invariably aspire to follow in their footsteps. Consequently, these individuals are able to devote themselves to the laborious practice of standing meditation. Even in the event of not gaining entry to the martial arts university, they shall continue to tread the path of martial arts. As the two engaged in quiet conversation, Fang Ping observed the trio diligently practicing their stances. Two young men, akin to Fang Ping, were executing the horse stance, while the young woman was immersed in the circular stance. The differences in their techniques were strikingly evident through their postures. Fang Ping's attention remained steadfastly upon them, and the trio of practitioners soon became aware of Wu Jihao and his companion. Among the young men, one, possessing a rugged visage and a shaved head, abruptly concluded his practice and cheerfully declared, "Wu Jihao, it has been several days since our last encounter. How is your vitality faring?" "I have not assessed it in several days." "And you, Ten Hao?" "A mere 118 calories." Ten Hao spoke with considerable fervor, simultaneously mopping the perspiration from his brow as he lamented, "By last year's standards, I could afford the luxury of slumber. Yet, I have heard that this year, everyone's vigor is exceptionally elevated. 118 calories certainly appears inadequate. Therefore, I must amplify my endeavors while time permits, aspiring to achieve 120 calories. Ten Hao possessed a robust physique, reminiscent of Yang Jian. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Fang Ping but, not being well acquainted, refrained from extending a greeting. Wu Jihao, however, took the initiative to introduce, "This is Fang Ping, a formidable member of our class, whose vitality surpasses even mine." He then turned to Fang Ping with a grin, adding, "This is Tan Hao from Class 2, a second-generation martial artist." "Enough with the second-generation martial artist label," Tan Hao retorted, somewhat irked. "What qualifies me as such? My grandfather is merely a first-tier practitioner who emerged from a martial arts training program. We are financially constrained. I have consumed far fewer medicinal pills than you." Wu Jihao chuckled, "Do not be so shameless. We both know who has indulged more." "Ha ha. But enough of this jesting. You assert that Fang Ping possesses greater vitality than you?" With a newfound curiosity, Ten Hao examined Fang Ping from head to toe. At that moment, another young man, possessing a slightly more refined appearance and longer hair than Tan Hao, also paused his practice. Upon overhearing their conversation, the young man approached, his curiosity palpable. "Is that true, Wu Jihao?" he inquired. Wu Jihao, taking his time to respond, turned to Fang Ping and said, "This is Tan Tao, also from Class 2. This year, our cohort boasts two second-generation martial artists who happen to be brothers. Although their vitality currently pales in comparison to Zhou Bin and Xiao Liang, once they enroll in the martial arts university, these two brothers are destined to thrive among the elite of their senior year." Meanwhile, the young woman accompanying them, a sophomore, remained deeply focused on her practice, opting not to partake in their discussion. Two brothers? Fang Ping pondered, observing the two individuals before him, one robust and towering, the other fair and delicate. Could they truly be siblings? He mentally scoffed yet maintained a congenial demeanor, greeting them with a smile. Before the brothers could utter a word, Fang Ping, intrigued, inquired, "You were practicing the horse stance just now, were you not? Indeed, you possess a keen insight. Tan Hao replied cheerfully. Though it may sound impressive, the results are rather mediocre. Were it not for my father's insistence on our practice of standing postures, I would have long forsaken it. If I trained as diligently as Wu Zhihao, my vitality might even surpass that of Zhou Bin. Could you kindly refrain from boasting? As soon as Tan Hao concluded his remarks, Tan Tao interjected with a hint of resignation, stating, Zhou Bin's vitality stands at 125 cards. This individual is indeed remarkable. The threshold is set at 120 cards, and even if we were to contend with him, we might not necessarily exceed this 120 card limit. Is 120 cards truly a threshold? Fang Ping pondered internally, perplexed by the concept of a barrier and contemplating its origins. Furthermore, these two brothers were quite verbose. I had distinctly referenced the horse stance. Yet the discourse swiftly veered towards Zhou Bin. While Fang Ping silently grumbled to himself, the brothers eventually returned to the main subject. Tan Tao cast a curious glance at Fang Ping and asked, Fang Ping, is it indeed the case that your vitality surpasses that of Wu Zhihao? Wu Zhihao was no stranger to excellence, having previously attained an impressive count of 115 cards, akin to his peers. As for his current condition, the particulars remained unknown to them. Should Fang Ping's vitality surpass that of Wu Zhihao, it would suggest his equivalence to both brothers. Few individuals surpassed the threshold of 115 cards, and Fang Ping's name had never graced their discussions before. Zhihao simply remarked, I have not personally measured it, so I cannot be entirely certain, to which Fang Ping responded, not wishing to linger on the topic. He swiftly shifted the dialogue, observing, by your appearance, it seems you have sustained that stance for quite some time. How long can you maintain it now? The reply came, approximately half an hour, to which he responded, so you have attained the stability of the first layer then? You are aware of that. The rugged Tan Hao expressed his astonishment once again, then swiftly chuckled. It took me 3 years of diligent practice to barely attain that level of stability. While Tan Hao exhibited a certain roughness, Tan Tao was far more meticulous and scrutinized Fang Ping anew upon hearing this. After a brief pause, Tan Tao abruptly inquired, Fang Ping, do you also engage in standing practice? Wu Zhihao couldn't resist casting a glance at Fang Ping. Fang Ping, not denying it, smiled and replied, indeed. I too practice standing, specifically the horse stance, much like you. However, I have yet to achieve the same level of stability as you. I cannot help but feel a twinge of envy at how much more stable your stance is. The distinction of whether one had embraced the stance was not readily apparent at first glance. However, upon closer examination, one could discern subtle variances in gait and aura. Since Fang Ping did not walk, Tan Tao's inquiry stemmed from mere curiosity. Upon hearing Fang Ping acknowledge his practice of the horse stance, Tan Tao's interest was piqued, and he inquired, how long have you been standing? For quite some time, Fang Ping replied cryptically, then deftly redirected the conversation. I have always been exploring this on my own. I was unaware that there were others engaging in stance work at school. You two are the first I have encountered who genuinely practice standing. In the future, may I observe you while you stand? As he had yet to achieve the stability of the first layer, it proved to be quite arduous and fraught with danger to simultaneously practice both the standing posture and the refining method. Thus, Fang Ping longed to attain the stability of the first layer before embarking on the path of dual cultivation. However, merely studying the diagram might not suffice for complete understanding. If there existed a tangible model to reference, the pursuit of stability in the first layer would undoubtedly become considerably more attainable. Although Wang Jinyang could offer valuable guidance, he resided in Jiacheng, and given his recent endeavors towards a breakthrough, Fang Ping felt it inappropriate to disturb him frequently. At that moment, Fang Ping chanced upon two brothers, both firmly established at the first level and diligently practicing the horse stance. After observing them for a while, he undoubtedly gleaned significant insights. Tan Hao chuckled. Feel free to observe. It's not a secret. In truth, the essence of standing practice lies primarily in perseverance. My brother Tan Tao and I have been honing our skills since our first year of high school, and only recently have we ascended to the first level. Aware that Fang Ping also engaged in the horse stance, the Tan brothers became more loquacious, having just completed their standing practice. They opted not to continue, but instead shared insights with Fang Ping regarding their experiences with the horse stance. Being high school students, their thoughts were not overly intricate. Despite this being their inaugural encounter with Fang Ping, the brothers generously imparted the valuable lessons they had gleaned along their journey. This made Fang Ping feel that his visit was truly worthwhile. On site, Fang Ping also stood for a while, and the brothers assisted him in refining certain postures. After a brief interlude of about half an hour, the Tan brothers made their way home, while Wu Zhihao regarded Fang Ping with an inquisitive expression. Fang Ping, do you also practice standing? Wu Zhihao hesitated, for he understood that the practice of standing typically results in a slower development of vitality, necessitating both medicinal and dietary enhancements. He pondered the source from which Fang Ping's family acquired the resources to support such pursuits. Fang Ping, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, replied nonchalantly, in the past. I practiced without ambition, which is why my vitality remained rather limited. However, after consuming some medicine, my vitality surged remarkably, compelling me to resume my standing practice. Though Wu Zhihao remained somewhat perplexed, he chose not to press further, contemplating the depth that Fang Ping truly possessed. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was indifferent to his curiosity, believing it preferable to leave him in wonder. If the need arose, he could always attribute his circumstances to Wang Jinyang later. With the notorious scapegoat readily available, Fang Ping felt unfazed by any looming suspicions. Would these individuals dare to question Wang Jinyang? Even if they did, Wang Jinyang would undoubtedly defend himself, offering comprehensive aftercare regarding Huang Bin's situation. In Jiacheng, having just accomplished his breakthrough, Wang Jinyang unexpectedly sneezed, shaking his head. He sensed a disquieting premonition. However, contemplating his recent elevation to the third tier, he could not suppress a smile, dismissing any negative thoughts. Once the initial breakthrough was attained, a subsequent one was sure to follow. In the ensuing days, Fang Ping frequently observed the Tan brothers honing their horse stance. After several days of this, he garnered substantial benefits. The Tan brothers were affable and did not mind his presence, permitting him to observe without restraint. During their moments of leisure, Fang Ping posed inquiries, and the brothers willingly provided insightful responses. The art of standing was regarded as a semi-public secret, lacking any expedient methods. The essence of mastery resided in the dedication of time. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that Fang Ping was no ordinary being. While others would suffer considerable depletion of vitality and mental exhaustion from extended periods of standing, necessitating restorative breaks that could extend until the following day or even the third, Fang Ping adopted a distinct strategy. When his vitality ebbed, he merely invested wealth points to rejuvenate it. When his energy diminished, he could once more employ wealth points to reinstate it. The Tan brothers, now firmly established at their current level, could only endure a mere 30 minutes of standing practice each day. They could certainly push their limits further. Yet such endeavors would come at the expense of their vitality and mental acuity, resulting in several days of subsequent lethargy. While the restoration of physical vitality is achievable through supplements and elixirs, the depletion of mental energy presents a formidable obstacle for lower-tier martial artists, offering them scant solutions. Apart from sleep and rest, these practitioners possess no alternative means to rejuvenate their mental fortitude. As for Fang Ping, given his current regimen, a mere 20 minutes of practice would be the pinnacle of his efforts. Yet this individual indiscriminately squanders his resources. Each evening, upon returning home, he commits himself to training from 7 p.m. onwards, dedicating half an hour to the body refinement technique, while his standing meditation extends to an impressive 4 hours. By midnight, Fang Ping scarcely allows himself a moment's respite. Were it not for the necessity of slumber, he would remain standing until the break of dawn. With his unwavering vitality and keen mental acuity, along with extended periods of standing meditation, a single session of his training is equivalent to what the Tan brothers might accomplish in half a month or even an entire month. In just a few fleeting days, Fang Ping sensed that he was on the cusp of solidifying his stance at the first level. By Saturday evening, when Fang Ping sought further guidance from the two brothers, Tan Hao appeared unperturbed, yet Tan Tao's gaze revealed a different demeanor. This individual seemed somewhat formidable. Merely days prior, he had been inquiring about foundational concepts, and now he was probing the complexities of stabilizing himself at the first level. After a moment of hesitation, Tan Tao could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Fang Ping, are you on the verge of a breakthrough?" Tan Hao, taken aback, stammered, "Breakthrough?" Fang Ping chuckled, "No, I was merely inquiring. In truth, I have been standing here for quite some time. Previously, my understanding was fragmented and lacking a systematic framework. However, with your guidance, I am now able to assemble the pieces of knowledge that once eluded me, and I have made considerable progress. Although I have not yet achieved a breakthrough, I am assured that it shall arrive in due course. I genuinely owe you both a profound debt of gratitude. When the opportunity presents itself, I would be honored to treat you to a meal." The Tan brothers, whether indifferent or magnanimous, had undeniably offered Fang Ping considerable support. Without their aid, he would have faced his challenges in solitude. Certain techniques would have remained unrefined, and he might have spent months before achieving the first level. Indeed, he appeared to be on the verge of a significant breakthrough. Tan Tao murmured, casting a glance at Fang Ping laced with a hint of envy. Despite possessing greater vitality themselves, the brothers were not overly concerned, provided that Fang Ping's vitality did not exceed their own by a great margin. A few additional vitality points held little importance. With a father skilled in martial arts, they possessed knowledge that surpassed that of their contemporaries. As they embarked on the initial stage of standing meditation and subsequently enrolled in a martial university, they would benefit from the wisdom of mentors and the abundant resources provided by the institution. The probability of their becoming accomplished martial artists within a year was notably high. In contrast, for individuals like Fang Ping, who exhibited enhanced vitality yet not to an extraordinary degree, the circumstances were markedly different. Even if one were to attain a vitality level of 125, as Zhou Bin had, it would bear little significance. Upon entering the school, he would be required to relearn standing meditation, endeavoring to attain stability while assimilating the body refinement technique, the duration of which remained uncertain. It was entirely plausible that the brothers would experience breakthroughs in their martial pursuits, completing their bodily refinement, only for Fang Ping to find himself at a similar starting point. After a brief moment of envy, Tan Tao graciously responded, "There is no need for a meal. We are all rather occupied at the moment. Let us gather for a meal once the martial science examinations have concluded." Given Fang Ping's considerable vitality and reported aptitude in academic disciplines, the likelihood of his admission to the esteemed martial university was exceedingly high. Upon gaining entry to the illustrious Wuda, all shall be students of the venerable institution. And at that juncture, sharing meals to cultivate camaraderie would indeed be a delightful prospect. They found themselves pressed for time, and Fang Ping was indeed occupied as well. After expressing his gratitude once more, Fang Ping took his leave. Once he departed, the two brothers sought out Wu Zhihao downstairs. The robust Tan Hao seized Wu Zhihao by the collar, indignation flashing in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Little Wu, you have deceived your elder brother Hao once again." Wu Zhihao, initially bewildered, quickly retorted, "Get lost, you big oaf. Don't think I'm intimidated by you simply because you two are brothers. If you have the courage, let us settle this one-on-one." "One-on-one, you say?" Tan Hao muttered under his breath, ultimately releasing his grip, feeling somewhat disheartened as he remarked, "Did you not assert that Fang Ping hailed from a humble background? Yet recently, his prowess has advanced astonishingly, brimming with vitality. Logically, this should not be the case." Wu Zhihao, exasperated, replied, "Is that all you are concerned about?" He had once nurtured doubts, yet now he felt he had gleaned a profound understanding. Seizing the opportunity while others were momentarily distracted, he lowered his voice. "This individual likely possesses some backing." "Who, you ask?" "Wang Shixiang." Wu Zhihao's eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. During Wang Shixiang's last visit to the school, he procured Fang Ping's contact information. It appears they have indeed met. I am uncertain of the particulars, but it is highly probable that he has secured Wang Shixiang's endorsement. Otherwise, do you truly believe he could advance with such remarkable speed? Wang Jinyang Shixiang. The brothers exchanged incredulous glances. Wu Zhihao remained oblivious to their background, yet they were privy to certain truths. Merely days ago, the most exceptional individual from Yanqing in nearly a decade had single-handedly vanquished a peak second-grade martial artist. How old is Wang Jinyang? A mere first-year student, just 19 years of age. He dispatched a peak second-grade martial artist. What grade does Wang Jinyang himself occupy? Second-grade peak? Third grade? Such an individual. Even their father would counsel them to seek his favor upon their admission to Nanjing Wuda. It is a matter of ingratiation rather than the cultivation of genuine friendships. Wang Jinyang is already remarkably exceptional in his first year. By the time he graduates, he could very well ascend to the middle grade realm. Such distinguished individuals, upon graduation, could effortlessly penetrate the political sphere, potentially attaining the esteemed rank of a district governor. A city-level leader is merely a district governor, while a provincial-level leader holds the title of governor. Yancheng, being merely a county-level city, scarcely qualifies for the designation of governor. With a few years of experience, Wang Jinyang might even aspire to the esteemed position of governor. Is it not prudent to seek the favor of such a person? The brothers' eyes sparkled with envy. Had Fang Ping truly succeeded in securing Wang Shixiang's support? Observing their reactions, Wu Zhihao quietly asserted, "I genuinely believe the potential is rather considerable. Therefore, your jealousy serves no purpose. Moreover, Uncle Tan is also a martial artist, leaving you with nothing to covet. It is I who should feel envious." Tan Hao responded with irritation. Even in the presence of their father, he would not dare to place himself in comparison with Wang Jinyang. What comparison could be drawn between a nearly 50-year-old first-grade martial artist and a 19-year-old second or even third-grade martial artist? Their father now nurtured hopes for their ascent to prominence, as he himself had scarcely advanced beyond the preservation of his own vitality. Training necessitates financial resources. Do you comprehend? In a household of 3 devoted to cultivation, depending on the meager earnings of the elder had long since spiraled into financial destitution. Nevertheless, Wang Jinyang stood as an exception. He was youthful, of high rank, and still a student, facilitating his access to resources. With his backing, Fang Ping would likely consume blood essence pills as if they were mere confections. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. Even if Fang Ping could partake of such pills, he would not be able to assimilate them with alacrity. Why does Brother Wang take an interest in Fang Ping? Oh, could it be connected to the last gathering? Had I known, I would have attended as well. I lament this so profoundly. The 2 siblings exhaled heavily. With Wu Zhihao articulating his vexation, do not even mention it. I too went to extend my greetings, yet I was disregarded. He pondered whether it might be attributed to Fang Ping's remarkable resurgence in vitality following his medication, which had captured Wang Jinyang's attention. It might also pertain to Fang Ping's boldness. The mere fact that he dared to address Wang Jinyang directly was something Wu Zhihao held in high regard. In the domain of martial artists, audacity reigns supreme. Many have encountered this adage, yet how many of the youth truly grasp its essence? At that moment, Wu Zhihao felt he was beginning to comprehend the situation. Had Fang Ping not mustered the courage to reach out, Wang Jinyang might not have contemplated nurturing him. Although Wu Zhihao's speculations were not entirely precise, the outcome remained unchanged. Had Fang Ping refrained from making that call, he would not have found himself in his current position. Nevertheless, Fang Ping was astute, employing a strategy founded on mutual benefit. Had Wu Zhihao initiated the call instead, even if Wang Jinyang possessed a benevolent heart, he would likely have offered mere guidance rather than substantial assistance. Wu Zhihao's fanciful conjectures were unbeknownst to Fang Ping, yet this was precisely an element of Fang Ping's design. He harbored no intention of excessively obscuring the truth. He had already contemplated shifting the blame onto Wang Jinyang. However, that concern would be addressed post the martial arts examination. Not at this juncture. As Wu Zhihao and the others pondered, Fang Ping chose neither to affirm nor to refute their musings. Upon departing the sports hall, Fang Ping did not return home, but instead made his way to Guanhuiyuan. Over the preceding days, everything had been delivered, and he had arranged for its installation. This afternoon, he employed a cleaning service to prepare the place. By evening, the new residence was immaculate. After surveying his new dwelling, Fang Ping discarded his outer garments and commenced his practice of the refinement technique. For the past few days, he had utilized the guise of training at school, returning home rather late, which had not aroused his parents' suspicions. Half an hour later, his practice of the refinement technique came to a conclusion. From the moment he acquired the technique until now, merely a week had elapsed. Yet, Fang Ping's strength had escalated dramatically. Wealth, 3, 240. 000 vitality, 129 points mental strength, 150 hertz. The value of his wealth had crystallized into a whole number, a result of his parents bestowing upon him an additional 200 yuan for sustenance and discretionary spending in recent days. Fang Ping had contemplated declining this generous offer. Yet after some reflection, he opted to graciously accept it. To decline now would only exacerbate his parents' concerns. It seemed wiser to embrace this support for the moment. He could unveil the truth following the martial arts examination. Since the previous weekend, prior to acquiring the cultivation technique, Fang Ping's wealth had surpassed 37 million. At that juncture, his vitality stood at 124 points. Remarkably, within the span of just 1 week, his vitality had surged by 5 points, while his mental fortitude had ascended by an impressive 10 hertz. According to Fang Ping's prior expenditures, a wealth value of 15,000 should have been adequate. However, this occasion saw him expending over 130,000 wealth points, nearly tenfold his usual outlay. Despite this, Fang Ping felt a certain degree of satisfaction. Although his earlier consumption had been modest, the increase in limits was arduous and solely dependent on his physical training, which his body found difficult to endure. Now, with the refinement method and stance training, while he expended energy and mental strength, the intensity of his body and bones was also enhanced. The wealth value manifested not only in the augmentation of vitality and mental resilience, but also represented a comprehensive fortification. Moreover, it saved Fang Ping an immense amount of time. The expenditure of over 100,000 wealth points proved to be a worthy investment. With 11 days remaining until the physical examination, he pondered how much his vitality might improve by then. Today is already April 19th, and Fang Ping has sensed that as his vitality increases, the effort required to enhance it becomes more formidable. Yesterday, he reached a vitality cap of 129, and despite a day of training today, his upper limit did not rise. It appears that I must await a breakthrough in stance training, merging it with the refinement method to accelerate my advancement. The breakthrough in stance training is anticipated to occur in the coming days. Fang Ping reflected silently, quickly refreshed himself, and set off towards Jinghu Garden with his backpack. Evening at Jinghu Garden. In the backyard, Fang Ping wasted no time and resumed his standing practice. Initially, he maintained a fixed posture during the training. Any movement could potentially disrupt his stance. However, at this moment, Fang Ping's upper body swayed gently. Fang Yuan, squatting on a small stool nearby, widened her eyes, observing her elder brother's swaying form with amusement. Though the young girl relished in teasing Fang Ping, she recognized the importance of not interrupting him during his practice. Despite the temptation to respond, she chose to remain silent. Horse stance, akin to riding a steed. Back like a dragon, posture like a sturdy pillar. Steps as delicate as a feline. The teachings from the tome and the wisdom imparted by the Tan brothers reverberated ceaselessly in Fang Ping's thoughts. It is said that standing practice is simple to learn yet arduous to master. Some individuals spend years merely grasping the fundamentals. At this juncture, after several days of diligent standing practice, Fang Ping finally discovered his rhythm. Previously, even the slightest motion would cause him to falter from his stance, but now, with subtle adjustments, he successfully maintained his training. Stand resolutely. No one can topple you. Suddenly, Fang Ping's eyes sparkled as he called out to Fang Yuan, "Come, push me." Huh? Push me. In this instance, Fang Yuan comprehended, albeit bewildered by her brother's peculiar request. If Fang Ping sought to test his limits, she would acquiesce. With a playful chuckle, Fang Yuan rose and approached Fang Ping. "Am I truly going to push you?" Push. Although Fang Ping's upper body swayed, the motion was scarcely perceptible. With a radiant smile, Fang Yuan directed her finger towards Fang Ping's forehead. Merely days prior, Fang Ping had sought a similar trial. To her astonishment, a simple touch had sent him sprawling. Given her own lesser strength compared to her brother, she found it rather effortless to tease him now. Her finger indeed made contact with Fang Ping's forehead. Fang Yuan applied a gentle pressure, yet Fang Ping remained completely still. Before long, Fang Ping exclaimed, "Haven't you dined?" Fang Yuan, puffing up her cheeks in indignation, retorted, "You brought this upon yourself." Initially hesitant to exert excessive force, Fang Yuan gradually escalated her efforts, replacing a mere finger with her entire hand. As her palm pressed against Fang Ping's head, she discovered it was oddly slick. Despite applying 70% of her strength, her push appeared futile. "Fang Yuan, despite your roundness, you must push harder," Fang Ping urged. Frustrated, Fang Yuan abandoned her restraint and forcefully propelled Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping anchored himself to the ground with his toes, swaying slightly once more. With her newfound vigor, Fang Yuan pushed, yet felt as though she lacked a firm point of leverage, nearly losing her balance in the process. Observing this, Fang Ping shouted again, "Fang Yuan, come on, strike me." Gritting her teeth, Fang Yuan experienced a surge of determination. "With all that you've consumed, you should possess some strength. All that excess weight is in vain." In that moment, Fang Yuan sensed an imminent explosion of energy. Round and plump, "Should you topple me, I shall treat you to KFC on the morrow." "You vex me." Fang Ping, growing ever more audacious, persisted in his provocation of Fang Yuan. In that instant, he sensed he was on the brink of a breakthrough. Merely a step away. Previously, he had thought it might require several days, perhaps even weeks, to achieve a stable stance. Yet, as he practiced his balance, a flicker of comprehension dawned upon him. Although it seemed that his movements were slight as Fang Yuan exerted pressure upon him, he was deftly adjusting the focal point of that pressure, thereby rendering her utmost strength futile against him. To endure a push is not solely to resist force. It entails the artful dissipation of that force through the principles of stance training. Dissipate the force. Fang Ping believed he had grasped the essence of the matter. Hastening his quest for stability, perhaps the forthcoming moment would be pivotal. At this critical juncture, Fang Yuan's inner fire ignited. How dare Fang Ping provoke her? If uncle could tolerate it, aunt certainly could not. No longer satisfied with a singular approach, Fang Yuan engaged both hands, no longer pushing against Fang Ping's head. She perceived the sweat glistening upon her elder brother's scalp, making it too slippery. Altering her strategy, The young girl forcefully directed both hands towards Fang Ping's chest. That shall serve as a lesson for you to address me as round and plump. In a tempest of fury, the young girl exhibited no semblance of restraint. Fang Ping stood resolute, steadfast in his refusal to retreat, yet his upper body began to sway once more, his 10 toes firmly anchoring themselves to the soles of his shoes. As Fang Yuan's hands met his chest, the familiar sensation of yielding resistance resurfaced. Despite the direct impact upon his torso, her hands inexplicably drifted apart. Overexerting herself, Fang Yuan's form tilted, leading her to stumble toward Fang Ping. He swiftly moved to offer his support, undeterred by her faltering steps. In that instant, he found himself still reflecting upon that peculiar sensation of dissipating force. His firmly anchored feet began to shift gently, while the oscillation of his upper body became increasingly pronounced. Suddenly, Fang Ping's body inclined backward. Fang Yuan, just regaining her equilibrium, cried out, "You are going to fall." "I shall not," he declared. Fang Ping responded with alacrity, and as he perceived his body teetering on the brink of collapse, he rebounded like a resilient weeble, his feet remaining steadfastly in place. It was a success. A radiant smile graced Fang Ping's visage. In that fleeting moment, he had finally comprehended the quintessence of stability. His form swayed gently, and his feet, firmly anchored to the earth, experienced a slight ache and swelling. Yet, at that instant, Fang Ping paid no heed to such discomfort. He had attained mastery over the vital art of steadfastness. As he resumed his posture, he discovered that he could effortlessly replicate the same results without such intentional exertion. Ha! Truly, I am a prodigy. Fang Ping could not suppress a swell of pride. Merely a week had elapsed, and despite his remarkable advancements, he felt undeniably gifted. In truth, his mental fortitude surpassed that of the majority, and such an enhancement naturally bolstered his capacity for understanding. Observing Fang Ping basking in his triumph, an undeniable air of arrogance surrounding him, Fang Yuan clenched her teeth in frustration. This individual was insufferably boastful. Had Fang Ping deigned to offer a few words of solace, the young girl would have readily forgiven and forgotten. Yet, absorbed in his own exuberance, Fang Ping had entirely overlooked their previous altercation. Just as he was about to evaluate his energy expenditure, an unexpected gust of wind swept past him. At that moment, Fang Ping was not maintaining his equilibrium. Thud! The resounding thud of his descent echoed as his posterior met the unforgiving concrete floor. Whoosh! Fang Ping drew in a sharp breath, hurriedly tending to his bruised rear, and voiced his annoyance. "Fang Yuan, what are you up to? What do you presume I am doing?" Fang Yuan replied, his face alight with glee at witnessing Fang Ping's tumble. "Did you not just request that I give you a push? You also asserted that I had not dined and that I was merely a collection of flesh. You did not specify to cease, so I merely acted upon your desires." "You mischievous imp," Fang Ping murmured to himself, suddenly aware that he had temporarily set aside his earlier jests, having become engrossed in his elation. He opted not to engage further with the young woman, having already provoked her sufficiently. Remaining in his seat, he concentrated intensely on the information before him. Wealth, 3, 240. 000. Vitality, 124 calories. Mental strength, 140 hertz. The consumption during that fleeting moment surpassed the half hour he had previously spent in stance. Notably, regarding his mental strength, he had expended 10 hertz in a single instance. With the recent breakthrough in his stance technique, Fang Ping sensed he was on the cusp of advancement. As he contemplated the enhancement of his vitality and mental strength, he soon observed a remarkable transformation in the data. Wealth, 3, 224, 000. Vitality, 130 calories. Mental strength, 152 hertz. 130 calories. Fang Ping's eyes gleamed with excitement. Although the 130 calories of vitality were not the essence of the situation, the attainment of a stable stance indicated that he could now seamlessly merge the refinement technique with his stance training. Both Wang Jinyang and the Tan brothers asserted that it is only upon attaining this stable posture that one can genuinely embark on the journey of a martial artist. This pivotal moment signifies the transition to a quasi-martial artist, facilitating the amalgamation of various training methods and a formal pursuit of the human body's limits. With an ardent desire to investigate the effects of merging these training approaches, he was eager to advance. However, upon casting a glance at Fang Yuan beside him, Fang Ping dismissed the notion. The fusion of the two methodologies posed certain risks during the initial stages of training. The confines of the room were overly restrictive, Practicing in the yard could lead to distractions. It would be more prudent to attempt this at the new house tomorrow. Observing Fang Ping seated on the ground, Fang Yuan inquired, "Are you all right?" Fang Ping was jolted back to reality, his smile fading as he grimaced in discomfort. "I've injured my coccyx, Fang Yuan." "You are truly heartless. Did you really hurt yourself?" Fang Yuan felt a surge of anxiety as she hurried to aid Fang Ping. "It truly hurts. Fang Ping, do not frighten me. How about this? You may attend to tomorrow's household tasks and laundry, and I shall not hold it against you." Initially filled with concern, Fang Yuan swiftly comprehended the situation and responded with irritation. "Fang Ping." "Haraha." Fang Ping erupted into hearty laughter, leaping to his feet, and, without affording her an opportunity for reprisal, he dashed back into the room. Wretched. Despite having made notable strides in his stance training, Fang Ping remained steadfast in his diligence. Later that evening, he continued to practice his stance within the confines of his room, relishing the profound sensation of stability at the initial level. Meanwhile, at Nanjing Martial University, Wang Jinyang ambled leisurely along the campus pathway, his hands tucked into his pockets. Students who passed by regarded him with reverence, parting ways for his passage, while others were ignited with a fervent spirit, eager to engage in combat. Some young women cast hopeful glances, yearning to attract Wang Jinyang's attention. Yet, he remained aloof, wondering slowly while murmuring to himself, "Should I inform that individual? This young individual is audacious and driven, prepared to battle for his desires, aptly suited for the martial journey. Regrettably, he must depend solely on his own efforts to strive and compete, as he lacks familial support." Each time he contemplated Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang found himself introspectively considering his own situation. Sharing a comparable background, he comprehended the formidable challenges of ascending from the ranks of the ordinary. With the support of Huang Bin's elixirs and having acquired a cultivation method, he ought to be making commendable strides. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. Nevertheless, I shall inform him tomorrow. Whether he attains success is solely his own concern. Wang Jinyang murmured a few more words, oblivious to the presence of those around him. On the morrow, he would challenge the vice president of the martial arts club, with the intention of securing that position for the semester. In the following semester, upon the graduation of the current president, he would have the chance to contend for the presidency himself. A smile graced Wang Jinyang's lips at the thought. He might soon ascend to the intermediate realm. The following day, Sunday, after rising early to engage in some standing practice and refreshing himself, Fang Ping prepared to depart for the new residence. Fang Yuan had yet to awaken, and Fang Ping opted not to disturb her, as rousing her would complicate his plans for departure. Just as he was about to step outside, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He retrieved it and, upon glancing at the screen, was taken aback. "Brother Wang, what brings you to call?" he inquired. Typically, unless Fang Ping initiated a conversation regarding training matters, Wang Jinyang would not reach out to him. "How is your training progressing?" "Fortunately, I sense that I am making remarkable strides." Fang Ping chose to withhold his recent advancement in mastering stances, concerned that it might dishearten Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang refrained from further inquiry. It was apparent from Fang Ping's tone that his cultivation was progressing favorably. Given Fang Ping's available resources, his rapid advancement was entirely predictable. "Governor Zhang has achieved an elevation to the 7th rank." "Huh?" Fang Ping found himself somewhat perplexed, questioning the reason behind Wang Jinyang's mention of this. On the very first day of his rebirth, Yang Jian had already been discussing Governor Zhang of Nanjing Province's pursuit of a breakthrough to the 7th rank. What was once mere conjecture had now been substantiated. "I previously noted that Governor Zhang's ascension to the 7th rank positions him within the Master Realm, potentially securing additional martial resources for Nanjing. Historically, the most distinguished scholars emerging from Nanjing's college entrance examinations frequently pursued their studies at universities beyond the region. The local martial arts universities in Nanjing, along with several others within the province, traditionally accepted students who were not admitted to other institutions. This year, following Governor Zhang's ascension to the 7th rank, the province aspires to retain a greater number of gifted individuals, previously deprived of adequate resources for nurturing talent. We now find ourselves abundantly equipped. In an effort to secure these exceptional martial science students, the provincial government has unveiled a series of new policies and incentives." Fang Ping promptly inquired, "What are the new benefits?" "The cultural subjects remain non-negotiable, and thus I shall refrain from further commentary. Our primary emphasis is on vitality." Wang Jinyang took a brief pause before resuming, stating that this year, students whose vitality exceeds 125 cards and who are inclined to apply to local martial universities in Nanjing shall be eligible for rewards. Those who attain 125 cards will receive a monetary reward of 100,000 and 3 ordinary vitality pills. Students reaching 130 cards will be granted 200,000 in cash, 3 ordinary vitality pills, and 1 first-grade vitality pill. For those achieving 135 cards, the reward will amount to 500,000 in cash, accompanied by 1 first-grade vitality pill and 1 first-grade bone refining pill. A first-grade vitality pill is valued at 300,000, while a first-grade bone refining pill can fetch up to 500,000. Fong Ping, anticipating further details, found Wang Jinyang abruptly silent. Eagerly, Fong Ping inquired, "What transpires next?" "What do you mean by what happens next?" Wang Jinyang chuckled. "Those whose vitality exceeds 140 cards have already submitted applications to the 2 esteemed universities. These individuals are not in need of resources, and despite the incentive policies, it remains a formidable challenge to retain them. If that is the case, what purpose does drafting policies serve? Ultimately, if no one remains, it merely becomes a subject of ridicule. Thus, the current strategy only extends to 135 cards. Should any promising candidates desire to apply to Nanjing's martial universities, there will undoubtedly be individuals available to engage in discussions who would fret over a lack of rewards. That is indeed a salient observation." Fong Ping pondered, unable to suppress his calculations. He had already achieved a vitality of 130 cards. And with 10 days remaining until the physical examination, attaining 135 cards should not prove insurmountable, correct? If he indeed reached 135 cards, the rewards, when translated to current market values, would amount to 1.3 million. This reward was undeniably substantial. Such a sum of money, even in the absence of school resources, would be sufficient for an ascent to the highest rank, provided fortune favored him, as some individuals encountered setbacks during their advancements. Although Fong Ping currently possessed a considerable quantity of elixirs, these rewards seemed to far surpass his existing wealth. It is noteworthy that Fong Ping's gains stemmed from vanquishing peak second-rank martial artists, a remarkable exception. For an ordinary martial arts student, striving to amass over 1 million resources without familial support is akin to pursuing an elusive dream. Reflecting on his circumstances, Fong Ping inquired, "Brother Wang, will there be any rewards for applying to the 2 prestigious schools with a score of 135? Wang Jinyang chuckled, "Certainly not. Each year, a multitude of martial artists vie for admission to these 2 illustrious institutions. They do not extend accolades to those lacking martial prowess. Were you a martial artist? The 2 academies would fervently compete for your talent, offering various incentives. Furthermore, refrain from drawing comparisons between last year and this year. The minimum admission score for these prestigious schools last year was 125, merely serving as a threshold for exceptional candidates. Typically, a score hovering around 128 was deemed necessary for entry, symbolizing the lowest acceptable standard of performance. This year, I anticipate it will exceed 130. A score of 135 is indeed praiseworthy in Nanjing, yet it may merely qualify as the lower echelon for admission this year." Fong Ping. "Sometimes it is preferable to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix." Wang Jinyang continued in a grave tone. "Many assert that choosing to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix is merely an act of evasion. In truth, it is a profound myopia. How many scholars inhabit the 2 esteemed institutions? If you find yourself languishing at the bottom, who will take notice of your presence? What resources might be available to you from the institution, and how much personalized mentorship can you anticipate receiving? When the school secures invaluable assets, lucrative ventures, or alluring rewards, will they deign to offer those prospects to you? Conversely, the scenario diverges entirely at a commonplace martial arts university. Regarding the notion that being surrounded by those of lesser prowess engenders feelings of despondency, Wang Jinyang added thoughtfully, that is not necessarily the case. If you genuinely believe there exists no pressure, you may invariably conjure it for yourself. For example, one might orchestrate a dramatic incident at a distinguished institution, return battered and bruised, and consequently, you would discover the impetus to enhance your abilities. At that juncture, the school would allocate resources towards your development to preserve its esteemed reputation. However, if you are merely an average student at a prestigious academy, creating turmoil within our establishment and returning grievously injured, no one would even spare you a glance." Upon hearing this, Fong Ping sensed an inconsistency and inquired, "Brother Wang, this experience is not one you have personally endured, is it?" Cough, cough, cough. Wang Jinyang cleared his throat but refrained from providing a direct response. In reality, He had indeed lived through such an ordeal, as he stood on the threshold of ascending to the second rank, yet found himself devoid of resources. The school's allocations had been fully depleted. Old Wang, wielding a formidable blade, daringly journeyed to the martial arts university in Modu, only to return nearly battered beyond recognition. Upon his return, the school's administration resolved to avert any humiliation before their counterparts in Modu. Old Wang still possessed untapped potential, after all. He was merely a heartbeat away from achieving the second rank. Without hesitation, resources were promptly allocated to him. Once he achieved this breakthrough, he would be prepared to confront them anew. Thus, he successfully achieved that momentous breakthrough. Naturally, undertaking such an endeavor once was plausible. Yet to attempt it a second time and falter would not elicit the same leniency from the institution's administration. Furthermore, the establishment would not squander significant resources on individuals perceived to possess limited potential. Old Wang experienced a pang of regret. Had he realized the importance of making this attempt at the zenith of the second rank, he could have secured even greater resources. Fortunately, upon ascending to the third rank, he encountered Fang Ping, and ultimately, everything turned out favorably. Returning to the main point, Wang Jinyang stated, "The reason I reached out to you today was to motivate you to aim for a score of 125 in your physical examination." 125? Fang Ping's lips curled in disbelief. Did they truly underestimate my brilliance, Fang Daitian? Wang Jinyang appeared to recollect something and remarked, "Certainly, should you be willing to expend lavishly and exhaust all the elixirs. Achieving 130 cards could indeed fall within the realm of possibility. However, such a strategy is far from prudent. The returns in elixirs and monetary gains scarcely offset your lavish expenditure. Considering the abundance of blood chi pills and chi blood pills that Fang Ping possesses, if he were to overlook the financial implications, the attainment of 130 cards would not be unattainable. Nevertheless, the cost of such indulgence would be exorbitant. In the quest for these rewards, it ultimately reveals itself to be rather unwise. A more prudent strategy would be to adopt a gradual approach. After all, elixirs necessitate time for proper absorption, and partaking in excessive quantities over a brief interval would lead to a considerable diminishment of their effectiveness. Fang Ping offered no elucidation. Hastily interjecting, "Brother Wang, should my chi blood levels rise too high, it may inadvertently attract unwarranted attention. You can simply assert that I provided you with the elixirs." "It is of little consequence," Wang Jinyang replied with a wave of dismissal. According to his calculations, even if Fang Ping were to consume every available elixir, he would only attain a maximum of 130 cards of chi blood. Given the limited time preceding the martial arts examination, there exists a definitive ceiling on the quantity of elixirs that can be assimilated. Such a level of chi blood would undoubtedly incite a minor commotion in Yang City. However, Wang Jinyang, being a third-tier martial artist and an exceptional student at Nanjing Martial University, deemed it trivial to cultivate a junior student possessing 130 cards of chi blood. In truth, Fang Ping was presently immersed in the rigorous practice of the refinement method and foundational stances, which required substantial energy. Wang Jinyang held the belief that achieving 125 cards would be commendable. As for any conjecture regarding whether he was overly lenient towards Fang Ping, he remained entirely unconcerned. If anyone had an issue, they could address it directly with Wang Jinyang. With Wang Jinyang assuming leadership, Fang Ping experienced a profound sense of relief. Wang had reassured him that any concerns could be addressed through him. Thus, even if Fang Ping were to attain 135 or even 140 cards, he need not feel compelled to mask his true capabilities. Reflecting on this, Fang Ping expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Unperturbed, Wang Jinyang imparted a grave warning. "Fang Ping, considering our backgrounds, the journey of martial arts is inherently more arduous for us than for others. If you aspire to cultivate a lasting legacy, seize every opportunity that presents itself. For the moment, it may be prudent to suspend your practice of the refinement method. Refining chi blood may lead to a temporary decline in your levels. The advantages of engaging with the refinement method a few days in advance are considerably more substantial." This was a moment of genuine counsel. Wang Jinyang comprehended the ardent aspirations of non-martial artists for effective training methodologies. However, with merely 10 days remaining until the physical examination, it was judicious for Fang Ping to momentarily suspend his training regimen. His chi blood could potentially elevate further, provided he had not yet reached his current threshold. Should he attain that limit, both the refinement method and foundational postures would undoubtedly become vital. Fang Ping did not dissent. Smiling in acknowledgement of Wang's insights and expressing his gratitude once again, After concluding the call, Fong Ping reflected, there are additional advantages to contemplate. It appears essential to surpass 135 cards. Yet, he hesitated, pondering whether, upon meeting the admission criteria of the two distinguished institutions, he would still desire to apply to Nanjing Martial University. Should he opt against applying to a local martial arts university, these rewards would no longer be within his grasp. Nevertheless, he resolved to make a decision after the examination. The two prestigious universities not only demand elevated standards for vitality and blood, but also impose rigorous requirements for practical evaluations, specialized tests, and cultural subjects. Even if Fong Ping fulfills the vitality criteria, he may still fall short in other domains. Once the examinations are concluded, should he indeed meet the admission threshold of these venerable institutions, he could then deliberate any subsequent concerns. Moreover, Wang Jinyang has been receiving early intelligence regarding provincial affairs. It appears he is faring quite well these days, Fong Ping mused whimsically, envisioning what life would entail were he to attend Nanjing Martial University. He pondered whether, upon surpassing old Wang, this individual would experience regret for encouraging him to apply there. In Guanhuiyuan, room 2601, Fong Ping removed his upper garment. Indulging in a peculiar curiosity, I genuinely wonder what the training scenes of others resemble. Each time he practiced the refinement method, he would shed his shirt. This was partly for the convenience of observing the effects of his vitality refinement, and partly because each session culminated in the expulsion of some deleterious blood from his body, not in the manner of urination, but rather through the pores being forced out. However, upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary for others to disrobe. A few additional sets of clothing would suffice. Surely, some must train without attire to avoid the constant need for changing garments. He concluded that it was imperative to explore this subject more deeply. Nevertheless, this was but a transient thought. Fong Ping smiled and cast aside these errant reflections. Moments later, he cleared his mind and assumed a stance, entering a state of standing meditation. This posture enhances the refinement method by invigorating the bones and blood, thereby facilitating a swifter refinement process. Concurrently, the consumption of vitality is intensified. Typically, one begins the refinement with one of the four limbs. The vitality of an ordinary individual is inadequate. Even a non-martial artist with a maximum of 150 vitality points cannot achieve a complete full-body refinement in a single endeavor. While standing, Fong Ping recalled the teachings from the texts and the insights of Wang Jinyang. The harmonious integration of these practices markedly elevated the rate of vitality consumption. When vitality levels are diminished, it is sufficient to refine merely one limb. Once vitality surpasses 140 points, attempting to refine 2 limbs in one session nears the threshold. To accomplish a full body refinement in a single attempt, even with simultaneous medicinal intake, the body cannot sustain the pace of consumption. Yet, I am no ordinary individual, Fong Ping declared, his countenance radiating with the pride of a self-proclaimed genius. While others toiled to restore their vitality through the means of medication, he basked in the privilege of wealth points. By depleting these resources, he could swiftly rejuvenate both his physical vigor and mental acuity. Thus, in this moment, whereas others might focus on refining a single limb, Fong Ping resolved to embark upon a comprehensive refinement of his entire being. Come forth. Let me behold the fruits of my inaugural full-body refinement. Today, he experienced an extraordinary surge of energy, brimming with anticipation for exceptional gains. His previously steadfast stance underwent subtle modifications as the muscles and bones throughout his form began to quiver delicately. The intensity of this tremor was minimal. From afar, one might perceive Fong Ping as simply immersed in serene meditation. However, upon closer scrutiny, subtle vibrations could be observed emanating from within him. While standing in stillness, Fong Ping bifurcated his concentration and initiated the practice of the refinement method. On his left arm, a previously obscure vein swiftly metamorphosed into a rich shade of purple, its vividness becoming astonishingly apparent in an instant. The concentrated life force surged relentlessly against the outer layer of his bones. The meridians in Fong Ping's left arm undulated visibly in a rhythmic motion. Moments later, his right arm echoed the left, the veins becoming prominent and beginning to throb with vitality. At this juncture, Fong Ping was drenched in perspiration, gasping for breath. The enhancement of his limbs had markedly hastened his depletion of vitality, and he could acutely perceive a tide of weakness enveloping him. Replenish vitality, rejuvenate mental fortitude, he internally chanted, disregarding the extent of his financial expenditure. As a renewed surge of life force blossomed within him, Fang Ping recommenced the refinement of his remaining limbs. The comprehensive refinement of his physique turned out to be significantly more time-consuming and arduous than he had initially anticipated. Throughout the endeavor, he quietly recited his mantras to rejuvenate his vitality and spirit. Even in the absence of data examination, Fang Ping discerned that the expenditure this time was undeniably considerable. After nearly an hour had passed, upon completing the external refinement of his skull, Fang Ping's intense concentration finally waned, causing him to collapse onto the ground. A sigh escaped his lips as his heavy breaths reverberated in the expansive chamber. In that moment, Fang Ping's skin bore a grotesque fusion of blood and sweat. Neglecting to cleanse himself, the repeated drain on his vitality and spirit instilled in him a fervent desire to ascertain his expenditures. He focused intently on the panel before him, and soon, the data emerged. Wealth, 3, 181,000 vitality, 122, 133, spirit, 144 Hz, 154 Hz. Fang Ping's eyelid twitched as he disregarded the pang of loss and swiftly elevated his vitality and mental fortitude to their utmost limits. Moments later, his vitality and spirit were restored to their zenith. Wealth, 3, 160,000 vitality, 133 spirit, 154 Hz. Through this meticulous cultivation, Fang Ping's vitality threshold elevated from 130 to 133. His mental fortitude also experienced a rise from 152 Hz to 154 Hz. Nevertheless, the expenditure was astounding. Following his standing meditation session the prior night, he possessed a remaining wealth of 3,220,000. This recent episode of refinement, encompassing the restoration to optimal levels, had depleted 60,000 wealth points. A thorough body refinement augmented my vitality threshold by 3 points, incurring a cost of 60,000 wealth. As my vitality nears the threshold of a non-martial artist, the endeavor to enhance it becomes increasingly arduous, necessitating a greater expenditure of resources. With an accumulation of over 3 million wealth points, it appears scarcely adequate for merely 50 sessions of refinement. Fang Ping experienced a surge of frustration. His calculations indicated that the initial phase of coordinated cultivation would yield optimal results, while subsequent sessions would likely exhibit a decline in efficacy. In essence, should he aspire to attain the average individual's limit of 150 vitality, he would require a minimum of an additional 10 to 15 sessions of refinement. The financial resources necessary for this undertaking would likely approximate 1 million. Upon attaining 150 vitality, any additional enhancements would probably necessitate an even greater investment. With a wealth exceeding 3 million, it is highly probable that he will deplete it entirely after achieving the first rank. This expenditure far surpasses that of purchasing medicines for enhancement. Fang Ping felt a flicker of frustration. Yet he recognized that his quest for speed did not solely depend on the natural restoration of his vitality and mental energy. The human body's vigor and mental fortitude can indeed be replenished to a degree through rest and sustenance. By foregoing this recuperative period and immersing himself in relentless cultivation, Fang Ping inevitably expended far more than the average individual. He was prepared to trade wealth for time, yet the incessant erosion of his financial resources brought him profound anguish. Nevertheless, despite the heartache, life must continue. In the ensuing days, Fang Ping fluctuated between torment and elation. The considerable investment of wealth bore immediate fruit in the practice of the refinement method and foundational training. As the examination date loomed closer, news of Governor Zhang's ascension to the 7th rank began to circulate officially, accompanied by a communique announcing a new reward scheme for all educational institutions. In Class 4 of the senior year, Fang Ping anticipated fervent discussions surrounding the newly unveiled scheme, as the substantial rewards amounting to hundreds of thousands would undoubtedly captivate interest. However, upon arriving at school on Friday, he discovered that no one was engaged in discourse regarding this announcement. Despite the lack of conversation about the rewards, the classroom thrummed with excitement. How awe-inspiring! From such a distance, merely viewing the video left me utterly astonished. The masters are indeed formidable. Did you witness it? Master Ma annihilated the mountaintop with a single blow. Zhang Hao, cease your nonsensical chatter. I observed the video. It was unclear. All I discerned were fragments of rock erupting. How can you be certain it was Master Ma who accomplished this? Preposterous, it was undoubtedly Master Ma. Today, Penguin has officially proclaimed its foray into the Asian market. The silence from others suggests that Tame must have been defeated. Not necessarily. The results have yet to be revealed. Are you not a citizen of Huagua? If Master Ma did not prevail, could it possibly be that foreigner? What is the issue? I never asserted that Master Ma was defeated. Yet Tame has languished at the 8th rank for years. The classroom resonated with a tumultuous symphony of debate and discourse. It was not solely the martial arts students engaged in this fervor. Even those from the liberal arts exhibited visible enthusiasm. Yang Jian, engrossed in conversation with Chun Fan, flushed with excitement upon the entrance of Fang Ping. Fang Ping, did you witness the video from last night? It was absolutely exhilarating. Truly remarkable. The confrontation between two grandmasters reverberated through the earth, their punches capable of shattering mountains and rivers, an unmatched display of prowess. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of the future bearded man, Fang Ping felt a headache brewing. I did not see it. My family lacks a computer. Are you referring to the battle between Master Ma and Tame? You truly did not watch it. Yang Jian regarded him with incredulity, his disbelief palpable. The internet erupted with excitement last night. The duel between the two 8th rank masters, although the precise location remained undisclosed to the public, was nonetheless captured by a reporter around 7 in the evening. Within the confines of a room, the masters were unable to fully unleash their formidable powers. However, Master Ma and Tame engaged in a titanic clash amidst a grand mountain in the heart of the city, while the reporter was too distant to discern any individuals. The sheer terror emanating from the sounds was unmistakable. Moreover, when the reporters returned to the scene after the tumult had subsided, they were utterly unprepared for the horrifying spectacle that greeted them. The ground was pockmarked with craters, resembling a desolate battlefield, and the devastation mirrored that of a disturbed hornet's nest. Yang Jian, brimming with exhilaration, gesticulated with abandon and spoke with fervent enthusiasm, causing Fang Ping to instinctively step back. Once Yang had calmed down somewhat, Fang Ping eagerly inquired, "Is there a video online?" To which he replied, "Indeed, there is. You simply must watch it." Yang Jian responded, infused with a hint of regret, "It is indeed unfortunate that we did not witness the outcome. However, I am confident that Master Ma emerged triumphant." Zhang Hao interjected fervently. Without a doubt. As the group engaged in lively discourse, another figure entered the classroom. It was Wu Zhihai, who had been absent earlier. Typically composed, he now wore an expression of sheer exhilaration. Upon his entrance, he announced, "The rankings of the Chinese martial masters have just been updated. Master Ma has ascended an astonishing 64 places, rising from 92nd to an impressive 28th. Remarkable. He has broken into the top 30. Why only 28th? Someone exclaimed. Master Ma vanquished Tame. He should certainly be within the top 20. Did he not secure victory yesterday? Another speculated. Supporters of little brother Ma were displeased. And one retorted indignantly, he must have won. Otherwise, how could he have entered the top 30? The discussion descended into fervent disputes, leaving Fang Ping feeling utterly overwhelmed. Despite having engaged with martial artists and embarking on his own training journey, the intense reverence for little brother Ma, who was rumored to have shattered a mountain peak with a single blow, struck him as somewhat incongruous. As he listened to their impassioned arguments, his curiosity intensified. He resolved to visit an internet CAF later that day to witness the prowess of these masters firsthand. Although it appeared that no one had managed to capture the actual combatants on film, observing the scene would at least grant him some insight. At this juncture, Fang Ping still lacked a profound understanding of the destructive potential inherent in martial artists. Meanwhile, Governor Zhang's recent ascension to the 7th tier and the introduction of new welfare initiatives would have to be relegated to a secondary concern for the time being. When noon arrived, the Blue Sky Internet CAF, typically desolate on ordinary days, was now teeming with patrons. Amid the throng, excited exclamations punctuated the air. In a secluded corner of the CAF, Fang Ping gazed at the screen, muttering to himself, a troop of jesters. I had anticipated an actual video of the masters engaged in battle. His eagerness from the morning discussions had culminated in a crescendo, only to be met with disillusionment upon witnessing the footage. It was not that the masters were devoid of power. Rather, the individuals themselves had not been depicted at all. The so-called audacious reporter filmed from over 100 meters away from the site of the confrontation. To exacerbate the situation, the sky had darkened, and a small hill obstructed the view. Apart from the thunderous roar, Fang Ping could discern nothing. Faintly, he observed debris soaring from beyond the hill. Was this what they referred to as the obliteration of the mountain? Fang Ping acknowledged that the ability to project stones 100 meters was indeed remarkable. Yet, where was the promised spectacle of a single punch shattering a mountain? Despite his disillusionment, Fang Ping refrained from turning off the video, continuing to anticipate the subsequent footage from the reporters at the scene. The intrepid journalist, who risked his life to capture these moments, was quite the loquacious individual. While surreptitiously filming, he boasted, the locations of the duel between these two masterful warriors were not disclosed in advance. Through my unwavering analysis and discernment, I, Lu Dali, have identified the locale where confrontation is most likely to ensue. The evidence has substantiated that my analysis was indeed accurate. This alone stands as a testament to my sagacity and valor. I have risked my very life to approach the battlefield, contributing to the greater good. Should I, Lu Dali, meet my demise here, I beseech the audience to remember me. I, Lu Dali. As he spoke, he directed the camera towards his own visage. The lens unveiled a man in his 30s, his countenance dominating the frame. He was not devoid of attractiveness, yet his smile possessed an unsettling quality that evoked an urge to strike him until his face resembled a blossoming flower. In that moment, Fang Ping felt an overpowering desire to do precisely that. In the subdued illumination of the video, Lu Dali beamed, "Everyone, etch my face into your memory. Even in death, I shall embrace a life of purpose. To perish at the hands of two 8th-rank masters is indeed a profound honor." This loquacious reporter continued his endless monologue. Just as Fang Ping began to grow impatient and contemplated fast-forwarding, Lu Dali suddenly beamed, merely observing, "One cannot comprehend the terror of masterful warriors. Now, I shall embark on an experiment, should I inadvertently meet my demise here." Lu Dali lamented his fate for a while longer. Eventually, he adopted a serious demeanor and proclaimed, "By my estimation, I am currently over 120 meters from the epicenter of the duel between the two masters. I, Lu Dali, a third-grade martial artist, possessing fully refined bones in my limbs and having made significant strides in my torso, can effortlessly shatter a stone with my bare hands without incurring injury." As he articulated his thoughts, this individual, who appeared quite eager for recognition in Fang Ping's perception, abruptly struck the rocky ground beside him with a palm. The terrain was rugged, and when Lu Dali's hand connected with the surface, a muted thud reverberated through the video. Subsequently, he aimed the camera at the ground, an air of pride emanating from him as he proclaimed, "Did you witness that? The stone has fractured. Yet my hand remains unblemished. I assure you, I am not boasting. I simply wish to illustrate that my strength is truly formidable." Although he professed not to indulge in boasting, the inflection of his voice betrayed an unmistakable air of self-importance. In that instant, had someone lavished him with accolades, he would undoubtedly have radiated an even more profound joy. Now, I shall employ these hands, adept at cleaving mountains and fracturing stones, to seize a fragment of debris that may come my way. I yearn to determine whether the masters are truly as invulnerable as they seem. With my remarkable strength, can I endure the repercussions of their clash, thereby indirectly affirming the dreadfulness of the masters? Fang Ping found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he perceived this man merely as a source of entertainment. The so-called perilous venture of capturing footage was, of course, merely a fade. Yet, when Lu Dali struck the ground with his palm, obliterating the azure stone beneath, Fang Ping's expression altered significantly. Is this the might of a third-tier martial artist? Or perhaps it is simply an intrinsic ability possessed by those who have honed their very bones. The stones upon the mountain, as portrayed in the video, appeared to be forged from exceptionally resilient blue rock. This unreliable reporter shattered the stone slab with a singular strike, thereby unveiling the magnitude of his strength. Even in the absence of witnessing a masterful duel today, Fang Ping felt he had garnered profound insights. He remained captivated by the image of Lu Dali's palm obliterating the stone. In the video, Lu Dali's demeanor became entirely grave as he intoned in a hushed tone, "Esteemed guests, I shall endure this blow with my bare hand. Errors are unavoidable. I have yet to perfect my skull. Should the force of the shattered stones prove excessively formidable and strike my cranium, I may indeed meet my end. However, I, Lu Dali, harbor no fear of life or death. Esteemed guests, remain attentive." Upon concluding his statement, Lu Dali set the camera aside, directing it towards himself. He then adopted a poised stance, concentrating intently ahead. Soon, as Fang Ping sensed a heaviness in his breath, Lu Dali abruptly extended his palm with remarkable swiftness, seemingly poised to catch the stones. The image dimmed, and Fang Ping struggled to discern the unfolding scene. At the precise moment Lu Dali reached out, a muffled groan echoed through the video. By the heavens! Such agony! I am undone. I shall never tempt fate again. Not far from the camera, Lu Dali cradled his injured hand, muttering curses under his breaths heavy and labored. After a brief interlude, Lu Dali returned to the camera, casually extending his hand. Now bloodied and mangled. Indeed, the power is formidable. Masters are truly awe-inspiring. Allow me to share this first-hand experience. When masters engage, lesser-tier martial artists should flee as far as their legs can carry them. Behold this hand of mine, capable of cleaving mountains, now marred by the shards of stone. Remember, I, Lu Dali, have intercepted bullets before. Although it was from a modest caliber firearm at that moment, the projectile did not breach my palm. You may refer to my prior video, Lu Dali, catching bullets with bare hands. Do take a moment to view it on the official video platform. I risked my very life to catch those bullets. It is but a trifling sum, a mere dime for a glimpse. Lu Dali took a brief interlude to promote his video platform before returning to his previous discourse. When 8th tier masters engage in combat, the residual shockwaves that shatter stone surpass the force of bullets. This is indisputable, for I, Lu Dali, have personally conducted the experiment for your enlightenment. As Lu Dali continued his monologue in the video, he appeared rather comical. Yet, Fong Ping did not underestimate him. His hand had indeed been pierced. The scene appeared harrowing, and Fong Ping was convinced it must have been agonizing. Yet, despite his initial cries of anguish, this individual maintained the composure to continue boasting. Such fortitude is a rarity. Subsequently, Lu Dali captured images of the ground marred by the fragmented stones. During this interval, he refrained from venturing closer to document the clash between the two masters, opting instead to rely on speculation for his commentary. Indeed, a commentary steeped in conjecture. Gather round, everyone. Master Tame has initiated his assault. Behold the breathtaking execution of the thunderclap strike. Remarkable, simply astounding. Pay heed. Master Ma has countered with his illustrious technique, galloping hordes. The commentator spoke with great enthusiasm, while Fong Ping stood there, utterly astonished. Had it not been for his prior exhibition of prowess, Fong Ping would have unleashed a cascade of invectives, declaring, "How dare you?" However, in light of the opponent's exhibition, Fong Ping found himself unable to determine whether it was an illusion or reality. Perhaps a third-tier martial artist could indeed unveil the truth? With a veil of skepticism and uncertainty shrouding his thoughts, Fong Ping begrudgingly persisted in absorbing Lu Dali's elucidations. After approximately 20 minutes, Lu Dali leapt to his feet, his visage aglow with elation, proclaiming, "It has reached a conclusion. I wonder if it is truly over? I must verify and ensure that I emerged unscathed. Should I fail to return, you must seek retribution on my behalf. I am convinced that the two grandmasters have conspired to silence me." Despite his assertions of fearlessness, Lu Dali was palpably trembling with trepidation, pausing for a considerable time before daring to proceed further. A minute later, the camera unveiled a scene of breathtaking splendor. In a humble valley, the earth appeared as if it had endured a relentless bombardment by innumerable shells. Numerous craters punctuated the terrain, some several meters in depth, while others were merely a few dozen centimeters. Uninformed onlookers would hardly suspect that this desolation was inflicted by sentient beings embroiled in conflict. As a gentle breeze swept through, clouds of dust began to ascend from the fragmented stones. Lu Dali nonchalantly kicked a stone, sending a thick plume of dust billowing into the atmosphere. The camera pivoted, and Lu Dali seemed to exhale with a sense of relief, his face adorned with a broad smile. Regrettably, the two grandmasters have departed, leaving the outcome shrouded in uncertainty. However, in my estimation, Master Ma has likely faced defeat. The craters upon the ground should be attributed to Master Ma's endeavors. Having recently ascended to the 8th tier, Master Ma likely struggled to harness his power, resulting in such far-reaching aftershocks. In contrast, Master Taimu, having resided at the 8th tier for several years, possesses the ability to wield his strength with precision, thereby evading such catastrophic repercussions. Of course, this is merely speculation. I sincerely wish for Master Ma's triumph. Yet, from a journalist's standpoint, I cannot compromise my principles. He once again extolled his own virtues, culminating in several close-up shots of the valley. Among these images were colossal boulders reduced to countless fragments and what Lu Dali claimed were footprints left behind. Fong Ping found it challenging to fathom how one could leave a footprint the size of a basin and over half a meter deep upon a rocky mountain. Furthermore, there were alleged fist imprints reminiscent of bomb craters. Having viewed the video, Fong Ping was deeply unsettled, losing all interest in Lu Dali's promotions. This individual lamented his brush with death, while imploring everyone to visit a certain website for paid videos. Fong Ping glanced at the site he had opened, confirming it was a reputable and legitimate platform, feeling slightly perplexed as he noted the absence of any fees. As Fong Ping contemplated, at the headquarters of a certain video platform, Lu Dali was engulfed in fury, proclaiming, "All I asserted was that Master Ma might have faced defeat. Yet they have the audacity to dispatch a lawyer's letter, forbidding me from reaping any profits from the video. My earnings. I am heading to the rooftop. No one shall impede me. On his journey back to school, Fang Ping continued to reflect on the battlefield he had recently observed. Non-human, humanoid RPG. This was Fang Ping's evaluation of the master's prowess, given the extent of the devastation. It is also noteworthy that they possess intellect, the capacity for movement, and abundant vitality. Their ammunition is inexhaustible. While the singular destructive capability of a master may not rival that of a missile or a nuclear bomb, the comparison in terms of lethality is far from straightforward. Missiles and nuclear weapons are, after all, lifeless entities. With adequate fortifications, one might endure an assault. A fortified city, subjected to a missile onslaught, may not necessarily encounter complete obliteration. Yet, if a master, reminiscent of a humanoid RPG, were unleashed within a confined urban setting, disregarding the consumption of vitality, the annihilation of the entire populace would be a mere trifle. Furthermore, evasion would prove exceedingly arduous. Moreover, had he truly witnessed the full extent of their capabilities? The two masters were merely engaged in a sparring session for the sake of their enterprise's interests. This was not a fight to the death, and in a spar, who can quantify the exertion? Perhaps, when confronted with the direst of circumstances, these individuals could unleash even greater destructive potential. Reflecting upon this, Fang Ping suddenly exclaimed that Huang Bin. His wrath was directed toward Huang Bin for deceiving him about the true essence of martial artists. A peak second-grade martial artist had been rendered incapacitated by a mere few vials of sedative administered by him. In those earlier days, Fang Ping sincerely believed that martial artists were nothing extraordinary. At the very least, third-grade martial artists seemed to him to be merely commonplace individuals. Yet, just moments ago, that preposterous Lu Dali effortlessly shattered a stone slab with a single palm strike and had previously caught bullets with his bare hands. Is this still the realm of humanity? Should Fang Ping continue to view all third-grade martial artists as mere reflections of Huang Bin, he would remain oblivious to the imminent danger he was courting. Were Huang Bin to possess awareness from beyond, he would relentlessly haunt Fang Ping. In the afternoon, the combat footage featuring the two masters remained a captivating topic of conversation. Although Fang Ping was aware that these individuals had scarcely exchanged glances, it did little to diminish the fervent enthusiasm among the spectators. Only after the school day concluded did such discussions begin to wane. As Fang Ping prepared to depart, the homeroom teacher, Lu Onghua, entered the classroom. Martial science students, please remain. The rest may leave, he announced. The other students wasted no time in their exit, some rushing away with expressions of sheer delight, as though fortunate events had unfolded. Once they had departed, Fang Ping found himself enveloped in contemplation and could not refrain from asking, "Teacher, who will handle the cleanup?" Lu Onghua hesitated for a moment, while Wu Zhihao and a few others were similarly taken aback. This inquiry was quite perceptively articulated. Today was not their designated duty. And with the appointed students having dispersed, it appeared that they were now tasked with the responsibility of tidying up. Lu Onghua, somewhat at a loss for words, ultimately remarked, "You may all clean up later. Now, please take your seats. Let us deliberate on more pressing matters." Old Lu felt a pang of discomfort and swiftly redirected the conversation. "Who recalls the cleaning assignments?" "Only you, Fang Ping, seem to have so much to contribute." Fang Ping let out a dry chuckle. It was not that the recent cleaning had particularly vexed him, but rather that it had been brought to his attention anew. Presently, he bore sole responsibility for the upkeep of the lakeside courtyard, and without engaging in such domestic tasks, one could scarcely grasp the toil involved. Fang Ping found that each cleaning session proved more burdensome than his own training. As he pondered this, Lu Onghua cleared his throat and broached the pertinent issue. Today marks the 25th. Only 5 days remain until the physical examination. Although the results of the political review have yet to be disclosed, the school has received the list. All the students in our class have successfully passed this time. The political review typically results in minimal eliminations, aside from those who harbored unrealistic aspirations or faced challenges post-registration. Nearly all others are poised for success. The institution has orchestrated arrangements. On the morning of the 30th, all will convene at the school, where transportation to Ruizhang will be provided. Moreover, accommodations have been secured in Ruizhang for a collective journey. Naturally, those who prefer to travel independently may do so, but it is imperative not to miss the examination time. Additionally, if anyone feels pressed for time in the forthcoming days, attendance at school is not compulsory. With the martial arts examination on the horizon, it is only appropriate to grant these students a few days of respite to rejuvenate. As Lu Onghua addressed the assembly, he urged everyone, in the coming days, Ensure you rest adequately and maintain a harmonious balance between work and relaxation. Do not overexert yourselves. Excess can be as detrimental as deficiency. After reiterating the specific assembly time, he resolved not to prolong his stay. Just as he was about to depart, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to turn back and declare, "Everyone, remember to tidy the classroom." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhihao and his companions cast a glance towards Fang Ping. With an expression of feigned innocence, Fang Ping responded, "Why do you gaze upon me?" Even in silence, the responsibility remains ours. Disinterested in prolonging the discussion, Wu Zhihao picked up a broom and inquired, "We have spent the entire day deliberating on Master Ma's affairs, completely neglecting the matter of rewards. Fang Ping, do you feel assured?" At this remark, all eyes turned to Fang Ping. Yang Jian could not resist interjecting, "Wu Zhihao, are you jesting? Beginning with 125 cards, do you truly believe Fang Ping?" Wu Zhihao wore a knowing smile, regarding Fang Ping as he asked, "What are your thoughts, Fang Ping? Tend to your own business and sweep your own floor." Fang Ping countered, opting to refrain from engagement. Wu Zhihao had recently proven to be quite the source of amusement, persistently probing him and nonchalantly referencing Wang Jinong, as though to insinuate that he was privy to all knowledge, and that Fang Ping could not possibly deceive him. Fang Ping discerned his ulterior motives, but chose to remain unresponsive, savoring the ambiguity of the situation. Undeterred by Fang Ping's silence, Wu Zhihao pressed on, "In the days ahead, we shall have a respite. What are your intentions?" Yang Jian responded with enthusiasm, "I shall be consuming supplements to enhance my vitality and engage in training. My energy levels should surpass those of before, although I have yet to verify it. I am confident it must be at least 114 cards. Prior to the physical examination, I will ingest a vitality pill and employ the emotional explosion technique that Wang Ge mentioned. Should I attain 116 cards, I firmly believe my prospects of entering the martial arts program will be considerably improved." Upon hearing Yang Jian's remarks, a pang of envy surged through the others. Attaining 116 cards indeed appeared to be a promising feat the previous year. The lowest score recorded was 112 cards, with the majority of participants clustering around 115. This year was bound to witness an upward trend, yet 116 cards still seemed within grasp. Zhang Hao, with a hint of envy, playfully teased Yang Jian before inquiring of Wu Zhihao, "Zhihao, you must have reached 116 cards by now, correct?" "Almost," Wu Zhihao sighed. "I haven't had the chance to test in the past few days. If only it were last year. This year is truly filled with uncertainties. Tan Hao and Tan Tao informed me yesterday that during their physical examination, they were on the verge of scoring 120 points. Zhou Bin had already surpassed 125 points. And Chen Jie from Class 2 also boasted a score of approximately 120 points. By this reckoning, counting those who exceeded 120 points, along with Tan Tao and his companions, there are 4. No, 5. As Wu Zhihao continued, he cast a knowing glance at Fang Ping, convinced that he too must have surpassed the 120-point threshold. Last year, 5 students from the first high school accomplished this feat, and this year, there are already 5 surpassing 120 points. Should the ratio persist as it did the previous year, Wu Zhihao believes his prospects appear rather bleak. Moreover, there are 4 or 5 other individuals at the first high school whose potential is on par with his own. Upon further contemplation, there are at least 10 candidates exceeding 115 points, possibly even 15. For instance, an individual like Yang Jian, who presently seems to lack the requisite skills, could potentially attain that level with some temporary assistance. Is it truly feasible for the first high school to boast 15 students excelling in martial sciences? Although vitality is not the sole determinant of success, Wu Zhihao perceives that his prospects are diminishing. At this juncture, he finds solace in the notion that other institutions may be lacking, while the prestigious first high school has achieved remarkable results this year. Last year, nearly 10 students from Yangcheng were accepted into Wuda, and if the other schools are indeed inferior, his aspirations remain considerable. As the group engaged in light-hearted conversation, the cleaning was completed. Others had disclosed their vitality levels to varying extents, yet Fang Ping consistently shifted the conversation whenever it arose. Upon departing from the school, Fang Ping felt a sense of helplessness. "It is not that I am unwilling to share, but if I were to do so, you would not believe me. Just last weekend, during my inaugural combined practice of the refining method and stance training, my vitality reached an impressive 133 points. Now, 5 days have elapsed, and considering my advancement, it certainly has not diminished." With a concentrated gaze upon his panel, Fang Ping exhaled a sigh, aware that no one would accept his claims. Not even Lao Wang. Wealth, 2, 965, 000 vitality, 139 points mentality. 160 Hz. This predicament arises from Fang Ping remaining ensnared at 139 points for 2 consecutive days. He acknowledges that this represents the minor hurdle previously alluded to by the Tam brothers. Nevertheless, he perceives that today may herald a breakthrough. Ultimately, it required him 3 days to transcend this seemingly trivial impediment. To contemplate that when he achieved a score of 120 points, he surpassed it in a mere 3 seconds. Instead of returning home, he ventured to Guanhuiyuan for his daily regimen. Today, Fang Ping set his sights on transcending the 140-point threshold. In the gym, he shed his shirt and formally initiated his training, with only 5 days remaining until the physical examination. Fang Ping mused over the possibility of reaching the ultimate limit of 150 points within this brief span. However, according to his calculations, he surmised that while 149 points might be within reach, attaining 150 points would indeed pose a formidable challenge. After all, for the majority of individuals, 150 points represents the pinnacle of human potential. As these reflections danced through his mind, he could not help but ponder the heights of vitality a master might achieve. Could it be 1,000 points? 5,000 points? Or perhaps even beyond? The vigor of vitality and the resilience of bones culminate in extraordinary explosive power. Having attained 139 units of vitality, Fang Ping summoned his energy and unleashed a punch with all his strength, surpassing that of an ordinary adult yet still constrained in might. In stark contrast, the masters could effortlessly transform stone mountains into honeycombs, wielding an astonishing degree of vitality. Setting aside these reflections, Fang Ping focused intently on his training. An hour later, he emerged from the observation lake garden, a smile illuminating his face, his spirits uplifted. Wealth, 2, 913. 000 vitality, 140 units mentality, 162 Hz. His vitality had finally transcended the threshold of 140 units, although the toll on his wealth was increasingly formidable. Nonetheless, the expenditure was somewhat mitigated when crossing the multiples of 10. Fang Ping was confident that upon reaching 150 units of vitality, he could still preserve at least 2 million in wealth. Having witnessed the immense power of the masters, Fang Ping felt an overwhelming desire to embrace the path of a martial artist. Previously, he had perceived martial arts merely as a means of ascending his social standing. However, after witnessing the valley ravaged like a honeycomb, he understood that martial arts represented something far deeper than a mere tool. Earlier, Fang Ping had hoped for a delay in the martial arts examination, yet now he yearned for its swift conclusion so that he might enter the martial university. Yang City felt exceedingly diminutive, where everyone was cognizant of martial artists, yet few had ever encountered one. It was so small that Wang Jinyang, a student of the martial university, could roam freely, requiring no display of his prowess. Entering the martial university would unveil an uncharted realm. And this singular thought consumed Fang Ping's mind. In the ensuing days, with no classes to attend, Fang Ping devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. Time swiftly passed, and before long it was the 29th of April. That evening, within the serene confines of Jinghu Garden, Li Weiying busied herself with arranging her son's garments, her heart still laden with unease. "Ping Ping, do you truly wish for me not to accompany you?" she inquired. "Mother, the school has provided accommodations. There is no necessity for you to trouble yourself," he replied. Yet, Li Weiying's apprehension lingered regarding her son embarking on such a solitary journey. Nearby, Fang Yuan could not help but display a hint of jealousy. "Mother, Fang Ping may return on the 3rd. It is unnecessary for you to accompany him," she remarked. Fang Ping shot her a reproachful glance, prompting Li Weiying to admonish, "Cease your nonsensical chatter." The health assessment took place on the 1st, with the results being officially disclosed on the 3rd. Should he not pass the examination, he would return on the 3rd. Conversely, if he were to succeed, he would remain in Ruiyang to prepare for the practical test on the 7th and the professional examination on the 10th. The length of his stay in Ruiyang would dictate the number of challenges he could surmount. The more time he spent there, the higher his prospects of gaining admission to the martial university. Sensing the weight of his mother and brother's gazes, Fang Yuan modestly commented, "I am merely attempting to inspire Fang Ping to extend his stay in Ruiyang for a few more days." Then, with a glimmer of excitement, she cautiously proposed, "Fang Ping, might I accompany you to offer my care?" "You care for me?" Fang Ping's countenance darkened. The notion that he required assistance from someone like her was utterly ludicrous. He chose to refrain from further discussion, yet Li Weiying appeared intrigued. Ping Ping, how about? Mother. Fong Ping promptly interjected, given Fong Yuan's temperament. Who would truly be caring for whom? It would be nothing short of a miracle if she were to refrain from causing chaos. Moreover, she has classes tomorrow. How could she possibly accompany me? Fong Ping. Fong Yuan voiced her displeasure, stating, let us not forget that I have been the one to wash your clothes these past few days. Why do you not mention how much you charge per item for laundry? Fong Ping rolled his eyes, reminiscing that merely a few days ago, during Fong Yuan's holiday at home, he had to change his attire each time he practiced, too indolent to do it himself. Ultimately, the young lady had graciously offered to assist with the laundry, naturally charging by the piece. Now, she possessed the audacity to seek validation for her endeavors. Confronted by her mother's scrutinizing gaze, Fong Yuan experienced a flicker of guilt and responded, I'm saving you money. Who has charged you for anything? Fong Ping found himself both amused and exasperated, opting to remain silent about her remark. Once the garments were arranged, Li Yueying presented a substantial stack of cash, clearly exceeding 1,000 yuan. Fong Ping declined, chuckling, Mother, I still possess sufficient funds, and furthermore, the school covers accommodation and meals, all encompassed within the registration fee. A few days earlier, he had bought an array of snacks for Fong Yuan, which their parents had discovered. Seizing the moment, he mentioned that selling Wang Jinyang's autograph had yielded a considerable sum, adroitly shifting the blame onto Old Wang. Old Wang had no means to contest this assertion, and Fong Yuan had always accepted it as the truth. Although Fong Mingrong and his wife regarded Fong Ping as somewhat imprudent for selling the signatures of martial artists, they ceased further inquiries when Fong Ping noted that Wang Jinyang was aware of the arrangement. Despite Fong Ping's assertions of having ample funds, Li Weiying was determined to press the money into his hands. Their son was embarking on a journey, and they were uncertain of how long he would be away. Being alone and without funds would leave him in a vulnerable position. Li Weiying, not entirely detached from reality, often heard tales of families incurring significant expenses to prepare their children for the martial arts examination. Some sold their homes, others took out loans, while some borrowed money from relatives. Yet, in their family, since Fong Ping had decided to prepare for the martial arts exam, they had only expended approximately 30 to 40,000 yuan. To the Fong family, this was no trivial amount. However, for an average candidate, this sum barely covered the cost of the medicinal pills required before the physical examination. In recent days, Fong Mingrong had contemplated purchasing a medicinal pill for Fong Ping prior to the examination, even if he could not afford a qi blood pill. A blood qi pill would suffice. Nevertheless, Fong Ping resolutely declined, expressing confidence in his own abilities, prompting Fong Mingrong to acquiesce. Their son was sensible, unwilling to burden the family. Nonetheless, the couple felt a pang of guilt, always sensing they had fallen short in their support of Fong Ping. Li Yueying insisted on bestowing the money upon Fong Ping and offered several reminders before departing to clean. Fong Ping extracted the cash that had been crammed into his pocket, knowing without counting that it amounted to 2,000 yuan. The journey to Ruiyang would last at least 3 days, perhaps extending to 10. Receiving such a sum at once was indeed a significant gesture from the Fong family. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately accepted it. The family had not yet reached a point of dire need, and the martial arts examination was imminent. Once the exam was completed, all issues would naturally resolve. His mother had departed, but Fong Yuan remained. The young girl was still quite eager about traveling to Ruiyang, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at Fong Ping and asked, Fong Ping, are you truly not taking me with you? I am capable of laundering your garments, without charge. Furthermore, when you undertake your examination, I can assist by carrying your bag and holding your attire. Should you not succeed, I shall offer you solace. Concentrate on your studies. Ample opportunities for recreation will present themselves in due course. Kindly refrain from causing any disturbances this time. Fong Ping did not waver in her refusal. While it may not be entirely just to brand Fong Yuan as a mischief maker, she had no desire to be encumbered by his presence. Fong Yuan conveyed her dismay, stating, if you depart, I shall find myself exceedingly bored at home during the May Day holiday. Engaging in disputes with Fong Ping was one matter. Yet the siblings had seldom been separated since their childhood. Now that Fong Ping would be venturing out alone, Fong Yuan instinctively sensed an overwhelming loneliness enveloping her. Fong Ping chuckled softly as he tousled her hair. If you find yourself bored, venture out and enjoy the company of your classmates. Remember to reach out if you require anything. Do you have my number committed to memory? Indeed, Fong Yuan was cognizant of Fong Ping's new mobile device. He attributed its acquisition to the funds he garnered from selling autographs, a claim she did not contest. Nevertheless, she increasingly regarded her elder brother as rather unscrupulous for capitalizing on her creativity without distributing the proceeds. This was likewise the rationale behind the recent decision to impose a fee for laundry services. Ultimately, it was Fang Ping's imprudent expenditures that incited this change. The siblings engaged in light-hearted conversation, and though Fang Yuan jestingly asserted that Fang Ping would not succeed in his examinations, she ultimately made a resolute proclamation as he prepared to depart. Fang Ping, should you return after the 10th, I shall treat you to KFC. Fang Ping chuckled, playfully retorting. Given that tone, I presume you have amassed quite a fortune in your piggy bank? Absolutely not. Fang Yuan swiftly refuted, anxious that Fang Ping might uncover the extent of her savings. Over the preceding days, she had ingeniously devised various methods to transfer funds from Fang Ping's modest treasury to her own. Last night, upon tallying her savings, she was astounded to discover she had nearly 300 yuan. This secret must not be disclosed to Fang Ping. Fang Ping chuckled, you little miser. Once your brother gains admission to the military academy, a few hundred yuan will be inconsequential. This year, for those students who achieve remarkable scores, the enrollment bonuses alone surpass 100,000. At that point, I shall procure a more spacious abode for our family, indulge you in delightful culinary experiences, and present you with new attire. As Fang Ping continued, Fang Yuan found herself somewhat entranced by his words, ultimately losing track of how she had departed from the room. The following day, at precisely 7:50 a.m., Fang Ping approached the school gates, his backpack slung over his shoulder. At that juncture, 8 or 9 buses were stationed outside the high school entrance. Beneath the buses, students clustered in intimate groups, engaged in hushed conversations. Alongside the buses, an abundance of private vehicles was parked in the vicinity, significantly surpassing the usual number. As Fang Ping readied himself to seek out his classmates from Class 4, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Turning his head, he beheld Tan Hao, the eldest of the Tan brothers, gesturing towards him. Upon noticing Fang Ping's gaze, Tan Hao called out, Fang Ping, over here. His voice resonated with remarkable volume, capturing the attention of several individuals in proximity. At the moment Tan Hao uttered Fang Ping's name, a middle-aged gentleman, who had been engaged in conversation with several school leaders nearby, also turned to regard Fang Ping. As Fang Ping approached, the closer he came, the more astonished the middle-aged man's countenance became. It was not until they were within 3 meters of one another that the man's astonishment became unmistakable. Likewise, as they drew nearer, Fang Ping, whose mental acuity far exceeded that of the average individual, felt an inexplicable attraction towards the man. Fang Ping turned his head and noticed the middle-aged gentleman gazing intently at him, promptly offering a smile and nodding in a gesture of respect. This evoked a profound astonishment from the gentleman. Did this youth truly acknowledge him? Their wordless communication escaped Tan Hao's notice. Observing Fang Ping's stillness, he chuckled and asked, Fang Ping, have you made any advancements in your stance practice over the past few days? Not bad. While they engaged in conversation, a man emerged from behind Tan Hao, distancing himself from the school leaders. With a smile, he remarked, Ah Hao, is this the Fang Ping you spoke of? Tan Hao promptly responded, Indeed, father, this is Fang Ping. Fang Ping, allow me to introduce you to my father. Tan Hao provided a succinct elucidation to Fang Ping, who had already discerned the man's identity. Accompanying Tan Hao were several esteemed school leaders, their countenances imbued with a sense of adulation and an air of arrogance. Through a modicum of reasoning, Fang Ping inferred their identities. Nevertheless, he was astonished to discover that Tan Hao's father was also in attendance. Tan Jinping meticulously regarded Fang Ping, and upon receiving his salutation, he inclined his head with a smile, stating, Fang Ping, for the forthcoming martial arts examination in Yancheng, I shall serve as the representative of the city, overseeing the negotiations pertaining to the event. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to approach me. Upon our arrival in Ruyang, Ah Hao and Ah Tao will be accompanying the martial arts students from No. 1 High School. If you are unable to locate me, you may seek their assistance. This revelation left Tan Hao somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, taking into account Fang Ping's backing from Wang Jinyang, he chose not to ponder it any further. The leaders of No. 1 High School, in stark contrast, found themselves thoroughly astonished. What transpired? The leaders entrusted with the delegation scarcely recognized Fang Ping. Among them, Tan Jinping, the representative from Yancheng, occupied a position of considerable prominence as the sole martial artist in the group. Yet, his words left the others in a state of mild confusion. Fang Ping, too, was taken aback, not by Tan Jinping's politeness, but by the revelation that it was Tan Hao's father who was at the helm of the delegation. The martial arts examination held paramount significance, particularly as they were en route to Riyang for the test, necessitating the involvement of esteemed officials from Yangqing. Absent the status of a martial artist, maneuvering through critical circumstances in Riyang would prove exceedingly arduous. Thus, it had become customary for an official martial artist to lead the delegation each year. Fang Ping had simply not anticipated that it would be Tan Jinping. He faintly recalled Wu Zhihao mentioning that Tan Hao's father held a governmental role, although he had not delved into the particulars. With Tan Jinping exhibiting such courtesy, Fang Ping promptly conveyed his appreciation, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Tan." "Not at all. You two may continue your conversation. Once the teams from the other high schools arrive, we shall set forth together." Tan Jinping offered further elucidations, prompting even Tan Hao to perceive his father's demeanor as excessively courteous. Although Fang Ping enjoyed the patronage of Wang Jinyang, it was apparent that Wang's presence was absent, raising the question of whether it was necessary to deliberate on such trivial matters with Fang Ping. Despite his intrigue, Tan Hao, ever untroubled, opted not to dwell on it any longer. Meanwhile, Tan Tao, who had remained taciturn, cast a sidelong glance at his father. Yet, Tan Jinping remained silent, merely smiling as he redirected his attention to converse with the other leaders of the institution. While engaging in discourse with others, a portion of Tan Jinping's focus lingered on Fang Ping, as his peripheral vision diligently tracked him. Previously, he had heard from his son regarding Fang Ping and the whispers of Wang Jinyang's favor. However, Tan Jinping did not accord it much significance, for Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were not linked by blood. Even if Wang Jinyang harbored a favorable disposition and extended some guidance and support, it bore little weight. As a martial artist himself, Tan Jinping had partaken in similar endeavors on days when his spirit soared. It was not uncommon to encounter promising individuals and impart a few words of encouragement. Yet, the likelihood of those words being recalled later remained uncertain. However, the instant Fang Ping drew near, Tan Jinping sensed an unusual aura. This young man exhibited an extraordinary degree of vitality. Tan Jinping was merely a peak first-grade martial artist. Had his vitality been lacking, he would have been unable to discern it, unlike individuals such as Wang Jinyang. When Wang Jinyang first detected Fang Ping's vitality at 120 calories, Tan Jinping was unable to perceive the distinction due to his own inadequate vitality. The ability to perceive an anomaly suggested that the vitality of the opposing individual was remarkably elevated. Indeed, Tan Jinping could faintly discern the vitality coursing within Fang Ping, manifesting outwardly. He was acutely aware of the implications such manifestations entailed. A non-martial artist displaying these signs was already on the threshold of the martial realm. How much vitality does this young man possess? Tan Jinping mused, ultimately deducing that this student, Fang Ping, likely possessed a vitality of no less than 140 calories. This revelation was rather disconcerting. It was suggested that Fang Ping possessed an almost certain opportunity for admission to the esteemed martial arts university. And once his academic performance in cultural subjects met the requisite standards, he would be well positioned to enter both prestigious institutions. Such individuals, perhaps upon their next encounter, might eclipse his martial arts standing. In that moment, even if Tan Jinping withheld his attempts at flattery out of pride, an exchange of polite remarks would be unavoidable. At the entrance of the first high school, Fang Ping engaged in a brief dialogue with Tan Hao and Tan Tao before returning to the assembly of Class 4. As he took his leave, Tan Jinping dismissed several leaders from the first high school. He lingered for a moment, observing Fang Ping's retreating figure, and murmured, "Yang City has become considerably more intriguing in recent years." Tan Hao inquired with curiosity, "Father, what is the subject of your discussion?" Tan Tao, in a moment of reflection, inquired, "Are you alluding to Fang Ping?" "Not solely Fang Ping, but also your esteemed senior Wang." Tan Jinping chuckled, choosing to withhold further details. A 19-year-old third-grade martial artist, heralded as the prospective cornerstone of Southern Jiang Martial Arts University. An 18-year-old ordinary high school senior, on the brink of officially entering the ranks of martial artists. The emergence of such individuals within a bustling metropolis and martial arts families was hardly unexpected. Yet, both hailed from modest origins, emerging from a small city like Yang City. It must be noted, the likelihood was exceedingly slim. Yang City had already given rise to Wang Jinyang, astonishing numerous influential figures in Jiang province. Now, another Fang Ping. Of course, Fang Ping was still far from attaining that stature. The imminent ascension into the first-grade martial artist ranks bore little significance. The journey ahead remained long. Transitioning from first to third grade could be accomplished through time and resources. However, advancing beyond the third grade transcended mere resources and time. Wang Jinyang was remarkable, yet his prowess was not solely attributed to his third-grade status. Certainly, the specifics eluded Tan Jinping, who was aware only that after Wang Jinyang ascended to the third tier, he reportedly forged connections with a notable individual. As these reflections occupied his mind, Tan Jinping shook his head and chuckled softly. Irrespective of how these individuals fared in the future, it held little relevance to him. No matter how extraordinary Wang Jinyang was, he would not extend any special regard towards his fellow townsmen simply due to their shared origins. The same held true for Fang Ping. Casting a glance at his two sons, he recognized them as his genuine hopes, the aspirations of the Tan family. He had lived frugally, entirely capable of discovering a means to break through to the second tier, yet he refrained from doing so, all to conserve resources for his sons. Approaching 50, Tan Jinping had long since lost his edge. Even if he were to achieve a breakthrough, his prospects appeared dim. However, his sons were different. They were still in the bloom of youth. With this in mind, Tan Jinping cast aside thoughts of Fang Ping and smiled at his sons, a Hao and a Tao. Ensure that you excel in your examinations. If you gain admission to the Martial University, you shall swiftly ascend into the ranks of warriors. With the resources provided by the institution, combined with his own savings, both sons had successfully solidified their foundational skills. Although their vitality was currently modest, Tan Jinping held an unwavering belief that upon entering the Martial University, their progress toward becoming warriors would undoubtedly outstrip that of Zhou Bin. Fang Ping, what did Director Tan say to you just now? As soon as Fang Ping arrived in Class 4, Wu Zhihao inquired in a hushed tone. Director? Fang Ping responded, somewhat bewildered. Which bureau is Uncle Tan the director of? The Education Bureau, despite his mere title as Deputy Director. What? Fang Ping found himself momentarily stunned. Is there not a dearth of warriors in Yangqing? Uncle Tan has only managed to. In Fang Ping's perspective, Tan Jinping still held the status of a warrior. With merely 2 or 3 dozen warriors inhabiting the entirety of Yangqing, half of them were preoccupied with commercial endeavors. The remaining half were not necessarily all engaged in governmental affairs. In essence, even if Tan Jinping's rank appeared modest, he would undoubtedly place among the top 10 figures within the realm of Yangqing's officialdom. Yet, for someone of such caliber to merely occupy the position of Deputy Director of the Education Bureau? Certainly. The realm of officialdom does not solely appraise individuals based on martial prowess, but Tan Jinping's circumstances appeared rather bleak. Wu Zhihao, looking even more incredulous, replied, what is amiss? Is not the role of Deputy Director of the Education Bureau a position of significance? The Education Bureau stands as one of the 3 principal power institutions in Yangqing. While it may not rival the bureaus found in larger metropolises, its significance should not be underestimated. The Yangqing Municipal Government, the Criminal Investigation Bureau, and the Education Bureau, Director Tan's noteworthy accomplishment of attaining the position of Deputy Director is indeed praiseworthy. The 3 principal institutions, Fang Ping discovered his worldview put to the test. The Education Bureau was flourishing beyond his anticipations. Observing his confusion, Wu Zhihao, wearing an expression of disillusionment, exhaled deeply and remarked, you ought to be more attentive to current affairs. Though we are merely high school students, we stand on the threshold of university life. Acquiring deeper insights into such matters can only serve to our advantage. Yangsheng, a county-level city devoid of military divisions, finds itself ranked 3rd by the Education Bureau. In stark contrast, Ruiyang, with its military presence, features a governmental structure that encompasses 4 principal institutions, the government, the military, the Criminal Investigation Bureau, and the Education Bureau. Naturally, the Ruiyang Education Bureau's ranking is diminished, constrained by limited resources and diminished capabilities. Jiangcheng, however, presents a different narrative. This city is distinguished by its esteemed martial arts universities, replete with abundant resources from a formidable education bureau that ranks even higher than the Investigation Bureau. Fang Ping found himself momentarily rendered speechless, his mouth agape. He had seldom devoted attention to systemic matters, preferring to immerse himself in the realm of martial arts universities, the science of martial arts, and the practitioners themselves. Moreover, as a high school student, he had little impetus to partake in such discussions, and his peers rarely ventured to address the topic. It was only at this moment that he began to grasp the profound disparities that exist within the system. To Fang Ping, the Education Bureau though not merely a nominal entity, appeared to occupy a position of diminished significance. Yet, it has now ascended to become one of the foremost institutions. Conversely, the Investigation Bureau, which he vaguely recalled Wang Jinyang mentioning, likely serves as a specialized law enforcement agency established to address matters concerning martial artists. Shaking his head, Fang Ping dismissed the notion. Having encountered humanoid RPGs previously, he was hardly perturbed by this trivial distinction. Nevertheless, Wu Zhihao's earlier comments enlightened him to the fact that Tan Jinping was thriving, serving as a deputy in one of the three major power institutions, which was commendable considering the opponent's exceptional prowess. After Wu Zhihao provided a succinct overview of these matters, he reverted to the previous topic. Fang Ping casually deflected with a few remarks before inquiring, "Why are you taking the school bus?" "I was under the impression that you intended to journey to Ruyang solo." With an expression of exasperation, Wu Zhihao retorted, "Am I so naive? Embarking on such a venture alone entails the expenses of bus fare, hotel accommodations, and meals, all of which accumulate considerable costs. I would prefer to maximize every cent. Why waste it?" Fang Ping was rendered speechless. "So, you are also economical?" "No, hold on, why use also? I am not economical." As they engaged in light-hearted conversation, vehicles from various high schools began to arrive in a steady stream. Unlike School 1, which boasted a fleet of 8 or 9 buses, some institutions struggled to muster enough martial arts students to fill even a single bus. A handful of rural high schools had already departed for Ruyang, intending to convene there. By 8:20, all the vehicles had assembled, over 20 buses, transporting nearly 900 individuals, with School 1 accounting for approximately one-third of that number. Once everyone had arrived, Tan Jinping exchanged a few cordial words with the heads of the other schools before boarding his vehicle and embarking on the journey to Ruyang. The lengthy procession set forth from School 1. At the entrance of the institution, several teachers who remained behind exhaled deeply, pondering how many would endure beyond the third round. One teacher shook their head and remarked, "The physical examination represents the most formidable obstacle. Should 100 succeed, it would indeed be extraordinary." 100? I find that rather improbable. This year, nearly 20,000 high school seniors in Yangcheng are competing for a place in the martial arts program, with approximately 500 applicants. In cities such as Kyoto or Modu, the acceptance rates would undoubtedly be more favorable. However, in Yangcheng, according to our prior assessments, the threshold for the physical examination is anticipated to be no less than 110. Those who successfully meet this criterion will likely constitute only about 5. Nevertheless, once they surpass the examination, the prospects of securing admission to the martial arts university are relatively promising. Larger cities hold distinct advantages. In certain high schools, entire classes aspire to enroll in the martial arts program. Such a phenomenon is unparalleled. The educators engaged in spirited discussions, some adorned with expressions of envy. However, residing in a bustling metropolis brings its own set of challenges. The cost of housing is alarmingly exorbitant, and establishing a home entails numerous obligations. The instructors from these esteemed high schools may be regarded as societal elites, yet upon relocating to larger cities, their existence may prove no more comfortable than that of individuals in Yangcheng. On the bus, Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao occupied a single row, while their classmates from Class 4 settled in front and behind them. In addition to their peers, there were students from other classes, the majority of whom hailed from the conventional streams. Curiously, the Tan brothers had mingled among them, taking a seat to the left of Fang Ping. Initially, as they were not from the same class, conversations were disjointed. Yet, before long, under the influence of Zhang Hao and his vibrant companions, the atmosphere became lively. Zhang Hao, seated in the front row, conveyed his enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Our bus today is truly exceptional. We have Tan Hao, Tan Tao, Wu Zhihao, Zhou Ming, and Fang Ping, each possessing vitality surpassing 115 cards. Yang Jian, Lu Ruoqi, and Lan Pei also exhibit vitality exceeding 112 cards. Had it been last year, our bus could have potentially yielded 10 students for Wuda." The others were well acquainted with most of the names mentioned. Tan Hao and his contemporaries were renowned, while Zhou Ming shone as a luminary from Class 3. Yet, Fang Ping remained an enigma. When Tan Hao initially called out names, only a select few had taken notice. Now, Zhang Hao's proclamation incited uncertainty from a nearby individual who inquired, "Zhang Hao, is Fang Ping from your class?" As he turned to glance, Fang Ping lounged in his seat, remaining inconspicuous. Zhang Hao discerned the underlying query. In their class, the students tended to maintain a sense of individuality, lacking a profound sense of collective pride. However, in the presence of outsiders, Zhang Hao boldly asserted, "What do you imply? Do you believe our class has only Wu Zhihao as its sole luminary?" When Fang Ping went to fetch Senior Wang, the senior himself remarked that Fang Ping would effortlessly gain admission to Wuda. "If you doubt my words, consult Zhihao. Doesn't Fang Ping's vitality surpass 115 cards?" Wu Zhihao, with a smile directed at Fang Ping, received no reply as Fang Ping merely rolled his eyes and continued to gaze out the window. Observing Fang Ping's indifference, Wu Zhihao remarked, "Not merely 115 cards. Fang Ping is far more formidable than I am." Upon hearing this, the other passengers could not help but cast furtive glances towards Fang Ping. Tan Hao, unabashed, proclaimed, "Fang Ping possesses a remarkable chance of gaining admission to Wuda. He may very well be this year's top scholar from Yangqing." With this bold declaration, even the high-achieving students, such as Zhou Ming, turned their heads in astonishment. A contender for the top scholar from Yangqing? While they may have harbored skepticism towards Zhang Hao's boisterous claims, they held some belief in Wu Zhihao's words. However, with Tan Hao's endorsement, their confidence surged to an impressive 8 out of 10. Instantly, the once lively bus descended into a profound silence. Fang Ping felt a twinge of exasperation, casting a glance at Tan Hao and his companions. Were they deliberately drawing attention to him? Yet, conversely, it was rather exhilarating. The individual who dared to question him had evidently underestimated Fang Ping, audaciously doubting whether his vitality reached 115 cards. Did he truly look down upon Fang Ping? Upholding his image as a top performer, he found it difficult to contest such assertions. Nevertheless, these few companions, in their self-serving manner, were met with a delightful rebuke. Fang Ping experienced a surge of pride, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance, even rolling his eyes at Wu Zhihao and the others. "What are you doing? Am I the sort of person who boasts? Honestly, cannot you comprehend the virtue of humility?" 3 hours later, in Ruoyang City, Anping District, at the Shiri Hotel, designated as the accommodation for the senior high school martial arts examination candidates from Yang City, room 1608. Fang Ping placed his luggage down and surveyed the 2 beds within the room, pondering a rather grave concern. The school, exhibiting a certain frugality, had reserved a room intended for 4 individuals. However, with merely 2 beds available, how would 4 men find a way to rest? Who would share a bed with whom? And who might unwittingly breach boundaries in the stillness of the night? Such uncertainties lingered in the air. Casting a glance at the other 3, Wu Zhihao, Zhang Hao, and Yang Jian, Fang Ping contemplated the implications. Yang Jian, with his formidable physique, appeared to pose a significant risk. As for the other 2, after a moment of reflection, Fang Ping declared, "Just a friendly warning, I have foot odor, I snore during slumber, I tend to cast off the blankets at night, and I roll about quite a bit. Interestingly enough, so do I." Wu Zhihao responded with a light-hearted laugh. Zhang Hao shot them both a disapproving look and retorted, "You 2 imbeciles. Very well, you can occupy the floor, while Yang Jian and I shall each claim a bed." The 4 exchanged knowing glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Zhang Hao, still chuckling, lamented, "The school is rather miserly. Can't they book a few more rooms?" Wu Zhihao, cutting to the heart of the matter, clarified, "It is not a matter of stinginess. They have calculated it meticulously. A considerable number of individuals will depart on the 3rd. Once they leave, those who remain will each be allocated a room. I have verified this." "Truly," Zhang Hao exclaimed, exasperated by the harsh reality. Fang Ping, unfazed, smiled and remarked, "Let us simply endure these few days together. Just ensure you do not kick me during the night. I genuinely caution you. My recent advancements in martial arts have endowed me with significant strength, and the repercussions shall rest upon you. Leave us be." They all retorted, dismissive of his assertions. As for the so-called strength, Wu Zhihao contemplated, while the other 2 regarded it with indifference. Yang Jian, with an innocent smile, proposed, "What if we confer with Lu Ruoqi and the others to see if we might swap rooms?" Fang Ping and the others regarded him in unison, their expressions a mixture of surprise and amusement. How intriguing. Everyone had believed him to be candid and forthright, yet it appears he is, in fact, the most playful among them. Yang Jian swiftly attempted to clarify. "I merely suggested that their room might be more spacious. Perhaps we could consider a collective exchange." "Ha! Such an explanation is but a veil. Who would take you at your word?" As the trio continued to jest at Yang Jian's expense, a knock upon the door abruptly interrupted their banter. Yang Jian hastened to respond, and upon opening the door, the Tan brothers made their entrance. Tan Hao promptly declared, "Exciting news. I just overheard my father conversing with several leaders from neighboring counties and districts. Can you fathom what I heard?" This year, the standard for the physical examination may be set at a daunting threshold of 112. As soon as Tin Hao uttered these words, Zhang Hao swiftly interjected, "Impossible." While they had all entertained various speculations, Zhang Hao had previously believed that a score of 110 would be adequate. Although his vitality had not yet reached the requisite 110 units, the consumption of a vitality pill on the morrow would enable him to attain that benchmark. At the very least, he had successfully passed the physical examination, signifying that his endeavors in the martial arts assessment had not been in vain. Had he faltered even at the physical evaluation, it would have rendered this arduous journey utterly futile. Indeed, Tin Hao expounded, this year, the vitality of individuals has experienced a remarkable surge. In Yang City alone, the figures from the Education Bureau reveal that there are no fewer than 100 individuals exceeding 110 units. Furthermore, due to the impact of medication and the involvement of individuals like Fang Ping interjected, somewhat irked, "Please do not involve me in this." Tin Hao chuckled, "Very well. I shall refrain from mentioning you. Nevertheless, taking into account those unlisted, including recent advancements, it is probable that there are around 200 individuals in Yang City possessing vitality surpassing 110 units. Other regions mirror this trend. I have heard that Ruiyang has also witnessed a notable increase this year. Based on past ratios, unless Wu University considerably augments its admissions this year, successfully passing the physical examination with a score of 112 units is assured." Tin Hao's comments exerted minimal influence on the others. Amidst the assembly, Zhang Hao stood as the singular individual unable to meet the requisite standards, and his disappointment was palpable, although he feigned nonchalance. Asserting that it was acceptable to accompany others in their academic pursuits, the prospect of potentially faltering at such a pivotal moment weighed heavily upon him. The contemplation of years of dedication culminating in an inability to even pass the physical examination was profoundly disheartening. With a score of 112 units, Zhang Hao's smile resembled more of a grimace. The prospect of attending Wu University had become a distant hope, rendering the idea of prolonging his stay utterly inconceivable. "I am fine," Zhang Hao proclaimed, forcing a smile. I had braced myself for this outcome. I had wished to ascertain my status following the cultural exam, if only to cling to a glimmer of hope. This way, I could immerse myself in my cultural studies and perhaps pursue a martial arts training program in the future. Tin Hao became acutely aware that his words had cast a somber shadow over the atmosphere, and, in a bid to redirect the conversation, he awkwardly remarked, "I only heard this from my father. I'm uncertain of its veracity. However, let us not linger on that. By the way, why does your room seem somewhat confined?" "Huh. Fang Ping, are you sharing a room with Wu Zhihao?" "What? I'm sharing with Ah Tao, but our room is somewhat more spacious than yours." Just as Tin Hao endeavored to change the subject, he remained oblivious to the fierce glares directed at him by Fang Ping and the others. Tin Hao's lips twitched as he tugged at the elder's clothing, sensing a chilling draft within the room. The expressions of those across from him seemed to convey a contemplation of something ominous. Only after Tin Hao's tug did Tin Hao grasp the seriousness of the situation. Awkwardly inquiring, "What is amiss?" Fang Ping shot him a withering glance, exasperatedly retorting, "Enough already. If there is nothing further, you ought to depart swiftly. Should you linger any longer, your safety cannot be assured. What are your intentions? You do not plan to encircle us, do you?" Tin Hao inquired, unaware of the animosity reflected in Tin Hao's expression, who pondered, "Why must I be involved in this?" Tin Hao was not lacking in wisdom. He simply had not contemplated the ramifications earlier. Now that he grasped the underlying tension, he sought to alleviate the atmosphere, quickly adopting a cheerful demeanor. "Allow me to treat everyone to lunch. The hotel's complimentary buffet is rather dismal. I shall take you all out for a meal." This had indeed been his initial intention. However, he spoke excessively and struck hard at the fore as soon as he entered. Fang Ping cast a glance at Wu Zhihao, who was observing Zhang Hao. Just as he was about to decline, Zhang Hao retorted vehemently, "Eat. If you do not eat, you shall miss out." Upon their arrival, these two gentlemen had already taken the liberty to jest at our expense, and it was only fitting that we respond with a sumptuous feast. Zhang Hao relaxed, dispelling the earlier tension, as everyone cheerfully ushered the Tan brothers out the door. Regarding the Tan brothers sharing accommodations, Fang Ping held no particular opinion on the matter. After dining al fresco, the discomfort evident on Tin Hao's visage when the time came to settle the bill only served to heighten everyone's amusement. Once the Tan brothers had taken their leave, Zhang Hao suddenly remarked, "The Tan brothers are, in fact, rather amiable. Had it not been for my presence today, they would not have felt compelled to feign antics to uplift the atmosphere." The Tan brothers subsequently extended an invitation to treat everyone, feigning compassion, even concerning the arrangements of the rooms, all aimed at alleviating the prevailing tension. Perhaps they had truly not foreseen the ramifications of the 112-card predicament on anyone. This was quite understandable, for among their number, Fang Ping, Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian, and the Tan brothers, who among them possessed blood vitality beneath the threshold of the 112th card. They were all of a similar disposition. Conversing about this issue upon their arrival was merely a customary formality. However, Zhang Hao had been unexpectedly struck down, and upon witnessing the camaraderie between Fang Ping and himself, the ensuing events commenced. As he spoke, Zhang Hao, with a touch of self-deprecation, remarked, "To be candid, I have long acknowledged that society is fundamentally inequitable. If one does not aspire to be a martial artist, one must be ready to accept a subordinate role. Fear not. Such trifles shall not deter me. Once I embark on my university journey, I shall seek avenues to sustain myself, with a modicum of support from my family. In a few years, I shall enroll in a martial arts training program. Who knows, I might even ascend to the status of a martial artist before any of you." Wu Zhihao chuckled. "Perhaps that will indeed be your fate. It has been said that numerous fourth-year students at martial arts universities never attain the rank of martial artist. If you achieve that distinction before graduation, it would eclipse even the accomplishments of those at martial arts universities." Yang Jian, with a smile, declared, "Regardless of whether I am accepted into a martial arts university, I shall undoubtedly persist in my pursuit of martial arts. Even if it requires a bit more time to attain the status of a true martial artist, I am entirely at peace with that." After a series of exchanges, Fang Ping remained largely reticent. However, Zhang Hao's demeanor keenly impressed upon Fang Ping the profound realization that the martial arts examination indeed signifies a monumental transition from a humble carp to a majestic dragon, an authentic metamorphosis. This odyssey, however, inexorably bears an undertone of ruthlessness. Today proved to be fortunate, once the results of the physical examination on the 3rd are revealed. Countless students are likely to be disheartened, losing their determination and self-assurance. Many have dedicated years in preparation for the martial arts examination. Some families have sacrificed everything to bolster their children's aspirations in martial arts education. Others find themselves deeply indebted, yearning for their children to rise above and transform their destinies in a single moment. Yet, in the days to come, it remains uncertain how many families will witness their dreams crumble. Fang Ping could even foresee that following each annual martial arts examination, many may resort to irrational actions out of despair. The martial arts examination, Fang Ping mused to himself, the government's support for martial artists is extraordinarily generous. So generous, in fact, that even when one recognizes that these individuals surpass the ordinary, it compels one to question, why? Is this truly just? Indeed, it is rather inequitable. Even if a martial artist could contend with 10 or even 100 individuals, they remain a minority within a society primarily inhabited by ordinary people. This glaring disparity in treatment and social standing is somewhat excessive. In his thoughts, Fang Ping could not help but reminisce about Wang Jinyang's nonchalant observation. In this world, one must exert effort to garner rewards. Nothing is acquired without justification. They harbor discontent and perceive injustice, oblivious to the fact that the strong also experience the pangs of inequity. Wang's inadvertent remarks once again plunged Fang Ping into profound contemplation. Such utterances bear significant weight. Unfortunately, the sources of information are limited, leaving Fang Ping in a state of perplexity. He resolved not to linger on these matters any further. Perhaps upon his entrance to the martial university, clarity would be bestowed upon him. Fang Ping has never considered himself to possess superior intellect compared to others. The current societal status of martial artists is undoubtedly warranted. The authorities are not naive. Their considerations extend far beyond his own understanding. As the adage suggests, one should refrain from interfering in matters beyond their purview. The pressing concern remains the impending physical examination. In the afternoon, Fang Ping abstained from venturing outdoors. His peers, too, maintained their silence, foregoing exercise to preserve their energy in anticipation of the martial arts examination. Within the vast hotel, teeming with thousands of students, this atmosphere of quietude prevailed, rendering the interior unexpectedly serene. That evening, as they settled into a room designed for 4, Fang Ping refrained from engaging in the refinement technique, seizing the moment to indulge in a period of meditation. During their leisure time, the group united 2 beds to create a shared sleeping arrangement. This uncommon experience was a novelty for many, especially for the others, who, as high school students, had yet to experience the camaraderie of university dormitory life. Throughout the night, Fong Ping remained largely silent, while the others engaged in extensive conversations. On the morning of May 1st, the atmosphere was undeniably tense. Outside the room, students bustled about, and teachers began to rap on each door. Rise swiftly, assemble downstairs. Bring your identification and examination permit. Those consuming elixirs, commence at once. Accompanied by a symphony of calls, students began their descent. Fong Ping and his companions had already risen, not waiting for the teachers to knock before vacating their room. As they stepped outside, they faintly discerned the sound of someone weeping. I am unwell. My vital energy has diminished. Mother, father, I apologize. The distant echoes of weeping permeated the air as educators drew near to extend their solace. To succumb to illness prior to the physical assessment represents the most formidable obstacle for aspirants of martial arts. When one is beset by malaise, their vital essence diminishes, leaving them teetering on the precipice of the required standards. In such dire instances, an affliction can nearly obliterate a candidate's aspirations. This ordeal is more harrowing than missing the university entrance examination. The stakes are exorbitantly elevated for those pursuing martial arts. A year of delay is often insufferable for families already enduring hardship, compelling them to relinquish their aspirations. Upon hearing this, the group experienced a profound sense of empathy, and Wu Zhihao exhaled a heavy sigh, remarking, falling ill at this juncture. Truly, he found himself rendered speechless, beyond his compassion. There was little more he could extend. The commands for assembly continued to echo, and a few individuals glanced back momentarily, yet the sound of lamentation remained unrelenting. In that instant, they disregarded their surroundings and descended the staircase alongside the others. As they reached the lower level, students made their descent while educators from various high schools brandished megaphones, calling for order. Students from number 1 high school, line up here. Students from number 2 high school, gather in this area. Students from number 5 high school, assemble. Fong Ping and his companions reached the assembly point for number 1 high school, and shortly thereafter, the head teacher initiated the roll call. However, one student was notably absent. The teacher chose to remain silent. Yet a voice from the crowd conveyed sympathy. Xiao Liang from class 8 has yet to arrive. I have heard he is suffering from a severe fever. Was it Xiao Liang who was weeping just moments ago? How unfortunate. His vitality was at a promising 110, and there was significant hope for his future. Indeed, this is a lamentable situation. It appears that this year, his prospects are bleak. The future seems equally uncertain, as the admission scores escalate each year. And Xiao Liang's family is not in the most favorable financial circumstances. The students whispered amongst themselves, prompting the lead teacher to exclaim, silence. The martial arts examination officially begins now. Gaining admission to Wuda marks a pivotal moment in your lives. However, do remember, this is not the ultimate challenge. During the forthcoming physical assessment, give it your utmost. Should you succeed, celebrate. If not, do not lose heart. You are still youthful, filled with hope, and teeming with potential. Should you not secure a place at Wuda, we offer training programs. If those prove unfeasible, we can enlist in the military, even if all else falters. There are alternative avenues to explore. The journey of martial arts is not limited to Wuda alone. Upon graduation, we can join esteemed corporations, labor diligently, excel in our endeavors. And these corporations may nurture you as martial artists. The path ahead is extensive. The educators commenced the process of instilling motivational thoughts within the students. While such sentiments may not strike a chord with adults, they bore profound significance for these impressionable youths. A few moments later, the lead instructor brought his discourse to a halt. Outside the hotel, Tan Jinping had stealthily emerged behind the crowd at some juncture. Students, the physical examination will be conducted at the Ruiyang First Health Checkpoint, which lies a mere 300 meters away. Now, I kindly ask you to form an orderly line and accompany me. Tan Jinping did not employ a megaphone, nor did he elevate his voice in distress. Yet his summons resonated amidst the throng of over 1,000 students. This exemplified the formidable influence of a martial artist. The formidable vitality radiating from Tan Jinping was unmistakable, and even those less perceptive than Fong Ping could discern the strength of the speaker. As the crowd advanced toward the initial health checkpoint, the Tan brothers suddenly manifested before Fong Ping and, without uttering a single word, propelled him forward. Fong Ping, bewildered, inquired, "What are you doing? We need to converse with you." As Tan Hao spoke, he had already guided Fong Ping to the forefront. At that moment, Tan Jinping paused before the assembly, positioning himself to the side. Accompanying him were several students, among them Zhou Bin and Chen Jie from number 1 high school, whom Fong Ping recognized, albeit not intimately. Additionally, two other individuals, one male and one female, presumably from different institutions, were unfamiliar to Fang Ping. Upon Fang Ping's arrival, Tan Jinping concluded his discourse with the others. Zhou Bin and his companions cast a brief glance at Fang Ping, who had been escorted by the Tan brothers, and without uttering a word, nodded before integrating themselves into the ranks of the students. Once they departed, only the Tan brothers and Fang Ping remained alongside Tan Jinping. Observing Fang Ping, Tan Jinping inquired, "Fang Ping, your vitality must exceed 130 calories, am I correct?" "My goodness!" It was Tan Hao who exclaimed, fully cognizant of Fang Ping's remarkable vitality. However, he had not anticipated that it surpassed 130 calories, a detail his father had not disclosed the previous day. Fang Ping did not contest this and merely nodded in affirmation. Observing this, Tan Jinping smiled once more, remarking, "That is splendid. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, Fang Ping," he continued. "Please, Uncle Tan." Fang Ping replied, "Ruiyang consists of 5 counties, 3 districts, and 1 city. As a county-level city, Yangcheng stands among the foremost in the administrative hierarchy of Ruiyang. Nevertheless, Yangcheng is only marginally superior to the 5 counties and pales in comparison to several districts within Ruiyang. Each year, the outcomes of students in the martial arts examination, the number who meet the requisite standards, and those who secure admission to martial universities hold immense significance. These educational evaluations are of utmost importance and serve as a rigorous benchmark." Tan Jinping offered a succinct overview, highlighting the fierce competition present within Ruiyang. The educational assessment indices across various regions hold paramount importance. The elevation of Yangcheng to a county-level city has garnered notable attention. Should it remain eclipsed for successive years, particularly by the 5 counties, the likelihood of its replacement becomes precarious. Naturally, these challenges bear little significance for Fang Ping. Tan Jinping's motive in approaching Fang Ping was singular in focus. For this physical examination, we, alongside Xingxi County and Anping District, have been assigned to the same examination venue. Xingxi County possesses the most formidable economic and educational prowess among the 5 counties. Anping District is even more formidable, housing Ruiyang First High School within its jurisdiction. The selection for the examination site was not particularly advantageous. Observing the perplexity etched on Fang Ping's face, Tan Jinping shook his head, elucidating, "As you may be aware, emotions profoundly affect the vitality displayed by students. If you find yourself amidst those of lesser ability, your confidence may soar, potentially yielding unexpected outcomes. Conversely, if surrounded by those of greater aptitude, your confidence may diminish, engendering anxiety and unrest. In such scenarios, one cannot truly realize their potential." This resonates with the sentiments expressed by Wang Jinyang concerning emotional upheavals, to which Fang Ping acknowledged with a nod of comprehension. Both Ruiyang First High School and Xingxi First High School harbor exceptional talents, yet the disposition of both institutions towards us in Yangcheng is decidedly unwelcoming. The administrative status of Yangcheng captivates their attention significantly. A prefecture-level city cannot feasibly encompass 2 county-level cities, at least not from Ruiyang's perspective. Therefore, I sincerely hope that prior to the evaluation, you can unleash your vigor to outshine the students from this county and district. I have just counseled Zhou Bin and his peers. Alas, their vitality is rather feeble, and even should they endeavor to exert themselves, the repercussions would be minimal. You, however, if you were to harness your vitality, it would be distinctly evident to others. Tan Jinping's words struck a chord with Fang Ping. However, Fang Ping's brow furrowed. The idea of unleashing his vitality to instill fear and anxiety in his fellow students seemed somewhat unethical. Perceiving Fang Ping's inner turmoil, Tan Jinping offered a gentle smile. In the realm of martial artists, one must possess the audacity to strive and engage in fierce competition. To empathize with one's adversaries and extend compassion to the weak is not the hallmark of a true warrior. Furthermore, the strong will always remain strong. If one's vitality is compromised by external influences, preventing them from realizing their full potential, such individuals are inherently devoid of hope within the martial arts domain. Do you genuinely believe that individuals like Wu Zhihao and Tan Hao would waver in their prowess due to your influence? If such were the case, any martial artist could effortlessly unleash their vigor, rendering the assessment of students superfluous. This method merely serves to elevate the self-assurance of students hailing from Yang City. Indeed, for many, the pupils of Ruiyang No. 1 High School are quite formidable. Once this perception takes hold, it will inevitably influence their performance. Fang Ping experienced a pang of inner turmoil, while Tan Jinping articulated his disappointment, stating, hesitating and shying away from competition, Fang Ping, is not my intent to provoke you. Once you embrace such a cautious disposition, perpetually glancing over your shoulder, the journey of martial arts will become a daunting endeavor. Your youth compels you to exhibit your talents and strength rather than shroud them. What truly unsettles you? Are you anxious about revealing your prowess? Or are you troubled by the discontent of others? Tan Jinping shook his head and remarked, "You are mistaken. The more indispensable an individual is, the greater their worth will be perceived. Your association with Wang Jinyang from Nanjing Martial University is not concealed. Thus, you need not harbor any reservations." Fang Ping let out an awkward chuckle. In truth, he was not particularly concerned, for old Wang had already consented to shoulder the blame. His hesitation arose from a sense of impropriety and other underlying reasons. After a moment of reflection, he awkwardly confessed, "Uncle Tan, my apprehensions do not revolve around these issues. Rather, I was contemplating the expenditure of my vitality prior to the assessment. By the time the evaluation arrives, Tan Jinping hesitated briefly before a smile graced his lips. I had completely overlooked that. Fear not, the city will provide you with compensation. Once you harness your vitality, I shall acquire a vitality pill for you. This is not a personal offering from me, but rather a recompense from Yang City." "Vitality pill?" Tan Hao interjected, his voice laced with indignation. "Father, did you not speak of the blood chi pill?" Tan Jinping cast a sidelong glance at him, musing, "Foolish child. The recompense bestowed upon Zhou Bin and his associates was a vitality pill. Yet for the two of you, I, with a hint of personal interest, have proffered a blood chi pill. Fang Ping's circumstances are entirely distinct. Not only is his vitality formidable, but his affiliation with Wang Jinyang necessitates a vitality pill as recompense to enable him to fully harness his potential, should he indeed surpass Anping District and Xingxi County, resulting in a diminished number of candidates succeeding in this year's assessment. Then an increase in the number from Yang City would represent the utmost triumph. It is not imperative for me to be exceptionally strong. It is sufficient that others remain feeble. Excelling is arduous, yet mediocrity is ubiquitous. With talents like Fang Ping at my disposal, why not exploit them? Should Yang City excel, a subsequent application may elevate the compensation from 4 vitality pills, 2 blood chi pills, and 1 vitality pill to 7 vitality pills, a prospect not entirely implausible. Naturally, this is predicated upon attaining superior results relative to both parties involved. Although Fang Ping remained oblivious to Tan Jinping's hidden intentions, such matters bore little weight for him, and he was not unduly perturbed. Upon learning of the recompense in the form of a blood essence pill and contemplating the recent depletion of his finances, with his cash reserves dwindling, Fang Ping experienced a sudden wave of relief. He nodded and declared, "Very well, Uncle Tan, I shall exert my utmost efforts." Tan Jinping's countenance transformed into a radiant smile as he proclaimed, "Now that embodies the spirit of a true warrior. Fang Ping, Uncle Tan is advancing in years. Whereas you are still in the bloom of youth, our paths diverge. As a young individual, one ought to be imbued with ambition and steadfast determination. Upon your entrance to Wu University, you will come to understand that excessive modesty will only hinder your progress. You must endeavor. You must compete, dare to compete, and possess the ability to engage in competition. The outcome of a struggle is of little consequence. It is the pursuit of victory that propels you onward. What truly matters is your audacity to engage in the contest." The final few sentences struck a chord with Fang Ping. These sentiments were not solely expressed by Tan Jinping, nor were they limited to the confines of literature or the utterances of Wang Jinyang. The very fabric of reality compelled Fang Ping to engage in competition. Even Xiaoma was embroiled in the contest, eager to confront Taimu. This rivalry was vividly apparent. At the Ruyang First Health Examination Center, 3 distinct groups of students gathered outside, clearly delineated from one another. The center itself was remarkably spacious, with the plaza accommodating thousands without a sense of overcrowding. As the official examination hour had yet to commence, students were barred from entry. In this moment, whispers permeated the atmosphere of the plaza. "Are those students from Ruyang No. 1 High School?" Indeed, I did not anticipate finding myself present for the examination alongside them. The students from Ruyang No. 1 High School possess an extraordinary vitality. I have heard that those with vitality levels below 110 calories do not even bother to register. Is it true that there are hundreds exceeding the 110 calorie threshold? We are surely at a disadvantage. It appears we are merely spectators in this arena. Among the 3 groups, the students from Anping District stood out distinctly, with 400 to 500 of them attired in uniforms. In stark contrast, Fang Ping and his companions donned casual attire, as their institution does not enforce stringent dress codes. Conversely, the students from Ruyang No. 1 High School were uniformly clad in matching outfits. At first glance, the students from Yangqing and Xingxi County seemed somewhat chaotic in their appearance. The students of Ruyang No. 1 High School radiated an air of detachment and self-importance. They displayed their emotions unabashedly, devoid of nuance. As the premier high school in Ruyang, renowned for producing the highest number of students accepted into Wu University each year, the students of Ruyang No. 1 High School had ample justification for their pride, much akin to their counterparts at Yangqing No. 1 High School. They too experienced a sense of superiority in comparison to peers from other institutions. Even should one find themselves of average ability, it mattered little. Their school eclipsed others. And being an alumnus of No. 1 High School was a profound source of pride. Certainly, they would not express this overtly, but rather expect one to discern it intuitively. If one were to commend them, they would humbly retort, No. 1 High School is rather unremarkable. Your institution, such and such, is commendable as well, quite impressive. At this point, it would be prudent not to take their modesty at face value, but to persist in bestowing compliments. Should one cease to flatter, they might secretly ponder. These pretentious individuals truly believe their school is exceptional. In comparison to our No. 1 High School, they ought to feel ashamed. This mentality is commonly shared among students. As is quite evident, as murmurs circulated throughout the plaza, the students of Ruyang No. 1 High School endeavored to uphold their composure and pride, standing in line with increasingly erect postures. While others engaged in speculation, the students of Ruyang No. 1 High School maintained an air of detachment. However, it was unmistakably clear to Fang Ping that the joy in the eyes of many Ruyang No. 1 students was barely contained. A group of naive youngsters. Competing with them felt akin to bullying children. Fang Ping reflected inwardly, finding little impetus to confront them. Yet, this was merely his solitary perspective, as his companions, Zhou Bin and others, were already eager and poised for confrontation. Not only they, but the leading students from Anping District and Xingxi County also exhibited a readiness to engage. Their ambitions laid bare. Clearly, Tan Jinping's sentiments were not unique. The leaders from the opposing side harbored similar thoughts. This, perhaps, was a customary ritual each year. Ahead in the procession, Tan Jinping and the leaders from Anping and Xingxi were engrossed in jovial conversation, reminiscent of long-lost friends reuniting in celebration. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the insincerity lurking beneath their smiles. After a brief exchange of superficial pleasantries, Tan Jinping turned to Zhou Bin and remarked, "Fellow students, please take a moment to familiarize yourselves with your counterparts from Anping and Xingxi. Once you enter Wuhan University, we will all emerge from Ruyang and should support one another." The martial artists hailing from Anping and Xingxi expressed remarkably akin sentiments. Students, having received prior warning, advanced from their ranks. 7 ascended from Yangqing, 5 from Xingxi, while more than 10 from Anping District courageously stepped forward. The selection of these students conformed to a singular criterion. A threshold of 120 stamina points delineated their eligibility. As these individuals advanced, they exhibited a fleeting hesitation, torn between the inclination to engage in courteous discourse prior to initiating their endeavors or to plunge headlong into action. The finesse of small talk evaded them, while the notion of embarking without preamble appeared rather audacious. Tan Jinping and his companions offered no counsel, merely smiling as they observed the performances of these promising students. Often, witnessing the youthful audacity and bravado of these individuals presented a rare opportunity for respite. In the years to come, should any of them ascend to prominence, it would undoubtedly become a source of pride in their later lives. At this moment, several martial artists engaged in quiet conversation, their smiles far more genuine than the earlier facade. Fang Ping cast a glance at Tan Jinping and the others, then surveyed the students beginning to interact, before observing the multitude gathered in the square, all captivated by the unfolding scene. This tableau struck Fang Ping as reminiscent of a circus performance. Naturally, the students might not share such a sentiment. They gazed upon these figures with envy, admiration, and a tinge of jealousy. As the luminaries from their respective schools stepped into view, it signified their status as the elite. Yet, Fang Ping was certain that, in that moment, the martial artists regarded the situation with the same amusement one might feel when witnessing children playfully posturing for a duel upon the street, an entertaining spectacle, devoid of any genuine peril, simply delightful to behold. At this juncture, Fang Ping contemplated Tan Jinping's words, pondering how to unleash their vital energy to overwhelm the opposing team, thereby eroding their confidence. Was this endeavor truly attainable? Even if those unaccustomed to battle could harness their life force, A student possessing approximately 120 units of vitality would only seem marginally impressive. As for the so-called momentum and aura of dominance, they were conspicuously absent. Individuals with vitality surpassing 130 units might impose a slight pressure upon those in proximity, yet the effectiveness of such an influence remained ambiguous, and its reach was decidedly constrained. Contemplating this and observing the countenances of Tan Jinping and the other mere onlookers, Fang Ping pondered whether this was merely an annual spectacle for the leaders. Perhaps it served not solely as entertainment, but rather as a form of investment. Ultimately, they were merely required to unleash their vital energy for a fleeting moment. And in return, they were bestowed with medicinal pills, an arrangement that appeared advantageous from any perspective. The receipt of these pills would naturally evoke a sense of gratitude. As Fang Ping pondered these matters, he cast a glance at the remarkable students still striving to make introductions. He mused that, should these individuals attain success in the years to come, they might look back on today's events with a hint of embarrassment. Whether they would indeed experience such embarrassment, Fang Ping could not determine. Yet, witnessing their bewildered expressions, uncertain of how to navigate the situation, he felt a sense of shame. Were it not for the allure of the vitality pills, he might have contemplated retreating at this juncture. After some reflection, he concluded that enduring this humiliation was preferable to prolonging the conversation, which would only lead to further embarrassment in the future. With this resolution, Fang Ping decided to delay no longer. As he stepped forward while others were still engaged in their introductions, he boldly proclaimed, "Classmates, let us plunge directly into the main topic." The crowd was momentarily stunned, yet to fully comprehend the unfolding scenario. In a heartbeat, Fang Ping focused his vital energy, utilizing a technique derived from the refinement method to unleash a tremendous force. With vitality exceeding 140 units and mental acuity surpassing 170 hertz, he erupted in a spectacular display. In the ensuing moment, the distinguished students who were still presenting themselves felt as though they were being constricted. Those nearest to Fang Ping blushed deeply, their eyes mirroring a sense of confusion. What is transpiring? Are we truly embroiled in a conflict over mere words? I find it difficult to breathe. The students found themselves utterly unprepared. Only two individuals from Rueyang No. 1 High School, whose vital energy surpassed 130 units, remained largely unaffected, while the rest were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Nearby, two warriors who had been engaged in laughter and conversation with Tan Jinping suddenly appeared to be similarly suffocated. What was transpiring? The leader of the Anping district's team wore an expression of bewilderment. He then directed his attention towards Fang Ping, swiftly shifting to cast a furious glare at Tan Jinping. Grinding his teeth as he inquired, "Did you enlist an individual from Jiacheng No. 1 High School?" The leader of Xingxi County, having swiftly comprehended the circumstances, muttered with indignation, "Old Tan, do you possess no sense of shame? This is but a mere trivial amusement, yet your Yangqing has resorted to such underhanded tactics?" That display nearly rivaled that of a seasoned warrior. The vitality must be at least 145 units. Old Tan, was it truly worthwhile? What was the cost? Both team leaders wore expressions of discontent, glaring fiercely at Tan Jinping. Before Tan Jinping could proffer an explanation, the leader from Anping district hastily interjected, "This student is on the verge of undergoing a physical examination," and the sudden surge of energy within him may detrimentally impact the forthcoming test. A martial artist from Xingxi stepped forward with a radiant smile and remarked, "Classmate, it would be wise to unleash your energy in the vitality chamber later. Do not allow this to interfere with the pressing matters at hand." The two could not afford to remain indifferent as Fang Ping's energy surged, accompanied by a tangible pressure of mental force. Several students, whose vitality barely reached 120 calories, teetered on the brink of asphyxiation, their eyes rolling back in anguish. If this persisted, their performance in the impending examination would undoubtedly falter. Those who could initially attain 120 calories may experience a decline of 1 or 2 calories, a matter not to be taken lightly. Previously, none had foreseen the emergence of such a promising martial artist from Yang City. Under normal circumstances, even if these students exerted their energy, the effect on peers of comparable vitality would be negligible. Nevertheless, Fang Ping's vitality was extraordinary, approaching the first-grade realm. Thus, the two martial artists conversed with an air of respect, oblivious to the esteemed high school from which this student originated. At that moment, Tan Jinping finally comprehended the circumstances. He had earlier acknowledged Fang Ping's remarkable vitality, yet without a full display, his understanding had been somewhat obscured. Now, observing Fang Ping's energy surging with extraordinary vigor, it became apparent that he was exceedingly near the first-grade realm. Furthermore, there appeared to be additional influences at work. The eruption of quasi-first-grade energy ought not to have left those in proximity pale and distressed. In that moment, Tan Jinping could no longer afford the luxury of contemplation. Permitting Fang Ping to persist would inevitably result in turmoil. The individuals hailing from Anping and Xingxi drew near, and Tan Jinping promptly moved forward, exclaiming, "Fang Ping, that is sufficient." As Tan Jinping articulated his words, Fang Ping tempered his fervor. Turning to regard the three individuals hastening towards him, he was struck by a sense of amusement. Had they not relished the spectacle just moments prior? Now, however, they seemed beset by anxiety. As he pondered this, Fang Ping feigned bewilderment, donning an expression that appeared to inquire, "Why halt now?" This provoked a noticeable stiffening of the official's expressions. Continue. Should this trend persist, no fewer than 5 of the top students, currently at 120 calories, would inevitably fall below that pivotal threshold. It is imperative to recognize that within the educational evaluation criteria, 120 calories stands as a crucial benchmark. In Ruiyang, there existed numerous districts beyond their own, and should this situation deteriorate unfavorably, all would encounter severe consequences. Tan Jinping had now approached, first casting a glance at the panting Zhou Bin and the others. Noticing their pale faces yet otherwise in scathed condition, he exhaled a slight sigh of relief. He could not help but turn his gaze towards Fang Ping, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. One cannot simply unleash one's power without forewarning. This was not part of the script. Had we proceeded with methodical care, everyone would have been prepared, potentially averting the current predicament. How could you inflict such stress upon your own peers? Moreover, how had this individual's vitality ascended to such extraordinary heights? This was no trivial 130 calories. He was clearly approaching the threshold of first grade. What techniques had Wang Jinyang utilized to nurture this young man? Having engaged in the refinement technique, his foundational stance must be remarkably stable. Otherwise, his vitality would not have ascended to such heights. The vitality coalesces and surges forth with remarkable swiftness, signifying that even after partaking of medicinal herbs, he has wholly assimilated their benefits without any impediment to his energy. A genuine martial artist is perpetually poised for a breakthrough. Although Tan Jinping had attained the zenith of the first rank, approaching 50 years of age and having remained at this stage for numerous years, he swiftly arrived at a conclusion in his mind. Fang Ping surpassed his expectations by a considerable margin. With Fang Ping's abrupt manifestation of power, the customary anticipations of the year were irrevocably dismantled. A small assembly of martial artists, who had gathered to witness the extraordinary event, observed the expressions of profound terror and disbelief etched upon the faces of the leading students from various institutions, rendering them utterly speechless. The 2 remarkable students from Ruiyang No. 1 high school, each endowed with over 130 vitality points, although not encumbered by significant pressure, found themselves momentarily disoriented. In such a state, the impending assessment results were unlikely to be favorable. Furthermore, the students from other schools, including Zhou Bin and Qin Jie from Yangcheng No. 1 High School, were equally rendered voiceless, grappling with whether to feel despondent or simply astonished. Just moments prior, when Fang Ping had unleashed his sudden outburst, they had been in close proximity, acutely feeling the reverberations as much as anyone else. Tan Jinping lamented his earlier decision. He remained oblivious to the repercussions in other areas. However, Zhou Bin and Qin Jie were emerging talents from the martial arts community of Yangcheng. Should Fang Ping have disheartened them, any ensuing missteps could potentially result in significant complications. The notion that Fang Ping might undermine even his own contemporaries left Tan Jinping somewhat at a loss for words. The youth appeared harmless. Yet he was by no means straightforward. Fang Ping, after all, was not a martial artist, and the extent of his outburst was confined. The lined-up students remained oblivious to the intricacies of the situation. However, they perceptively noted the changing expressions of the distinguished students from various institutions. Outside the gathering, murmurs began to circulate once more. What had befallen Zhou Bin and the others? Could it be that Lu Yang is unwell? What on earth transpired? Why had they suddenly lapsed into silence? Amidst the throng, Wu Zhihao stroked his chin, having witnessed the recent events. Could it be that Fang Ping was the architect of this turmoil? He pondered, filled with uncertainty, as there were indeed exemplary students from Ruiyang No. 1 high school in attendance. As he listened to the murmurs of the students and observed Fang Ping's seemingly innocent expression, Tan Jinping felt a headache brewing. He addressed the crowd. "Everyone, please return to your designated positions and prepare for the physical examination." As the others vacantly scattered, noticing that Fang Ping was on the verge of slipping away, Tan Jinping called out, "Fang Ping, please wait a moment." Fang Ping halted, turning around with a sheepish smile. "Uncle Tan, Tan Jinping regarded him with keen scrutiny for a moment before finally declaring, "You have displayed remarkable prowess, though perhaps a tad too well." Tan Jinping mused inwardly. Would you prefer the vitality elixir now, or at a later time? Now. Fang Ping's eyes shimmered with anticipation as he promptly responded. If he did not seize it at this moment, how could he guarantee that he would not find himself deprived of it in the future? Tan Jinping, undeterred, nonchalantly retrieved a diminutive vial from his pocket and tossed it to Fang Ping, observing Fang Ping's inclination to inspect its contents. Tan Jinping could not suppress a gesture of exasperation as he rubbed his temples. Could he truly be deceived in this regard? Fortunately, Fang Ping ultimately refrained from unveiling the vial, opting instead to secure it within his own pocket. In truth, Fang Ping possessed an innate understanding of its authenticity without the necessity of inspection. Should he discover that his fortune had not augmented, he would undoubtedly confront Tan Jinping forthwith. With the acquisition of the blood essence pill, the preceding matters could be regarded as definitively resolved. Tan Jinping longed to articulate a few additional thoughts but ultimately held his tongue, gesturing, "Let us converse after the physical examination." Fang Ping nodded and returned to his place in line. Upon his departure, the leaders from Anping and Xingxi approached, their eyes fixed on Tan Jinping with a piercing intensity. Tan Jinping, acutely aware of their penetrating gaze, let out a weary sigh. Do not regard me with such scrutiny. I possessed no foreknowledge of his extraordinary vigor. Moreover, he appears to be entwined with an individual from Nanjing Martial University. Who could it be? The two inquired almost instinctively. After which the leader from Anping arched an eyebrow. Wang Jinyang. Indeed. In that case, no further words were required. The remarkable prodigy, Wang Jinyang, has recently risen to the esteemed position of Vice President of the Martial Arts Society at Nanjing Martial University, a development that has swiftly permeated the martial arts community. The Martial Arts Society at Nanjing Martial University bears little resemblance to the typical student unions found in conventional universities. While student unions possess certain authoritative powers, they remain under the purview of institutional governance. In contrast, at a distinguished martial arts institution such as Nanjing, the Martial Arts Society exerts considerable influence, almost sharing authority with the university's administration. They partake in the allocation of resources, the administration of university enterprises, and beyond, with Wang Jinyang attaining the position of vice president. His aspirations for the presidency became manifest to all. Once Wang Jinyang assumes leadership of the Martial Arts Society, the advantages he could garner over the ensuing 3 years are nearly unimaginable. It is predictable to contemplate the heights he might reach upon graduation. As a practitioner of third-tier martial arts, he is not someone they can afford to antagonize, considering the association of the individual in question with Wang Jinyang. Even if he exhibited unforeseen capabilities, further investigation was deemed unnecessary. Yet, one cannot help but recall how Fang Ping had recently unleashed his vitality, suppressing nearly the entire assembly of promising talents from Ruijiang. The martial artist hailing from Anping conveyed a subtle sense of envy. For a first-tier martial artist is on the verge of emergence. Once he enrolls in the martial university, he is certain to achieve a breakthrough within a mere 3 months. Each year, the number of martial arts aspirants in Nanjing remains scarce, and given his vitality, he could very well secure a place among the top 10. Ruiyang occupies neither the zenith nor the nadir within Jiang province. Instead, it maintains a position of moderate distinction. The provincial capital, Jiangxing, annually witnesses the emergence of martial arts aspirants, with other prominent cities occasionally adding to the mix. In lean years, the province may yield merely 2 or 3 martial artists, whereas in more fruitful years, the numbers may swell to 7 or 8. The competition intensifies with each passing year, and judging by previous benchmarks, it would not be excessively difficult for Fang Ping to attain a position within the top 10. As the discussion unfolded, the leader from Anping probed further. Inquiring about his academic subjects, Tan Jinping contemplated for a moment before responding, rather well, should he exceed the pivotal threshold. The 2 esteemed universities ought not to decline his application. Are you confident that he will secure admission to the 2 disciplines? The martial artist hailing from Anping arched an eyebrow, contemplating that admission to Nanjing Martial University could potentially enable him to seize control of the Martial Arts Society upon Wang Jinyang's departure. Such an outcome is not beyond the realm of possibility. That remains ambiguous. Nevertheless, these concerns lie beyond our jurisdiction. Tan Jinping pondered for a moment, opting not to explore further. This predicament likely related to Wang Jinyang's machinations, matters unworthy of concern for a mere first-tier martial artist. Should both presidents of the Martial Arts Society hail from Yangqing in succession, the city would undoubtedly reap the rewards. Whether Fang Ping enrolls at Nanjing Martial University or one of the two principal institutions, the ramifications of this scenario extend beyond their grasp. At this juncture, the trio entertained a subtle suspicion that Fang Ping was merely a strategic pawn orchestrated by Wang Jinyang for forthcoming arrangements. As for the absence of recruits from Wu University, the explanation was rather straightforward. Wang Jinyang, being a freshman, could not possibly provide support that would yield a successor. At South River Wu University, Wang Jinyang had just emerged from a meeting when he unexpectedly sneezed, capturing the attention of several bystanders. Could old Wang, a third-tier warrior, be succumbing to a cold? Wang Jinyang instinctively rubbed his nose, casting a profound glance at the former vice president of the Martial Arts Society who trailed behind him. Was this individual harboring ill thoughts against him? Warriors possess an acute sensitivity. To elicit such a reaction as a sneeze signified considerable malevolence. Old Wang smiled, directing a significant look at the upperclassman he had displaced, as if to suggest, "Do you still harbor ambitions of a resurgence?" The young man, having captured Wang Jinyang's attention, displayed a discontented demeanor. "Is it not sufficient that you have usurped my role as vice president? Do you aspire to obliterate me entirely?" The youth simmered with determination, pledging that upon the completion of his bodily refinement, he would undoubtedly restore his dignity. For a fleeting moment, the atmosphere at the entrance of the Martial Arts Society became decidedly charged. Meanwhile, Fang Ping, having returned to his group, remained unaware of the unfolding events at South River Wu University, ignoring the intricate expressions of Zhou Bin and his companions. Fang Ping devoted his attention to his data panel. Wealth, 270, 000 vitality, 147 cards, 149 cards, spirit, 170 Hz, 172 Hz. Having recently undergone rigorous training, Fang Ping had swiftly diminished his wealth, leaving him with a mere 2 million. However, after receiving a vitality pill moments ago, his fortune had increased by 70,000. This occasion stood in contrast to the former one, wherein he had amassed a plethora of pills, rendering him perplexed regarding the valuation methodology employed by the system. The precise value of the assorted pills remained an enigma. However, upon acquiring a singular vitality pill, Fang Ping discerned that the system had evaluated its worth at 70,000. Should I contemplate venturing into the realm of reselling? Fang Ping pondered, acutely aware that the system appraised an ordinary vitality pill at a staggering 70,000. Given the inherent nature of the system, it implied the existence of a conduit through which one might acquire such a vitality pill at that price. Should he choose to vend the vitality pill to an individual devoid of access to these channels, it would typically command a sum of around 100,000. The prospect of reselling appeared enticing. Obtaining a vitality pill at 70,000 and subsequently selling it could not only yield substantial profit but also significantly enhance his wealth. However, this notion remained a mere reverie. He not only lacked access to the aforementioned channels, but large-scale reselling of pills was also illicit. Ordinary citizens could procure pills solely from pharmacies, even if Fang Ping were to possess an ample supply of pills. Selling them in modest quantities without attracting undue attention would be feasible. Yet, should he embark on extensive reselling, it was highly probable that the Investigation Bureau would summon him for a discussion the very next day. Nonetheless, Fang Ping retained this idea in the recesses of his mind, contemplating the potential pursuit of it should the opportunity present itself. Redirecting his thoughts from wealth, he cast another glance at his vitality and spirit levels. The recent surge had not exacted a heavy toll, resulting in a mere depletion of 2 vitality cards and 2 Hz of spirit. After expending 4,000 wealth points to recuperate his losses, a subtle smile graced Fang Ping's lips. This venture into commerce proved lucrative, yielding not only a precious vitality elixir, but also an impressive accumulation of 66,000 points, partially offsetting the considerable depletion of resources experienced recently. Furthermore, my vitality currently stands at 149 points. It remains uncertain how many additional training sessions will be necessary to surpass the threshold of 150. As Fang Ping pondered his gains and losses, the entrance to the Health Examination Center swung open, signaling the initiation of the proceedings. Students promptly formed a line, preparing to enter. At that moment, a group of individuals clad in uniforms resembling those of law enforcement appeared seemingly out of nowhere, securing both sides of the examination center. Fang Ping cast a glance, only to hear Tin Hao mutter beside him, "Do not scrutinize too closely. They are from the Investigation Bureau." "The Investigation Bureau?" Fang Ping inquired. "There is no cause for concern. Their purpose is to deter cheating and disturbances. Previously, martial artists had masqueraded as students to participate in examinations. Fong Ping comprehended this immediately. Indeed, upon their entrance, officials diligently scrutinized each examinee's admission ticket for authentication. Only 4 members from the Investigation Bureau were present. Fong Ping discerned that 2 of them exhibited vitality levels beneath his own, suggesting that not all members of the Bureau were martial artists. This was entirely foreseeable, after all. Even a metropolis such as Yang City possesses its own investigation bureau, and were all its members martial artists. There would scarcely be sufficient space for the entire martial artist populace of Yang City, even if Ruizhang were to greatly surpass Yang City. It would not be comprised solely of martial artists. When the examination officials approached Fong Ping, one among them, whose vitality rivaled that of Tan Jinping, scrutinized him intently for a brief moment. Ultimately, no words were exchanged, and Fong Ping was granted access to the Health Examination Center. Upon entering the center, Fong Ping exhaled deeply. After countless days of anticipation, the moment of revelation had finally arrived. Simultaneously, within the primary control room of the Health Examination Center, a congregation of 7 or 8 individuals filled the space, some seated while others stood. Among them were members of the Ministry of Education's supervisory team, exam proctors from Nanjiang, and official representatives from Ruiyang. As the students entered one by one, the deputy leader of the Nanjiang examination group, a venerable gentleman approaching 60 with still dark hair, turned to his companion and inquired, "Director Jin, this year Ruizhang does not have any martial artist candidates, am I correct?" Standing beside the venerable elder, Jin Qiming, the director of the Ruiyang Education Bureau, appeared increasingly apprehensive as he responded with caution, "Director Luo, Ruiyang does not have any martial artist candidates this year. If memory serves me right, it has been a full decade, exactly 10 years, since Ruiyang last produced a martial artist candidate." The elder, known as Director Luo, remarked with an icy demeanor. Before Jin Qiming could elaborate, the elder issued a derisive scoff. A decade ago, even in such trying times, there were candidates for the martial arts examination. It is astonishing that, over the past 10 years, despite the enhancement of conditions and the flourishing of the educational environment, Ruiyang has yet to yield a martial artist candidate. One must ponder where the annual educational funding is being allocated. Director Luo. Jin Qiming's brow glistened with beads of perspiration. The elder, however, paid him no mind, casting a fleeting glance at the 2 members of the supervisory group, who were engrossed in the surveillance monitors. Disregarding their presence entirely, a subtle smile graced his otherwise grave visage as he continued, "This year, the provincial inspection team wields a significantly greater authority than in years past. Director Chun has personally spearheaded a team to conduct inspections in Jiangxing. Are you aware of why Vice Director Liu and I, each at the helm of our own teams, are scrutinizing various cities?" Jin Qiming moistened his parched lips and murmured, "Governor Zhang has ascended to the 7th grade master realm and seeks to eradicate the decline of martial arts in South Jiang." "Ah, so you are informed," the elder remarked with casual indifference. "I had presumed you were unaware." Jin Qiming refrained from offering a reply, while the elder, appearing nonchalant, continued, "South Jiang governs 15 prefecture-level cities. Ruiyang, while neither remarkable nor deplorable, has perpetually languished among the lowest echelons of martial arts education for several consecutive years. Each year, Ruiyang proclaims its intent to transform, to innovate. Yet you, Jin Qiming, proclaim your aspirations with great fervor. Last year, during the provincial report, you brimmed with ambition, asserting that this year Ruizhang would cast off its reputation as the perennial underachiever. Yet, what is the current reality? For a decade uninterrupted, there have been no martial arts candidates to speak of. Furthermore, even the most promising aspirants have yet to surface. Were it not for, the elder's gaze intensified, and he scoffed, were it not for Wang Jinyang's remarkable achievements at South Jiang Martial University last year, the Ruiyang Education Bureau might have faced complete dissolution. A sheen of perspiration emerged on Jin Qiming's brow, yet he felt a subtle sense of relief. He considered himself fortunate that a figure like Wang Jinyang still existed to uphold Ruizhang's honor. However, it was lamentable that Wang Jinyang's performance in the martial sciences examination was rather unremarkable. Had he ascended to the status of a martial artist last year, Ruiyang would not be enduring such profound pressure now. Just as Jin Qiming began to relax, the elder abruptly declared, "Although Wang Jinyang's presence has spared the Ruiyang Education Bureau from severe repercussions, before his departure, Governor Zhang personally visited the education department to convey that rewards will be allocated for merit and penalties for shortcomings. The challenges plaguing Ruizhang's martial arts education are manifold. High schools in the less affluent counties and districts are devoid of professional martial arts training programs. The subsidy scheme intended for exceptional students exists only in name, lacking any tangible execution. The elder articulated several concerns, causing Jean Kimming's complexion to turn ashen. Upon concluding his remarks, the elder gradually resumed. Do not reproach the province for withholding opportunities. My purpose for visiting today is to engage in a calm dialogue, rather than to reproach you for any perceived neglect of duty at this moment, which signifies that you still possess a chance. This opportunity hinges upon the outcomes of this year's physical examination. Should over 100 students in Ruiyang surpass 120 vitality points, the province will grant you the time necessary for improvement. Alternatively, should promising martial artists or top candidates arise, you will also be afforded a chance for rectification. However, should neither scenario materialize and the standards remain unmet, the elder articulated his words with deliberate slowness. Then, Director Jean, we shall descend to the subterranean realm. The subterranean realm. Jean Kimming could no longer restrain his emotions. Perspiration cascaded down his brow. The two inspectors, who had earlier pretended to be oblivious to the discourse, now directed their attention towards him. Their glances, especially towards Jean Kimming, were imbued with a sense of compassion. This individual, who had occupied a prominent position within the Ruiyang Education Bureau for 5 years, was regarded as one of the foremost figures in Ruiyang. Yet, for one so accustomed to such privileges, could he genuinely endure the plunge into the abyss? Although he had already ascended to the third-grade realm, the elder remarked, the enjoyment and the contribution are equally significant. The rights and responsibilities carry equal weight, and none shall be exempt from this truth. If you, Jean Kimming, can cultivate a multitude of martial talents, you would indeed be rendering a service to the nation. Consequently, you would naturally be entitled to partake in all the pleasures that Ruizhang has to offer. However, to occupy a lofty position solely for enjoyment, without comprehending the essence of contribution and the division of duties, constitutes a grave misunderstanding. The state has expended considerable effort in nurturing you to the third rank, and you are obliged to pay the requisite price for such privilege. Director Luo, I. Jean Kimming's countenance turned ashen, trembling slightly as he implored, Director Luo, grant me 1 more year. I assure you, next year, Ruiyang will not be as it is now. The circumstances for this year had already been delineated. Could there truly be over 100 candidates attaining scores exceeding 120 points? While this was undoubtedly a formidable challenge, it was not beyond reach. In a sprawling metropolis, the prospect of securing 100 students with scores surpassing 120 was decidedly attainable. Indeed, some esteemed high schools might accomplish this feat within the confines of a single institution. However, for Ruiyang, it presented a genuinely daunting endeavor. The initial site for physical examinations had already attracted the premier high schools in Ruiyang, including Ruiyang No. 1 High School, Xingxi No. 1 High School, and Yanqing No. 1 High School. Yet, despite the presence of such illustrious institutions, the number of students